Chapter 81 Weekly Industrial Meeting 2. Once Tim was done, Overseer Lior from the food industry came over with bread and other foods, so that his audience could feel the effectiveness of his spices, seasonings, butter and so on. Of course everyone fell in love with them. Just looking at the dried spices and seasonings made their tongues salivate. The men sprinkled the different seasonings and spices on their meat, and felt like they were in heaven. The juiciness, the tenderness. How could food taste so good? The meat was well cooked, it had an earthy color and a stringy feel to it. As they savored the meat, they began to eat like pigs without even knowing it. Some of the meat was also deep fried, and had a crisp feel to them. They were either sprinkled with salt and pepper, or garlic. The single men only had one thought right now: who cooked this meat? Can they marry them? They had to admit, the spiciness and seasonings had improved compared to last week's results. They were still eating the horse meat from the previous attack on Baymard, and it was at this time that they truly felt grateful to their enemies. They sincerely thanked their enemies for dropping them several stacks of meat in Baymard. Once the chicken was done, they started licking their fingers. Delicious. There were also several fried rice and vegetable dishes that were done with oil, powdered ginger, garlic and vinegar. The butter, on the other hand, was a real treat. The rich, soft feel of the butter on the bread made them feel like they were floating on clouds. The food industry had produced two types of butter, salted and non-salted. Was this how food was supposed to taste? They couldn't help but feel that they had been eating dog sh all through their lives. They began to wonder how they had ever coped all through the years. How could they go back to eating those awful dishes? No way. They'd rather starve. Right now, their taste buds had been upgraded, and they had already started forgetting what the good they used to cook tasted like. Since they discovered that food was supposed to taste like this, most of the men had gone to the market to buy the products that were supplied by the food company to these stores. These products were now seen as essentials in their homes. Chief Wiggins and Tim were seriously having multiple food orgasms in their mouths. It was truly mouth-watering. They couldn't help but give two thumbs up to Overseer Lior. On the other hand, Overseer Lior, who was being praised, kept thinking about what kind of food house he should build in future. With these new delicacies, wasn't his world not complete? Hell yeah. It was more than complete. For now, he decided to put a stop to his food house construction. What if His Highness made more food stuff? This situation was indeed tricky. Landon, who was oblivious to Overseer Lior's food madness, continued tasting all the different dishes placed in front of him. Overall, Landon was utterly impressed as well. All the industries had heeded to his advice, and really improved their products compared to last week. Once all the presentations were done, they started discussing all the issues within their industries and how to further improve their results. Your Highness, now that we have pens, what do we do with the excess chalk in stock? A supervisor asked. Landon thought for a while. Chalk itself has several uses. It was good for raising soil acidity, hence increasing the agricultural yield of the farms. There were several types of chalks, like calcium carbonate, magnesium calcium and so on. In addition, it aids in removing perspiration and reduces slipping, hence it was already used by the military for weightlifting, tug of war, rock climbing and other gymnastics. Chalk was also used in house construction, and served as mild abrasives for several other industries, like toothpaste. That's why it was very important for them to continue producing chalk. For now, still produce the same amount of chalk powder, but limit the amount that is molded into chalk sticks. Landon replied. All the men, irrespective of which department or industry they were from, asked Landon multiple questions. And when Landon answered them, they would immediately jotted down everything, so as not to forget Landon's instructions. After all, next week, they were to show how they implemented His Highness's instructions and advice to their industries. No one wanted to let Landon down. Once Landon was done with the group, he headed towards the estate which was presently known as the hospital. Today, He had a meeting with all the doctors and some nurses there. Not all the nurses could come as they couldn't close down the hospital, school, military and industry clinics for the meeting. Today, Landon just wanted to know the results about his sanitation advice and first aid methods were working on the patients. Landon had been teaching them basic first aid since May. With the help of hydrogen peroxide, wounds were cleaned up properly. The first time hydrogen peroxide was used, the doctors, nurse, and even the patients were shocked. How come the injured area was foaming up, yet it didn't hurt at all? And how can the dried blood on the wound come out with just a few swipes with a clean cloth? Anyway, they were thoroughly impressed with the hydrogen peroxide. The medicated alcohol, on the other hand, had the patients screaming out loud. Although they hated it, they knew that alcohol was normally needed in treating wounds. Landon also taught them the importance of using aloe vera as an anesthetic after treating the wounds. With the help of the thin medical rubber gloves and other hospital wear, the doctors and nurses worked properly without spreading blood here and there, or further contaminating the patients. Soap was also used to clean the floors and other surfaces within the hospital, leaving the air with a fresh, clean smell. When Landon got to the hospital, he was somewhat shocked at the alarming situation in there. Well, it was alarming to him anyway. He had forgotten that children could still have such illnesses. Your Highness, this week, we have admitted over 100 children in the hospital. They were all infected with the scourge grippe chicken pox. While Landon was busy dealing with the sick, Slytherin Cord had made his way to the city of Sangria. Finally, he was going to catch that bastard, who called himself the Ghostly Prince. It was finally time. Chapter 82 Slytherin's Great Plan Sangria City. Standing in front of Slytherin were one of his trusted aides and 4 other soldiers under his command. So as not to draw too much attention onto himself, he had left thousands of his men back at his base in Ingram City, and had come to Sangria City with just 150 men. His men had all blended in with the peasants, and actually looked like servants and farmers. Today, Slytherin had already received word that the Ghostly Prince would leave the Quincy Inn and head towards the Haunted Plain of Sangria. The Haunted Plain was a cemetery located in the outskirts of Sangria that was believed to be cursed. People didn't go there during the night time, due to the frightening folk tales that were said about the cemetery. That's why all burials were only done during the day. Those who were brave enough to go there at night never came back to their families. It was believed that the ancestors of their enemies haunted the cemetery and were thirsty for blood. It was also believed that once the ancestors got a hold of a living person, they would suck out all the blood from that person's body, leaving only a dried out corpse at the end. Boss, we had observed that place every night for the past 4 days. The masked man would go there with his men for a few hours, before coming back to the Quincy Inn. One of Slytherin's subordinates said. Did he meet anyone there, boss? Except for the hooded woman that he met on the first day. He hasn't met anyone else. If that's the case, then he might be using that place as a way to send messages to his subordinates. How many men does he have with them each time he goes to the cemetery? Boss, he always takes 15 men with him to the cemetery. Slytherin nodded as he listened. Tonight, I will only take 30 men for the mission. Tell the rest of the men to wait outside the gates of Sangria. Once this mission is over, we will be heading out immediately. Slytherin commanded. The night was dark, cold and somewhat foggy. All around, sounds of frogs could be heard, croaking away, as well as the loud chirps of crickets. Croak, croak, croak. The rain that fell during the day had finally stopped, leaving most of the footpaths muddy. Slytherin and his men moved stealthily, as they followed their enemies towards the cemetery. Today, they wore all-black clothing, leaving only their eyes visible for all to see. They indeed looked like assassins. Even with the pale moonlight cast on them, one would have to struggle just to make them out. Once the Ghostly Prince and his entourage passed through the cemetery gate, Slytherin signaled for his men to stop. The cemetery was also shrouded with fog, and gave off an eerie feeling to it. From what his subordinates had found out, there was a secret base located at the back of the cemetery. It was hidden away by the bushes and trees. During the day, his men had been able to pinpoint where exactly the entrance to the base was. Amongst the 30 subordinates that had followed him, 10 were tasked with surrounding the enemy's base, while the other 20 would follow him quietly into the base. There were 2 enemy guards standing at the door of the base. Slytherin needed a distraction. One of his men shot 2 arrows a little further from the enemy base. Thup! Thup. Did you hear that? One of the guards asked. Yeah, I did. I'll go check it out. The noise was coming towards a grave that stood a little farther away from the base's entrance. Once that guard left, 2 other arrows were shot again. Thup. The last guard standing by the entrance heard sounds coming from a different direction, and decided to check it out as well. The fog within the cemetery didn't help much, because he couldn't see anything from where he was. Once the man left, Slytherin signaled for those 10 men who were supposed to surround the base, to deal with the guards, while he made his way with the rest towards the base. Very quickly, they entered the base and spotted 5 more guards patrolling another hallway. Boss, what do we do now? Slytherin bit his lips and thought for a while. He needed this operation to be done quietly, and without a hitch. He couldn't allow that bastard to get a chance at escaping. At the start, when Eli tasked him on getting information on the ghostly prince, he really didn't have any personal vendetta with the bastard. But for the first time in his life, he had failed a mission. Who would believe that he, Slytherin Cord, the master of the Empire's best intelligence organization, would fail a mission? He, a person whom even the king wanted to hire but couldn't. At his level, he could be working for several empires if he wanted to. In fact, the first time Slytherin had told Prince Eli that he had failed the mission over dinner, Eli looked at the bottles close to Slytherin, and concluded that Slytherin was drunk. It was too unbelievable. Even if people had heard that he had failed a mission, no one would believe it. That was how good his success rate was. And at that point, Slytherin became more and more determined to catch this mysterious ghostly prince. It became an obsession to him. He had even started calling the ghostly prince as his little white rabbit. He called him Little White Rabbit, because rabbit stew was his best dish, and little because he truly felt like no one could outsmart him. He honestly couldn't wait to slit the throat of the man who gave him so much pain. Throughout these few months, he would spend sleepless nights stalking and tracking down the ghostly prince's movements, but he could never really pinpoint where his little white rabbit's hideout was. But the 3rd time he took over the mission, he had more than 80% of the men who followed him on the mission killed at once. At this point, he had changed the ghostly prince's name from Little White Rabbit to Bastard. Getting rabbit stew. Right now, he wanted to eat the rabbit's flesh raw. It was then that he had developed bad blood with the bastard. This time, he wanted to skin the bastard's face and place it on his wall at home. Anyway, right now Slytherin had to make sure that their actions didn't alert the 5 guards ahead of them. He looked up at the wooden frames on the ceilings and his eyes lit up. Follow my lead. Slytherin placed his hands and legs on the walls, as if he were doing a sideway leg split. He looked like Jean-Claude Van Damme, as he climbed up the narrow walls. The hallway they were in had extremely narrow walls, as it was closer to the entrance. Once they had all gotten onto the wooden ceiling frames, they quietly moved on the frames towards an even bigger hallway. This hallway was the one that had 5 guards patrolling on it. As they moved, they began to listen to the conversation of all the patrolling guards. They had learned that the ghostly prince was still having his meeting in a room 2 hallways away from them. They continued in ahead and finally arrived at the last hallway. Slytherin signaled for his men to move. 6 men quickly dropped from above, landing on the 3 guards guarding a large wooden door. Before the enemy guards could react, the men quickly placed their hands on their enemies' mouths, and used their blades to silence them. Once that was done, they quickly moved the bodies to the sides. As they dragged the bodies, Slytherin and the rest of the men on the ceiling dropped down. Be careful. This bastard is tricky. Slytherin warned, as he stood in front of the large wooden door with a victory smile on his face. Bam! The door was kicked down, and the men quickly rushed in. But to their surprise, there was no one in sight. Forget no one, there was absolutely nothing in the room. No tables, no chairs. Nothing. Why was this room guarded if no one was in there? At this point, they all became solemn. Looking for me? Chapter 83. The battle at Sangria City. Two groups of men faced each other as they prepared for battle. Slytherin was really pissed off now. After all his planning, traveling and scheming, he still ended up in this bastard's trap. Wasn't this the greatest disgrace to his name? It was all this bastard's fault. Why couldn't he just die? Damn. William had entered the room with 10 men, so Slytherin thought that this was all the people he had. Slytherin's reports stated that William usually came here with 15 people. And since they had taken care of the 5 guards so far, so Slytherin thought it was logical for William to only have 10 men right now. So either way, Slytherin still had his victory smile on. So what if I'm looking for you? Even if you succeeded in trapping me and men here, do you really think that you are enough to stop me? HMP. Enough chit-chat. Hand over your life, and I might just let you go, Slytherin said coldly. William smiled. Silly me. Did you think that these were all my men? Immediately 5 more came out. Just where did those men come from? Slytherin couldn't help but wonder. Right now it was 15 men to 15 men, excluding him and the bastard. So now, the battle was even. But so what? He was still going to kill the weasel. Like I said, hand over your life, and I might spare you, Slytherin repeated again coldly. Everyone on William's side was utterly confused with what Slytherin had said. Hand over your life? Aren't you the one who is trapped now? Just where did you get your confidence from? William looked at the delusional Slytherin, and knew that this man was conceited. It was clear that Slytherin had always thought that he was far better than everyone else. Confidence was a good thing, but it could sometimes lead one to underestimate their enemies. Right now, William's 50 hidden knights had taken care of Slytherin's subordinates that were supposed to surround the perimeter. William didn't want to use his hidden guards to fight with Slytherin, so he used the other men who usually followed him during the daytime to fight this battle. You're right, let's cut the bullshit and get down to business, shall we? Immediately, William swung his sharp iron sword at the men who were acting as shields. Slytherin's men had formed a circle around him, in an attempt to shield him from the enemy. The battle had finally begun. Clink. The enemy blocked William's attack. As his veins bulged through his arms, William swung his sword again, and ended his attack with a kick on his enemy's chest. Their formation was broken. The enemy quickly got up from the ground and yelled angrily, "Bastard! Die." The enemy swung his sword horizontally at full swing. As he aimed for William's neck, William immediately fell backwards towards the ground, as a way of ducking. He quickly used his back and hands to kick off from the ground, and used his legs to punch the chin and face of his enemy. Ah! The enemy cried. Blood was oozing out of his enemy's nostrils. Once he was up from the ground, he swung his sword with all his might, and instantly cut his enemy's head off cleanly. Phoo! The head rolled on the floor, as blood oozed out through the dead man's neck. The body shook like a chicken, whose head had been cut off. Just as William was about to look at the situation in the room, another enemy approached him. Clink. As the battle in the room went on, Slytherin's eyes opened wide as 3 of his men dropped to the floor like flies, while his enemy's side didn't even lose a single man. Why did it turn out like this? At this point, he had to look for a way to escape. He looked around the room, and when he saw a window at the corner, his eyes lit up. William's men fought and kept pushing on, as they tried to get to Slytherin, who was now making his escape through the window. Slytherin quickly smashed the wooden window frames, and jumped out. He quickly escaped with 4 of his men, as he passed through the bushes in the cemetery. William, who had seen Slytherin escape, told 4 of his men to follow them. As Slytherin ran, he was shocked to see William's men on his tail. Damn, boss, he'll hold them off. With that, Two of his subordinates stopped and drew their swords from the sheath that was strapped behind their backs. They steadied themselves in preparation for the fight. Clink, clink, clink. As Slytherin ran, he kept hearing the sounds of swords hitting one another. He knew that his men would definitely die tonight. It was not that Slytherin cared for their lives, or had any deep affection for them. It was just that training new Staff 4 Knights would take years to do, and was already a hassle to him. Why would he feel bad if they died for him? Wasn't he their boss? Weren't they supposed to fight for him? Men like him only really cared about raising their armies and conquering new territories, people or objects. Death was an everyday occurrence here, so why would Slytherin feel bad? It was his men's duty to die for him, and they had successfully fulfilled it. What more could he say? Once they were closer to their horses, the other two men who were left with Slytherin stayed behind in order to stall the enemies from getting to Slytherin. Slytherin quickly got on his horse and made his way towards the gates of Sangria. He needed to leave quickly with the rest of his men, who were already waiting for him outside the gates. As he left, he couldn't help but curse that bastard ghostly prince. He swore that he would eat the bastard's flesh and drink his blood when he succeeded. William stood in the cemetery, as he faced all 66 of his men who were standing by his side and waiting for the rest to arrive. Right now, they were waiting for the 4 who were sent to deal with Slytherin's fleeing group. For tonight's show, William had come here with 70 men. He had kept 50 men as secret guards around the cemetery, 10 guarding the base, and 10 round him. The first 2 men guarding the base weren't injured by Slytherin's men, as the hidden guards easily took care of the enemies once Slytherin successfully went into the base. It was only the 3 men guarding the large wooden door that got injured. Some were stabbed on their backs, and others in their bellies. But so far no one had died. Once the 4 men were back, they gave their report to William. "My lord, we have completed the mission," they said as they knelt down in front of him. "Is Slytherin Court dead?" "No, my lord." "What about his men who were fleeing with him?" "All dead, my lord." "And his men outside the gates?" "All dead, my lord." "Good." Chapter 84 Chickenpox. Actually, William's plan was never kill Slytherin. Slytherin was a key chess piece in Elis' rise to power. With Slytherin's help, Eli could easily take care of his siblings. William didn't want to start attacking any of them until a winner emerged from the group. Why go through all that stress when he could just kill the winner? William was clear on his thoughts. If the winner didn't step down from the throne, then the winner had to die. Simple. Slytherin was part of Elis' backbone and it wasn't necessary to have him killed just yet. He did all this just to send a message to his little cousin Eli and Slytherin. William had left the message in Slytherin's hideout outside the city gates. He was sure that right about now, Slytherin should have gotten the message. And he was right. Slytherin reached his hideout and was shocked silly. His men were all dead, and all their horses had magically disappeared. The funny part was that all their belongings and clothes had been stolen. There were just naked dead bodies lying around. He quickly rushed towards his room, and pushed the door wide open. Everything was gone. All his gold, his silver and a few documents that he had within his care, were gone. They were really gone with the wind. Luckily, Slytherin had always kept his most important documents with him. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his enemies had gotten them. He had to admit that he had really underestimated that bastard. This was the last time that he would ever make that mistake again. There was a note on his table with a knife stabbed on it. The knife had a unique craftsmanship, and had the initials G.P on its handle. Slytherin immediately knew who the culprit was. As he read the letter, his blood boiled and he couldn't help but crumble the letter in his hands. He swore that he would for sure kill the bastard, even if he had to die trying. The bastard had to die. After reading the letter, Slytherin placed it in his pocket and went outside his room. He quickly burned down the base and took off. He had come to Sangria with 150 men, excluding the 50 that usually stayed in Sangria to keep an eye on things. All 200 men had died, with only him being the sole survivor. "The humiliation you have given me today, I will remember it." Baymard. While Slytherin was steaming away like a glazed donut, Landon had been educating the doctors, nurses and caretakers on how to handle chickenpox patients. The children were all infected with the scourge grippe or chickenpox. Since this time was school break, the children would run around the estate playing with each other all day long. Apparently, one of the children had it. But it wasn't really visible at the time. It just looked like breakouts or bad allergies, so no one thought anything of it. Then that child spread it to the other children, who had never had chickenpox before in the estate. Since chickenpox is an airborne disease, all those children were easily infected. It was only a few days ago that the head doctor in the clinic realized what it was. In this world. Since they didn't have any cure for chickenpox, all they did was let the virus go away on its own, while isolating the victims and treating them like leprosy patients. Landon walked into the room and saw the children itching and scratching themselves aggressively. That was the worst thing to do in such situations. Woo woo. It's itchy. Will I remain like this forever? I feel like my throat is dry. Landon came into the room and ensured the patients that they would be fine. It wasn't easy. Some children were crying and screaming in the room, while others were violently scratching themselves against the walls. Finally, Landon decided to quiet them down with a short story. And after the story, he began briefing all the doctors on what the disease actually was, and how they could further treat and cure it. He also wanted the doctors educate the citizens, and the caretakers, ensuring them that this illness was literally not a big deal. There was no reason to not visit the patients. If the citizens had already gotten chickenpox when they were younger, it rarely affected those that had already gotten it. He realized that he also needed the citizens to come to the hospital within this month, and register all the symptoms and diseases that they had ever gotten before. Although these illnesses had strange names in this world, they all had common symptoms to those that Landon remembered back on Earth. He wanted to know if they had gotten or survived attacks from diseases like measles, mumps and so on. He also realized that people in this era could not differentiate between smallpox and chickenpox. For them, both were one and the same. Also, there was presently no cure for most of these diseases. That's why thousands of people died yearly within the Pino continent from them. To think that people could actually die from something like malaria, yellow fever and typhoid. They also died from measles as well. For chickenpox to be fully cured, Landon gave the doctors a detailed description for the treatment process. The children were to soak in cold water that had sodium bicarbonate baking soda added to it. They were to do this at least 2 times a day. After soaking, they were to bathe with soap, so as to keep their skin clean. The caretakers and nurses were only supposed to pat, and not rub their skin when giving the children their bath. They were also to keep the children hydrated by allowing them to drink lots of water and milk throughout the day. The children needed to fight off their fever, and the viruses within their bodies. That's why their bodies needed hydration regularly. Heat and sweat would also make their skin itchy, so the caretakers were to wipe their bodies with wet cold rags after 3 hours, so as to calm their skin. Since there were no pills, Landon decided to go old school. He decided to go towards the direction of Chinese medicine. He had the doctors, nurses and some caretakers boil the leaves of the Aplomia and Ocimum basilium plant. The children were to drink the liquid from the boiled leaves at least 3 times a day. Landon had previously gotten all knowledge in farming. Part of that knowledge included identifying all plants, vegetables, dairy farming, food and all other types of farming that existed in the world. He knew how to grow a farm filled with medical plants as well. Hence he could tell how beneficial each plant was to the human body. Landon speculated that within a week and a half, the chickenpox crisis should pass for most of the children. Of course some might require more time to completely get rid of the virus. Chapter 85 Dr. Gerson. It's been a few days since the whole chickenpox fiasco. Dr. Gerson looked at the reports from the nurses and nodded. His Highness treatment procedures had worked. When Gerson first came to Baymard, he wasn't really sure about how his life would turn out. He came in May due to the multiple attacks that were taking place in his city, at the Empire of Yoden. When he boarded the ship with his family, he kept on praying that Baymard was as good as the ship owner had said. He was scared silly because he didn't want his wife, his children, his brother and his sister's families to end up as slaves. But when he got here, he knew that all his worries were for nothing. This new king of theirs seemed to know everything. From what he gathered, their king was the one who came up with all the ideas in Baymard. At first he didn't believe it, but when their king started teaching them first aid, and the medicinal importance of several plants, he was really taken aback. Their king seemed to be a super genius. He didn't know if he should call the current king of Arkadine a foolish or stupid. How could he banish such a treasure? Was he sick in the head? At this point, he had given up on trying to understand royalty. For him, he really enjoyed talking with His Highness. He had observed that Landon didn't put on airs with him, and also admitted to his faults when he felt like he was wrong. Like the other day, Landon apologized for not telling them to register everyone's illness earlier on. Although it really wasn't his fault, their king felt solely responsible for the chickenpox incident. This king of theirs was weird, but they liked him. Landon had told them that they should call themselves doctors, and not healers or apothecaries. He had to admit that the word doctor had a better ring to it. Dr. Gerson. Yup. It was way better than the other names. In this world, nurses were also called helpers. So of course Landon also changed their names to nurses. The hospital nurses always had their hair placed in a bun, or tied away with clothing while at work. Both doctors and nurses had to put on their gloves when treating injuries, as well as their clinical rubber shoes. For the doctors and nurses, Landon didn't want to bother the women around Baymard to sew lab coats, so he had given the hospital staff transparent plastic coats for them to wear at work. The coats looked exactly like transparent train coats, and were also the same ones used by the alchemy industry while they were in the labs. The coats had buttons and 2 large pockets at the front waist region. The nurses also had to wear pants while at work. Actually, all the women in the industries also wore pants. How could they work with those long skirts and gowns that kept dragging on the floor and collecting dirt and mud? When the women moved, they usually had to gather up their gowns as they walked. Several of them had fallen down on the first day, during their jobs. How could they carry anything and climb the stairs, or move at work with what they were wearing? Some women had broken some glass items already. It wasn't a big deal to break these items, but having the workers injure themselves was really frightening. Landon had removed several pieces of glass from their skin, and given them first aid multiple times. That's why Landon made the rule way back in May, that all women were to wear pants at work. What if they fell onto the broken glass pieces and lost an eye? There was a reason why all industries back on Earth required people to wear pants, and that was mainly for safety reasons. Even women in the hospitals wore pants. Of course the military women as well wore pants, but for different reasons. Who could complete the obstacle courses or do rock climbing and so on with those ridiculously long gowns or skirts? Plus Landon was pretty sure that their underwear would show when they were doing all those military stunts. The women also found that they could do their jobs more efficiently in pants compared to skirts. They were also happy that they had stopped breaking things here and there. They were really grateful that His Highness didn't fire them from their jobs. For them, the things they broke were really expensive, but their king didn't pay any mind to it and worried about their safety instead. Hence pants was the way forward in Baymard. Each doctor and nurse also had a name tag that they had pinned to their uniforms, so that all the patients could remember their names. Right now, the caretakers that Landon had assigned around the hospital were looking after the patients, while the only doctor and 2 nurses in the main hospital were having a short but brief meeting. Nurse Chanel had just come for her shift, while Nurse Laura was about to end her own shift. The hospital was open 24 hours, so for sure, Nurse Laura would come again late at night after Chanel closed from work. Landon had told them to persevere till the end of the month, before he would assign more people to work as nurses. By that time, he would task training the new people to the present hospital staff. For now, The hospital was really understaffed. Dr. Gerson, so far we have seen a remarkable improvement with the chickenpox patients. From the tests, in the next few days 90% of them should be free to leave. Nurse Laura said, as she handed over all patient reports to him. We have also started recording all the citizens' health statuses and diseases that they had gotten before. Nurse Chanel added, actually, Dr. Gerson was really impressed with Landon's ways of thinking. Landon had placed several wooden shelves in one of the largest rooms in the hospital, and called it the archives. Each shelf case had a letter carved onto it from A, B, through Z. It was kind of like a filing system. Every citizen's name would be written on the corner and top of the books, and placed on the shelves. The doctors and nurses would be the only ones with access to the room, hence only they would get the keys. The books would show the patient's name, place of birth, date of birth, occupation, all visits to the hospital, illnesses, doctor's prescriptions, recommendations, doctor's signature, and so on. The patients were required to buy another hospital book from the hospital. This book was the one that they could take home. This hospital book would also show them the drugs, treatment recommended by the doctor, and what they should do to relieve themselves from their illnesses. This book would also be used anywhere in any clinic within Baymard. After all the hospitals and clinics in Baymard were considered as one. Since there were no computers yet, Landon needed a way to make sure that everyone's information got recorded properly. The patient was supposed to keep the note in his hospital book when he or she gets home, and the doctors in the clinics were tasked with heading over to the main hospital and recording all the information in the patient's book stored in the archives. That way, even if the patient lost the note, or his personal hospital book, the doctors can still look up his files from the archives. This was to be done, at least until computers got invented, which would be wait hour ahead. Even in the next few years, Landon was sure that he wouldn't be able to do it. Chapter 86 Hospital Rounds. What about Grandma Patricia? Is she getting any better? Dr. Gerson asked. Nurse Chanel took over and presented him Grandma Patricia's hospital book. Dr. Gerson quickly grazed through it and nodded as a sign of agreement to what was written in it. It looks like the swelling on her waist has gone down drastically. So His Highness was right. For now, continue all her treatments as planned. Since she has improved, I will meet His Highness to see if we should adjust anything in her treatment or diet. Grandma Patricia was one of the elderly women who came to Baymard as a refugee in June, with her family. She had fallen down while farming, and had rolled down a hill that was covered in stones and dirt. Elderly people have soft tissue bones, and any sort of fall could lead them to hospitalization. When she fell, she had fractured her hip bone, which led to the swelling around her waist. Her entire body felt completely alien to her at that point. The pain was truly unbearable. Her family had gotten a healer, who had advised them to keep her lying in bed all day long. She had been lying in bed for the past 3 months now. When she wanted to relieve herself or take a bath, her daughter or daughter-in-laws would help her. But that healer's advice was actually a bad move. Since then, walking had been too stressful for her as well. When injured, the elderly needed constant massages and light exercises to strengthen their bones. They needed good physical therapy. A healthy, strong body could better fight off infection and make recovery from injuries way faster than a weak one. Exercising could also delay or even prevent diseases like diabetes, cancer, strokes, and many more. Just to name a few. The most important thing was that exercising could definitely improve their quality of life and life expectancy. Just lying on the bed for so long had led her to develop back pains and other body pains. Landon had given them instructions on what her diet should be like, and how they were supposed to aid her through her healing process. It had been a month and a few weeks now, and there was already a massive improvement with her body and her attitude towards life. When she arrived, she acted like she wanted to die early. But now, she smiled every day, and also spent her time gisting away with the other seniors in the hospital. Her family was so happy seeing her walk, that they started crying. They had really thought that she would live the rest of her life laying in bed. What Dr. Gerson really appreciated the most was what His Highness called a medical walker. The walker had 4 legs and was made of iron, and had rubber tubes as the shoe of the iron legs. Rubber was also placed around the side handles, and acted as a soft cushion between the iron and the palms of the senior citizens. The walker really aided Grandma Patricia when she walked around the hospital, during her rehabilitation exercises. As Gerson looked at the report, he couldn't help but smile. Good. Good. You all have done a great job as nurses. Nurse Laura and Chanel were blushing at Gerson's praises. As they smiled from ear to ear, they too felt that this is how a hospital should operate. Now, let's go do our rounds, and see how all the patients are doing. They arrived at a room with a name tag by the side of the room. The name Ward G1 was painted on the name tag, and showed that this was the first ward on the ground floor of the hospital. As they walked in, the children were chatting and drawing on their pieces of paper. Some of the children's families who were not scheduled for work, were also in the ward visiting their children. Now that they had been better educated and had spent time with their children, they quickly realized that the whole empire had a wrong idea about chickenpox. They even started feeling guilty towards their children for treating them like leprosy patients. Thank the ancestors that their king had been given the wisdom of the heavens to enlighten them. Once they saw the group come in, the children started smiling and waving happily. Hey, it's Dr. Gerson. Dr. Gerson? Where? Nurse Laura, Nurse Chanel. The families of the children come forward to say their thanks. Doctor, thank you for taking care of my little bibbles. My wife and I would like to invite you to our home to convey our thanks. Nurse Laura, thank you for doing your best. My boy tells me that because of your care, he had started getting better. Nurse Chanel, my daughter sings your praise daily, and says that you have the healing hands from the heavens. Doctor, Nurse, _ Everyone was happy as they offered their honest gratitude towards the hospital staff. Honestly, the nurses and Dr. Gerson were really happy with the recognition they were getting from the citizens. The nurses almost became emotional, but they knew right now wasn't the time to cry. They had to be strong and keep doing their jobs. For the first time since they started their profession, they felt like they were doing something right. It wasn't all about the money. They quickly realized that saving lives and treating illnesses gave them great joy and a sense of fulfillment. As they checked all the patients, the nurses took down notes of any patient who had developed any other complications or problems with the medicine given to them. Landon had told them to always do this because people could be allergic to certain drugs. Even the water from the boiled leaves could cause allergies or rashes to some people. Once they were done, they visited all the other wards with chickenpox patients and finally headed over to the other patients in the ward. They stepped into Ward G23, and saw some senior citizens, and their families who came to visit them. Dr. Gerson. I was just talking about you. Nurse Laura welcome. Child Chanel come over to Granny. The patients welcomed the group and even teased them here and there. Child Laura, I have a grandson who isn't married. I think you would be a good match for him. That way I can have you as my granddaughter-in-law. I want Nurse Chanel as my granddaughter-in-law. Do you know, I heard that Dr. Gerson's wife is as beautiful as a flower. Of course she is beautiful. Do you think that just anyone can be with my new son Dr. Gerson? Concerning this group of seniors, the hospital staff had already given up on them. When these seniors were together, they could really tease someone. Gerson had already been adopted without him even knowing, while the nurses were already granddaughter-in-laws to several senior citizens in the hospital. This was the everyday life of the hospital staff. Chapter 87 Julie's conclusion. Only 3 days were left before July could finally come to an end. Baymard had gone through a lot of changes throughout the month. So far, the first construction site was 80% completed, the second site is 72% completed, and the third site is 60% completed. When building, Landon utilized all his time effectively. When they were waiting for the concrete to harden, They went to the other industries and repeated the same procedures there. And with the help of 8,500 workers, the job got by quickly. Overall, Landon was happy with the overall construction progress. Within this month, the industries had also flourished and thrived on their own. All of them had accomplished their tasks for July by creating new products. And the hospital staff had also improved their skills as well. On the other hand, school would reopen on the second day of August. So Landon wanted to know how prepared the teachers were. As a king, it was necessary to have regular meetings with all parts of life in Bainmard. Landon still remembered the day that he went over to the school for the end of semester results. Some children were crying so hard, as they held their report card books. Their families were on the side trying to cheer them up. Others smiled and jumped around as they were truly happy to advance to the next stage. Mother Winnie, Mother Kim and Grace were also there, as they congratulated Linda and little Momo for also advancing to the next stage. Some parents held their children's report cards and exclaimed proudly, "That's my girl. I knew you could do it. My boy is so smart. When we get back home, he'll buy meat and those delicious spices, and make you a feast." Those who failed were really sad, but when Landon made his encouraging speech, they quickly regained their confidence. They vowed to work hard and make their parents proud in the next semester. Before, they had really never taken school all that seriously, but when they looked at the happy faces of the other students and parents, and compared it to their families' sad faces, they truly felt pain in their heart. Why didn't they try their best? Deep down, they knew that they didn't give it their all. They vowed next time, they would make their parents smile, like others. The results for this semester were actually pretty good. More than 70% of the students had advanced to the next class. Presently all the teachers were now gathered and ready for their meeting with Landon. At the beginning of July, Landon had given a detailed outline of what everyone would be teaching, but today, he was here to give them their schedules for the semester. Landon quickly distributed the papers to the teachers. There were also 4 new teachers from the group that came at the beginning of July, making a total of 14 teachers in Bainmard. Chemistry 1, Mother Kim and Mother Winnie. Math 3, 2 teachers from the group. Math 2, Grace and 2 other teachers. Math 1, 2 new teachers that came in July. Pino 2, Lucy and 1 other teacher. Pino 1, 2 new teachers that came in July. Math 3 would incorporate everything from Math 2, but would also start teaching the students about fractions and decimals. This holiday break was used by all the teachers to get familiar with their new courses. During this holiday month, Landon had been teaching his mother Kim and Winnie basic chemistry. He had even given them access to the alchemy industry during the daytime. They had learnt a lot from Chief Wiggins, and had also understood how to use the periodic table and what reactions were. In Landon's mind, these women were smart. Landon didn't want them to know everything, he just wanted them to know the basics. After all, even Chief Wiggins was still learning. So how could they know everything in one go? What they knew right now was enough to teach Chemistry 1, and that was good enough. They had gone to the alchemy lab and tested out a lot of things with several chemicals and the glass beakers. They wanted to test most of the reactions in the chemistry textbook which Landon had given them. They had done several experiments and had observed the real meaning behind the different chemical reactions. They started by writing down the equations like Chief Wiggins advised, and coming out with the products that was to be formed at the end. They almost lost their cool when they were experimenting with reversible reactions. They placed water in glass beaker and added glucose to the water. After swirling the beaker for a while, the white powdery glucose substance dissolved, as if they didn't add anything to the liquid. They then added potassium hydroxide into the beaker to act as a catalyst for the reaction. They then added a few drops of methylene blue into the beaker and swirled. At the end, the liquid in the beaker had sky blue. At this point, they paused and wrote down their observations in their little notebooks. As they wrote, they realized that the blue was vanishing, and the water was becoming clearer. What sort of magic was this? They were so shocked that they nearly broke the beaker from excitement. But when they swirled that same liquid again, it turned blue. Was this what a reversible reaction looked like? They opened their chemistry textbooks and observed that these were the characteristics of reversible reactions. From then on, apart from teaching their morning holiday catch-up classes, they would go to the alchemy industry and continue their experiments. Speaking of which, they really found it cool to wear those plastic lab coats, goggles and so on. They felt that it made them look very professional. Everyone's teaching schedule was evenly spread out throughout the semester. The schedule gave them ample time to go about their lives. They were just happy that after this coming semester, they would have 4 months of complete freedom to themselves. The next semester started in August and ended on the last day of November. From there, they would have December till March as a holiday period. And the best part of it all was that would be no makeup classes during that period. Classes would depend on the teachers. If they felt like teaching for a month during their holiday, they could do so. Of course, after the holiday, school would start in April. His Highness had said that since the winter was bad, there was no point in having the children and citizens run here and there for classes. He had also told them that after the next 1 or 2 years, he would adjust the school periods so that summer was freed for the teachers and the students. But for now, their king felt that this was the best arrangement, and they couldn't agree more with him. They all knew how bad and cold winter got. It was better to stay indoors and rest. Plus they really didn't want to wake up early in the morning during the winter season. They didn't know how their king was going to make the place warm. But since he had promised that he would do so, they had decided to wait and see. After meeting with the teachers, Landon headed over to the military fort. So far, Baymard started increasing their military in May. Although a handful of the original citizens of Baymard were recruited in the last week of April, Landon had already decided to add them to the group of those slaves and refugees that came in May. For those who were grouped as the new recruits that came in May, this month would be the end of their first 3-month period within their ranks. Landon had said that every 3 months, they would have an exam to test their skills and knowledge on what they had learned so far. And after 6 months, there would still be another exam. Those with good combined scores for both exams would move up a rank. Landon also discussed about the details of their exams, and what he wanted to see from the recruits. At the end of the day, Landon took his tired, hungry body back to the castle. It was finally time for dinner. Royal Palace, capital of Yoden. Did you find them? Queen Ivy asked. She had been looking for clues or hints about that Selwyn and her bastard children. My queen, we found a clue. Apparently, they were headed on a ship that came from the Empire of Corona. A middle-aged mercenary answered as he kneeled in front of her. Good. Get your spies to head on out towards Corona. I want no errors this time. Chapter 88. More tasks. Your Highness, my young master sends his regards to you. He's currently on his way to the Empire of Tariq, so he sent us here to deliver the goods that you had previously ordered. Santa's subordinate said. Today was the first day of August and once again, Santa wasn't here. Landon thought that it was very reasonable for Santa to first visit the customers that he knew way before Landon. Speaking of which, Santa had over 27 ships constantly moving about the continent of Bino. There was no doubt that all this must have cost Santa a fortune. When he probably started his business, he probably began with maybe 3 ships, and grew his way from there. Landon had previously heard from Santa that when he started his business, he got some of his rich clients to reward him with the ships instead of money. For Santa to have done that exchange, that meant that he had taken all this into account, his capital at hand. Landon really thought that he must have really had a lot of capital to pull those stunts. His workers needed to be paid, and he was not running his business on love, so how that much was his capital to exchange his goods for ships? But little did Landon know that Santa was using his father's stolen money. Santa currently owned the largest merchant organization in Corona, and also had several shops in every empire within the Pino continent. So of course he would have his ships constantly sailing all year round. Santa's absence today was totally within Landon's expectations. Santa did his business by carrying unique goods from one empire and bring it to the next. Obviously, his goods were selling like hotcakes in these empires. hence his popularity. For this month's goods, Landon had gotten all the animals and planting seeds that he had previously gotten in July. And once again, Baymard had welcomed quite a lot of people this time around. Landon settled the elderly, children and the new military volunteers, as well as assigning people to work as caretakers. Once he was done, Landon was left with 5,400 new recruits. He sent 200 people to the hospital in the upper region, where they would undergo intensive training by all the nurses. Once they were done with their training, some of them would then be assigned to work in all the different clinics around Baymard. Landon also sent 500 people to the food industry, 500 to the alchemy industry, 1,500 to the construction industry, and kept the remaining 2,700 as construction workers at the sites. Landon gathered all the supervisors and gave them their assignments for the month. Chief Wiggins, there isn't any new product that I want your industry to focus on for now. Currently, 500 new workers have been assigned to your industry. I'll leave you the task of allocating each worker to any of the alchemy departments. No problem, Your Highness, Chief Wiggins replied. Actually, during Chief Wiggins' meeting with his supervisors, he had listened to their complaints and had also realized that some departments were really understaffed compared to the others. Now that he had 500 new workers, he would certainly try his best to settle them down. I've also made some corrections to the report that you gave me last week. If you follow it thoroughly, the problem with the alkyl group spiration should be fixed. Overall, the report you gave me was still very impressive. Well done, Landon said as he handed over a notebook to Chief Wiggins. Thank you, Your Highness. Landon took another file on his table and looked at Lior. Chief Lior, for this month, your industry also doesn't need to make any new products as well. I have also assigned 500 new workers to your industry. And like the case with the Chief Wiggins, I equally expect you to allocate them to each department within the food industry. I'm also impressed with your report, and have also made a few minor corrections as well. Thank you, Your Highness, Chief Lior said as he took his report from Landon. In fact, Lior also had the same problem as Chief Wiggins. The supervisors within the food industry had also requested for more workers within their departments, especially the farming department, which Lior thought was very reasonable. Lior thought that the supervisors within the food industry were hilarious. They literally fought over the number of people who were to be assigned within the food industry. Before he had come to this meeting, each and every one of them had tried to sweet talk him, and even went as far as offering him food. He. Although he took their food, he was still going to distribute the new recruits where he deemed fit. Why did he take the food then? Because he was a pure food lover. Was it the food's fault that they had tried to sweet talk him? No, it wasn't. Since the food was innocent, there was no reason why he should deprive himself of eating. All he told them was that he would try his best. He didn't make any promises to anyone. HMMP serves them right. Who sent them to try and bribe him with food? Funny enough, all the supervisors were super tight with each other, and liked to tease one another daily. But when it came to getting new recruits in their departments, they didn't mind cooking delicious meals for Chief Lior. Landon looked at Tim and smiled. Chief Tim, unlike other industries, this month I would require your industry to create a new department, and produce a new product called toilet paper. I also need the porcelain and marble department to mold out sinks and toilet bowls. And finally, I will also work very closely with those electrical engineers in training to create something called a fluorescent light bulb. Tim already knew that there was no way that he would be free. Not that he minded anyway. Toilet paper was essentially made from wood, so the toilet paper department would definitely have to be as close as possible to the wood cutting department. Landon also specifically requested that most of the new recruits assigned to the construction industry should be placed in Department 6. Department 6 alone had 4 buildings assigned to it. They basically did everything, from fixing and creating industrial equipment like wheelbarrows, saws, rods, nails, and so on, to creating metal house features like lockers, locks, doorknobs, pots, pans, spoons, to creating fuel-driven heavy machines, to building any metal feature that Landon required. These people were the most active within all the entire construction industry. Department 6 had about 8 different subsectors, all sharing 4 buildings within the industry. The only sector that didn't share a building with the rest was the one that created the fuel-based heavy machines. All these buildings were 3 to 5 floors high, and all covered massive floor spaces. The first floor of each building had really high ceilings as well. When building build estates in this era, nobles always tried their best to make it look as grand as those within the royal palaces. It sort of resembled the scene in Beauty and the Beast where Belle was having a dance with the Beast. The distance from the first floor to the ceiling was that high. Landon had destroyed 23 of the front walls to create a massive door for these heavy machines, so that they could pass out of the building once built. Once successfully built, they would be driven and parked at the back of the estate in straight columns and rows. Anyway, since the new industries would almost be completed, Landon needed to make sure that there were enough door knobs, door hinges, taps, and so on that were created. Department 6 also consisted of those workers who Landon had spent time teaching energy systems to. Those who learned were referred to as electrical engineers in training. These engineers in training had worked very closely with the other workers within Department 6 and created the heavy machines. They had placed and connected all the wires for the excavators, trucks and so on. With the second construction site being the power plant, it would only make sense to start creating the bulbs in advance. So far, that was all that Landon required Department 6 to do. Landon further gave detailed instructions to Tim concerning the porcelain and marble department, on how they were to mold the sinks and toilet bowls. Once construction was completed, these fixtures needed to be connected to the pipes and placed all around the buildings. So far, there were already so many porcelain and marble floor tiles ready for installation. Hence Landon just needed them to focus on the sinks and toilet bowls for now. But Your Highness, what is this strange board thing that you want Department 13 to create? Tim asked, as he looked at the notes in his hands. It's a game. It's called chess. Chapter 89 City Plan. Right now, combined with the 2,700 new recruits, Landon now had a total of 11,200 construction workers. He wanted all 2,700 recruits to start working on the sites, so that they could learn from the current workers there. After settling them in, Landon withdrew 6,000 workers from the construction site for his next projects. Winter was coming, and Landon was sure that most of the medicinal plants would die from the harsh weather, if not properly cared for. These plants were used by the doctors to heal and treat their patients daily. Hence, what Baymard needed right now was a large greenhouse to continue growing these plants during the winter. With that, Landon assigned 1,000 people from the group of 6,000 to start greenhouse construction within the food industry. These workers had previously worked on the sites, and had a ton of building experience. So when Landon gave them the building plan, they immediately understood every single detail on it. But what puzzled them was that this building would have no concrete floors or walls. Just 4-meter thick glass walls, as well as a glass roof. The ground of the building was to be completely exposed. What sort of building was this? Who would live there? They even asked Landon several times if he was certain. And when Landon gave his approval, they found that they suddenly didn't understand their king anymore. Forget it. If their king said it was so, then it was so. And from all indications, this building was going to be a very massive single-floored one. Generally, greenhouses over 3.5 meters normally allowed warm air to rise away from the plant's leaves, ensuring that the floor temperature would remain relatively balanced. Hence a good height allowed for good temperature control and airflow around the plants. That was why Landon decided to make his greenhouse 4 meters high. The only parts within the greenhouse that would be cemented were all footpaths, and 12 other rooms used for storing manure, garden tools, and so on. Now that he had settled the greenhouse issue, Landon was left with 5,000 workers for his other project. Previously all Landon had been doing was focusing on the construction sites. He had started making building fixtures like doors, floor tiles, and so on, just for the industries. None of these products were for the resident homes. These industries would be completed soon, so the floor tiles needed to be placed, the sinks and the light bulbs installed. Landon had planned that when the 3 sites began operating, they would only share water, electricity and heating amongst themselves. This was to help the workers who would operate these plants have a better understanding of these new industries. During that time, he would personally train them on how to operate these industries. One doesn't just become an operating engineer without proper training. That's why Landon had already made up his mind that the month of September would be used for training these operating engineers. So now that these industries were nearing completion, he could finally begin with city planning for the entire Baymard. A while back, Landon had spent the entire 3 months May to July creating a detailed city plan for Baymard. He divided the city like so: Upper Region, District A, Royal Palace only; District B, Military Forces, Marine Academy, Navy and Coast Guard Academy, Air Force Academy, and Police Academy; District C, Main Police Station, Schools, Courts, Main Office for Baymard Bank, Education Bureau Offices, Government Policy Offices, School for Nursery, Primary, Secondary, Medical and other important schools, Firefighting Station, and so on. District D, side branches for the Baymard Bank, luxury hotels, amusement parks, zoo, Sea World, car stores, malls, main bus station and so on. Central Region, District E, residential region for the original citizens of Baymard. District F, residential region for the refugees and slaves. District G, regular hotels for visitors, bank branches, Baymard National Park, bars, stores, and so on. District H, closer to the entrance exit of Baymard, police station, military branch, branch office for checking and issuing identity cards, and other important outposts. Lower Region. For this region, Landon didn't want to divide it up into different sectors, as only industries would be set up here. Coastal Region. Landon decided to divide this region horizontally from the beach. Hence each sector here would have its own mini beach in front of it. District I, shipping dock and port, merchant stores and so on. District J, luxury beach hotels, and beach entertainment. District K, space which Landon just wanted to keep between the other districts and District L. This space was to create ample distance between the other sectors and military posts in District L. District L, Baymard Marine, Coast Guard and Navy stations and posts. All these regions within Baymard would have police stations for safety, gas stations, and other important posts needed. Also, some of the districts would have bank-side branches, and clinics as well. After the month of May, Landon had basically allowed the construction workers to practice their driving skills and use the excavators to clear up the roads in the lower region, as well as some parts of the coastline region. The workers had used these 2 regions as their practice zones. How else were they to practice? Even till this day, these driving classes were still going on, and were currently taught by those who had already mastered the classes. For Landon, the workers could make mistakes in the lower region and maybe some parts of the coastal region. But the upper and central regions were another story. Those regions needed to be superb, leaving no room for errors. After all, in future, these were the areas where guests or visitors would see the most. Currently, if one observed the lower region carefully, they would be able to see that some parts of the roads were crooked, while others were done carelessly. Landon was just grateful that they hadn't started tarring the roads yet. All that they did was clear up all grass and level the surface of the roads, in accordance with the road plan for those regions. This problem could be fixed later on, but right now, Landon didn't want to do so because he knew that they would eventually fix it themselves when the time came for tarring the roads. Presently, Landon had finally finished mapping out every road, administration building, residential house, and so on for the upper and central regions. The workers were to start with District T, which would be the region where all the original citizens of Baymard would stay. For Landon to complete the system's mission, he needed to successfully house all the original citizens of Baymard. Not the slaves or the refugees. That's why he wanted to start with District T. Although the men were only to start road construction, they couldn't help but applaud His Highness when they looked at the road plan. There were more than 200 roads that were constantly intertwined with each other, just within the district alone. Landon had already given these roads either street or highway names. The roads that would be placed around every block within the residences were all single-lane roads, with ample space for side parking. For the major roads within District T, Landon had decided that they would have 2 lanes for driving. And finally, the highways that connected District T to District D upper region and District F in the central region were to have 6 lanes. 4 lanes for forward driving, and the other 2 for left and right-hand turns. Of course, he also made enough space for bicycle and pedestrian walking. And at some distance from the highway road, the train tracks would be placed there as well. Starting road construction now would definitely help the workers know where and how to place the pipes and cables for water and electricity. Once District E was done, they were to move to other districts. And after the entire central region is marked, the upper region would be next, followed by the coastal region. Landon had also completed the city building plans for Baymard, in preparation for when they were to actually started house construction. These plans included markings for luxury villas, future skyscraper resident buildings, large parking lots, and other important buildings within some district. Although he knew that some of these wouldn't be built in the next 2 to 4 years, he still liked to map them out now. Just looking at the map gave Landon a clear idea of his future goals. The sun was at its lowest and the day had finally come to an end. It was time to go home. Tomorrow, he would assist the men with road construction. Chapter 90 Update Ortherson here. Thank you guys for all the love and comments. But please can some of you guys stop comparing my work to RTW. Honestly, I just started reading it 3 weeks ago, and I can clearly see many reasons why my work can be compared with it or others. But you have to know that my world had no magic in it. Heck, RTW has witches that can even create picture IDs, and so on. Baymard doesn't have a printer yet, which is obviously coming soon. But right now, Landon is waiting for printing services before he could finalize a lot of government issues. Everything takes time with humans, so please be patient. If there isn't anything that you think should have popped up already, you can suggest it to me, and if I really haven't thought of it, I would always reply and thank you all. Like food, military weapons and so on. P.S. Some of you give me the dopest ideas. But if it concerns city development like drains, roads, policies, and so on, trust me, I've already thought of it. If I haven't put it out yet, then there is a good reason for that. Other novels have help with magic, while Landon needs people to get stuff done. Landon will only build what he sees is currently lacking for him to move forward. At the same time, he can only do so much within every month. So even if he needs more things, he would push and overwork the few people that he gets from Santa. The workers couldn't rush their progress. They needed time to learn, and time to adapt by experimenting every month. Plus, unlike other fantasy novels, in real life, people needed to be trained in order to work or create stuff. Landon needed 100 right now. But so what? In real life, people are normally educated by going to universities and having internships. These people in Baymard were literally learning on the job. So they needed time to adapt. And although this world is similar to Earth, at the end of the day, it is Heartfilia and not Earth. Landon had seen people with naturally born blue hair and pinkish eyes. Bruh, this is a fantasy world in a different galaxy from Earth's galaxy. I believe that no one wants to read exactly what other novels offer. So as a writer, I would really appreciate it if people don't expect that my way would be exactly what read in other novels. I have to say, there was a certain person who kept bombarding me with RTW messages almost every hour of the day. Because of him, I started looking up on what RTW was. I have to say that it's an outstanding novel. But if you want to read that kind of novel, please go back and read it again. Leave Baymard out of this. Because everything in that novel was made possible because of the witches. From melting iron to make cannons, to making laboratory glass beakers, to having a witch that can print and photocopy, to movie filming, bruh. And yet someone recommended that novel to me for a more realistic approach. Sigh. For the user who keeps messaging me daily about RTW. Please let me rest. Of course, for all my Baymard fans, you're welcome to stay. Chapter 91 Road Construction 825A.M. Landon had told the workers to come to the lower region earlier than usual. He wanted them to load up the tools for land mapping into the loading trucks, and head out to District T. Within this week, Landon wanted all 5,000 men to learn everything about road construction. Hence, he decided to use this week as training time for the men. And although they were usually given 2 days off within a week, Landon wanted them to work all 7 days straight. Just for this time frame. Of course, they would definitely be paid extra for their overtime. After their training week, Landon would then divide them into different groups based on the different jobs within road construction. Some would be in charge of land excavation, leveling the land, digging up trenches for road water drainage, gravel adding, tarring, and so on. For now, this week would be used to familiarize the workers with every part of road construction. He also decided to start with the street roads around the residences, instead of the highways' major roads. Firstly, the main highway road in Baymard is currently used very often. The soldiers and horses use on them daily to leave from the upper region to their posts by the gates, and other areas within Baymard. Carriages, wagons and other supply trucks also use these roads to supply bags of food to the stores, military, schools and so on. Hence there was no point in starting with them now. Plus highway roads were really stressful to create. There might be a possibility that Baymard would be overpopulated, and filled with numerous cars in the future. Hence, Landon would also need to make highway road bridges within the city. Back on Earth, all cities had road bridges. If one wanted to head over to the mall, downtown or any congested area, there were lanes on bridges that took one around traffic and so on. These bridges were usually supported by large pillars, and were a must in lessening car accidents, aiding in traffic control and so on. And although most of the highway roads would be on ground level, Landon couldn't deny the amount of stress highway bridges would cause him. Therefore, anything highway would definitely be done last. Once they were in the District T, Landon and the men began to offload the trucks. They had brought paint, several 2-meter-long iron rods, ropes, measuring tapes and so on. Today, they were going to focus on mapping out the roads. The topography for the central and upper regions were really superb for construction. Both had what geography would call a plain topography. Plains were flat sweeping land masses that generally didn't change much in elevation. They usually occurred at the doorstep of mountains, or by any coastal region. And one should know that at the back of Landon's castle in the upper region, was a huge unexplored mountain range. And the coastal region was also very close to the central region. Hence both the upper and the central regions were basically plains. These regions were like clear green football fields, or clear safari fields where animals grazed openly in Africa. One could say that they looked like parks for kite flying. Clear, green and perfect for construction. The grass in these regions were only ankle level, and really less stressful compared to the lower region that was filled with rocks and trees. Of course there were trees in these regions as well, but they spread wide apart. As opposed to a densely packed jungle. Imagine several football fields that had only 1 or 5 trees on each field. That's how these regions looked like. But having this kind of topography wasn't always a blessing. Landon realized that if he wanted to make a national park in future, he would need to plant several trees within District G. What a drag. Landon placed a 2-meter iron rod in the ground, at the left side of the entrance exit from the upper region. This rod would indicate the starting point for District T. Alright. So far, all of you have your roadmap plan for this district in your hands. For the next 2 days, we will all map out some of the roads using this rod, and the carriage road as our reference points. Landon and the men immediately got to work. His Highness said that after 168 meters 550 feet, we need to make roads that leave the main carriage highway and lead to the residential roads within the district. You're right. I think His Highness said that these spaces were called city blocks. So what we need to do now is mark up all the roads, as well as block areas. Right? Correct. The men discussed amongst themselves as the work progressed. Generally, city blocks shouldn't be too long or too short. If it was too long, the pedestrians wouldn't feel safe, and when they were walking, they would feel like they weren't making any progress at all towards their destinations. That's why back on Earth, people didn't really approve of the block sizes of several places like Manhattan, that had a block size with length 246 feet, and a width of 900 feet. The people felt like it was too long and not safe. Plus there were really no shortcuts around the blocks. On the other hand, smaller blocks weren't always better either. Portland City in the USA was the darling of roadblocks, and had a block length of 200 feet, as well as a width of 200 feet. That city offered short blocks, and had a lot of shortcuts for those without cars. But on the downside, those with cars were constantly annoyed by these short blocks. The smaller the blocks, the more time those driving spend on traffic lights, which in turn makes them late for important engagements. Plus, on an economical point of view, as block size shrinks, more street roads would be made. Street roads cost money to maintain, as opposed to a retail-occupied land which generated tax revenue yearly from electrical bills and so on. Hence, Landon decided to make his own blocks to be an average of the two comparisons. For the residential areas, Landon decided that the city blocks should have a length of 223 feet 68 meters, and a width of 550 feet 168 meters. After lunch, Landon felt like they had marked more than enough blocks along the carriage highway. So he divided the men into 3 groups. 2,000 of them were to continue marking the roads along the carriage road. Another 2,000 were to take each marked road and start marking their way across the fields, and further into the district. And finally, 1,000 of them were to start marking the spaces along the already marked roads, for rainwater drainage pipes, as well as water supply pipes and sewage drainage pipes. As the work progressed, Landon was happy with how much work these 5,000 men had accomplished. Landon knew that he wouldn't be here the next day, so he instructed the workers on what areas he wanted marked while he was away. Tomorrow, he needed to supervise the first official military exam for the May recruits. But for now, it was 3 p.m., and he had a date with Department C6. Time to teach the electrical engineers in training about how to make light bulbs. Chapter 92 Light Tubes. When Landon got to the lower region, he immediately went to the Department C2 glass and loaded a truck with already cut glass tubes and bulbs, as well as 7 oven-like kilns for heating. There were several shapes presently made: large long tubes, small long tubes, short spiral tubes, and so on. Prior to this month, Landon had already known that he would make light bulbs for the new industries. Hence he requested for the glass department to make tons of these tubes. Fluorescent lights are generally long-lasting, and best for schools, industries, homes, hospitals and so on. Although incandescent light bulbs were way more inefficient and short-lasting than fluorescent bulbs, they could still be used in residential houses, since they wouldn't last long. It was clear to see that they would be cheaper than fluorescent bulbs. Although not by a lot. People always choose cheaper items first, even if the difference between the two items was by a penny. Hence Landon still had to make these bulbs for those who wanted to value quantity over quality. One incandescent light bulb could last for only 1,500 hours. But the latter could last for more than 10,000 hours. Once Landon reached Department C6, he realized that this department needed more buildings. Department C6 alone occupied 4 buildings. But right now, Landon decided to add another building for the department, which would be designated for the creation of light bulbs. Speaking of which, Landon realized that the construction industry was quickly running out of space. Previously, there were 13 departments that already occupied 16 buildings within the construction industry. But now, he added a new department for tissue paper and a new building towards Department C6. With those out of the way, the construction industry had no more massive unused buildings left. There were just 7 wide, on-street buildings that were previously used as sleeping quarters for the maids, slaves and servants. Off the bat, those 7 slave buildings could only be used as storage units. So if Landon wanted more space, he would just have to construct more buildings, or create a new industry for whatever he wanted to create. Looking at the electrical engineers in training, Landon realized that he couldn't just pull them all out, as they were still needed in creating heavy machines, at Building 4 of Department C6. Hence he decided to break the men into 2 groups, and alternate teaching them daily. Today, he would teach Group 1, while the other group would carry on with their usual duties. And the next day, he would focus Group 2. In addition, by the end of the week, Landon would assign specific people amongst them to continue light bulb production. He just wanted to teach them all, as it was beneficial for their education as electrical engineers. Plus, some of them might even end up as repairmen when maintenance is needed. So it was best for them to understand everything as much as possible. The men offloaded the tubes from the trucks gently, lest they broke, and carried them into their new building. Landon had the men set up the room as a lecture hall, and also placed all the materials in front of them. Today, we'll create long fluorescent light tubes, and the day after that, he'll show you all how to make compact fluorescent bulbs. And later on, we'll make incandescent bulbs as well. In addition, next month, I will continue on by teaching you all how to create halogen and LED light bulbs. But for this month, let's concentrate on the first 3, fluorescent tubes, fluorescent bulbs, and incandescent bulbs. Speaking of which, Landon couldn't wait to make LED lights. Those ones could last for more than 50,000 hours, and were widely used back on Earth by 80% of all the industries, schools and so on. Those ones took time to make, hence Landon postponed them for next month. The men wore their safety wear, and they sat in the classroom quietly. Question. For electricity to work, what do we need? Immediately, several hands were raised at once. Landon smiled. For the past 3 months, every Saturday was used as lecture day. Landon would teach them for 3 hours and give them weekly assignments to complete. Yes, Christopher, a young man in his early 20s, got up instantly. There needs to be a supply of electric charges, some form of push to move the charges, and a pathway to carry the charges. Correct. Everyone clapped. Usually what push system is used in electricity? Cathode-anode push system. The cathode is positively charged and the anode is negatively charged, making the electrons flow freely between 2 points. Another answered. What are the types of current flow? Static. Someone answered. Good guess. But no. That is a type of electricity. What I asked for was the current flow. Who else? AC and DC. That's alternating and direct current flow. Correct. Now hold the larger glass tube in front of you all and let's begin. Each person held a large glass tube in front of them, and followed Landon's lead. Landon took out his own glass tube and passed white phosphor liquid through the clear transparent tube, instantly coating it white. Phosphor was a chemical that could cause the bulbs to basically glow brightly. This kind of glow could be green, pink, white, blue and so on. After the workers had their own tubes coated, they immediately started taking notes on the importance of phosphor coating. Landon then went on to the next phase. It was time to start with the internal workings of the bulbs, specifically the electrical components. Landon took coiled tungsten wires, and placed them at both ends of a smaller glass tube that was on his table. The mouth of smaller tube was heated, so as to melt the glass around the tungsten wire, hence forming a glass mold around the wire. As the lecture progressed, the men began to note the importance of other coating chemicals like barium, that was used along the wire. At the end, tubes were filled with mercury, argon, and nitrogen gases, as well as other important tube components. These gases all had different uses, like argon that is useful for extending the lifespan of the light tubes. At the end of the day, Baymard had successfully created their first batch of fluorescent tubes. Chapter 93 First Official Military Examination 845A.M. The morning dew could be seen dancing on the grass, as the bright golden rays of sun shone on the fields. Within the military grounds, several men stood at attention on the fields, as they anxiously waited for the examinations to begin. The military examination was a week-long one. Day 1. Separate theory exams on military rules, weapons, safety and pyrogramma. Day 2, physical exam on physical combat and gun firing. Day 3, theory on scenario questions which were still based on war tactics, code of ethics and military sign language. Day 4, separate theory exams on geography, land mapping, first aid and mathematics. Day 5, obstacle course, push-ups, frog jumps and so on. Day 6, sword fighting and cannon firing. Day 7, rock climbing. Generally, the theory exam was 50% of the final exam, and the physical was also 50%. Today was the second day for the exams, and also the only day that Landon had to supervise the examination. All physical exam marking sheets graded the recruits based on bravery, task completion, perseverance, knowledge, strength, flexibility and so on. Mustafa was standing nervously on the exam ground with his friends. Although he was sure that he was ready, a part of him couldn't calm down. He felt butterflies all over his tummy, and couldn't help but tap his boots as he waited. He looked at his friend, who in turn kept staring at the ground while being lost in thought. Everyone was nervous. Once Mustafa saw His Highness Landon, he knew that it was finally time. Landon, Lucius, the major generals, captains, and the rest of the warrant soldiers who were also supervising the exam, walked towards the field. Once the recruits saw Landon, they knelt down and gave him their "You may all rise. Today is your second examination day, and I'm sure that a lot of you are nervous. But there is no need to be. I, alongside the other soldiers, have seen you train and grow daily. Today, we will be testing your combat and gun firing skills. Both exams will go on at the same time, for the entire day. Hence, we will divide you all into groups of 2. Once you finish taking one exam, go and line up for the other. All of you have taken the first 4 written exams, and can already gauge how much effort you need to put towards your next exams. Work hard. And, I wish all the best. As Mustafa heard Landon speak, he became even more determined to pass today's exams. Out of the 4 theory exams yesterday, he was sure that he would pass only 3 of them. Hence he began to feel an invisible weight on his shoulders. He had to make sure that he successfully passed the rest of his exams. And with a good grade too. Mustafa was placed in the first group, physical combat. There were 20 stages set on the fields, and more than 60 warrant officers, as well as Captain Thray, Major General Josh and Gary, were supervising this particular exam. From what Mazyafu understood, His Highness would be shuttling back and forth between both exam grounds for the entire day. Mustafa and his comrades formed 2 lines along each battle stage. As he waited, he began to observe the people fighting on all 20 stages. "Bro, you're up next after this fight. Are you ready?" his friend asked. Truth be told, His heart was pounding vigorously, and his palms became sweatier. Bro, I'm not too sure. Now that I'm next. Breathe in and take your time. You'll be fine. As they finalized their conversation, they heard people clapping. The match on the stage had ended, and it was finally his turn. The rules of the battle were simple. Successfully kick the other person off the stage before 7 minutes elapsed. Of course, if both participants were still on stage after that time frame, then it would be considered a tie, and both participants would get a pass grade for the exam. Mustafa rubbed his sweaty hands with powdered chalk that was placed in large bowls by stage, and proceeded up. He and his opponent saluted each other, took their battle stances, and waited for the start signal. Begin, an invigilator yelled. Instantly, both of them ran towards each other as they began their attacks. His opponent immediately slid on the floor expectantly, and tripped him down. Bang! As he fell, his opponent quickly rolled away, stood up. Feeling the impending crisis, he too got up as well. His opponent then ran and jumped towards him, with both legs flying in the air, and aimed towards his upper chest region. His opponent was going to do a drop kick on him. To counter the attack, he quickly pushed his opponent's floating legs upwards, and circled his left hand around his opponent's waist. He was going to do the backbreaker. He instantly dropped to the floor in a kneeling position, and hit his opponent's back against his knees. His opponent cried. The fight went on, and when it was almost 7 minutes straight, he was literally rolled out of the stage by his opponent. He felt like crying. He had really lost. Just a few seconds more, and he would have qualified for a tie with his opponent. Why was he so unlucky? Although he lost, he didn't hold any grudge towards his opponent. He was actually surprised that he had held on that long with a fighting monster like that. His opponent had far superior fighting skills than he did. Hence losing to him didn't take his dignity away as a soldier. Hi, I'm George. Honestly, you gave me a hard time up the ... I think that we are pretty much even in strength. Mustafa turned around and saw his opponent whom he had lost to. He smiled. He knew that George was just saying all this so as to cheer him up ... After all, he had lost. Nah, I think you have better battle sense, and no more fighting moves than I do. Speaking of which, how come your brainbuster move is better than mine? They chatted as they made their way towards the other examination ground. Mustafa thought that he had failed that particular exam. But what he didn't know was that most of the examiners had given him a good score. After all, completing the task was just one of the criterias. He had executed a lot of moves, as well as fought with all his might. And although his stances for most of the moves needed more work, he had definitely been able to get all the moves at least 60% right. The recruits didn't know how they were graded, so those that lost thought that they had definitely failed this particular exam. It was done this way, so that Landon and the invigilators could see the true colors of the men. Passing was important, but how you passed mattered as well. If there were people who deliberately went overboard with the fights just so they could win, those people would fail the course whether they finished the fight or not. All the moves that the men were taught had their safety zones. When using these moves on comrades, the men were to attack the body zones that wouldn't leave any permanent or serious injury to their opponents. If anyone intentionally broke his comrade's spine, neck or body parts, they would be expelled from the military ASAP. But if it was accidental, then they only get a probation period to reflect on their actions. Everything in the world was dangerous had its safety zones. Working in a chemical lab, hospital, or even driving was dangerous. But if done safely, then there would be nothing to worry about. But if someone intentionally blinded a coworker with chemicals, or gave the wrong drug prescription, or even killed someone while driving, then they had to take accountability for their actions. Even if it was a mistake, they would still be held responsible to some degree. In boxing, karate or even wrestling, if a person broke an author's jaw, spinal cord, or shattered his opponent's ribs, they might be suspended or even banned for life. Every profession had its safety zones, and the military was no exception. All the men had been taught on safety right from the get-go. so Landon wasn't going to pardon anyone. It's either expulsion or probation. But when the men were attacking enemies, TSK... they could do whatever they wanted. At that point, even if they broke their enemy's nostrils, neck or even fingers... Landon wouldn't give two Fs about the whole scenario. That was the only time that he would allow them to run rampant. The exam progressed, and finally, it was the end of another beautiful day for Landon, and the end of another hellish examination day for the recruits. Chapter 94 Road construction continues. On the previous day that Landon had supervised the military exam, the construction workers had continued on marking the roads, and had also marked each residential home on the blocks. Today was dedicated towards excavating the marked roads, digging up space for rainwater drainage, water supply, central heating, and sewage pipes. If rainwater or melted snow wasn't drained, the roads and sidewalk pavements would become flooded. When that happened, the pavement grade would definitely decrease, as well as the lifespan of the pavement. The central heating pipeline, on the other hand, ensured that all buildings and houses were properly heated during the winter. It would also provide ventilation and air conditioning to all buildings within Baymard. All four pipelines, rain, sewage, clean water, and central heating, would be placed under the roads. Underneath the left lane of the road would be the sewer pipeline, as well as the water supply pipeline, and below the right lane of the road would be the rainwater drainage pipeline. As for the central heating pipeline, it would be placed underneath the center of the road. Just like how it was done back on Earth, all four pipelines were placed underneath the road and buried at different depths. In the case of a single-lane road, all pipelines would still be placed underground, but their pipe sizes would be much smaller compared to that of a 2- or even a 6-lane road. For rainwater drainage, the sidewalks along the roads would have what was usually called a catch basin. These basins would be placed periodically on both sides of the road, underneath the sidewalks. After a certain distance, a catch basin would be seen draining the water away from the roads. Their job was to gather all the water on the sides of the road, and pipe it to the main pipeline directly underneath the roads. All street rainwater pipelines would lead to all highway pipelines, and travel down towards the coastal region, particularly District K. At this point, Landon had realized that he needed to build a mini-estate that would focus on filtering out dirt from the water before it went to the ocean. Roadside water drains could sometimes catch cans, plastic wraps, banana peelings, oil spills from cars, coins and so on. With all this happening, the ecosystem and marine life had to be protected. Plus he didn't want all those bottles, plastic wraps and cans to wash up the shores of Baymard. It was just not beach sexy. Hence, before the water went into the ocean, it needed to pass through a filtering plant. District K was a great location for the filtration plant. It was between District J beach resorts, and District L Navy and other armed forces. Who would like to turn up to a beach resort that had bottles and cans floating in the ocean? On the other hand, the sewage pipelines would also be directly underneath the left lane of all roads. Sewage was a tricky one. 90% of sewage systems worked with the help of gravity, meaning that the pipes had to slope downwards from their source sinks, toilets, etc., to the wastewater treatment plant. Luckily for Baymard, the treatment plant was in the lower region. The upper region generally had a high elevation point to the central region, and the central region in turn had a slightly higher elevation point than the coastal region. But the lower region had the lowest elevation point in Baymard, which was what Landon needed. In this way, all the waste would flow downhill with ease. Gravity was needed because wastewater generally had a lot of solids in it, which made pumping a pain in the butt. There was tissue paper, bones from the sink, seeds from fruits, that would end up in the pipes, making it very hard to pump. But although pumping was stressful for sewage, it was still very much possible. If there were areas that needed poop to travel over hills, grinded pumps or lift stations would be used to pressurize the poop. The lift stations literally pushed the sewage up the hills, to a needed height where they could gravity flow downwards again. So in the ideal situation, pipes from each house would connect to a main sewer pipe underneath the road, and flow downhill by gravity. And now that the men had marked out each residential unit around the blocks, they now knew how many residential sewage pipelines would branch out from the main sewage pipeline underneath the road. There would also be manholes placed periodically along the pipes. These manholes would act as access points, should in case a problem arises in the sewer pipeline. For example, if a toddler had a bad habit of frequently flushing down his toys in the toilet, there might be a clog over time with the sewer pipelines. When that happened, the workers would have to use these manholes and unclog the area. And aside from sewers, rainwater pipelines would also have manholes as well. Once Landon and the men arrived at the road site, they immediately got on the heavy machines and began work. When they had their driving classes months ago, they had been thoroughly taught how to install all these piping units, and had also done so when they were constructing the other 3 industrial sites. With months of experience under their belt, they immediately knew what to do when they looked at the piping plan. And for the next 3 days, some people used excavators to dig up the ground, others placed the pipes with the help of drag lines and other heavy machines. Some leveled the ground with bulldozers, while others compacted the ground with compactors, rollers. And since there were not enough machines for 5,000 people, those that weren't driving either jumped down into the trench and guided those who were on the machines placing the pipes, screwed the pipes together, continued marking the land, and so on. At the end of the day, there was a job for everyone on site. On the 6th and 7th day of the week, they completely tarred the roads using the pavers, spreaders, and other heavy machines. Finally, they were done. Well, almost done. Although training week was over, Landon still added 2 more days for teaching. The tar on the road would only take a day at most to dry, so while it was drying, the men did the sidewalks. And once it was finally dried, road marking heavy machines were used to paint the roads. The white painted lines usually differentiated each lane, bicycle paths, traffic lines, pedestrian crossing lines, and so on. When everything was done, Landon could finally close his lessons on road construction. Of course, he had made up his mind that at least 2 days a week, he would come over to assist them, as well as check up on their work. Before Landon left, he divided the men into 2 main groups. The first group would continue working on the residential roads within District T, while Group 2 would start installing the main highway pipelines, and connecting them to the coastal or lower regions. Unlike the others, the main highway pipelines were not going to be placed beneath any highway road. They would be placed at the sides. Hence the men didn't need to necessarily touch the roads. They just had to place the pipes alongside all highway roads, and connect them to the coastal region, or the plants in the lower region, depending on what pipeline it was. On the city plan, there were 3 main highway roads within the district. 2 had 3 lanes, while the last one had 6 lanes. Landon needed the men to start working on those pipelines now. At the end of the day, even if house or road construction within the district was done, if these pipelines weren't connected to the coastal or lower regions yet, then nothing would be supplied or drained. No clean water, no heating, no sewage drainage, no rainwater drainage. Nothing. Landon really wanted to get things done before it started snowing. In Baymard, snow usually started in the early days of December, and sometimes in the later days of November. Landon's plan was to get the original Baymard citizens all housed up before then, and at that time, all these features needed to be fully installed and working in their homes. Right now, Landon really wanted to finish this housing mission. But he also knew that Baymard's housing plans couldn't be rushed either. For the system's mission to be completed, he needed to successfully house all the original citizens of Baymard. Long story short, time was money, and he needed the citizens to be safe for the winter. Hence, those pipelines needed to be installed ASAP. While Landon jumped from one industry to the other, the royals and nobles in the capital were perplexed over the lateness of one particular noble. Everyone just had one question in mind. Where the hell was City Lord Shannon? Chapter 95 The strange disappearance of City Lord Shannon Ortherson. Here, Rubber is in chapter 51 and heavy machines are in chapter 54. So rubber was made before the heavy machines. Don't get confused, guys. Royal Palace, capital of Arcadina. Over the past week, all those involved with the border war had finally arrived at the capital, all except one. Everyone was puzzled about what could have delayed the mighty war god. King Ban, his 3 sons, some court ministers, and the city lords that would participate in the upcoming border war, were gathered around the throne room. In 4 more days, all the men would be heading out towards the border cities that had been conquered by the Deiferous Knights. There were currently 5 groups dedicated for taking back each border city, and each group had 1 commander and 3 generals for the war. In some groups, the princes would act as commanders and have the other city lords within their group act as generals, and in others, a city lord was appointed to act as commander. The men had positive attitudes towards this war. They felt that they were more in number, compared to their enemies. With each man having at least 5,000 knights under his command, victory was definitely assured. All through the day, they had been going over their battle plans and strategy. And now that their meeting was coming to an end, something had to be said about City Lord Shannon. "You're sure that you had previously sent out my orders, my king?" "I am most certain. Perhaps something happened along the way that caused his delay, my king. We can't continue to wait for him any further." "He's right, my king. Our cities are being stolen by those animals." "My king, may I suggest that we replace City Lord Shannon with someone else who's currently residing within the capital?" Alec Ban fell silent for a while. The whole charade made him feel uncomfortable. Whenever there was an important battle taking place, it was usually Shannon who arrived earlier than others. This was really puzzling. Why hadn't he shown up yet? As City Lord Shannon was popularly known within the capital, many young knights looked up to him for his strength. They had heard of his amazing battle skills, and the amazing wars that he had fought alongside King Ban back in the days. Although the people in the capital feared King Ban, they had loads of respect for City Lord Shannon. In their mind, he should have been their king instead of Alec. Actually, the people were simple-minded, and would generally prefer anyone who was kinder to them, and better than Alec Ban. In addition, because of the way the people thought of Shannon himself had been planning to dethrone Alec ages ago. That was until he died at Landon's hands. He had planned the whole scenario with his eldest son Marder. Marder was to get close to the royal princesses, as well as gradually gain the support of the people. He himself was to gather his forces slowly, and even by some of the knights in the royal castle. He had planned to make a deal with Alec's personal guards, who in turn were to poison or aid him in killing Alec. Everything was going as planned. Up until he met Landon. He had ended up dying at the hands of his enemy's bastard son. And as he died, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Couldn't he have at least died at the hands of Alec, the crown prince, or someone important? As a person of great status, wasn't it a stain to his name if people heard that he was defeated by sickly bastard? People went down in history as war heroes, but no. He just had to end up being a stepping stone for the bastard. Alec Ban had always known of the people's thoughts about Shannon. Ever since they were still knights training at the Knight Academy, Shannon had always had a better image in the capital compared to him. Shannon was very charismatic, gentle and kind to all the ladies and nobles around. The stupid people in the capital actually believed that bullshit acting of his. Alec didn't blame Shannon at all for his acting. Power play was indeed about keeping up appearances. In this day and age, those who acted like White Lotus, heroes and so on, easily won the hearts of the people. The people were sheep, that needed a shepherd to guide them. They only listened, and obeyed. And if anyone could convince them, then they could even give up their lives for that particular shepherd. Truly a stupid bunch. Alec himself used to pretend while he was in the academy. But after he killed his family, who would stand in his way again? He had become king and was the lawmaker. Who did he need to keep on airs with? Alec knew that Shannon wasn't as pure as he would like the people in the capital to believe. In the western regions, Shannon was known as Blood Knight. Over there, The people were completely frightened by Shannon. He acted like a bandit and did whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted to. He killed sometimes for fun, and tortured innocent people when things didn't go his way. This was a man who had reportedly killed 3 of his wives once. He had burned villages down, just because he missed the sight of blood or whenever he was enraged. Shannon also had one of the largest harems in the entire empire. He had kidnapped and raped countless women ever since he became city lord. Some of these women were stolen from their husbands and families. The sad part of it all was that some had their husbands and children burnt or buried alive, since Shannon didn't want his new wives to miss their old families. The thought of another man having anything to do with his wives completely irked him. Hence he went after their families, towns or villages. When Alec was king, he immediately shipped Shannon out to the western regions, which had the worst conditions within the empire. He also stationed several nobles around the western region to monitor Shannon's movements. If Shannon was seen making his way to the capital, secret messengers would be sent to deliver messages to Alec. But after 15 years, nothing had happened. Hence Alec dropped his guard down. But for some reason over the recent years, he had been getting overly suspicious of Shannon. Shannon would now frequently make trips to the capital, and would also do things that garnered support from the peasants. He had decided to use this war as an opportunity to kill Shannon. The other city lords within Shannon's team were supposed to team up and kill him after they had won the border war. But now, Shannon hadn't showed up yet. Did he know of their plans way beforehand? Was he planning a revolt? Alec's mind was racing back and forth. It was indeed the perfect time to revolt. The princes were all leaving, and most of his strongest city lords would join them as well. Did Shannon build up his forces in secret? And if so, how many men did he really have under his command? Although there were still barons and ministers in the capital who had their own armies, how could Alec be sure that they wouldn't stab him in the back as well? None of them really cared for him, and would even be pleased if he actually died. Plus, even with his personal army, he couldn't guarantee his win since he didn't know how many men his enemy had. For the first time in his life, he began to regret his decision of ruling the people with fear. Shannon, Shannon ... he. Are you really going to bite the hand that fed you? Alec raised his right hand up in the air, and the room became silent. They had been talking and arguing about who would be the new commander for Shannon's team. Since City Lord Shannon isn't here right now, City Lord Campbell will take over his position as commander. Also, Baron Yunzi within the capital will join the group, so as to even out the members between each group. Alec then turned to 2 of the guards at his side, and issued out a command. Get Shannon's son, Marder ... to see me at once. Chapter 96 MasterChef Competition. The day for the first official MasterChef competition had finally come. So far, only 8 cooks had applied to participate in the competition. In preparation for today, Landon had requested for the furniture-making department to make several large wooden bleachers for the citizens to sit on. The competition was taking place on the fields located just beside Landon's castle in the upper region. The area was arranged like how basketball matches were set up back on Earth. The bleachers were positioned around a large empty space, which would be used by the contestants for cooking. As for the judges, their seats were closest to the contestants. One could imagine them being seated where basketball hoops were usually placed on a basketball court. The seats would be raised high up, so as to enable them to see everything in front of them. This was also beneficial for the citizens, as they would also be able to see the judges, as well as their reactions and facial expressions when they ate and judged. Landon also got wooden scoreboards that looked like table tennis rackets, and had numbers painted red on each and every one of them. If a judge scored somebody a 510, then the judge would simply hold up the racket with the number 5 on it. From there, the person who was in charge of hosting the show would tell the audience the score. Hence those who were seated far at the back could know the scores as well. Today was Saturday. The children were out of school, and those that weren't working came to watch the show with their kids. The rules of the competition were simple. The chefs had 30 minutes for preparation time. where they would lay out and prepare all their ingredients for the competition. This prep time would be done before the competition officially began. The competition had 1 hour of cooking time, where they were to make an appetizer, entree and a dessert. Serving the citizens would also be done in 2 hours' time. And each chef's workstation would be given 3 large kiln ovens, 3 working tables, 7 large pots, 5 large frying pans, knives, cooking spoons, wooden chopping boards, 4 large iron cook stands and 4 large steel griddles. Since there were no gas cookers invented yet, hence Landon had come up with steel griddles and iron cook stands. Back on Earth, these inventions were popularly used by people who didn't live on electricity, and even at barbecues or hunting trips sometimes. Steel griddles looked like large metal cupboards that had a single chimney pipe at one end of the cupboard. With these griddles, wood would be placed inside the cupboard area and lit. Once the wood started burning, the cupboard doors would be locked and the smoke inside the cupboard would go out of a 1-meter tall chimney pipe. At the top of the 1-meter chimney pipe was another half-meter pipe that extended sideways. This was done so that if one placed this griddle inside a home, the sideways pipe could extend outside a window and send the smoke within the cupboard space outside the home. And as the wood burned within the steel cupboard, the outer surface of the cupboard would heat up gradually. This surface would basically be used as a frying pan. Eggs could be fried on the hot surface. Even about 20 meat buns for burgers could be placed and cooked on the top surface. Since the material used is stainless steel, the food would not carry any metallic tastes. And just so people didn't accidentally burn their bodies, Landon had made the upper part of the cupboard to be very large when compared to the lower part that had the firewood placed in it. If one really wanted to imagine it, Landon would best describe the situation as that of a fancy glass table that had one leg at its center. The rectangular or circular tabletop would be used as a cooking surface, while the only table leg at the center would be used as the compartment for burning firewood. The chimney part could be visualized as a 1-meter stick being placed at the side of the tabletop. With this setup, the large tabletop would definitely give the chefs some distance between the firewood chamber and themselves. Again, these griddles could only be used for frying and needed no frying pan for cooking. As for the iron cook stands, although they were very similar to the griddles in appearance, their upper surfaces had several holes on them. These holes ensured that the cooking pots had direct contact with the fire within the chamber below. This iron cook stand could be used for everything: boiling, frying with frying pan and so on. They literally served as a gas cookers. Except instead of gas, wood was used. These cook stands could take up to 6 medium-sized pots at once. And if the pots were larger in size, then they could just be placed over 2 holes on the cooker. Within Bay Mud, both of these inventions were already widely used as they were better than what the people were used to. With these inventions, the people could now cook without constant exposure to fire. Previously, they made all their meals outside or under a grass hut that didn't have any walls. And even when they cooked indoors, the rooms would be full of smoke. And there was always constant fear of their homes being burnt down from the open indoor fires. But now, they could cook inside their homes without the fear of the fire spreading around. The cupboard idea was really genius to them, as the long and bent chimney pipe at the top literally took the smoke out their windows. It really changed cooking for them. For the competition, once the contestants were done cooking, they would be judged and later scored. For the first part of the competition, the judges would score them based on several factors. These scores only make 60% of their total marks. The other 40% would come from the audience. After the judges gave out their reviews, the citizens would come down from the bleachers and taste of all the dishes. At that time, 20 chefs would assist each candidate in serving the citizens. Chefs were basically second-in-command chefs, who were to listen and follow the instructions of each contestant, so as make numerous dishes for the audience. For the second part of the competition, these chefs would follow strict rules when working under the contestants. They were not supposed to convince the audience to eat the food, or show favoritism towards anybody. They just had to assist the contestants make several dishes for the audience. At the end, the chef with the most dirty or used plastic plates would have the highest score. The plastic plates for each chef would be distinguished by color: red, green, yellow, and so on. So if there were more dirty green dishes at the end, then the contestant who had served his meals on those dishes would win. The citizens had gathered, the chefs were ready, the judges were seated, and it was time to get the show on the road. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Baymard's first MasterChef competition. Chapter 97, MasterChef Competition 2. Dominic was in charge of hosting today's competition. For over a week now, he had been practicing and rehearsing his manner of speech for the competition. His Highness Landon had written down a script for him, and had also assisted him during rehearsals. The crowd clapped enthusiastically as they listened to him. He even cracked a few jokes here and there to make them happy and relaxed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our judges for today's competition. Our first judge is someone that most of you have heard of. He is the overseer of the food industry, and the one responsible for producing all the amazing ingredients that exist in Baymard. He is the famous, the one and only Chief Lior. The people continued clapping eagerly amongst themselves. Who didn't know Chief Lior? In fact, all the overseers in Baymard were very popular, and well known amongst the people. They were seen like celebrities. Right now in the eyes of the people, all the overseers were seen like how Bill Gates was viewed back on Earth. They earned the biggest paycheck, made some of the biggest moves and decisions within the industries. Plus they were quiet, humble, and took their jobs very seriously. Every time someone would talk about any of the industries, the names of the overseers would sometimes slip into the conversation as well. Back on Earth people would say phrases like, "Do you think that I'm as rich as Bill Gates to afford a Ferrari?" But in Baymard they would say, "Do you think that I'm as rich as Chief Lior to buy several bags of food at once?" It was usually sentences like that. Of course Chief Tim and Chief Wiggins were also made reference to. Every time people wanted to buy excess goods from their industries, Chief Lior waved and smiled at the crowd as they cheered. This feeling is good, he thought. Up next, we have the two most famous chefs within Baymard seating here today. Over the past month, their cooking skills and dishes have become popular with everyone, and have even earned them His Highness approval. They are Chef Blake and Chef Benita. Once again, the people clapped enthusiastically and discussed amongst themselves. Those who had eaten their meals could vouch for its tastiness. It was as if these chefs were born to cook. Some people even went back home to try and recreate the dishes from these chefs. But it was all for naught. Even when they got the exact recipe, they still couldn't get their meals to taste the same as Blake and Benita. These chefs were, as His Highness had said, 3-star chefs. Landon didn't want to give them higher stars because for now, Baymard didn't have enough ingredients for him to gauge their true potentials. Ordinary people were usually 1-star chefs or no star at all. But these chefs had talent. Just by tasting anything, they could tell Landon all the ingredients that was used to cook the meal. They could also properly estimate and create their own way of cooking different dishes. Plus their taste buds were more alive than most people. As these chefs waved, the people cheered for them as well. Lastly, here's our beloved king and Baymard's personal savior, as well as the creator for all the delicious food recipes that you all have eaten over the past month. Today, he will be acting as a guest judge for the competition. He is Highness Landon Barn. Landon, who was seated at the center of the judges' panel, waved his hand Queen Elizabeth style. Oh my heavens. He just waved at me. No. It was at my daughter. I wonder whose food Chief Lior would like the most. I heard that he himself is a foodie. Chef Blake and Benita are the ones that I really want to look out for. They would not spare these contestants if the food isn't up to their standards. Remember, His Highness had said that they both had godly tongues. I can't wait to see whose dish would please His Highness Landon. If I had known that His Highness was going to be a judge, then I would have personally applied. Just imagine if I had my food eaten by the king. Everyone discussed amongst themselves as they listened to Dominic. For the competition, the judges would give points for appearance, plate presentation, maximum points of 4. Execution, max points anyone can get is 10. Texture, max points of 5. Creativity, max points of 5. Taste, max points of 10. The contestants were also expected to make full course meals that consisted of an appetizer, entree, and a dessert. Most importantly, the theme for their dishes was adventure. And for the prizes, first place got 1.5 months of cooking lessons with Chef Blake, and 250 silver coins, 25,000 copper coins or 2.5 gold coins. Second place, 1 month of cooking lessons with Chef Benita, and 180 silver coins, 18,000 copper coins or 1.8 gold coin. Third place, 2 weeks of cooking lessons with Chef Benita, as well as 100 silver coins, 10,000 copper coins or 1 gold coin. 100 copper coins equals 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equals 1 gold coin. Since the citizens usually made a minimum of 650 copper coins a month, the reward money for the competition was really jaw-dropping. In the Empire of Arcadina, the minimum wage was 350 copper coins. Landon had first made Baymard's minimum wage to be 450 copper coins. But when he later accessed all the dangerous things that these people did daily, that money was just too little in his eyes. Hence he decided to raise the minimum wage to 650 copper coins. The knights also had their salaries raised to 750 copper coins per month. Well, the overseers and supervisors obviously made more money, as well as the upper military ranks, head chefs and doctors. Firstly, Baymard was a self-sufficient city. The resources like ores were all found within the territory. And Landon made a ton of money monthly from Santa. So Baymard could actually afford to raise the wages for the workers. Of course, every month, Landon had taken out a certain percentage from each person's salary that would be used for healthcare insurance and taxes. Last month, immediately after the whole chickenpox fiasco, Landon had told the people about the benefits of healthcare, and had also told them how their taxes would be reduced from now on. Since the taxes weren't high and their salaries were increased, the people immediately accepted Landon's methods. Who wouldn't? Even when the tax and healthcare was reduced, their salaries were still higher than what they had been paid previously. Landon had adopted the method done back on Earth. Everything one wanted to buy had tax on it, and even their salaries would be tax reduced. Well, that tax would be used for future development and so on. To make it easier for the people, Landon had written several sheets of paper that explained how much would be deducted and also put out different formulas for each reduction. Landon had planned that once printers came out, he would officially address all policies and government-related issues. Then he needed to print them identity cards, law books that had all policies printed onto them, and so on. In fact, nothing could really be done without printers. Even dictionaries for schools needed printing services. The people here also got paid bi-weekly, so as to encourage them to work harder. But still, even with the raise in their salaries, the prize money for today's competition still had them shook. Back on Earth, it was the same feeling as someone who had just seen $10,000 or even $20,000 as prize money. It really excited the audience. Plus, who wouldn't want to receive skills from famous people? Those who were on their journey to being chefs really wanted to punch themselves in the face. Why hadn't they applied for the competition previously? This was a chance to learn Chef Benito and Chef Blake's godly cooking arts. Yet they had just let such a golden opportunity slip by. They had invisible tears in their eyes as they looked towards the stage. Once the judges and contestants had been introduced, Landon have a short brief speech and the competition resumed. Cooking time. Chapter 98 MasterChef Competition 3. The competition had already begun, and everyone tensed up as they watched the contestants hurriedly cook. As time passed by, The audience continued to discuss and observe the competitors. Heavens, look at those knife-cutting skills. Senior Vergara is amazing. Just looking at Senior Winston cook, makes me hungry. What kind of smell is this? Why is it so fragrant? Looking at them cook, has made me realize how far back my cooking skills are. Look. She's already placing her dessert in the kiln. Senior Yorick is extremely fast and well. Just look at the way he's beating the eggs. Dominic saw the signal from Landon, and knew that it was finally time to stop the contestants. Time for the judges to give their reviews. Up first was contestant Milton. He placed his dishes on a metal wheel trolley, and brought them closer to the judges. Once he had placed all the dishes on their table, he immediately stood a little distance in front of them and waited nervously for their comments. The judges had their own metal megaphones, so they began their assessments. Before we the judges eat, let's talk about your plate presentation and appearance. The theme of the meal was adventure, and your dish screams hunting in the forest. Am I correct? Chef Benito asked. The place was dead silent. Yes. The audience held their breaths as they listened to the judges. So far so good, they thought. The judges on the panel smiled. And what would you call this dish? Landon asked. A hunter's victory, Milton said anxiously. It certainly does look like forest. The rice was sculpted like a mountain and placed at the uppermost corner of the plate. I can also see that you added a yellow-colored sauce around the mountain's top as well, Landon said. Around your mountain of rice, you mixed that same sauce with your meat, and placed at the doorstep of the mountain. I'm guessing that this signifies the ground itself, Chief Lyle commented. Your leafy vegetables were then placed between each meat stack, creating the illusion of trees, Chef Blake said. And finally, you rolled your brown fried eggs, cut them into several pieces and stationed them at different points on your plate, which made them seem like large rocks or logs of wood placed around the forest. Chef Benito added as she used her fork to poke the eggs. And for your dessert, I see that you also neatly placed star-shaped cakes on a different plate, which probably signifies the stars at night. So your adventure happens at night time. Interesting, Landon said. And finally, for your appetizer, I'm guessing the fish sticks in the sauce signified a water body and life somewhere in your forest, Chief Lyle concluded. Everyone in the audience couldn't help but give 2 thumbs up to Milton. He had done so much preparation, and showed off his skills as a chef. He was telling his own adventure story through his cooking. Now, it was time for the judges to eat the meal. As the judges ate, they all had different looks on their faces. The audience couldn't help themselves from guessing what the final outcome would be. Do you think Chef Blake is impressed? Look. Chef Benito is still continuing to eat the fish sticks. The judges looked at each other and finally decided to give their review. The audience quieted down and the air was filled with anxiety. The people felt like they couldn't breathe. For your meat, you cut them up into rectangular pieces, spiced them up, covered the outer surfaces with flour and eggs, and later fried them, making the exterior of the meat crispy, and the interior juicy and tender. It has great taste, Chef Benito said. Meat could be cooked this way? The people thought. The people eased up when they heard the review. The other judges went on to give their own comments as well. I can tell that the sauce that you made was made of milk, butter, salt, eggs and pepper. The butter was heated up and mixed into the milk to make heavy cream. Then you added all the other ingredients, as well as curry to make the sauce look yellowish. Your vegetable pieces were fried and coated with spices, which also made them firm and crispy. And your cakes were soft and sweet as well. As the judges kept giving positive reviews, everyone thought that Milton had done a marvelous job. But the next comments made them realize that life was really too unpredictable. Separately, your dessert, entree and appetizers were fantastic. They were really great. But together, they were utter trash, Chef Blake commented. Everyone gasped for air, as they heard what was said. What was this situation? Did they just hear it right? How brutal. But also somehow entertaining to watch. Milton on the other hand, felt like someone had poured cold water on him. When I ate your appetizer, entree and dessert together, I felt like I was at their jungle losing a fight against a wild boar. Chief Lior said. I agree. It feels like him being torn into shreds by dangerous animals. Landon added. Your meal's name is a hunter's victory day. But it feels like a hunter's death day, Chef Benito stated. The other contestants couldn't help but sweat as they looked at their own dishes in front of them. They had completely lost their confidence as they listened to the judges. Was it possible for them to have a duva? The peppery taste on your food clashes with your overly sweet cakes. The combination is just awful. Also, the milk you had us drink as a beverage didn't enhance the taste of your dish at all. Instead, drastically destroyed it. After the judges had pinpointed all his errors, they ended their remarks with encouragement. But I must say, you've got what it takes to be a master chef. All you need is more time, experience and practice. Never give up. Nothing in life comes easy. Take all the criticisms we give you today, work on your skills and make us proud. Contestant Milton. I await the day that you cook alongside me as a 3-star chef. Tears flowed from Milton's eyes as he heard the last comments. Thank you. The audience got emotional as well. We believe in you, Senior Milton. Never give up. That's right. All you need is time and experience. You're way better than me in cooking, Senior Milton. Milton truly felt touched as he listened to the crowd. The competition went on with the audience hanging on a tiny thread of life again. Their emotions were all over the place because of the judges. Once the judges were done with their assessment, they awarded points to all the contestants. For this part of the competition, Yorick came first, Vegara was second and Milton was third. Of course there were 5 other contestants behind Milton as well. Now it was time for stage 2 of the contest. The audience quickly came down to eat their fill, as they themselves were hungry from watching all these juicy meals being prepared. With 20 chefs helping each contestant, the dishes were served very fast to the citizens. And finally, by the end of the competition, the plates were gathered and counted. Surprisingly, every contestant still had the same rank as before, which meant that the audience still found Yorick's food to be the tastiest, followed by Vegara and then Milton. Of course Landon gave a closing speech for the event, and awarded the winners with their rewards. With this, the competition had come to an end. Daddy, you won. Daddy, congratulations. Milton turned around and looked at his wife, his 9-year-old son and his 6-year-old daughter running towards him. They immediately hugged him as they felt immensely proud of him. I can't believe that Chef Benito would be teaching you for 2 weeks. Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. Wah. Look at all the money in the bag. His wife jumped about happily. Milton smiled as he looked at his family. Today had truly shown him that his road to being a chef wasn't going to be easy. But there was no way in hell that he would give up without a fight. Just as the judges had said, he needed to properly hone his skills in order to advance in the culinary world. He needed to do this for his family, and for his future. He had already swore that he would do his best and get Chef Blake and Benito's recognition. His new dream was not to be a 3-star chef like them, but to be a 5-star one. Nightwood Academy, capital of Arcadina. A young gentleman sat on a chair in his dorm room, with his personal guard standing beside him. Suddenly, his window opened and someone in a cloak jumped in. Any news? No, young master. Keep searching. Yes, young master. And just like that, the cloaked person had left, as quickly as he had arrived. Marder Shannon's personal guard was worried as well. Young Master Marder, what do we do about Lord Shannon's disappearance? Chapter 99. Marder Shannon. Lord Shannon's estate, capital of Arcadina. Young master, all preparations are complete, said one of Marder's subordinates. Good. Marder was presently in his father's estate in the capital, although he mostly slept in the academy dormitory. When important matters arose, he would come to his father's estate to handle them. Marder was sure that the walls of the academy had ears, hence it wasn't safe to talk about his plans at school. A few days back, He had met with King Ban at the royal palace. From the looks of it, King Ban was also probing him to see if he knew anything about his father's whereabouts. But since he was innocent on the matter, standing his ground was a lot easier to do. King Ban thought that either Marder truly didn't know where his father was, or he was a really good actor. The king couldn't find any loophole in his story, or any strange behavior from him. Hence King Ban had decided to send Marder down to Riverdale City, with 4 captains from his personal army. The knight captains were to stay in Riverdale for 2 months, before returning back to the capital. If they didn't return, then King Ban would assume and prepare for a full-scale war against Shannon. The feeling of having an enemy, who might be secretly planning an attack, had really made him feel on edge lately. Hence he decided Marder was to leave at the end of August for Riverdale, along with his captains. Or should he say spies? Marder, on the other hand, was really concerned about his father's whereabouts. He knew more than anyone else that his father didn't plan any sudden attacks yet. Plus his father had written him a letter a while ago, stating that he would be coming to the capital. Marder also knew that if there was really something big happening, his father would definitely not write it down on paper, for fear that someone might intercept the letter. If Marder wasn't in the capital, then his father would definitely send letters of that nature to him. But since he was in King Ban's region, anything could happen. It was better to be safe than sorry. But what was so big that his father didn't even show for his mission in the capital? Marder was at his wit's end with the matter. Although people in the West called his father a tyrant and a villain, he truthfully loved the old man. He believed that was how future kings should live. Ever since he was little, he had been doing the same things that his father did. When his father went to torture, burn or capture people, he was there as well. He had his first taste of a woman, or should he say a girl, at age 11. He had chained her hands and legs to his bed, and kept her in his room every time he made love to her. After the session, she would be taken to the slave chambers or healers for treatment. Too bad that just after 9 love-making sessions, the 8-year-old died on his bed. He didn't feel any emotions or remorse towards her. He tossed her body down his bed, and took another girl from the dungeons. Those children were captured by his father, and only knew poverty. So shouldn't they be happy that he had at least given them the opportunity to grace his bed? Who was he? He was Marder Shannon, future Prince of Arcadina. He was the 3rd and favorite son of his old man. When he was 12, he had heard that King Ban had killed his older brothers while they were sent to war some time back. At the time City Lord Shannon was 15, he became City Lord. And since then, he had been raping women here and there. Hence before Marder was born, Shannon already had 2 sons and 7 daughters. Shannon didn't care for his daughters, so he married them off to wealthy nobles in the capital. How they would be treated didn't matter to him. What good could come out of women? When Shannon had Marder, he realized that he didn't want any more children. So, he started giving all the women in his harem drugs that would damage their wombs permanently. With the death of his first 2 sons, Shannon realized that he needed to teach Marder everything about power struggles, so that he didn't end up like his brothers. Hence from the age of 5, Marder began his lessons with Shannon. They planned and strategized on how to make the villain, King Ban, pay for killing their blood. Because of their closeness, Marder held his father in high regard, and knew every step that his father took. That was why his father's disappearance was strange to him. He personally didn't believe that King Ban was innocent on the matter. Was King Ban really sending people with him to Riverdale, just to check the situation? What if King Ban had already hired mercenaries to deal with his father, and then pretended like he wasn't aware of his father's disappearance? Or was it City Lord Kane of Hawk City that attacked his father? City Lord Kane and his father had been at a power struggle within the Western Territories for years now. His father's army was large in number, so he knew that the enemy would either be a noble with a powerful backer, or King Ban. There were so many reasons why King Alec Ban looked suspicious in his eyes. If he left the capital, wouldn't it be easier for King Ban to kill him? Or maybe King Ban just wanted to lure him into a false sense of security before making his move. Either way, he didn't trust City Lord Kane. And he sure as hell didn't trust that snake, King Ban. That was why he began to make preparations for the journey to Riverdale City. Whatever the enemy's plans were, Marder was sure that he would be fully prepared. He was just praying that the uneasiness he felt towards his father's whereabouts was all for naught. Otherwise, he didn't even want to imagine what he would do to the poor soul who dared to touch his father. While Marder was busy making preparations, royal families all over the Pino continent were becoming more and more unstable due to the whirl of change that took place in June. Chapter 100. The women are going crazy. Royal Palace, capital of Yoden. King Maclean looked at his daughters, whom for the first time ever had requested for an audience with him. In fact, at this point, they were demanding for an audience with him. Ever since the news that Corona had gotten themselves a female ruler spread throughout the empire, all the women had become crazy overnight. They now demanded equal pay as men, and also wanted to get similar jobs to that of men. They had also formed cliques around each of King Maclean's daughters, and demanded for women to choose when to pleasure their husbands. It had even gotten to the point where it couldn't be ignored anymore. These women requested to participate in court meetings, and also requested that men should do some household chores daily. Of course, the men were strongly against the idea. They had been firmly rejecting it, and even said that they would never go to war with the woman by their sides. At the end, every man agreed to keep their wives and daughters on a leash. For now, their plan was working. But Maclean knew that down the line, these plans would crumble down and fall. Hence he decided to give in to one of their demands. He had allowed them to do daily jobs for men, excluding knighthood. But no. Apparently, this wasn't enough for these bloody blood-sucking demons. They wanted everything. Maclean had already made up his mind that he wouldn't entertain them anymore, let them do their worse. And now out of nowhere, all 11 his daughters had joined in and demanded for an audience with him. He looked at his daughters from the youngest 6 years old to the oldest 19 years old. He didn't even know 23 of them personally, yet here they were. And what was a 6-year-old doing there as well? Sigh. Forget it, father. There is something that we would like to request of you, the oldest daughter said. So you all are requesting, was it? If I didn't know any better, I would have thought that you all were giving me orders. As he raised his voice, his daughters began to shiver and tremble with fear. But they quickly took in big gulps of air, and calmed themselves down. It was now or never. Father. We would like to be allowed to participate in the battle for kingship. Father. I want to be queen. Father. It's only fair that you pick me to be queen since I'm the oldest in the family. Father. I promise to do a good job as well. When the princesses realized that their father wasn't saying anything, they quieted down. And the room instantly turned dead silent. Ha 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 ha. This must be the biggest joke that I have heard all year. What makes you think that you all can rule an empire? For the fact that you all didn't even think things through shows me how stupid and naive you all are. You think that you all can compare to Queen Penelope? Ha ha ha, what a joke. At age 7, she began sword practice. Since then, she had been practicing her skills for 11 years now. She had also been studying the art of war throughout those years, as well as participating in several battles for her empire. In addition, she aided in trades, and all monetary deals and positions in Corona. Did you all think that she was given that position because of favoritism? Ha ha ha. I've met her before, and I can assure every one of you that she is more outstanding than most men. But you all. What do you know? Looking at boys, doing needlework, gossiping? Can any of you tell me how to run an empire? Do you even know all the cities, towns and villages within the Yoden? Can any of you go to battle, and come back alive? He. I had heard previously that some of you faint whenever you see little traces of blood, or even things like spiders. Do you all know how to handle government positions? Before this matter came out, were any of you ever interested in the empire itself? I remember that I used to order and force your mothers to allow you all to study. And you stand there to tell me to allow you all to rule my empire? As what? As jesters? Do you want to ruin it for me? You all coming here without thinking, shows me that you all would make stupid rulers whom anyone can control. Without even knowing or verifying all details from the news you heard, you immediately started causing havoc around my empire. Ask yourselves, could you all do what Queen Penelope did? Get back to our rooms and pray for brains. Once Maclean finished speaking, the girls all burst out into tears and ran off. As he looked at them running, he couldn't help but feel immense disappointment. There was no bravery, no courage, no qualities that could even make them 13 of Queen Penelope's attributes. Yet they dared to compare with her. Maclean decided that he would address this matter publicly. He had to let these women know that it wasn't by favoritism that Penelope became ruler. He would not allow any woman to feel entitled to anything, unless they were truly capable of doing the job required. Should he just give them government positions, when most of them didn't even know how to read or write? Bullsh! Maclean was sure that if 80% of these women were actually tortured, they would confess all the secrets that they had learned in these government positions. Even after giving them equal jobs, they still couldn't perform the same as men, hence their pay was still less. Many women started working at building sites and had found out the hard way that a man's innate strength was generally stronger than that of women. If the men that could carry 40 large stones a day, those women could only about 20 or 23 large stones a day, and because of this, they immediately shut their traps about equal pay. They decided to let the equal pay matter go, but they still wanted every other benefit without having the right qualifications. This why Maclean decided to address the matter publicly, as well as to explain Penelope's success story to them. How dare they think that they all were as good as Penelope? Penelope's brain from an early age was quick-witted and fast. She absorbed knowledge like a sponge. She was rare genius. Please. He would rather believe that the world was round, than to believe that all the women were like Penelope. Truth be told, when he first saw Penelope, she was 10 years old and had greatly impressed him. He immediately rushed back to Yoden, and wanted his own daughters to learn as well. But the heavens were truly cruel to him. Most of his daughters only learned when forced, and weren't even interested in any physical exercises. Only his 9th daughter and the other one that was banished from Yoden were able to use their brains to some extent. And although he didn't spend time with his daughters, his personal guards and knights had been reporting their every move to him. In his opinion, they were just too disappointing to look at. King Carmelo, that old dog, was really too damn lucky to have such a daughter. Other people were having daughters like Penelope, and here he was with 11 daughters that all had coconut brains. He was sure that the fault lay in their mothers. There was no way that he would agree that his seed could produce such fools. Otherwise, how come his sons were brilliant, but his daughters were fools? The fault clearly didn't belong to him. His wives and concubines must have done, or eaten something during their pregnancy. In the case for his daughters, he had to constantly force them to study. While in the case of his sons, he didn't even need to lift a muscle. And out of nowhere, his daughters now wanted to rule his empire with those fish brains of theirs. Maclean would rather kill himself than to let any of his daughters succeed him. Just as he was going through his own problems with the women, the other rulers were also facing similar situations. But since those rulers governed their empires with fear, the women in these areas didn't even dare to voice out their complaints. Hence those empires were still somewhat peaceful. But the women in their palaces were a different matter altogether. Royal Palace, capital of Arcadine. Father, I would like to be the first queen of Arcadine. Jeanette Barnes said. Get out. Royal Palace, capital of Deiferes. Father, if you do not make me queen, then I'll kill myself. Go ahead. Chapter 101. We passed. Days went by and it was finally time for the military results to be released. Landon had decided that there would be no classes today, for those who took the exams previously. At 9 a.m., the test papers, evaluation papers for each physical test, as well as a midterm report card for each individual, would be tied together with rubber bands and handed to the recruits. The recruits were to go to the training field and wait for their papers there. Today, Mustafa, Mikhail and their friends were lost in thought as they did their early morning training routine. Ever since Michael won Mustafa during the physical combat exam, they had become close. Since Michael's dormitory room was just 2 dorms away from Mustafa, they would gist in each other's dormitories before lights out. At 8:40 am, they had already hurriedly eaten their breakfast, and were currently making their way back to the training fields. Once they got there, they saw several other students waiting anxiously as well. Someone waved at them from the front of the field, and they made their way towards the person. "Good thing you guys came now rather than later. Or else even if I had called you guys by over, there would have been no space for you all to pass through to the front," Solomon said. Solomon was also one of their many new friends. Everyone around them started speaking to them as they waited. "I'm so nervous. I can't wait for the results. What if I fail this midterm? When I remember the exam, I feel like crying. There were some questions that I truly didn't feel confident about." "Bro, you're not the only one. I lost a match in the combat examination," Mustafa said. "Me too. For me it was the gun shooting examination. I couldn't run and shoot properly." "So at 9am we'll receive all the papers for the exams?" "Yes, all the written papers, as well as different papers on the physical examinations. I think it'll also let us to know how we were graded in each physical exam." "Yeah, I want to know how they gave us our scores, so I can prepare for the next exam as well. Didn't you remember that His Highness said that no 2 exams would be the same?" Look, their warrant officers have arrived." There were at least 4 warrant officers handing out exam papers for each letter of the alphabet. Mustafa stood around the warrant officers that were handing out papers to those whose names started with M. Mustafa Cannon, present. He quickly dashed through the crowd and took his papers from the officer. All his exam papers were already arranged, and joined together with 4 rubber bands. As he was too nervous to take a look, he decided to wait for Solomon and Michael to get their papers first. The first paper on the stack in his hand just had their names and military matriculation numbers written boldly with pen, hence he hadn't been able to guess what scores they had gotten so far. The first paper was more like a cover page for the other exam papers. For Mustafa, the cover page just had military midterm examination results. Mustafa Cannon, matriculation number 00000514, authorized by His Majesty Landon Barnand, General of the Army Lucius Fulbuster. Landon's and Lucius signatures. August 17, year 1024. Speaking of dates, ever since Landon had come to this world a lot of things shocked him. Especially the fact that these people somehow called months the same way he did back on Earth. Right now, calendars already existed, but they were just not put down on paper. Every city, town or village had a group of people that were in charge of dates. There were buildings that were built just for date recording. Stone buildings, stone tablets or stones, were generally preferred. For example, in Baymard, every morning, someone would come up to the abandoned stone building at the entrance of the upper region, and use a sharp stone to place a straight stroke under the month name on the building wall. The first floor of the entire building had already been completely marked, as they had been using this building throughout the years. It was kind of cool. It looked like those ancient Egyptian markings in the pyramids. In places without stone buildings, large stone rocks would be cleaned and smoothed out to form stone tablets. The people would then place several strokes on the tablets as the days went by. These stone tablets were always placed in a safe public area, where all could see. Back on Earth, Europeans came up with the calendars in the 10th century as well. But the Egyptians were different. The Egyptians had already come up with calendars ages before the Europeans. The Egyptians were just too advanced for the world. In fact, they had left the Europeans in the dust. In fact, Egyptians and Asians were also advanced as well, especially the Chinese. They were one of the first people to use sundials to tell the time and so on. Like Earth, Hertphilia had different continents that probably had different cultures as well. Who knows if there was already another continent right now that had already advanced in development like the Egyptians or the Chinese. Although he had compared Hertphilia with Earth here and there, Hertfilia had some areas that were more advanced when compared to Earth in the 10th century. Some things were similar to Earth, but not all things. This was a brand new world with its own practices and its own traditions. For some reason, their shipmaking game was on point. It was more sturdier than that of Earth in the 10th century. Once Mustafa and his friends had collected their papers, they sat on the grass and looked at their results. Their warrant officers had said that the only thing that they were allowed to keep was their report card paper. When they were done checking their papers, they were to return them back. No one was allowed to take the other papers away. Okay guys, let's open them together. 1, 2. 3 Solomon said. They immediately took off the rubber bands and removed the cover pages. The first sheet after the cover page was a report card that showed them all their results. Ah, I passed. Me too. Ha ha ha, me 3. They continued looking through all the other papers, so as to understand how they were graded. Mustafa looked at his physical combat score, and was shocked. He opened his eyeballs widely, and even thought that his mind was playing tricks on him. I passed the combat exam. Mikhail and Solomon were shocked. What you say? Quickly, let's look at how our combat papers were graded. A high C. I scored higher for perseverance, bravery and combat knowledge. He. But of course I had a 210 for task completion. So they check several things when accessing us. It looks like it. Oh? They even told me how to correct my stand for the backward kick move. So they also give advice on these evaluation papers? Ha ha ha. I don't care. I'm so happy right now. Let's go buy food at the market square. I second that. They quickly binded all their papers back with the rubber bands, excluding their report card paper, and handed them back to the warrant officers. Celebration time. Chapter 102 Completion of industrial sites. Today was the 19th of August, and only 12 days were left before the month ended. Right now, there were currently 5,200 men who were assigned to construct these sites, 1,000 men who were building the greenhouse, and 6,000 workers who were doing road construction in the District T. So far only the water and sewage plant, as well as the power plant have been completed, while the central heating plant was only 98% done, as the workers were still installing essential fixtures like sinks, to all buildings on the site. Since the first two plants were done, Landon decided to start teaching the men how to operate both plants, as well as assign some workers to start placing underground electrical wires from the power plant to District T. For the 5,200 men who were previously assigned at the construction sites, Landon divided them up like so: 1,000 workers to complete construction on the central heating plant, 700 workers to operate the water and sewage plant, 500 workers to operate the power plant, and 3,000 workers to place electrical cables alongside the roads. These new industries basically needed chemical engineers, alchemists, electrical engineers and so on. Hence Landon requested that some of the electrical engineers in training should be placed in each site, as well as some of the alchemists, who would be trained to chemical engineers. On the other hand, the mechanical and civil engineers would definitely come from the construction workers whom he had assigned to the plants. Chief Tim and Chief Wiggins were also to appoint supervisors for every sector within these plants. For example, in the water and sewage plant, after the water leaves the sea and travels through the pipes, it would go to a 300 square foot building. This building has different equipments used for filtering out any sand particles, or hard rocks from the water, as well fishes that made their way to the building. In that stage of water processing, Landon wanted 2 supervisors in charge of all mechanical and chemical processes involved within the building. They were to supervise all activities taking place in that building before the water leaves and goes to the next processing stage. Although Landon needed guards and cooks within these plants, he didn't want to assign any just yet, at least until September. For now, the men would still have their food brought into Sector 1 by trucks. Landon decided that for these first 4 days, he would alternate between both plants. Today, he would only be teaching the workers in the power plant how to operate the plant, and the next day, he would do the same for those assigned to the water and sewage treatment plant. Landon decided to use this 4 days to give them an intense theoretical lecture on both plants, and for the remaining 8 days, all the workers from both plants would officially start their training. Within this 8-day period, Landon had decided that he would spend his mornings in the power plant, and for the afternoons, he would spend it within the water and sewage treatment plant. Early in the morning, the selected workers jumped into the trucks and headed out to their new work sites. Today was their first theory class in the plant. Once the workers who had never been to the construction site before stepped onto the first sector, they were utterly shocked. They felt like they had just stepped into another world. At the front of the sector was a large cemented block that had different words carved on it. The words read, Baymard Power Plant. The block was standing on another platform that was surrounded by a massive pond, and around the pond was a small field of grass. Basically, the large words were on a fountain. The beautiful, smooth and black roads made the fountain look like a roundabout with several roads going towards different locations within the first sector. In this sector, there weren't many buildings since most plant activity happens in the second sector. This sector would mostly be used for the business side of the plant, as well as house the plant clinic, security offices and so on. The buildings here were fully cemented, and went as high as 4 or 5 stories, with the exception of 2 large ones that were both 3 stories high, and covered with only bluish glass walls. These 2 glass wall buildings were connected together on their second floors, by what looked like a glass bridge. As the trucks drove by, the workers looked around excitedly like tourists. Whoa! Look at that building. Oh my heavens. Buildings can be built like this. Look at that large glass door at its entrance. The workers weren't the only ones stunned silly. Chief Wiggins was really having a hard time believing what he saw. Once again, the way he looked at Landon had completely changed. In his mind, Landon's title had now been changed from Messenger of God to God of Knowledge. Although Chief Tim had seen the plant during construction, he couldn't help but be amazed when looking at the end result. As both overseers looked around, they couldn't help but wonder when their own estates would be renovated. The workers really wanted to have a tour of the first sector. But sadly, Landon had the drivers drive straight to the next sector. Landon had promised them that once all 3 sites were up and running, he would give them a grand official tour. For now, all these buildings were locked, and their keys were placed on Landon's desks, as well as Chief Tim's desk. The only buildings that were open right now were those in Sector 2. These few days left, as well as the entire month of September, was their training period. Hence only by completing their training would they truly belong to the plant. Plus by the end of September, they would all get their badges and work identity cards for access within the plants. Once the men arrived at the second sector, Landon began his lecture. 7 days had gone by, and both plants now shared electricity and water between them. At this point, the central heating plant was completed. Hence Landon kept 500 workers to operate the plant, and sent the other 500 to aid in installing underground cables along the roads. And just like that, the last day of August had arrived. As for the workers, they now felt a little more confident in their plant operation skills and knowledge. Granted, they made a lot of errors on their first few days, but Landon had expected as much. Hence he wasn't worried about their learning pace. After all, they still had the whole September to brush up their skills. When it concerned learning, no matter how many years one spent in school, nothing could compare to actually doing the procedures. One could spend 4 years studying chemical engineering, but that didn't mean that if that same person went to an oil plant, that person would automatically know what to do. Knowledge without practice was useless on the field. Back on Earth, there were people who had never gone to school before, but they could fix any machine, car or engine, just because they had been taught on the job. And even those who had spent 10 years working on oil plants, didn't know everything about their jobs. While on the job, new problems would definitely arise daily, making every day different from the next. It was impossible to know everything at once. In schools, people would sometimes cram a lot of information, just so that they could graduate. That was why practice was important, as well as schooling. Both went hand in hand. So he had first spent his time teaching them the theory, before showing them how the plant actually operated. Right now, Landon didn't need them to know everything. He just needed them to learn at their own pace, and safely operate the plant. The more they did, the more they would remember. He couldn't possibly put them through 4 years of schooling, before finally allowing them to work on the plants, could he? The only way was to learn on the job. As for the workers, they truly liked their new work environment. Especially because they could use the toilet, soap and tissue paper. And don't get them started on the magical light tubes that shines brightly at night, when they pulled a tiny switch upwards. These plant sites were like heaven to them. Right now, they all had one question in mind. When was their king going to start residential construction? Chapter 103 Printing Press, Textile and Mattresses. September was here, and once again, Santa had sent his subordinates to Baymard as usual. Landon bought several seeds and animals, as well as sold his ores to Santa's subordinates. After he had sorted out the children, new military recruits, caretakers, and the elderly, Landon was left with 5,970 new workers, 100 hospital recruits, and 23 people who had professions prior to being slaves or refugees. Amongst those 23 people were 7 teachers, 10 healers, nurses, and 6 new doctors. Of course, Landon immediately assigned the doctors to start training under Dr. Gerson. As for the nurses, they were to join the new 100 hospital recruits and start training under nurses Chanel and Laura. Last month, Landon had added 100 trainees in the hospital, and this month, he had also added another 100 as well. The hospitals ran for 24 hours every day of the week, so more people were needed for different shifts. As for the teachers, Landon would use this September to train them. Although this was the last semester before the long holiday, Landon hoped that by October, these new teachers would begin teaching. It would be wise for them to use the remaining half of the semester as part of their training. Hence, Landon decided to let them teach courses like Pioneer 1 and Math 1. This month, there were a lot of things that Baymard needed. Firstly, Landon wanted to start making printing presses. He chose to make lithography steam engine rotatory printing presses. These steam engine printing presses were deemed the fastest that could work without electricity throughout ancient times. These ones could print both sides of a page in a single operation, at an incredible speed as well. One steam press alone could print over 200 book pages a day, provided water was constantly fed to the engine, as well as a constant supply of ink. Since he couldn't make digital printers right now, rotary printing presses would have to do. Once the printing press could run, I.D. cards, government documents and calendars were a must. Up next, Landon wanted to focus on mattress making. He wanted to make 2 types of mattresses: polyurethane foam mattresses and memory foam mattresses. Memory foam mattresses were actually made from the polyurethane ones. The only difference between the two were the additives used for making memory foam. Both foams could be made to feel hard, flexible, or even super soft, depending on whether they would be used in mattresses, pillows, wheelchair seats, bench and couch cushions, car seats, dishwashing sponges, gym mat, and so on. Polyurethane foam is generally formed when a polyol and an isocyanate are combined. Once combined, the foam starts forming and rising on its own at standard atmosphere pressure. The foam starts rising like how yeast would rise in dough, and quickly solidifies itself, hence making the soft, flexible, and comfortable material used for mattresses and other cushions. For memory foam, both chemicals used for polyurethane foam are added, along with water and a variety of catalysts and additives. Also, depending on the different chemicals used, these foams could have different colors as well. Like the yellow foam used for dishwashing sponges, or the white foam used for mattresses. Finally, Landon wanted to focus on textile making. He knew that during this period, he would focus on all textile materials, except cotton. Since June, Landon had been buying cotton seeds from Santa's subordinates. Generally, cotton grew as a shrub, with the plant taking 5 to 6 months to fully grow and produce cotton. Since he couldn't wait for that long, he decided to focus on wool, yarn and all other textile materials. For the past 2 months, the workers had been cutting and storing the fur from the animals which he had been purchasing. And now, it was finally time to create thread used in making different clothing items such as blankets, winter jackets, winter hats, socks, curtains and so on. Hence, with everything needed this September, Landon divided the 5,970 new workers like so: alchemy industry, foam department, 570. The other existing departments, 500. Food industry, 500. Textile industry, 500. Construction industry, printing press, 400. Other existing departments, 600. Actual construction workers, 2,900. Since there were no available buildings within the construction industry, Landon decided to have the paper-making department share their 4-story building with the printing press. As for the textile industry, since the animals and their fur were being stored within the food industry, Landon thought that it would be wise to allow them to occupy 4 buildings within the food industry as well, at least until their own facility was built. Hence, he had also decided that since those 1,000 workers assigned to build the greenhouse were done, they might as well start constructing the textile industry now. For this new textile industry, Landon just wanted 8 buildings within it. And while construction is underway, those assigned towards textile making would do their jobs within the food industry. In this era, the people already knew how to spin and form textile thread for clothing. The difference was that all their clothing was handmade. So for this first week of September, Landon wanted those assigned to the textile industry to start making thread from all animal fur previously collected and stored. And while they were focusing on that, Department C6 of the construction industry was to make mechanical wheel sewing machines and spinning wheels. Instead of using electricity, these machines used several pulley mechanisms and leg paddles to spin the threads and sew fabrics. With these machines, the workers would be more efficient when compared to hand sewing and stitching. And once the first week of September was over, Landon would then divide the workers into 2 groups. One group would focus on making thread, while the other would be focused on fabric making. For this textile industry, Landon decided to appoint Mrs. Sophia as overseer of the industry. Sophia was the wife of Chief Lior, and since both industries were basically sharing the same state, Landon decided to appoint her as overseer. Plus, she was the one who had previously aided Landon in sewing badges for the military recruits. So from now on, she would be known throughout Baymard as Chief or Overseer Sophia. And for the food industry, since the greenhouse was already constructed, Landon wanted the new workers to start planting and transferring several medical herbs from the farms to the greenhouse. With the addition of 2,900 construction workers, Landon now had 12,900 workers altogether. It was finally time to focus on building residential homes for the citizens. Landon divided the group up like so: 2,000 were to focus on installing electric cables alongside the roads, 4,000 were to focus on tarring the roads, as well as installing all sewage, water, rainwater drainage, and central heating pipes underneath the ground. 900 would also focus on using heavy machines to level the space for the residential buildings. And finally 7,000 workers would focus on constructing homes for the citizens. Back on Earth, the only reason building homes took over 6 months was because of land surveying, getting land permits, getting architects to make blueprints, hiring contractors, lawyers and so on. The actual construction process doesn't take that long at all. Depending on the desired house size, typically 3 men could build a 2,900 sq ft house within 11 weeks, 3 months and 2 weeks. That's without working on Saturdays and Sundays. In Landon's case, He wanted to build a 2,400 square foot home using 27 men in each group. This would by far slim down the building time, and in about 1.5 weeks, 27 men would finish one residential building. And since there were 7,000 workers assigned to building the homes, there would be 259 groups made up of 27 workers. Hence, after 1.5 weeks, Landon expected to see at least 259 homes already constructed. Landon wanted them to do what they had previously done when they constructed all 3 industries at once. Once the workers had to wait for cement to harden during the foundation, floor and wall stages, Landon expected them to start construction for other residential homes. So in that way, by the end of the 1.5 week time frame, each team would actually complete, or at least start 2 or more homes at once. Of course, Landon had made up his mind to also assist all these industries within this month, especially the textile industry. Once the day came to an end, Landon looked at his schedule for September and truly felt like crying. He was busy as hell. He had to supervise another military exam for the recruits that came during the month of June. It had been 3 months for those recruits, and now was the period for their first official exam. Hence his presence as king was a must. Apart from aiding the industries and making his presence known in the military, Landon also had to visit the hospitals, nurseries, as well as the school. As he lay on his bed, Landon quickly tried his best to fall asleep fast, for he knew that tomorrow would be a long weary day. Chapter 104 Medical and Healthcare Academy. Previously, during the month of August, Landon had allocated a large estate within the upper region to the medical volunteers. He decided to let the estate be a medical and healthcare academy. Medical care emphasized on disease treatment and care, while healthcare looked at signs, prevention of diseases, and health promotion and awareness. Generally, medical and healthcare had more than hundreds of different professions within it, from pharmacists to medical assistants, emergency medical technicians, cardiac surgeons, nutritionists, radiation therapists, and so on. In future, these students would have to specialize in particular areas and perform several operations and jobs within the hospital and clinics. For now, Landon had given them schedules which they had to follow strictly. They also had to attend the math, chemistry and Pino classes being taught within BAMAD. Chemistry was basically a main course for them. Understanding matter, chemical reactions that occur within the body, and chemical compositions within medical drugs was a necessity. Right now, 100 volunteers had also joined the academy within this month, making a total of 200 students. For their schedules, aside from math, Pino and chemistry, the students also took first aid classes, wound care and treatment classes, medical rules and ethics classes, medical massage therapy classes, patient care, management and recording classes, patient communication classes, disease management and treatment classes, and finally, hospital time, where different groups of students would spend 3.5 hours in their hospital aiding the nurses and doctors. With the schedule that Landon had made, on a daily basis the hospital had students who came over and took care of the patients. Under the supervision of the nurses and doctors, the students also did hospital rounds, comforted the patients and did other medical tasks. In this way, they were learning and practicing at the same time. Today, Nurse Chanel had 2 groups to supervise during her 8-hour shift. The first group of 15 students would come for 3.5 hours. While the other group would come after her lunch break. Once all the students from the first group had arrived at the front of the hospital, she began her roll call. Kenneth Carby, present. Kebo Jones, present. As she called out their names, she used a blue pen to tick their names on the list that she was holding. Once roll call was done, she led them to the locker room that had spare lab coats, gloves, rubber shoes, hair caps, face masks and so on. The students quickly wore the lab coats and shoes provided, as well as put their gloves and face masks in their lab coat pockets. Once everyone was done, They followed Nurse Chanel to her office for a 30-minute meeting. It was now 8:30 a.m., and Chanel's shift started at 9 a.m. The students were told to always come at least 35 minutes earlier. 2 days ago, your group came to the hospital and worked under me. We have been working together since the start of August. So you all know the drill. The seated students immediately took out their notebooks and pens, as they waited for her questions. Patient Juliana in Ward B2 says that her tummy is constantly upset, her stomach feels like it's full of water, bloated. She vomits a lot, and her tummy aches as well. She also says that she always feels like going to relieve herself. She has a fever, and she passes out a lot of gas frequently. She also has trouble swallowing, always feels nauseous, and her stool is loose and watery. Causes. Go. The students raised their hands in attempt to give their hypotheses. It could be due to indigestion. She might have been used to eating food without drinking water. After all, from the lectures, indigestion is known to cause bloating, gas release, and deep aches and pains around the belly. Your answer could have been correct. But how do you explain the other symptoms? It could have also been diarrhea. All the symptoms match it well. Nurse Chanel smiled. Correct. The patient is indeed suffering from diarrhea. So what causes diarrhea? Allergies, lactose intolerance, food poisoning, All the possibilities listed down were in fact correct. But for this case, food poisoning was the main cause of the issue. In this era, people didn't have fridges and better ways to store food. Hence, they didn't know the meaning of expiration dates. For them, food was edible unless it was visibly rotten. These people would cook food and leave it outside for days, while eating it. In fact, a lot of them died from food poisoning, and had tummy aches frequently. For these people, it was normal to eat and have tummy aches, provided fever and sickness didn't take their lives. Even when their meat, bread and other food items were molded, they would scrape away the molded parts and continue eating the foods. At least with the existence of plastic bags and containers in bay mud, the people could successfully cover their food from flies. But that still didn't change the fact that all food items would expire. Landon had taken his time to write books on basic hygiene, and the causes, symptoms and treatments of common problems that almost everyone back on Earth knew. He wrote about lactose intolerance, malaria, fever, the common flu or cold, rash treatments, sore throat pain, the importance of washing hands and so on. Although he hadn't received the medical reward from the system, he wrote about these everyday illnesses based on what he knew. Landon was sure that everyone on Earth had gotten sore throat, fever, flu, headaches, tummy aches, and all the other easy illnesses at some point of their lives. Good. So since her diarrhea was caused by food poisoning, how do we solve it? Have her go on a clear liquid diet for 1 day, so that her upset stomach can settle down. Have her hydrate by drinking a lot of water regularly, letting her avoid milk and spicy foods. Having her drink a mixture of boiled ginger and water. This could reduce inflammation along the throat, as well as strengthen her stomach. Plus, ginger would also act as a good antibiotic for her fever, nausea and headache. We could also add featherfew, milk vetch root, and white peony root to the ginger water mixture. Nurse Chanel and the students discussed amongst themselves, and came up with the perfect treatment for patient Juliana, as well as several other patients in the other wards. They had used 5 minutes to talk about each patient on Chanel's patient checklist, and after 30 minutes, it was time finally for her shift to begin. Chanel gave each person in the team specific duties for the day. Some were in charge of preparing and boiling all the medicines for all the patients on the roster, as per Chanel's instructions. Others were in charge of communicating with the patients about their illnesses, medication and prevention of their sicknesses. Some also did therapy, massages, wound treatments and so on. Of course, before any medication was administered, Chanel was present to supervise the students. She was also the one that wrote in the patient's medical book as well. Each time the group came over to the hospital, their duties would change. This was done so that they would gain experience and understanding towards all medical procedures within the hospital. And just like that, by the end of the group's shift, Chanel had a 10-minute meeting with them on what they did right today, as well as their individual mistakes. As the group made their way out of the hospital, they kept discussing the events of the day amongst themselves excitedly. They loved the comments that they had gotten from the patients, as well as those from their supervisor Nurse Chanel. Treating people's illnesses also made them have a sense of accomplishment. In their opinion, volunteering and choosing to be medical healthcare students was the best decision that they had made throughout their entire lives. They had everything: money, food, housing and job satisfaction. What more could they want? They were proud to be seen as future doctors and nurses of Baymard. Chapter 105 Baymard's Policies. Today, Landon had a meeting with the 3 government officials that previously came from the Empire of Yoden in May. Every week, Landon and the 3 men would write and revise all acts, policies and regulations in Baymard. They had been writing these laws since May, and had only successfully finished writing them around mid-August. Back on Earth, all countries had more than hundreds of written policies for the citizens to follow. Landon and the 3 government officials, Nicholas, Craig and Benazir, sat around a table and went through the several piles of papers. All the documents were categorized alphabetically from A to Z, and were also arranged according to their sectors. There were sectors like agriculture, beverages, fishery, citizenship and immigration, transportation, food preservation, schools, labor rights, minimum wages, construction, and environmental, as well as other sectors like natural resources, medical, engineering, law, military, parks, foreign affairs, trade, water bodies like ocean and streams, Baymard treasury, justice, tax, energy resources, public safety, and so on. In general, there were over 50 different sectors which had their own individual acts, policies and regulations. It was impossible to write all these policies over a short period of time. Hence Landon didn't want to address any government issues until they were done. Take for example, the sector called agriculture. This sector had rules, policies, acts and regulations for everything agriculture. Within the sector, every grain, fruit, herb, dairy, meat, livestock, spices, seasonings, vegetables, processed goods like butter, and so on, had their own policies. These policies focused on marketing, health hazards and standards, the selling price range for all goods, imports, exports, offenses and punishments for not following the law, and the list went on. For example, there were documents written on all laws involving apples. So each food item like tomatoes had their own separate documents and policies. That was how it was done on Earth, and that was how Landon wanted to do it here. Each fruit or food had their individual expiration dates, so it was only right to write their policies separately. There were also label requirements and regulations that had to be followed strictly for each food item. Landon had written documents on how long each food item could last, with and without chemical preservatives added to them. Anything that went to the market had to have an expiration date on it that showed when it was produced, and when it would expire. He wanted the citizens to start getting health conscious as well. Right from July, the food industry had been adding chemical preservatives to most of the foods that they had produced. This drastically decreased the rate at which the foods turned bad, which was also a good thing. But still, without the aid of fridges or freezers, these food items still rotted away fast, as compared to if they were refrigerated. For now, the expiration labels would only show the expiration dates for all foods if they were not refrigerated. But once fridges came out, Landon would also revise the expiry dates as well. Food labels also had to show what chemical preservative was added into the food, as well as safety hazards and signs like if it should be kept away from the eyes and so on. Also under this agriculture sector, there were policies on farm income protection, department mediation policies, insurance acts, and agricultural loans for people who wanted to start their own farming businesses. It also spoke about farming practices for land preservation and water. In fact, There were a ton of things that had been written under each sector alone. Even looking at the environmental sector, Landon had written policies on littering, deforestation, pollution, recycling and waste management. He had quickly realized that he needed a waste and garbage management industry that would recycle containers and destroy all the garbage around Baymard. This industry would also be in charge of collecting all garbage from the garbage around Baymard. Generally, each sector would have a board, parliament or council, that discussed all topics and problems involved within that particular sector, like having a Supreme Court, engineering, research and natural science council, medical board, citizenship and immigration board, labor rights board, public safety board, sports board, statistics board and so on. For example, the statistics board would basically collect, compile, analyze and publish all statistics information related to commercial, industrial, financial, social, and economical activities in Baymard. They were also in charge of taking population consensus of the citizens, as well as doing several other government jobs. Also, Landon wanted to make a health and safety inspection board which would be in charge of inspecting all industries and goods in Baymard. They would go to the industries and ensure that the goods that are marketed out to the citizens are not poisonous, expired or harmful to consumers. They had to ensure that all industries had safety equipments and needs like ladders, as well as check restaurant cleanliness and so on. In future, Landon would also have them check all the drugs that were being kept in the hospitals and clinics. After all, they would be the main inspection team in Baymard. Landon and the men then proceeded to talk about the sector called benefits, which tackled public pensions, employment insurance benefits like maternity leaves, family benefits, education planning and student aid, disability benefits, housing benefits, payment plans and so on. Overall, all three government officials were happy with the benefits sector. It showed them that when they themselves retired, they would not need to worry about food and other basic necessities. The important thing was that they wouldn't be seen as a burden to their children or grandchildren. They truly felt grateful to Landon for thinking about them in their old age. Back in Yoden, they had been working as government officials for several years now. And this was the first time that they had seen this type of policy. There was no other place within the Pino continent that gave such benefits. All of them came to Baymard with their families. So as they read through the policies, they began to put themselves in the shoes of those in need. If the ones in need were their own children or family members, wouldn't that be great? No one could predict the future, so having plans that tackled health and finance would be seen as heavenly to a lot of citizens, slaves, and refugees. Their king had taken everyone into account. Even disabled people, as well as orphans and basically anyone who couldn't help themselves. They felt proud and blessed to be working under him. Chapter 106 Baymard's Policies 2. Once they were done with the benefit sector, they began talking about citizenship and immigration. Your Majesty, under the sector called citizenship and immigration, I think that we should reduce the number of days that visitors were allowed to stay in Baymard. Nicholas said, I agree, Your Majesty. Instead of 3 months 90 days, let's make it 2 months. Benazir suggested. I propose that we make it 1 month, Craig said. Under the citizenship and immigration sector, Landon had made different rules for citizens, permanent residences, international students, visitors, and refugees. He had also detailedly explained how those who weren't citizens could become one. In future, Landon would allow people to come and study in Baymard, but they wouldn't be allowed to work here at all. He would only provide education, and once they were done, they had to leave the Baymard. These were dark times. Empires were at war with each other, and everyone wanted power. How could he give his future enemies the chance to attack him? TSK. Wasn't that stupidity? If it were back on Earth, Landon would have no problem letting international students work in his industries, hospitals or even join his military. But the times were different. He could only give them education, and that was it. And during the long holidays, they were to go back home to their empire. After all, knowledge was, and will always be, a human necessity for development. Back on Earth, Landon had been taught that basic knowledge should be free for all. Of course, being free doesn't mean that they won't pay their tuition. He could educate them, but it was what they did with all the acquired knowledge that made a difference. If Landon didn't give a detailed description of all industry processes to the men in Baymard, he was sure that they would still be experimenting each production process for each product for at least 5 years. Back on Earth, even when the first printing press was invented, it took another 40 years for mankind to improve that same printing press. So with education, he would let the international students get basic and intermediary knowledge, but the deep descriptions taught in the academies and industries were strictly off limits to them. He would teach and show them that chemical X is poisonous and chemical Y is toxic. But if they wanted to create their own goods like ink, they had to go back to their empires and combine what they thought were the raw materials with chemicals that they felt would aid in creating ink. It was their job to experiment back in their own empires. There was no way that they would get everything right without a detailed description. There were different reactions, catalysts, additives, and chemicals that did several things during production. And some of the main raw materials and components had to be taken from refined crude oil and other separate chemicals. So Landon was very sure that even if they mastered the entire periodic table and knew about reactions and isotopes, they would still need several years to get to where Baymard was presently at. Of course, in their chemistry classes, they would do basic laboratory experiments, but nothing that would reveal Baymard's industrial secrets. Please. If it were that easy, then all undergraduate students back on Earth would have their own mini industries on the side, as well as cosmetic and other brand companies. If were that easy, then everyone would also be able to produce medical drugs and other goods. Without the detailed description, one would need to research for several years. Back on Earth, companies would usually send their workers to other companies. They had exchange programs and internships, so that their workers could learn the industry secrets from their competitors. It was generally allowed because Earth was somewhat peaceful. But in these times, for safety reasons, Landon didn't want them to work at the industries at all. In future maybe, but right now it was a definite number. Back to the matter of stays. The international students would get study permits while they studied in Baymard. If they really wanted to work, then they were only allowed to do so at stores, restaurants or hotels during their short breaks. Of course, during the 4-month-long break they had to leave. In fact, they would only work in places that didn't have industry or work secrets. So basically, they couldn't work in the military and lower region. They could work within the coastal and central districts, as well as some parts of the upper region. But Landon could allow them to tour the industries with an tour access pass. They would be led by a tour guide, of course, and their tours would only take at most a few hours. On the other hand, visitors were those that would come for trade, enjoyment, or even those who came to treat their illnesses. Landon wanted the maximum stay for visitors to be 3 months. If they had a serious illness that needed surgery and 2 months of constant medical care, then they would get 3 months stamped on their tiny visa booklets. But if they came for a 1-week vacation, Landon would give them 2 weeks on their visa. At the end of their stay, if they were still within Baymard, they would be caught and banned from ever entering Baymard again. And if anyone needed an extension, they had to go to the main office and state their reasons, as well as bring evidence to support their claim. If the officers in charge deemed the evidence to be tangible, then their request would be approved. After Landon explained his reasons for having a maximum duration of 3 months for visitation, the 3 officials thoroughly understood and agreed on Landon's point. After all, it wasn't fair to let the sick or those in need of medical attention suffer just because of their policies. Up next, they looked at the criminal justice sector. This sector aimed at victim rights, women rights, family violence, criminal conviction, human trafficking, rape, cannibalism, fraud and so on. They also addressed the marital sector, which looked at the minimum marriage age, child support, abuse and neglect, spousal support, divorce, and separation laws. From the written laws, it was a crime to not provide food, schooling, housing and clothing to children under the age of 15. After all, 15, in this era, was already considered to be an adult. If a family couldn't provide for their children, then they could apply for student loans, health loans, and so on. Also hitting a child, emotionally harming children, forcing marriage on children, sexually abusing them were all major crimes. Although 10-year-old children were abused and used as sex slaves in this era, Landon was thoroughly disgusted with the idea. Those citizens or refugees that were caught doing these would be locked up in prison for at least 10 years. And if it were visitors or international students, then they would be beaten up and permanently refused access into Baymard for the rest of their lives. Obviously, in the future, once the roads were all done and cars were made available, Landon would also add traffic and driving laws. As they looked at the court and justice rules and systems, Landon quickly realized that he needed to build an impenetrable prison for criminals. Any spy, enemy or even criminal within the society, needed to be kept in this prison. In future, he would also need to make prison rights and so on. Yes, the prisoners had rights too. Like their visitation rights, phone call rights, basic food rights, lawyer rights and so on. Sigh. There was just too much to improve on. As the meeting progressed, they successfully went through several different sectors like federal land acquisition for businesses, sports, and medical policies, and finally, concluded with taxes, which involved income taxes, payroll and many more. 8 hours had gone by, with them taking 2 10-minute breaks and a 40-minute lunch break within the meeting. Once Chief Tim successfully created the printing press, they would start making identity cards for the citizens. Hence, at the end of their meeting, Landon quickly reminded them to start collecting all information about the citizens, such as age, date of birth, marriage status and so on, as well as to also get a population census done as soon as possible. They had also agreed that every year, they would improve and update the policies as time went on. Plus, if the people gave feedback on Baymard's rules, policies and regulations, then they would reflect on them and might even add them to the policies. But they would not approve rules that promoted violence, went against morality, or the people's need and income, as well as the development of Baymard. It was only 5 p.m., so Landon decided to head on over to the food industry and aid in planting and transporting medicinal herbs from the farms to the greenhouse. As a king, his work never stopped. Chapter 107. The Tenal Auction House host, Snow Powder, has made its way to the continent of Bino, and will be revealed tonight at the Tenal Auction House within the capital. Does host wishes to attend, or watch through the system's monitors? Since the auction is not being held at the host's territory, then viewing through the monitor would cost host 45 development points, 80 technology points, or 15 bonus points. Likewise, attending the auction with a warping spell would also cost host 85 development points, 120 technology points, or 23 bonus points for 2 trips back and forth. And if host chooses to go, the system also offers a disguise package for 20 development points, 50 technology points, or 5 bonus points. Which option does host choose? The system said. Landon had been telling the system to alert him on any major developments that were happening around the Pino continent. It would be a shame to have an almighty system and not use it. Speaking of which, Landon found that his system was somewhat of a rude introvert. It would only talk to him if it was absolutely necessary. Occasionally, he would interact with the system before going to bed, or when he wanted to use the time capsules. And on a weekly basis, the system would nag him about completing his mission. Back to the matter of the auction. Although Landon could use the system monitors, he had still decided to attend the auction instead. He had been cooped up in Baymard, and felt that he should use this opportunity to observe the changes within Arcadina. He'll attend the auction with the disguise package. So use my development points for payment. As you wish, host. Jeanette walked into the auction house with her guards by side. As she walked, she couldn't help but remember the conversations that she had been having with her father and her mother. Within these past few weeks, her dream of becoming the first queen in the continent was ruined by that strong man BCH Penelope. How dare she snatch her dreams of becoming the first female ruler within the Pino continent? And to make matters worse, when she had proposed the idea of her being queen, her father literally told her to get out. Why was Penelope's case different from hers? Wasn't she smart, cunning and beautiful as well? Wasn't she royalty, and a good manipulator as well? Jeanette had heard the tales of Penelope, and had instantly called it bullsh. Who would go out of their way to help peasants if they didn't want something from them in return? HMP. For her, Penelope was a grand manipulator. A person that could make all the men around her favor her, was something that a seductress was good at, and she wholeheartedly believed that Penelope was such a person. Jeanette being a master in the act of white lotusing, how could she believe that Penelope was that pure and innocent? When she asked her mother for help, her mother had immediately told her to get rid of what she called silly dreams. Her mother had been preparing her blood brother James to take the throne from Eli. So how could she entertain her daughter's fantasy dreams? Jeanette was utterly disappointed in her mother. Why did it seem like her mother loved her younger brother more than she did for her? Anyway, she had already made up her mind. Now that all three of her brothers had gone to fight at the borders, she would use this period to kill her father and sit on the throne. With or without her mother's help. The good thing was that she had a whole 8 months to get the job done. Her brothers had just left 2 weeks ago, and it would take them a little over 2 months to arrive at the borders. Plus another 4 months, in which they had to fight and stay within those border cities, until they were sure that the Tariq Knights wouldn't attack the cities anymore or call for reinforcements. And after that period, her brothers would use another 2 months to head back to the capital on horse. All this left Jeanette with enough time to plan her father's downfall. She could attack any time with the 8-month period. Hence she decided that after her wedding in November, she would attack the old dog and take her place as Queen of Arcadina. Hee. Just thinking about it made her smile. That was why she had been looking for ways to improve her forces, as well as increase their numbers. A few days ago, she had heard that 2 new products had arrived from the continent of Morgany. In this world called Hertfilia, there were 9 continents. But the people from the Pino continent only knew of 4. These 4 were the ones that they would sometimes do trades with. From these trades, the people on the Pino continent had realized that 3 of those continents were somewhat backwards in development. But the continent called Morgany was more or less the same as them in terms of civilization. Traveling ships would usually take several months to move from one continent to another. Hence trade opportunities and goods from there were seen as treasures. Who didn't like international goods? She had come today because of 2 products. One was a liquid beauty potion that was rumored to make any woman's skin glow. And the final item was something called snow powder. The merchants from Morgany had said that snow powder was only discovered within the last year. Apparently some alchemist called Indo discovered it by accident, as well as received some injuries from it from the accident. Isn't this what she had been looking for? If she could get some of this snow powder, wouldn't she be able to deal with her father instantly? No matter how much it costs, she had to get her hands on these godly products. As she walked in, she immediately spotted one of her nemesis, Angelina White, the BCH that had always tried to seduce her fiancé. Why was she here? Did she come here to buy the beauty potion as well? No. There was no way in hell that she would let this SL get the potion. Although she had finally gotten engaged, she was still insecure when it came to her man. What man wouldn't want a beauty? Men were allowed to take as many wives as they wanted, so she was afraid that he would eventually take that BCH as a concubine. No matter what, she had to get her hands on that beauty potion before Angelina did. Chapter 108. The Tinal Auction House 2. The guests all came in and took their seats. Of course some were VIP members who had their own private booths as well. Some guests wore masks, while others came with no disguises. As for Landon, he had gotten a VIP booth by altering the memories of the auction house managers to them, Landon was a renowned merchant from the northern part of the empire. Speaking of snow powder, it was basically the watered-down version of gunpowder. Landon wasn't surprised that it was invented around this period. Back on Earth, China was the first to invent snow powder in the late 8th century. And between the 10th to 13th century, Chinese goods made their way to other Asian countries, Europe, the Middle East and other parts of the world. Alchemists tried their best to copy and make their own explosives, as well as take several trips to China, so as to further study these explosives. What Landon wanted to know was the strength of powder's explosive power. Once the host came on stage, the room instantly quieted down. Welcome esteemed guests. Today's auction only entails goods from the continent of Morgany. Up first, let's start with what the Morgany continent calls horseshoes. The entire audience was shocked. Why would horses need shoes? Was it some sort of fashion statement? I know what you all are thinking. But these shoes could allow the horses to travel for long distances, without their feet getting injured. Once the men heard the host's explanation, their eyes instantly lit up. It might seem like a trivial matter, but in actuality, it was not. All these men were either nobility like the barons, knights, merchants and so on. Some of them had gone on secret missions that made them take tricky roads, and even paths around the forests. On their journey, short dried-up stalks of grass would sometimes prick their horses' feet. And even on the roads, there would be pieces of wood or sharp rocks that could cause splinters for the horses. No matter how tough the feet hooves of a horse were, if they stepped on something that was similar to a needle, then they would feel immense pain. So basically, horseshoes protected their feet the same way shoes protected human feet. Without shoes, it would be very painful and stressful for human beings to run or even walk on rocks or other terrains for long distances. Generally, if a horse was domesticated, and only stayed within a stable or estate, then they didn't really need horseshoes. But if the people were going to use them in pulling carriages for hours, and taking something like a continuous 2-month journey, then they definitely needed them. And in this era, nobody kept horses just for the sake of pampering. Horses were treated like cars. Since they pulled carriages, they were also seen as war necessities, since they also pulled wagons filled with war supplies and equipments. Plus they also carried the knights on their backs constantly. Merchants and travelers also used horses on a daily basis. So everyone was somewhat interested in these horseshoes. Some of the men seated within the audience had paused their journey for several days whenever their horses were injured. At times, it could thoroughly disrupt a mission or even supply of goods. But now with the help of these horseshoes, they could finally go about their journey without the fear of delaying their schedules. As the host spoke on the importance of the horseshoes, an auction worker came to the stage and handed him several parchment papers. The design sketches blueprints for horseshoe production and fitting will be auctioned out today, and the buyer will also receive 2 samples of these horseshoes. Now, let's start bidding, shall we? 10,000 silver coins for everything. 13,000 silver coins. 50,000 silver coins. Several men fought to win the bid, and at the end, it was finally sold to an influential merchant, who probably wanted to capitalize on the horseshoes and make profits from it. As for Landon, he didn't really need horseshoes because all his wars would probably be fought around Baymard's city walls. Plus in the future, he would use things like machine guns, military all-tanks and so on. Hence his horses would probably end up being domesticated. But if he really needed to leave Baymard with his knights, he would probably make these horseshoes and keep up appearances by using the horses. Up next is a beauty potion that would make any woman look 10 years younger. This potion was made by the renowned alchemist, Lupio. I'm sure you all have heard of his fame and deeds within the continent of Morgany. As the host spoke, the women in the audience became more and more excited. Who didn't know the renowned alchemist Lupio? His products had been marketed within the Pino continent for the past few years now. From charcoal eyeliners on sticks, to thick liquidy paste substances that reduced high puffiness once the women woke up to other products. In short, Alchemist Lupio's products were focused on the needs and necessities of women. Once the bidding war began, the women looked at each other as if they were enemies on a battlefield. 15,000 silver coins, someone yelled. 18,000 silver coins. 23,000. 50,000 silver coins. A servant from Jeanette's booth said. 55,000 silver coins. Angelina's servant seconded. Jeanette immediately looked at Angelina's booth with rage. The booths were kind of like high balcony seats at an opera show. Every VIP had a mini balcony and could also see the other VIP members on their balconies. They also had megaphones so that they, or their servants, could yell out their price. Angelina smirked as she looked at Jeanette, who was just a balcony away from her. In fact, they were so close to each other that they could literally have a conversation amongst themselves. 70,000 silver coins, Jeanette's servant yelled out. 75,000 silver coins, Angelina's servant seconded again. Jeanette was fuming mad. BCH, you're doing it on purpose. Whatever do you mean? Isn't this an auction house? Don't I have the right to bid as well? Or do you think that just because you're a princess, I should stop bidding? Angelina responded. Jeanette's face started to twist as she tried very hard to control her emotions. She immediately made up her mind that once she became queen, this SL would be the first one to go. Swore that she would definitely burn the BCH down, and pee on her grave. I suggest you cut the crap. Since I as a royal princess is bidding, then you should at least give me some face. Normally, Jeanette could easily deal with anyone and keep her White Lotus act intact. But when she was dealing with Angelina, a White Lotus Grandmaster, she as an ordinary master, lost tragically. Whenever she met with Angelina, her true self would always show. Angelina felt the same way as well. She was always seen as weak and helpless. But when she clashed with Jeanette, she became to a tigress. Angelina smirked as she looked at Jeanette's scrunched up face. Why didn't you give me some face as well? My aunt is the official wife of your father. So technically, I too am part of royalty. So why should I give you face when you clearly don't care about mine? And by the way, why are you here bidding for this beauty potion? Have you finally come to terms with the fact that your appearance is hideous? TSK. I'm actually surprised that it took you so long to grow a brain. I hope that now you've finally realized that your ugly face and body doesn't deserve to be tied up with Brother Anthony. Angelina said. Hideous. Her, Jeanette Barn, hideous. She knew that this slut Angelina had plans of using this beauty potion to take her man over her dead body. Landon and a few people who had their VIP balconies around both women, leaned in and began watching their cat fight. Landon really wished that he had brought popcorn for the show. He had to admit, this Angelina had a sharp tongue. Can't you at least show some respect? Jeanette yelled. Angelina tilted her head and slowly looked at Jeanette from head to toe. Show some respect. To who? In my eyes, you are nothing but a royal, irresponsible and senseless harlot. You're just a dog in heat. Those around them almost coughed out blood. This girl was indeed savage. At this point, Landon R.I. Jeanette as he looked at her red raging face. Rest in peace, elder sister. Too much. Aren't you just jealous of me? Ha ha ha. I, Angelina, jealous of you? My dear royal harlot, jealousy is an unsightly and ugly thing. And so are you in that dress. The bidding ended with Jeanette finally winning. But before she could rejoice, Demoness Angelina spoiled her victory. Can I give you some advice? Angelina asked. Since Jeanette had won, all her previous anger had long dissipated. So she decided to listen to whatever bullshit Angelina had to say. Advice? Yeah, sure, go ahead, Jeanette said while gloating. An ugly person will always be an ugly person. So when you use the beauty potion, don't await a miracle. Chapter 109. The Tenal Auction House 3. As the auction progressed, Landon continued observing all the items displayed. So far, all the items weren't really impressive to him. But to these people, these goods were mind-blowing. There were a lot of pottery items that showed the art style of the people of Morgany, as well as new goods like horse saddles, unique clothing items and so on. Finally, it was time for the last item on the list to be auctioned off. This item that had brought everyone out today. Even spies and assassins were seated within the crowd. Including those from the ghostly prince's side. It was finally time for the big reveal. Esteemed guests, for our final item, we have what is popularly known within the Morgany continent as snow powder. For better understanding, we decided to show you all what it could do. Immediately, an auction worker came up to the stage with the wooden boards, some tubes, ropes, sticks, snow powder, arrows and bows. For the first setup, several sticks were tied together in the shape of triangles, and mounted to the ground. The auction worker made 2 triangular stick stands, and placed a long large stick above both triangular mounts. It was kinda like 2 camera tripod stands, that had a stick placed on top of them. This long stick connected both tripods. Each tripod stick stand had 3 legs that formed a triangle, and stood mounted to the ground. One end of a large long stick was placed on top of the first tripod stick stand, while the other end of the stick was placed on the second stand. Once that setup was done, the worker then filled a tiny tube with snow powder, placed the tube on one end of the long stick, and aimed at a wooden board a little distance away from the setup. The tube had about the same size as handheld dynamite sticks back on Earth. When everything was ready, another worker quickly brought a fire torch and lit the tube. Once it was shot, white smoke instantly began to fill the stage. Boom! A fifth of the board was shattered into pieces. Everyone was shocked. Even the calm and collected spies and assassins almost stood up from their seats. What kind of weapon was this? This was groundbreaking technology that would definitely help them in their quest for power. Jeanette was brimming with joy. This was exactly what she was looking for. With this, her victory was definitely guaranteed. She would kill her old man, as well as that BCH Angelina. As for Landon, he had realized that the explosive power was not even up to 20% of his gunpowder back in Baymard. It was understandable, since the people didn't necessarily understand science. For these people, if they combined several stones with charcoal, then gunpowder would be formed. But that wasn't necessarily the right way to go about it. For example, most of these rocks only contain maybe 3050% sulfur within them, and the other components were seen as impurities. So since these people didn't understand chemistry, or even knew what sulfur was, how could they succeed in creating any powerful explosions? If they wanted to have a good explosive power, then they needed to use at least 98% pure sulfur. And the same thought process went out for the other raw materials. That was why chemical extraction and preparation was necessary. Another important factor was that they didn't know the ratio in which they should mix the raw materials. Back in Baymard, Landon had made several potion cups, containers and glass dishes which were used by the people to estimate the ratio. The correct ratio was 2 parts pure sulfur, 3 parts charcoal and 13 parts pure saltpeter. These cups and containers were now used even in cooking. People could say things like, add 3 parts rice, 4 parts water and so on. Once the right ratios were properly mixed, Landon had the men fill sacks of gunpowder and place in the storage rooms. Apart from the people in Baymard, the rest of the world didn't know the ratio, and just went with what they thought was right. In fact, there were so many reasons why their explosive power was weak. Heck, it sounded more like a loud fart than a thunderous clap, and from the looks of it, those around the shots weren't even affected by the explosive force from the shot. Well, this was definitely good for Baymard. Back on Earth, handheld cannons were generally made between the 12th and 14th centuries, and even at that time period, gunpowder still had a weak explosive power. But when the era of science and all the geniuses like Albert Einstein came about, people started understanding where they went wrong with gunpowder. The era of science mainly happened between the late 16th to 20th century. People started building large gigantic cannons, war machines, and gunpowder guns. But presently, sticks were used to launch the gunpowder-filled tubes at an inclined angle, as well as attached some of these gunpowder-filled tubes onto metal arrows, and use their bows to launch their attacks. These kind of weapons would never be enough to destroy Baymad's walls. That's why Landon could sigh from relief. Within the audience, King Ban had also disguised himself as a VIP merchant. This snow powder was what he needed to prepare himself against City Lord Shannon's attack on him. He had been having several sleepless nights since the disappearance of City Lord Shannon. If the fool really planned on attacking him, then he would use this gunpowder to completely destroy Shannon. Now once he got the powder, he would get his alchemists to study and create large-scale batches. And if anyone got in his way of obtaining this powder, that person would wish that they had never been born. My esteemed guests, we have only 50 large sacks of snow powder being auctioned off today. One had to know that this powder was extremely expensive, so the merchants couldn't bring a lot back from the continent of Morgany. These sacks would be sold in groups of 5. So let's start the bidding for the first group, shall we? Chapter 110. Just who could that mysterious stranger be? Once everyone had seen the effectiveness of snow powder, they started bidding like crazy. 40,000 silver coins, 70,000 silver coins, 100,000 silver coins, _. Landon also decided to bid as well. It wasn't that he needed the powder, but he was basically targeting those that had bullied the old Landon. Back in the days, several nobles and their children would laugh at him, trip him over and even pour water or food over his head. They basically treated him like a clown for their own amusement, and other times, they would beat him up badly, all in the name of practice. Presently, most of these nobles had come to the auction with their sons. So once Petty Landon saw the boys who used to bully him, he immediately started making things difficult for them. 120,000 silver coins, 120,001 silver coins. Minister Frederick and his son Maham looked at the mysterious man who seemed to be making things difficult for them. From the man's height and body structure, Minister Frederick could somewhat guess that this stranger should be around the same age as his son Maham. But when had he offended the stranger? Why was this man hell-bent on annoying him? HMMP. It didn't matter what the stranger thought. Today, no one could stop him from getting this snow powder. Since this stranger wanted to make a fool out of him, then he would just raise the price to a ridiculous amount. At the end, let's see who will have the last laugh, he thought. This booth will bid 700,000 silver coins. Those who had smaller budgets almost began crying. How did the bidding move from 200,000 silver coins to 700,000 in a blink of an eye? Minister Frederick, aren't you just bragging about your wealth at this point? What was the point in having such a huge price jump? Won't the prices eventually go up with time? At least give some of us the opportunity to have hope. Minister Frederick smiled provocatively as he looked at Landon. Boy, you're years too young and inexperienced to make me suffer a loss. All those nobles that were in the upper echelon of nobility understood that Minister Frederick was having a battle with the mysterious stranger. It would definitely be better to sit this one out. Even if they wanted to continue bidding, they were sure that Minister Frederick would most likely bid to the very end. As for the other nobles, they could only sigh as they knew that they wouldn't be getting this first batch of snow powder. Some of these nobles weren't as rich or popular like Minister Frederick. Even within nobility, there were different groups of classes. There were noble families, people whose names were once a symbol of power. But as the years went by, these families had lost their power and support within the empire. There were also nobles that had once angered the king, and of course, had their forces cut down by half. But then again, there were nobles like Minister Frederick, who were filthy rich and could easily get anything that they desired. It was definitely better to let the super-rich Frederick take this first batch. In that way, the other nobles wouldn't need to worry about him bidding later on. We have a bid of 700,000 silver coins going once. Going. As the host spoke, Maham looked at Landon and snorted. One should know their own limits. HMMP. Truly a toad that claims to be a phoenix. Everyone looked at the calm and collected stranger, and thought that he had given up. And just when the host was about to close the bidding, Landon interrupted. Going twice. Going thrice. 700,001 silver coins. The audience immediately quieted down. Minister Frederick and his son shot death stares at Landon. Such a bid was an obvious insult. What was the aim of adding the extra silver coin at the end? For heaven's sake, what would the auction house do with that extra 1 silver coin? If Landon had known their thoughts, he would simply retort back and tell them that, for one to become a millionaire, every single coin mattered. Even if one had 999,999 coins, without the extra 1 coin, it could never be $1,000,000. Or so Bill Gates said back on Earth. Minister Frederick was so angry that he seized the megaphone from his servant and continued bidding. 800,000 silver coins, 800,001 silver coins, 850,000 silver coins, 850,001 silver coins, Since the amount wasn't enough to allow him to withdraw from the bidding, Frederick calmed himself down and continued on. Since our young mysterious friend here is truly generous by adding 1 silver to his bids, then I would like to bid 1.3 million silver coins. Frederick and Maham lifted their proud chins and sneered at Landon. But of course, their victory was indeed short-lasted. 1.3 million and 5 silver coins. Immediately, the smiles on the faces of the father and son duo instantly dropped. What sort of troublesome person was this? In fact, everyone had the same idea as well. Fine. You want to bid, that's naturally alright. But you increased the price by only 5 silver coins? Are you really normal? Previously, you had added 1 silver coin, and now it's 5. Do you really think that we should acknowledge you just because you added a few more silver coins? Don't you have any shame? Damn it. Both father and son got up from his seat angrily and faced Landon. Maham's was so angry that his face became as red as a tomato. How dare this scoundrel compete with his father? 2 million silver coins. 2 million and 5 silver coins. 2.2 million silver coins. 2.2 million and 5 silver coins. As they continued bidding, several nobles couldn't help but think. As expected, Minister Frederick is indeed a wealthy man. At the end, Frederick had used 3.7 million silver coins to buy the first 5 bags of snow powder. Although the father and son duo had won, their egos had been wounded by the mysterious stranger who didn't know their family status and situation within the empire. They were one of the top richest and powerful families in Arcadina. Frederick's sister had married King Barn and was the first and official wife of the king. His nephew was also the crown prince, Eli. Hence he had gained a lot of finance and power all through the years. For someone to go against him meant that they also went against his sister, the queen. And to make matters worse, both father and son felt that the stranger had simply been playing with them all along. Their hearts were burning with a strong desire to kill the bastard. So as the auction continued, they began to quickly devise a plan for their newfound friend. They had decided that once the stranger stepped out of the auction house, they and their men would immediately slice him into several pieces. Frederick knew that if he didn't kill this bastard, people would be laughing and making fun of him from the shadows. He had to admit, this stranger had really made him eat dog shit today. In fact, most of the people within the audience knew that this stranger wouldn't last another day, since he had offended the great Minister Frederick. Once the auction was over, Minister Frederick and his men followed the mysterious stranger to a dark alley. But once they got there, they soon realized that the stranger was nowhere to be found. It was like he had just vanished into thin air. They immediately went back to the auction house and asked about the man's identity. But sadly, even the managers that didn't know who he was, or where he stayed. This this was really too strange. Just who could that mysterious stranger be? Chapter 111. Sophia's job. A week and a half had gone by, and Chief Sophia was thoroughly impressed with the new tools that had been made for the textile industry. There were 4 departments within the industry: inspection and storage, thread making, fabric making, and sewing. Of course, the sewing department was also divided into several sectors: beddings, house and daily needs, clothing and size tags. The bedding department focused on making bed sheets, pillowcases, blankets, mattress quilts, and every other thing involved with sleep. For the house and daily needs department, they had to focus on curtains, tablecloths, towels and so on. Of course, for the clothing department, His Majesty had given them a list of necessities like Baymard national flags, winter jackets, sweaters, socks, winter gloves, winter hats, scarves, hoodies and military uniforms, as well as industry overalls, lab coats, chef uniforms and aprons, thick shirts, modern style shirts, turtleneck long sleeve tops, thick pants, singlets and underwear. For the size tag department, they had to create and sew tiny labels that would be placed at the back of every sewn product. Be it bed sheets, shirts, and even winter hats. For now, these were all the clothing items required. But Landon had told them that at the start of every month, new items would be added to the list. And finally, the inspection and storage department was in charge of checking the quality of the goods, as well as storing and recording the quantity in stock. Today was the 12th of September, and it was time for Sophia to have her weekly inspection. She decided to start with the thread-making department first. "Welcome, Chief." Everybody within the department greeted. The workers all wore thick rubber boots should in case something dropped on their legs, nose masks, and gloves for when they had to dye the threads to different colors, as well as when they were handling animal fur. Sophia decided to go over to those in charge of washing and combing out the fur. These animal furs had dirt, and even poop traces on them. So of course they had to be cleaned with soap. Sophia inspected their washing process, as well as if the workers were wearing their safety wears or not. Those who washed and combed the fur were required to wear gloves, aprons, face masks and rubber boots. Landon didn't want any animal faces to touch the workers, and since he also didn't want any fur flying up into their nostrils or mouths, they definitely had to wear their face masks while they worked. It took the workers at least 4 washes and rinses with soap before the fur looked somewhat clean. And from there, the workers did 2 more washes before drying the fur on the drying lines. There were at least 60 long clothing lines at the back of all 4 buildings that were given to the textile industry. So Landon had then dry these furs there. Once the fur was dry, another group of people started combing out the fur. At this point it was basically treated like human hair. The workers combed it out, leaving no knots that would hinder the production phase. From there, another group of people fed the fur to several steam-powered rolling machines that basically stretched them out. Of course, after this stage, another group used spinning wheels to spin the fur, forming single fur strands that were then twisted with other strands to form thread. Fur strands were as tiny as human hair strands, so of course they had to be combined and twisted together to form thread. One could say that these twists were done as braids. A few fur strands were placed on a spinning wheel ... and at the end, they were braided to form thread. And once the thread was formed, another set of workers filled several basins with water and dye that was gotten from the alchemy lab. The basins were roughly the size of 2 bathtubs, which allowed several strands to be dyed at once. And after dyeing, the thread was dried for 24 hours. Finally, once the thread was dried, another group carefully placed them into a steam-powered mechanical thread winding machine. Back on Earth during the 17th to 19th century, several versions of the steam winding machine were produced. Right now, no one had the time to take a single strand of thread and wrap around a wooden frame. That would just take forever. So Landon basically took the best version of the steam winding machine and implemented it here. In this way, All the workers had to do was spread the thread on the machines and the rest was history. Of course they also had to feed wooden frames to the machines, as well as water. And at the end of the day, hundreds of wooden frames with thread wrapped around them were produced. The machine's framework was enclosed within a metal frame, hence people couldn't really see the inner workings within. All they could see was a place to feed the water, wooden frames, threads and also the parts that winded the threads onto the wooden frames. Landon enclosed the pulley systems and other mechanical parts for safety reasons. The workers greatly appreciated this machine. One had to know that people usually hired thousands of slaves just to wrap the threads around these wooden frames. In fact, when they were assigned to this sector within the department, they had initially felt like crying. But when they realized that the machine basically did 80% of the work, they couldn't help but gaze at Landon with thankful eyes each time he came over to their department. No one liked winding the threads. It was just so damn boring, time-consuming and stressful. When they handled the threads, they were required to wear gloves at all times. So that if their hands were dirty, they wouldn't stain the thread. And vice versa. Once the threads were completed, the workers would then send their products to the inspection and storage department, where the products would be checked and stored in the storage rooms. The threads were essentially stored based on types, as well as color and size. For example, there were 3 rooms dedicated to wool from sheep. The first room was for small-sized thread wraps, the second was for medium, and the third was for large and above. And within each room, there were metal-framed shelves, which separated each color from the next. These shelves were ceiling high, and each color had at least 2 rows within the rooms. Sophia carefully inspected the products within the storage rooms, and after confirming that there hadn't been issues or complaints from the workers, she headed over to the next department, fabric making. For this department, the workers used steam-weaving machines called a loom to produce fabric. Sophia also thought that this was one of the most ingenious inventions ever. Presently, hand-weaving devices already existed, and basically looked like large rectangular harps. The threads would pass through the strings of the harps, as if they were weaving a basket. And once they were done weaving, they would remove the stick that was placed at the bottom of their harp-like device and gently slide their woven fabric out. The problem with this was that it was too time-consuming. Hence Landon decided to make steam-powered weaving machines. Once again back on Earth in the 17th century, someone had successfully modified the loom and made it to work mechanically on steam. All the workers had to do was feed water to the machines, as well as thread. And from there, the machine would weave and create fabric on its own. This machine was 1.4 meters in width, and could obviously sew fabrics around the same width measurements. So this machine could make fabrics as wide as large carpets. With this machine, several thread rolls of different colors could be placed at once, so as to create different patterns. Like for example, the middle of the fabric could be blue, which the outer corners could be white. This was also good in making striped bed sheets. Landon had given this department several design specifications for the fabrics. All they had to do was follow the written instructions, and the fabric would be produced. For example, they could put light gray in thread feeder 1, black in thread feeder 2, and so on. And once the fabrics were made, the inspection and storage department would take it from there. 1 out of the 4 textile industry buildings was used just for storage of all materials, be it socks, fabrics or even blankets. 5 rooms were assigned for fabric storage. The first 3 were used to store all single-colored fabric materials, while the last 2 stored those that were either multicolored or had patterns on them. After Sophia was done with her inspection, she headed over to the sewing department. Chapter 112 Sophia's job to the sewing department. Sophia had to admit that the sewing machines were by far her favorite. As a woman, she had always taken a lot of time to hand-sew her husband's clothes, as well as her children's clothes. But with the help of sewing machines, the time spent sewing had reduced drastically. The black-colored sewing machines were attached to tables that had leg paddles at the bottom. Again, the workers couldn't see or understand the interior workings of the machine, since it was shielded with the black metallic casing, so it basically looked like the portable sewing machines back on Earth. The only difference was that this one was attached to a table. All the workers could see was the table, the sewing machine attached to the table, the place for putting the thread and needles, as well as the leg paddle at the bottom of the table. At the center of the table, just beneath the sewing machine, there was a rectangular metal slab attached to the table. This slab was put there so that the needle head wouldn't dig into the wooden table when sewing. The table itself looked like an office table, having drawers on its right and left hands side. The right side drawers were used by the workers to place their measuring tapes, rulers, needles, threads, pins, chalk, scissors, size charts, and other necessary tools and guidelines needed for sewing. As for the left side drawer, the pulley system which connected the sewing machine to the leg paddle was also enclosed within it. Of course, this particular drawer would always be kept locked, and the keys were placed at Chief Sophia's office. These particular drawers could only be opened if the pulley system needed maintenance or repairs. On the sewing machine, there was also a switch that said on and off on it. To turn the machine on, the workers simply had to flip the switch upwards, and for turning off the machine, the switch would be flipped downwards. Within the machine, there was a latch mechanism that stopped the pulleys from working when the machine was off. In this way, even if the workers pressed the leg paddles 100 times without flipping the switch, it would never work. As for the workers, all they knew was that once they flipped the switch and moved the paddle, the sewing machine would start working. Again, everyone was impressed by the size charts that their king had come up with. Right now in this era, sewing was really frustrating. One could sew a pair of pants for their loved ones, and only later realized that the thigh region was too tight, or the waist was too big. And sometimes, even the butt region got too tight as well. It was really infuriating because these people had to sew and redo the same things over and over again without any guidelines. That's why people that made clothing items were scared of mass production. So normally, tailors would visit their clients over 10 times, just to measure the items again. The only clothing items that were mass-produced generally had big sizes, and rarely fitted people's bodies well. But with the size charts, things were now several times easier for them. For clothing, there were 3 main size charts that catered to different genders and needs. These size charts were for men, women and children. Back on Earth, extra large had their own size charts, but Landon had decided that he didn't want to separate them from the masses. For example, if an extra large man wanted to find their size, it would still be seen under the men's size chart. Instead of the size chart ending at extra large, Landon had made it end at triple extra large. Although in this era, the largest Landon had ever seen was a double extra large person. And there were very few, with people constantly farming, working and fighting. Only the spoiled nobles, and a few peasants really got fat. These people burned a ton of calories a day from work all through knighthood. And little things like illnesses and constant health issues wouldn't even let them get fat. On all size charts, there were general sizes like extra small, medium, double extra large and many more, as well as specific sizes like size BM00, BMAD size 00, BM0, BM3, and so on. On the size guide, the workers could easily see the connection between the general and specific sizes. For example, they could easily see that BM0 up to BM1 fell under the XS extra small category. Again, on the size chart, each size had bust, waist and hip measurements, as well as different sections like tops, bottoms, jackets and so on. There were also specifications for sleeve and pants length. Also for other items like beddings, there were size charts which showed measurements for queen, king, twin XL, baby cribs and full-size beds. In fact, even towels, tablecloths and so on had their own size charts. That's why Sophia had divided the workers into several groups. Only those that made beddings like pillowcases would use the size charts for beddings, and those that were in charge of clothing would only access the size charts for clothing. Within the sewing departments, there was also a specific group that was in charge of making size tags that would be placed at the back of all clothing items. For now, the size tags showed the size king size, material example wool, item name shirt, and the words made in Baymard on them. Of course, the words at the back of the label depended on whether the item was a pillowcase, blanket, jacket or even a tablecloth. These words were stitched on the price tags. And once they were made, they were distributed to those in charge of sewing clothes, bed sheets and so on. The sewing department was by far the busiest department within the textile industry, so Sophia assigned more people here. Chapter 113 Sophia's Job 3. Again within the sewing department, there was also a sector that focused on beddings. Using the size chart for the mattresses king size, etc., this department was able to make items like bed sheets and mattress quilts that would be used to cover the mattress foam. Of course, when making the quilts, they sized up a bit so as to give room for fitting and sewing. To make any side of the quilt, the workers placed thin layers of foam between two thick fabrics and sewed them together. Of course, on each side of the quilt, they would sew crisscross designs which kept the thin foam layer within the quilt from moving around. If anyone had ever seen a mattress back on Earth, they would quickly notice these designs as the many lines that ran across the mattress's surface from all directions. Since mattresses were generally rectangular in shape, the top, bottom and sides of the quilt were done separately, and at the end, the quilt parts were then sewn together, making the rectangular-shaped quilt look like an extremely thick gigantic pillowcase that had only one section opened unsewn. And once the mattress foam was brought in from the alchemy industry, the workers fitted the foam into the quilts, and used pins to close the opened section. They also folded all the excess loss fabric on the mattress, and pinned it towards the edges. For the next phase, the workers left the table-size sewing machines and used the big guns. Since there was no way that those tiny tables could contain those large mattresses, Landon had made steam-powered sewing machines. Once more, 17th century Earth had done it again. And at this point, Landon had already concluded that the 17th century was the birth era for steam engines. Those people used steam for almost everything. In fact, in the 18th century, these people went as far as to create steam cannons and guns. Landon was done with them. He understood the reasons such as metal being expensive. But for war, that wasn't a good strategy. What if some people had drank all the water, or their enemies destroyed your water tank? Even something as basic evaporation could lower the water levels. It was good that they thought about saving cost and energy. But with some of their steam inventions, Landon couldn't help but feel that they had gone a little too far. Anyway, the steam-powered sewing machines could only be used on big items like couch cushions, mattresses and so on. It was better to imagine a machine as an airport metal detector door. There were two thick needles placed at the top and bottom of both sides of the door. These needles could be adjusted to any height that was required for the items, as well as the width of the door. For the case of the mattresses, once they passed through the narrow doors, the needles would start sewing their corners. At this point, only the top and the bottom would have been stitched. So the height of needles were adjusted and the mattress passed through the machine again. This time, the other sides of the mattress were stitched up properly. And at the end, the pins that were used to grip the mattress were carefully removed. Of course, with the mattresses successfully made, the inspection and storage department also ensure that no pins were left on them. Presently, mattresses alone had 12 storage rooms which all differed depending on the bed size. So after inspection, they would be stored away neatly according to their sizes. Since all the sectors within the sewing department had no issues or reported injuries, Sophia went on with her inspection. She began by inspecting the national flag. The flag had a green background, and at its center stood a circle that had several stars surrounding it. The left side of the circle was blue, while the right side of the circle was red. And of course, the stars surrounding the circle were white as well. His Majesty Landon had told her that the green symbolized agricultural prosperity and fertility. The red stood for power, vibrancy, courage, war and domination. The blue symbolized liberation, alertness and good fortune. And the white symbolized peace, purity and harmony. Once she had heard the meaning of all those colors, she was very impressed and pleased with the flag. Who wouldn't want to be identified with those qualities? Right now, she was inspecting all the different types and sizes for the national flag. There were three main types that were made presently: the civil flags, which was basically a version of the national flag that could be used by civilians. They could put in their homes or offices. The sizes ranged from double extra small to large. State flags, which would be flown in government buildings, and war military flags, which would be flown in the military, Coast Guard, police station and other fighting units within BAMARD. Once she was done with inspection, she immediately went to her office to write her report. On the third week of September, all her products would officially be marketed off to the citizens. And with only a week and some days left, she began checking the amount of products needed for her to meet her goal. In her entire life, she had never had such a huge responsibility before. Before Landon came to BAMARD, her life goal was to sit at home, feed her husband, do all the housework, wait at home all day for her husband, take care of her children. And that was it. Truthfully, she had been bored with that repetitive lifestyle for the past 15 years now. But ever since His Majesty Landon had come to BAMARD, her boredom immediately flew out the window. And now that she was chief, she had a lot of people that looked up to her. So she didn't want to disappoint them. It felt strangely satisfying and fulfilling to have a different targets every day, week and month. It felt like she was contributing to the society. If someone had told her that she would one day do this kind of job, she would hit their heads with a cooking cauldron. But look at her now. Whenever she went home, she and her husband Lior would gist about their work and how far behind or ahead they were on their target schedules. She felt very motivated to do her job. The salaries were good, the food was good. And more importantly, she now felt like she had an important purpose in life. A Day in the Life of Sophia. Chapter 114 Queen Ivy's Frustration. The capital, Empire of Yoden. Damn that slut. Just who does she think she is? Ivy was throwing a fit, as she continued to break all the clay vases around her. For a moment, she looked like a spoiled 5-year-old kid who didn't get the Christmas gift that they had asked for. Ivy felt like this month was a month filled with misfortunes. Nothing seemed to be going her way. A while ago, Ivy had sent her goons to sail towards the Empire Corona so as to search for slut number 5 and her children. She knew that when her goons would arrive, they would also need to stay there for at least a month or two, before sailing back to Yoden. So there wasn't really anything she could do about the situation. Hence, she had immediately put slut number 5 at the back of her mind. But within this past month, slut number 2 had been annoying her to bits. It all started when her husband, King McLean, announced that around November, he would choose a crown prince amongst his first 5 sons. As soon as McLean gave the announcement in the morning, she had quickly sent her subordinates to buy a love flare potion from the apothecaries. This potion was essentially a strong aphrodisiac which could cause strong stimulant responses from the person who drank it. A regular aphrodisiac could make people dizzy and feel that they had been tricked. But this one was more similar to Viagra, but way stronger and way intoxicating. Because of its effectiveness and subtleness, it was one of the most expensive potions in the Empire. Only the rich of the rich could get it. Ivy had planned to go over to McLean's chamber with wine, and ask one of her maids to mix the potion into the wine. To make sure that the first prince, her son, got the crown prince position, she had prepared to give McLean the time of his life. After dressing up seductively, she quickly went over to McLean's chambers. But before she knew it, that slut, who was McLean's second wife, had already gotten a head start. When she got close to the chambers, the guards had told her that McLean was busy and wouldn't be able to see any guests at the moment. Of course he was busy. She could clearly hear how busy he was right from here. The outrageous couple had been making loud and unnecessary love-making moans that could probably be heard by everyone on the palace. Yeah, ahoy, yeah, right there, my love. You, yes, 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 my love. Bam, bam, bam. The outrageous couple were literally breaking down walls within the chamber. Did her husband plan on murdering the slut? Why so aggressive? In fact, even the guards were having a hard time keeping the things between their legs down. And so she went back to her chambers, and hence started throwing a fit at a 5-year-old child. My queen, you need not worry. You are still the first wife, and Prince Malfoy is still the first prince of Yoden, said Poe, one of her personal maids. Yes, my queen. Surely that Snake Queen Sidora wouldn't be able to convince His Majesty just from these shameless actions of hers, said Mia, her other personal maid. My queen. Compared to Prince Benedict, Prince Malfoy is clearly the better choice. So you need not worry about the snake, Diddy said, and more importantly, my queen. You are 10 times more beautiful and outstanding than Queen Sidora, as added. As she listened to her person maids, her mind that had previously been in turmoil, gradually calmed down. They were right. If a king could change his mind because of sex, then wouldn't that make him a useless king? Besides, how could such a despicable and shameless woman like Sidora exist? TSK to actually use sex for her goal. How shameless. As she began cursing Sidora, she actually forgotten that she too wanted to use her sexual prowess on McLean. Poe. Yes, my queen, Poe said while bowing. Tomorrow morning, go over to Apothecary Bane and get wart crow powder. Make sure that no one sees you leave and return. Yes, my queen. Although Ivy had calmed down, her pride and her ego were still hurt by the fact that someone had did in upon her. How could she take such an insult with a grain of salt? To make matters worse, she was sure that the slut would try to push her own son to be crown prince. How could she allow that to happen? Since the BCH loved her face and body so much, she would just have to destroy it immediately. Wart crow powder was also an expensive powder that could cause pimples, boils and rashes to appear on a person's skin. It was perfect for the slut. Mia. Diddy. Yes, my queen. Both of you will keep a close watch on Sidora's movements, as well as the other sluts within this palace. Also, once Poe brings the powder, you two would secretly send it Lemaya and Sila. Tell them to sneak into Sidora's chambers, and mix the powder with Sidora's normal face powder. They also need to spread some of the powder on her pillow, as well as her bed. Yes, my queen. Lemaya and Sila were her spies within Sidora's group of maids. Each queen had at least 30 maids and 4 personal maids. The first 30 maids were those who cleaned the courtyards, got food, do laundry, run tiny errands and so on. And of course the other 4 personal maids were higher-level maids that knew their queen's secrets and did despicable deeds for them. Lemaya and Sila were just ordinary maids in Sidora's courtyard, which was perfect for the operation. Since they were essentially cleaning maids, they could place the powder without anyone noticing. They had been working there for 11 years now, so no one would really suspect them of anything. As my queen, you will stay by my side for the entire day. It would look suspicious if I don't have at least one of my personal maids by my side. Also tomorrow afternoon, we shall go see the matriarch. Yes, my queen. Matriarch Yelda was King McLean's mother. If a crown prince was to be chosen, Ivy was sure that Yelda's opinion would have a 40% weight value to the matter. Who in this kingdom didn't that King McLean loved his mother to death? His mother's words carried a ton of weight within the empire, especially within the palace. Hence, everyone had been sucking up to that old hag since the beginning of time. Ivy was the sort of person that hated troublesome matters. She had been pretending to like that old hag for decades now, and truthfully, it was quite tiring and infuriating. Plus she hated the fact that someone other than her husband had a final say in their marital affairs. It was also because of that old hag that McLean had taken in so many wives and concubines. All because the woman was obsessed with having many grandsons. When she was pregnant, the old hag brought Sidora in and married McLean and the slut together. And like so, the old hag kept bringing in several women into the palace. Payback was a BCH. Ivy had decided that once her son ascended the throne, she would definitely poison the hag to death. But for now she had to continue her suck-up act, so as to please the old hag. Soon, she would make matriarch Yelda pay for ruining her marriage. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 115 Calendars and Planners Baymard. Your Majesty, have a look. All the adjustments have already been made as per your requests, Tim said excitedly. Landon nodded and took the 4 calendar formats from him. The first calendar was a booklet that had about the same size as a 17-inch laptop, and had 15 pages in total. Landon flipped the booklet as if he were using a laptop, and read the words on its cover page. The cover page was grey in color, and had large bold letters written in black ink that read, The Baymardian Calendar, 10,241,025, made in Baymard, which was obviously done in small fonts at the bottom. Landon opened the calendar booklet as he would a laptop screen, and looked through the first 3 pages. These pages spoke about the royal family of Baymard, as well as brief knowledge on the military, government offices, hospitals, academies, schools, industries and other establishments. For now, it just have a brief introduction on the day the establishment was made, what people should do when in need, the overseers in charge of each industry, as well as the doctors, teachers and the top military personnel, and so on. For example, under the hospital section, it spoke about the date when the hospital was established, hospital location, the main doctors and nurses under the hospital and clinics, and so on. No major information was written on them at the moment. But in the future, things like street addresses for shops, or telephone numbers for people like plumbers, would definitely be put there as well. Even the telephone number for the police station had to be included. Back on Earth, city calendars all had mall addresses, restaurant addresses and other main addresses and telephone numbers on the first few pages of their calendars. This way, if someone was looking for the hospital number, or even wanted to report a crime, then they could easily find the right number to call. Also, if a student was sick and couldn't go to school, their parents could look up the school's number and take a leave of absence for their children. Even the workers could do the same. Of course, in the future, there would also be a detailed book that focused specifically on addresses and numbers. But the reasons why important numbers were placed on calendars was because they were generally portable and lightweight compared to those thick phone books. Children would be most likely to look at their cute-looking calendars than those phone books if they were ever in any serious danger. Plus, those thick phone books usually stayed at home and never left the house. People were generally more inclined to look at things with less pages than those that were thick. So putting important numbers on calendars like a 911 energy number was a must. Landon read through the information and was pleased. Your Majesty, as you requested, we used different colored papers when printing, as well as different colored ink, Tim said eagerly as Landon read through the booklet. The first page was pale blue in color, while the ink used was dark bluish black, and the second page used dark greenish ink on a pale green paper. Landon could tell that each page had a different background and ink color as well. Once Landon had finished reading through those first 3 pages, he began looking at the actual calendar layout. Each page showed the year, months, weeks and days, which were divided by vertical and horizontal lines. The calendar started at September 1024, and ended at September 1025. Presently, Landon was looking at the pink-colored page dedicated to September. The title September 1024 was done in bold and was printed with black ink. Just under the title block was a table that showed every month and date, written in dark pink. Since the page itself was pale pink, and a little distance under the table, were some words that read, Baymardians should always wash their hands before and after every meal. Cleanliness is next to the heavens. Every page had different words which talked about hygiene, health and other issues, as well as inspirational quotes like, everybody has talent, but ability takes hard work. Overall, Landon thought that Tim and the workers had done a great job with this particular calendar. Up next, Landon decided to look at the next calendar category. Planners. Unlike the last calendar that had to be read as if viewing a laptop, this planner would be read as if one were reading an ordinary book. Again, there was a cover page with bold letters written on them. But for the planners, the names for specific establishments were written on them. Back on Earth, schools had their own planners that had the school names on them. Even the hospitals, military and several industries had their own names written on their planners. Hence Landon decided that each establishment in Baymard would have their own planner as well. For example, the planner Landon was looking at was that for the food industry. The vibrant purple cover page had the same words as that for the previous calendar. But now, the words, food industry, was added to the cover page. And this time, the only information shown was that of the royal family and the food industry. New information was added like the products they produced, and where the people could buy their goods. They also briefly talked about the Council of Agriculture, and other health concerns with food. Your Majesty, for the planners, I would like to suggest that we give them to only those within those particular establishments Tim suggested. I agree with you. It will make the workers feel proud to belong to certain establishments, Landon replied. In fact, he couldn't agree more. For example, back on Earth, if one enrolled into a university, they would be given a university planner for free that spoke about the university in particular. The same logic applied to industries and other establishments. There was no way you could buy a university planner from the malls. You could only find university planners that had your school name within the school bookstores. Likewise, if one gets a job at an oil plant, they would be given a planner that had the name of that industry on it. It made them feel like they were now part of that industry's family. The only exception when planners were given out was when seminars, career fairs and other hiring events took place. There, they would be given to those who were interested in looking for jobs within these establishments or entering schools. On the other hand, regular planners would be the only planners sold in the stores. Back on Earth, these type of planners were generally found at the malls, and usually gave information about a country or territory, as well as the times table, periodic table, measurement tables and other general knowledge. And these planners usually come in all different shapes and sizes. There were some that loomed like a heart, and others looked like circles. These were general public planners. After the few pages that focused on brief introductions, Landon looked at the section for filling the book owner's name and address. These planners would be used for an entire year. And by that time, almost everyone would have moved into their new homes, which would have street names and numbers. Hence Landon had requested for the address part to be placed there. After the name-filling page, there were several pages titled Notes. And finally, the last part was the actual calendar. Within the planners, each day of every month had a single page dedicated to them, with space for planning note-taking. Landon closed the planner and moved on to the next one. Office desk calendars. These ones were the ones that could stand on its own, and were generally placed on tables. They didn't have any extra information, just the cover page and the calendar months on each page. And finally, the last type was a wall calendar that had all the months and dates on a single page. These calendars would definitely be mounted within dormitories, schools and other establishments. Well done, Tim. You can start marketing immediately. This way, poor Joseph would have to run up to the date marking hall, just to mark up the days of the month. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'm sure Joseph would be thrilled. After all, December is coming. And no one likes to walk on the snow early in the morning just to mark up the date. But now that we have calendars, what would we do with those two date-marking buildings? Don't worry, I've already thought about it. You'll know in future. Tim smiled. He couldn't help wondering what other surprises His Majesty would bring to Baymard. I look forward to your big reveal, Your Majesty. Chapter 116 Lenses and Clinical Thermometers. Tim, now that we've concluded with the calendars, I need the glass-making department, as well as the plastic department, to make some new items before the month ends. Landon said as he handed over a notebook to Tim. Landon wanted to make clinical thermometers, and lenses that had different sizes, as well as thickness. For the lenses, he needed both departments to make plastic and glass lenses. Next month, microscopes, magnifying glasses, telescopes, military binoculars and long-ranged telescopic rifles would be produced. So he needed these lenses ASAP. Of course, in the future, eyeglasses would also be made from these lenses. The viewing areas for binoculars, telescopes and rifles all worked with the concepts of refraction, and sometimes prisms. Take binoculars for example. Light would pass through a lens that sends the light to several prisms and other lenses, and finally directs the light to the human eye. And depending on what type of item was to be produced, the lenses could be shaped as biconvex, biconcave, plano-convex and so on. Also, depending on the shape, size and thickness of the lenses, people could view objects that were several miles and yards away, like snipers who could shoot their targets at the top of buildings from far distances. For now, Landon refused to make grenades and other heavy artilleries without a separate industry for militia. Some of these weapons needed to be installed at high pressures, with the help of computer programs and machines. They needed precise computerized measurements to make them effectively. Gunpowder was a little bit dangerous to make, but not as dangerous as the rest. Hence it was doable. As for the other weapons, they would have to wait for now. A slight error, and several people could die. Hence Landon only made things that required bullets and not pressured or complicated weapons. Back on Earth, when grenades were made without machines and computers, hundreds of people died daily from making them. These weapons were used for World War I and II, at the expense of other people's lives. Landon didn't want the blood of citizens on his hands. These were medieval times. If someone lost their loved ones in the industry, those people would for sure blame Landon. They would probably hold him responsible and march to his castle. Although the people were kind and honest, the human heart was a fickle thing when it experienced tremendous pain. If Someone's only family died there, that person would fall into despair and might even lose his sanity and moral ethics. There were people who had turned into murderous villains because of their grief. The only methods of death that these people accepted were from disease, war, hunting, and traveling. Any other method would give them a huge blow. Plus he didn't want them to fear working at the industry sites, or even pulling out their children from the schools. Landon would never do anything if he wasn't sure that the workers would come out unharmed. So for now, he would focus on making guns and other items that wouldn't necessarily cause a massive explosion during the production phase. And if explosions occurred, they were generally small scale and didn't harm anyone. At the industries, several failures had already taken place during experimentation. But it was usually the machines that broke down, or the products that got destroyed. There wasn't any explosion that destroyed an entire room or building. And Landon wanted to keep it that way. After Landon explained how each lens shape was to be made, he moved on to talk about thermometers. This was another item that Landon was pleased to make. Within this era, although people didn't know specific temperatures, they had their own ways of figuring it out. They used several materials to estimate the temperature of their furnaces. Sometimes, they used stones, wood and even grass. They used fire for alchemy, sword making, construction, molding clay, and so on. So of course they had their own way of estimating the temperature. For example, when they were making swords, they would place several palm-sized rocks at the outer perimeter of the fire so as to estimate the temperatures. At different temperatures, rocks would produce different amounts of soot on them, as well as disintegrate. And at molten temperatures, rocks generally turned into ashes. Of course these people never got to those levels, as swords generally need in way lower temperatures compared to rocks. So at each temperature interval, the one of the stones would be removed and the soot thickness would be checked. And the rock would also inspected to see how many pieces had been broken down by the fire. And of course, those who had been blacksmiths for years, didn't need to use these methods anymore, as they could estimate the right temperatures, just by feeling. People in this era used their intuition and experience to maneuver around life daily. They made alchemy potions, swords, medicine, clay ornaments, powders and so on. They did things based on estimation. The bad thing was that no two products were ever the same. But they did have 8,795% quality similarity between them. Back when Landon was building the new industries, he had requested for industrial thermometers to be made. So the industries weren't his concern right now. His major concern was for the hospital and clinics. He had totally forgotten about clinical thermometers and had been completely focused on the industrial thermometers. So since all the industries now had industrial thermometers, Landon felt that the glass industry could slow down the production rate of those ones, and make the clinical ones instead. Hence he gave Tim the design notes on them, since they were somewhat different from industrial thermometers. Tim looked at its design patterns, and realized that it still used the concept of mercury in a tube concept. Except it was very small and had a short temperature range, compared with the industrial one. Also Tim, I need you to take out some of those thin long thermometers and send to the school. The chemistry students need them as well for their experiments. No problem, Your Highness. I'll send them right away. Thank you. That reminds me, how far are you guys gone with the preparations? Your Majesty, I've selected 200 people from all departments within the construction industry and we are now ready to go. Good. Should the men start picking up the uniforms for the event? Tim asked. Of course. Tomorrow is the last registration date for the citizens, so have the men pick up their uniforms after that. This event needs to be as professional as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. The capital, Empire of Arcadina. Your Majesty, we have been able to produce the snow powder successfully, the royal alchemist said. Alec Barnes' eyes lit up. What did you say? Ha ha ha. With this, Arcadina would be the strongest empire within the Pino continent. Ha 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 ha. Alec said excitedly. The royal alchemist and his team smiled as they looked who had was usually cold and scary. Now he was laughing and clapping like a teenager. King Barn turned to his knights and began issuing out several commands. Quickly. Start sharpening sticks and get a large order of ropes and arrows. As well as tubes for the snow powder. From now on, you all need to walk around with sticks and ropes. I'd like to see who would dare attempt to oppose me with this snow power. Bahaha. Now I'm the strongest ruler within the Pino continent. Everyone quickly went to sharpen several sticks, while Alec smiled on his throne. Shannon, if you're truly planning to take my head, then I'll show you no mercy. Hee. Chapter 117. The misunderstanding continues to grow. Outskirts of Profus City, Arcadina. Marder Shannon and 3 of King Barnes' knight captains were making their way down to Riverdale with several thousands of men under them. Right now it was getting dark, and they were close to the city gates of Profus. It's getting late. We will stop here to make camp, one of the captains commanded. Before Marder could say anything, another captain issued another command again. Well, camp in different areas for tonight. Marder, you take you men and camp on that area over there, while we will camp by the other areas. You're dismissed. For Marder, Profus was the city where Baron Cain, his father's sworn enemy, resided in. So he wasn't really happy about making camp close to the city. If something really happened to his father, then King Barn or Baron Cain would be his first suspects. Sleeping by the enemy's territory was something that he had never dreamt of doing. But since he wasn't in charge of the journey, he had no say on the matter. Profus City was a large and prosperous one. And although there was a city lord within Profus, he was a weak one who gave Baron Cain all the power within the city. Baron Cain was a typical tyrant who walked around terrorizing and beating people here and there. In Marder's opinion, the current city lord, who was just 23 years old, was definitely being threatened by Baron Cain. The young city lord had been appointed after the death of his father, probably due to Baron Cain, so he didn't have much authority or a voice within the city. Hence in Profus, Baron Cain was the law. Marder and his own men began to build their tents, as well as hunt for their dinner as the moon started to set. "Young master, how can we continue to stay here?" one of his men grumbled while chewing on the roasted leg of a hare in his hand. "This is that bastard's land." Another complained. "Just who do those knight captains think they are?" "They are fully aware of Baron Cain's enmity for your family, young master." Marder gripped his spoon tightly, as the men began to rain a series of complaints about their situation. Indeed, he was pissed off by the way that those captains shoved him up and down. But he knew that he had to be patient. Once they got to Riverdale, these captains would stay with him for another 2 months. And once it was over, they would be on their way back to the capital. All he needed to do was keep a calm and docile appearance while they were with him. But what he hated the most, well, lowlifes who thought they were nobility because they had somehow made their way as knight captains of King Ban. And to make matters worse, they had disregarded all his suggestions and opinions on the journey. They had been constantly rude to him, and treated him like he was trash, just because they had King Ban's support. From their attitudes, Marder knew that they shared the same enmity as Alec Ban had for his father. Knights generally reflected and acted out by the way that their ruler or commander behaved. In Marder's mind, no matter how late his revenge came, he would definitely act it out. He kept all their actions deep within his heart. After dinner, some of the men went to their tent, while others guarded the campsite. The night quickly became dark, cold, and shrouded with mystery and danger. Some men were fast asleep, while others guarded the cold campsite. Fup fup. 4 assassins made their way to the campsite. Their target was Marder Shannon. Within the royal palace, Baron Cain had a total of 10 spies was working there as palace guards. With a ruler like Alec Ban, people didn't know if they were safe or not. So they had to send their spies there. At least if their king was planning to do something like beheading them, they could easily make their escape from Arcadina before they got caught. Hence most nobles had at least 5 or more spies within the palace. As soon as the spies heard the news of Marder going back to Riverdale, they immediately sent a messenger to quickly deliver the news. Marder only left a week after the news was released, so the messenger had at least a week-long head start ahead of him. For urgent messages like this one, several towns, merchant trading companies, and cities, had their own messengers under their rule. Some of these messengers were even protected by a royal degree. So no one ever messed with messengers. The roads were difficult, dangerous, costly and time-consuming. Hence important people like rulers and nobles had little time to travel. So they came up with the messenger system to get news across faster. Once Baron Cain's spy sent the urgent message through a dispatched messenger rider, the guy rode to the next town or city and gave it to the next messenger, who in turn did the same until the message had finally arrived Baron Cain's hands. So unlike Marder and the 3 captains who rested each night, the messengers only rested if the distance to the next town was fairly long. And sometimes, a rider would travel for 2 days straight just so that he could dump the message to the next person and be done with it. Hence Cain's letter came way ahead of time, before Marder's arrival. Once Cain read the news, he immediately hired 4 assassins around Profess City and gave them a painted portrait and details about Marder Shannon. These assassins were medium-rank death assassins, who would definitely kill themselves if they were ever caught. There were several routes to go to Riverdale, but Shannon knew that they would definitely pass through his territory. The spies within the palace had also said that King Ban might send a letter for him through the 3 captains. Hence he was sure that they would use this route. Chapter 118. The misunderstanding continues to grow to fup. The light sounds made by the assassins came from the top of the trees. To those below, it sounded like the wind gently patting the branches of the trees. Once the men arrived at the flashiest tent at the center of the camp, they instantly knew that this tent was Marder's own. All 4 masked men in black clothing dropped down from the trees and closed in on the tent. From outside, they could hear the steady breathing sound coming from within the tent. Their target was fast asleep. 2 decided to surround the tent, while the other two made their way into the tent. As soon as those two entered the tent, they immediately spotted a human figure sleeping on a pile of hay. They immediately closed in and stood on both sides of their sleeping prey. They immediately took out their knives and held them upwards, in attempts to stab their target. But to their surprise, their target instantly pulled out a sword from under his pillow and instantly blocked their attacks. Now, Marder yelled. 10 knights immediately yelled while bursting out from the hay-covered floor, as if they were zombies coming from the dead. Cling, cling, cling. The assassins began to fend off the numerous attackers coming from all angles. The two assassins fought with grim and bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. They seemed like rabbits that was cornered by several hungry wolves. Ah! One of the assassins screamed out when he was painfully stabbed at the back of his neck. There were just too many men in the room, and just like that, he died while struggling for air. Marder's sword had thrusted from the back of his neck, and protruded to the front. The assassin had held his neck pitifully and had struggled to get even a whiff of air into his body. He then began shaking like a fish out of water, and immediately dropped to the floor. After a while, his face became deadly pale and looked bluish in color. He was finally dead. The other assassin in the room didn't have time to be concerned about his friend, as all 10 knights were now focused on him. Marder stepped out of his tent, as he was clear that that assassin inside would definitely die. Marder saw another assassin fighting 12 men within the camp, and another dead assassin on the floor. Once the last remaining assassin saw Marder, he immediately knew that the mission had failed, and he would probably be killed. His present condition was bad. His left hand and legs had been injured terribly during the battle. The only reason he had tried to stay alive was to see if the mission was successful. If they had succeeded, then he would die happily with the thought of their target following him to the world of their ancestors. But when he saw Marder, he had completely lost any hope of a happy death. Hence he bit his tongue and swallowed the poison in his mouth. Marder sat on the ground and waited for the charade to end. In his mind, he was clear that this was the work of Baron Cain, and maybe King Ban as well. Once the news of his departure went through the palace, he knew that Baron Cain would definitely not let this opportunity go. Every important noble had spies within the palace. Even his father's side had them too. So how could he not know that Baron Cain would get the news about his departure? If Cain succeeded in killing him, then his father wouldn't have anyone to take after him. A man without a successor was equivalent to a man without a pen. A male child was one of the reasons why people could continue to rule for several years to come. It was required that within the first 15 years of commanding an army, if the appointed ruler didn't have an heir to take over his place once he dies, then the position would be given to another person. And if all the male children died, then that ruler would have to step down within the next 2 months. If Marder died, then his father would no longer hold any form of power within Arcadina. His father would have to hand over all his knights, and most of the family's privileges would be revoked. They would still be known as nobles, only by name. But in reality, they would be the laughingstock of the entire empire, and would definitely be bullied and looked down by their enemies. Marder could already tell that his father was dead. He had been feeling like this several months before he was summoned to the palace. He knew his father well, so he knew that his father was probably dead or in grave danger. But before he concluded on the matter, he just wanted to go to Riverdale and make sure that his thoughts and feelings were false. Previously during the daytime, his scouts had said that they had seen the 3 captains secretly going into Profus City, which immediately raised his suspicions about their purpose. Why did they go into the city? Did they know that Cain was trying to kill him? Were King Ban and Cain working together to completely destroy his family? After killing his father, did they also want to kill him as well? Because of this situation, in Marder's mind, he was very clear that King Ban and Baron Cain had worked together to kill his father. He swore in his heart that he would avenge his father, even if it was the last thing he did. The sad part of it all was that, although Shannon had died, all these people still refused to let him rest in peace. King Ban and Baron Cain thought that Shannon was coming for them, while Marder suspected the two of killing his father. And so, the misunderstanding continued to grow, and the actual culprit was sleeping soundly in Baymard. Sigh. It was a world filled with misunderstandings. Chapter 119 Tour Day 1. What is this? Monaco asked while looking at the toilet in awe. Today was the 22nd of September. It was the third day for the official Baymard House tour. Speaking of the residential homes, since the construction workers had basically built several buildings within the new industries, they could easily accomplish this task given to them. There were 7,000 workers assigned to building the homes, and Landon had made 259 groups, with 27 workers in each group. The workers worked in the same manner as they did at the industries. As they waited for the cement to dry, they would run off to do the foundation, floors and walls for other residential homes. In this way, each group had successfully built several homes at once. And at the end of the first 11 days of September, over 520 homes had been built. Landon had been preparing for this tour day since the beginning of the month. Hence the citizens had been registering for the tour since September 3rd. He had also asked for mortgage contracts to be printed off for every house constructed, as well as assign people to become movers within Baymard. For the tour, Landon only wanted 70 homes to be displayed to the citizens. As for the original Baymardians, they had already started moving into the other homes on the 20th of the month. Landon had tried to make every home a little unique and different from the other. Some homes had wider windows, different stair designs, different floor tiles, different structure arrangements and so on. He had made different designs for each home and given it to the workers. But although they had different designs, each home had a basement floor, ground floor first story, and a second floor. For all homes, the ground floor had at least a kitchen, high ceiling parlor, a back porch that led to the backyard, dining room, toilet, and garage. Of course, in the future when bigger homes and mansions were built, more rooms would be added there as well for those who wanted to live lavishly. On the other hand, the second floor had at least 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a master bedroom that had its own bathroom and balcony. And finally, the basement had 4 rooms that could be used as laundry rooms, guest rooms or storage rooms. With this, Landon hoped that those who had large families could live peacefully as well. Hence these were family homes. Although the original Baymardians were 1,500 in number, some of them were married, had children, lived with their parents and so on. Hence although the workers had built over 900 homes in District T, only about 416 family houses were actually needed for the original Baymardians. That's why Landon had told the workers to store house construction in District T, and move on to the next district. Of course within those 1,500 citizens, there were also those who were siblings that had lost their parents, as well as those who were alone, or had few other family members with them. For these group of people, some of them might still want a family house. After all, they would still get married in future. Better to start planning now. But for those who don't want family-sized homes, Landon had built apartment complexes as well. Every after 3 street blocks would be a street block filled with 3-story apartment complexes. Of course some apartments were bachelor pads, others had 2 rooms, 3 rooms and so on. Each apartment also had a balcony, and there was a massive car park at the back of the buildings. As for the orphan children, they would continue to stay in the upper region estate where the caretakers could look after them. And once they grew up, they could get work and get their own places as well. In this way, Landon hoped that he would satisfy everyone. Anyway, for the tour, Landon had fully furnished those 70 homes so that the citizens could see what their homes could look like when fully furnished. Of course, if they wanted their own pieces of furniture, then they would just have to buy them as well. And within each tour day, Landon had scheduled 3 tours in total for each home, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with each tour taking 15 citizens at once. In this way, by the end of the first day, 3,150 people would have seen the homes. Previously, Tim had assigned 200 workers from the construction industry to act as real estate agents and drivers. Some would be tour guides, while others would drive the citizens to the tour destination. Since the citizens didn't know where the homes were, Landon had them meet up at the central Regent Square. From there, the drivers would drive each team up to the homes and take them back. For example, if he had told some of the citizens to come to Lyall Street House 34, it was obvious that none of them would know where it was. Hence it was only proper for them to be driven back and forth. For sure, Landon named all the streets based on the birth names of the citizens. It was just too stressful to come up with new names. There were streets like Lyall Street, Tim Street, Wiggins, Mariam Street and so on. Each driver had a daily registration sheet with them, that showed the names of those that they were supposed to drive. In this way, they could do a mini roll call just before heading out. As for the tour guides, there were two groups, those who showed those 70 homes to everyone in Baymard, and those showed and mortgaged the homes out to the original citizens. In Landon's mind, he wanted the tour to be perfect, so that everyone could see and marvel at the homes that they, as Baymardians, had built. Monica, her husband Jerry and her children, alongside some other people, currently stood outside one of those 70 homes. The home was definitely a beauty. The house exterior was a mixture of grey and black. The windows and door frames including the garage door were black, while the other parts of the house were grey. And from the front view, they could see that the house had another floor above ground level. Although the house was way smaller than a castle, it could still rival it in terms of looks. And the most surprising thing was that the roof was somewhat flat, artistic, and didn't use sticks, mud or hay to hold it up. Landon didn't want to use tiles, since he preferred those modern Hollywood-looking mansions that had flat roofs. It was way cooler, and cost less for maintenance compared with roof tiles. No matter how one professionally roofed a house with tiles, after several years, some of them would fall to the ground. Then you'd still have to bother about replacement, maintenance and so on. In Landon's opinion, it was better to stick to modern flat roof designs. Jerry's lips quivered as he looked at what he would describe as a mini castle from the heavens. He turned around to see his wife's stunned expression as well. Monica, this could be our home, Jerry said. Monica snapped out of her thoughts and nodded back at her husband. Were they dreaming? They could actually own such a house? Wasn't this type of place meant for royalty? She couldn't help but thank her ancestors for sending their king to Baymard. In fact, she felt like if she saw Alec Barn, she would seriously thank him for his decision as well. Thank you, Alec Barn. The people around her also began talking passionately. Is it real? We won't have to live in those stick homes anymore? Mummy, is it true? When has His Majesty ever lied to us? They said that we could move in first because we were born in Baymard. Yay! Several of them did a silent prayer to thank their ancestors again. To them, the most hated period is winter. Within that season, their houses would be blown down by the storm and several people usually died from exposure. But with a house like this, there was no way that the storm would blow down the homes. It was a miracle. Their prayers had finally been answered. They continued to thank their ancestors, as they walked on large grey outdoor tiles that led straight to the house. Once they were at the front of the house, a man stepped out through the door and greeted them. Welcome to the Baymard House Tour. My name is Hayden, and I will be your tour guide for today. Chapter 122. Day 2. When the tour group saw their tour guide, they were shocked. What was he wearing? And where could they get theirs? Hayden, who was currently standing at the front porch, wore a thick grey form-fitting shirt, thick black form-fitting pants, black socks and a black jacket. The way he was dressed, his manner of speech, coupled with his neat ponytail, brought out his facial features even more, and made everyone feel like they should respect him. The men in the group all made mental notes to get their own as well. Who didn't like to look good? Plus the material was way thicker than the airy light fabric they had on right now. Before entering the house, they took off their dusty shoes, and places them at the front of the porch. Alright. If there's anything that piques your interest, or if you have any questions, you can always ask me while we tour. I will always answer them for you all. Now, let's begin, shall we? Hayden said with a charismatic smile on his face. Or at least that's how the women viewed it to look like. They all nodded back and followed him into the house. Before they had come in, Hayden had spread out the curtains across the windows, which made the room dark. When Hayden flipped the switches on the wall, the light instantly came on and the room became bright. What sort of sorcery was this? So it doesn't use fire? Someone asked. No, it doesn't. No fire? So when we want to put it on, we just have to do what you did. Correct, Hayden said with a smile on his face. He too understood the reason for their shock. How can one light up a room without fire? Even in the entire Fno continent, Hayden was sure that only someone like His Majesty could come up with such methods. His Majesty Landon Barn was simply a once-in-a-lifetime genius. As the tour progressed, Monica and the others had been utterly taken in by the house design. The smooth grey porcelain tiles, the black couches, glass tables, brown cupboards, the large glass windows, grey curtains. It was stunning for Monica to describe. Even the kitchen looked like a place where one could sleep in. Wait. Are you saying that if we roll this thing left, water will flow out? Monica asked while looking at the tap. Correct, this is called a tap. Turning the left side gives out hot water, while turning the right side gives out cold water. Here. Try it. Monica turned on the left side and the water shot off from the tap. Ah! Everyone exclaimed in awe. She then frighteningly placed her hand under the water. In her mind, this was definitely witchcraft. Who knew if something else would flow out from the tap? As His Majesty had always said, better safe than sorry. As she waited, the water kept getting hotter and hotter and she quickly turned it off. Everyone had seen the steam from the water and knew that what Hayden had said was true. Monica immediately opened the right side and cooled down her hot hands. Everyone clapped as if they were watching a show. Ha 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 ha. It works. It works. So we don't have to fetch water at the wells anymore? This is great. Ha ha ha. I used to go to the streams around the coastal region because of the long waiting lines. Now I don't have to wake up so early anymore. Ha 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 ha. Good job, madam. Good job. Monica began to blush as people clapped. As the tour continued, the excited people clapped whenever they saw something out of the ordinary. Even when the toilet on the ground floor bathroom was flushed, they clapped so hard that their hands had become red and swollen. Once they were done, they climbed up the stairs and headed up to the second floor. One should know that the ground floor parlor had high double-height ceilings. Hence the stairway led to the second floor that had an interior balcony which overlooked the parlor. Standing on the balcony, Monica held the black rails and looked at the parlor below. From here, she had a better angle and appreciation for the interior design. Amongst all the things that Jerry had seen, the master bedroom took the cake for him. It had its own private bathroom, as well as its own balcony. Plus it was the biggest bedroom in the house. Papa, I want this room, said their 4-year-old daughter. No, you can't have it, said their 6-year-old son. Jerry looked at his son and smiled. What a sensible lad. No wonder you are your father's son, he thought while smiling. You can't have it. Because it's my room, right, Papa? His son asked. Jerry's smile froze. What an insensible fellow. You are definitely your mother's son. Jerry thought. He then looked at his wife helplessly, and she in turn giggled and shrugged her shoulders. Of course the tour concluded with them seeing the basement and the backyard. And of course the show finished with a tour of the backyard. Once they left, Monica and her husband immediately requested for their own personal home. Since they were born in Baymard, they could start viewing the other homes that weren't within those 70 tour homes and move in ASAP. So after another 3 days of viewing several other homes, Monica and her husband decided to go with the 5th home that they had seen. They signed their mortgage plan, and were also told how much they would have to pay for all their utilities monthly. For now, Landon had set up fixed utility prices, depending on the size of the house. But of course in the future, all of that would definitely have to change. Monica and her husband didn't have a problem with the price, as they thought that it was reasonable and fairly cheap. Firstly, they themselves had way too much money than they could spend, and had always wondered why His Highness increased their pay by so much. Ever since Monica started working, she had only used not up to 17 of her pay every month, while her husband also used 1.57 of his own pay monthly. Every month, they would combine their money and plan on how much they need to spend for the month. Of course they bought books and pens for their children, but that was only at the beginning of each semester. And to be honest, it was still cheap. They didn't have to pay for their housing, as they still lived in their thatched homes. They didn't have to pay for transport, as they walked everywhere. They only bought kitchen equipment, like pots, only once in a while. In fact, they could say that their money was mostly spent on food. They had been working since May, and to be honest at this point, they had way too much money. The second reason why they agreed to pay for the mortgage and utilities was because they felt that it was only right. Since they knew that the money was used to pay the workers who supplied heating, electricity and so on, wasn't it right to pay for something that they would use? When they read through the mortgage, they were even pleased with it, as it showed that they could make payment installments and so on. There was even a section that asked if they were disabled or suffered from any serious illnesses. This showed that even if something happened to them in the future, there would always be a way out for them. Hence they immediately signed their contract, and took the numerous bundles of keys from the real estate agent, the front door key, back door key and so on. Plus they had also been given 4 spare keys for each door. Sorry, where do we get those pieces of furniture? And where can we get these clothes? Jerry asked the real estate agent. Do you know the large estate by the 2 old date-marking buildings? Yes we do, Monica replied. Good. You will find all the new products there. Since some of the new products made are too big to be placed in sheds in the central region, that estate is now being used as the marketplace. Really? That's good then. So when we buy the products, do we need to carry them back? The real estate agent shook his head. For the heavy ones, after paying, your house address would be noted down and the movers would bring the furniture right to your home whenever you are free. So if you choose Thursday at 10 a.m., then they would be right there on time. Jerry and Monica's eyes lit up. Once they sent the real estate agent out of their new home, they immediately hurried over to the new marketplace. It was time for shopping. Chapter 121 Rewards. Becoming an unpaid movie star for the gods. Ding. Congratulations to host for properly housing all the original citizens. Would the host like to receive all rewards now? As Landon heard the system's notification, he couldn't help but smile. Finally. It had been a hard and tedious journey just to get to his point. He felt like doing Michael Jackson's moonwalk right about now. Show me my stats first, before I receive my rewards. As you wish, host. Host name, Landon Barn. Age, 15. Status, King of Baymard. Level, beginner still level 1. Current situation, healthy. Main mission, housing the citizens of Baymard using cement. Host should note that the system only considered the original citizens, for the mission to be a success. Mission status, completed. Submission, make 20 godly food recipes and 5 spice recipes. Mission status, completed. Rewards, full knowledge on human anatomy, and beginner to intermediate knowledge in the medical field. 5 random medical techniques for treating patients. Lastly, 350 development points DP and 2000 technology points DP for creating oil, plastic, ink. In fact, the system listed everything that Landon created. Host also received 920 DP, 13,000 TP. And 5,200 BP. Host can choose to upgrade the system to level 2. Using 10,000 TP and 2,000 DP to do so. Host's current balance is 1 DP, 5 TP and 0 BP. The host's current balance is as a result of using mind-altering spells on enemies, buying knowledge on heavy machines, paper making, soap, printers, textile steam machines and attending the auction. He could upgrade. Landon thought while reading his stats. System, remind me again. When I upgrade, what kind of benefits will I have, and will I finally know more about your existence? Answering to host. As the levels increase, the host would be allowed access to more technological advancements from every planet and galaxy. Host should stop thinking that Earth was the most advanced planet that had ever been created. Actually, the host's planet called Earth is a lower medium-ranked planet. For now, the system's lower levels can only provide technology that existed on the host's planet. But at higher levels, the host should be able to access information from over 312 different galaxies, which in turn also have millions of planets in them. The host should know that there are planets that are advanced with genetic mutation, planets that were similar to the Jetsons cartoon show on your previous Earth, and so on. Like this system had said, it's almighty. So host should be reminded that even if you die on this planet, you will still have to go to other planets to develop certain territories. The system doesn't require the host to develop the entire world. Since the host is at a primitive and savage world, the host should definitely guard his technology. But when the host reaches planets that have established world peace like Earth, then the host can allow people from all over the world to take his technology. The system will not allow this technology to be used for slavery and abuse. So host should take note. And as a reminder, our contract only ends after the host has developed at least 600 worlds. The host is required to upgrade his territory or region in those worlds to Earth's level or higher. Also, it's best for the host to know that there are also planets with magic, dwarfs, elves and dragons. But in those worlds the host would have to make the people rely on technology more than magic. Hence those worlds have SS-level difficulties when completing them. For now, the host is still in an K-class world at the lowest difficulty level. So if the host cannot even handle this world that basically has no danger in this system's opinion, then the system will immediately terminate the contract and destroy the host's soul forever. And to the host's last question, host should note that the system's existence is something that the host isn't qualified to know of ... yet. But when the host has successfully gotten to level 300, then the host will be able to access knowledge about the real controllers of the galaxies, as well as the system's existence. All host should know is that 2 years spent in that world is equivalent to 1 minute spent in the system's realm. Even if the host spends 100 years there, it would be the same as the system watching a movie back in its realm. So whether the host chooses to develop his territory slowly or faster, is up to the host. Good luck, host. This system will be watching you from where it is. Although Landon knew about the matter of the 600 planet contract thing, he still felt like it was a slavery contract. Why wasn't it 10 or even 20 planets? He could only blame his luck. Other people died and transmigrated into becoming nuclear heroes. But his case just had to be different. What sort of bullshit was this? And why was his own system always black-bellied? Did the gods really hate him that much? When he came into this world, the system had already told him that it didn't matter how fast he developed the place, provided the people understood the concepts. Even if he safeguarded his technology, in the next hundreds of years, and maybe even thousands, the technology would definitely leave Baymard and spread worldwide, causing the world to develop to a higher ranked one. This world needed ground rules like the creation of the United Nation that was formed back on Earth, that took care of everyone worldwide. It would make no sense to give out his technology, if they would use it to enslave more people. He didn't want people to go around colonizing and shipping slaves from other continents and so on. He wanted to try his best to make sure that no person like Hitler popped out of nowhere. And although it was hard to accomplish, he had made up his mind that as he lived, he would definitely try his best to see it through. He needed to make peace treaties with nations that were willing and sincere. Chapter 122 Rewards, Becoming an Unpaid Movie Star for the Gods. Speaking of which, Landon was still surprised at how low Heartfilia ranked. Even within the K-class ranked worlds, this world was the lowest of the low. It was an K100 ranked world. Landon had guessed that he would have to pass through each rank until he got to a K1 world, before he could finally begin at an J100 class world. Couldn't he have started with at least an K80 ranked world? Well, at least he should be grateful that they didn't place him in a Cleaval world, which was basically the early man stage where man had just discovered fire. He was sure that he would have definitely killed himself. He really couldn't wait to know which god had the audacity to create a 600 world contract, as well as the black-bellied system. He would definitely complain to customer service. System: I would like to receive my rewards, as well as upgrade the system's level. As you wish, host. Instantly, Landon felt a sharp pain within his brain. And after 45 minutes, he had completely ingested everything. From his reward, he was given all knowledge on the human anatomy, beginner to intermediate knowledge on biology, immunology, pathology, pharmacology, childbirth, and clinical skills, patient care procedures, as well as 5 surgical skills: suturing, debridement of wounds, burns or infection, dental restoration, wrist fusion and hand tendon repairs, leg bone fusion, 25 drug-making processes, for drugs that were useful for the surgery procedures that he had gotten. Once he had taken in everything, he then decided to look at his new mission. Host should perform all surgical procedures, produce the drugs needed for the patients who undergo those surgeries, as well as teach the people on all beginner and intermediate knowledge that host has received. Rewards: host should not get complacent. There are over 3,500 surgeries procedures that exist back on the host's planet. Right now, the system has only given the host 5 main procedures. And with the host's pace, the system is afraid that even after 200 years, the host would still not be able to get to Earth's level. Since the system doesn't want to exterminate the host's soul, it will reward the host with 10 other surgical procedures, as well as advanced knowledge on biology only, as well as 5 other drugs for the host to produce. Host will also receive recipes to make 10 different classic alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages from Earth. And lastly, the host will also receive 500 development points DP and 3,100 technology points TP. Host should note that to upgrade the system to level 3, host needs 4,500 DP and 15,000 technology points. Deadline: no specific time required. Landon looked at his mission and sighed. This world was indeed a long way from Earth's standards. Not to talk about the other planets within all the other galaxies. Although he knew how to make smoothies, juice, and 1 or 2 alcoholic wines, he didn't know how to make classical drinks like Fanta, Coke, vodka and so on. Everyone back on Earth could drink all these things. But if they were asked how to produce them, could they? There are several chemicals added to these drinks, depending on what drink it was. If they weren't done properly, it could cause abdominal pain, and could also lead to serious kidney problems. Back on Earth, there were people who had even gotten into comas because they drank fake alcohol that wasn't done right. And one should not forget that methanol, a substance found in vodka, could cause permanent blindness if the right quality wasn't added. Landon decided that for now, he would only do the beverages that he knew how to produce, while waiting for the system's reward, lest he accidentally made people sick. As for the medical knowledge, Landon was really helpless in that situation. He knew that he couldn't rush this part. He had to teach the people his beginner and intermediate knowledge on biology, pathology, pharmacology, childbirth, and clinical skills, as well as teach them the other 5 surgical procedures and produce 25 new drugs. He knew deep down that this mission was again one that would take forever. But this time, he wasn't sad. If the people could grasp these concepts, Then when more knowledge was available, they would easily follow through. Since they would have already understood basic to intermediate knowledge on biology, pathology and so on. But what pricked his heart was the fact that he had only been given 5 out of possibly 400 different medical procedures. This was clearly a setup. At this rate, when was he ever going to finish it? And those only involved procedures. He still needed to make over 11,000 medical drugs that were found back on yet. And yet the system had the nerve to only give him 25? At this point, Landon didn't even want to know the number of treatment procedures and drugs that other advanced planets had. His job was to turn this world into a clever world like Earth. But wasn't that a little too optimistic? The more Landon thought about it, the more angry he became. His entire life was a joke to the people above. Or at least Landon believed that they were the gods. If 2 years was basically 1 minute there, then who knew if they would make his entire life in Hurtfield as a short Harry Potter movie? They would probably sit on a couch, eat popcorn and laugh while watching. Damn bastards. Who knew if this was all a betting game to them? Landon was also suspicious of the system as well. Sometimes, it sounded like a robot ... and the other times, it sounded like a pissed off man. Which was it? Could it be that the system was actually a lower angel that was tasked with watching and leading its victim? Were there more like him? If his life in every world would basically be turned into a movie, then wasn't nothing more than an underpaid movie star? I want to speak to management. Chapter 123 Learned slaves equals office workers. September had passed, and it was finally October. And finally, someone decided to grace Baymard with his presence. Ho ho. Did you miss me, little bro? Santa said while giving Landon a big hug. He. So you finally remembered me? I thought that I'd only have to see you next year. What are you talking about? How could I dare to forget my little bro? Do you think that I'm that heartless? Santa said while looking wrong. Speaking of which, bro, where did you get these clothes from? Did you buy them? Where can I get mine? Santa's eyes glistened as he continued to look at Landon from head to toe. Landon was wearing a thick long jacket, black pack pants, a thick blue shirt, and a black scarf. Bro. To be honest, it was made from here. Don't worry, Baymard will start selling them out soon. Landon didn't want to start exporting any goods until he was sure that Baymard was at least 90% secure. He could only start exportation when he had made more military weapons. If he sent out goods now, it would bring people's attention to Baymard. Some people might even sail here just to see the place. And if they realized that it had even more products, they might even bring more people to attack Baymard. Most nations and empires in this era were fueled with greed and the desire to dominate other territories. Even when Landon had attended the auction in the capital, he had heard of how Arcadine was still fighting with Tariq over land. Then what would happen if people realized that Baymard was basically a gold mine? These greedy people would never let him have peace. For now, it was better to lay low and continue growing stronger steadily. Hence for now, Landon only traded his ores, raw materials and chalk. Although chalk was amazing, it wasn't amazing to the level where people would sail over the ocean or cross borders just to get it. Hence Landon felt that it was a safe idea to keep selling them. Bro, I hope I'll be the first one to get them once you start selling, Santa said excitedly. He could guess his little brother's reason behind not selling out these items now, but they were just so good looking. Especially on this his little bro of his. Taking these goods now would not only endanger his little bro, but also him as well. Some of his enemies might hire assassins or gangs members to threaten him and his family back in Corona, just for information about the goods. Hence he too decided that it was only okay to sell them, when Baymard became open to all. But the more he looked at the clothes, the more curious he was about what other products were enclosed within Baymard. Every time business was conducted, he or his subordinates would only do it on the deck by the shores. It was only during his first meeting with Landon that he had seen the lower regions of Baymard. It was bushy, the farms had just started to produce food, and the people mostly focused on mining out the ores. It had been several months since he had last seen the territory. And although he was curious, he knew that he shouldn't pry too much into his little brother's business. Okay, little bro. Let's get down to business. My men told me that you wanted learned people as well. So we had found 507 learned men from the slave markets. Some of these people came from merchant families and had been sold and betrayed by their families, while others learned while working with other masters as slaves. Little bro, I can assure you that many of these learned slaves used to run their masters' businesses and houses. So they would definitely not disappoint you. As the two men chatted away, their subordinates began loading and unloading things to and from Santa's ship. Landon's workers loaded the ores and chalk, while Santa's subordinates offloaded bags of seeds and animals. The slaves' refugees also came down from the ships as well. And once Santa had finally left, Landon proceeded to settle down the children, the elderly, and those who volunteered to be soldiers, doctors, nurses, cooks and caretakers. Up next, he decided to start with the learned slaves. The reason he needed them right now was so that he could train them to fill in several office positions all over Baymard. He decided that while they underwent training under him, he would assign some of them to be secretaries, accountants, auditors, receptionists, and so on. He needed each industry department ... as well as hospitals, schools, military and all other areas within Baymard, to have these people working within them. Landon wanted to make sure that money was being properly circulated within Baymard. Some of these people would also work in payroll offices within each industry, hospital, etc. Presently, payrolls were handled by all the overseers, doctors, and other personals with higher work positions, which was clearly not their jobs. Hence Landon had asked for learned slaves so as to relieve them. As for the new accountants, they needed to track each workplace's income and expenditures, as well as provide financial information about everything concerning the workplace. So if they had bought trash cans, for example, Landon wanted to see how many they bought, where and when they bought it, the amount for each trash can and so on. He wanted detailed financial reports and documents for everything that was bought and paid out within those workplaces. And of course, once the accountants had made their financial statements, the auditors would go over them to ensure that they were correct. Landon also expected all the head accountants, auditors, and secretaries from each department to always attend meetings with the overseers and supervisors so as to talk about budgeting and smart financial decisions. Of course, their main job was to make sure that all the workers got paid ... and the industry or other workplace doesn't go bankrupt. The secretaries, on the other hand, would handle all the paperwork within the workplace, from answering calls to scheduling meetings and so on. These people would do it all. And of course in future, some of these people would also work in banks, government offices that dealt with exports, imports, insurance, the Baymard Government Revenue Agency, and so on. As for their training, whether they were secretaries, accountants, auditors, or receptionists ... Landon had decided that all of them would still attend all the classes taught within Baymard, as well as accounting, entrepreneurship, and customer service courses, which would be taught by him personally. Landon expected the workers to work while training, hence gaining experience and theory at the same time. And at the end of the week, everything that they had done at work would be checked personally by him. There was no way that Landon would wait for them to use several years learning these concepts ... like how university's students did back on Earth. Hence, they could only learn on the job, and with the help of his classes. Only in this way would they be able to learn faster. Once he was done with those learned slaves, he was now left with 5,497 workers. Finally, it was time to make new products. Chapter 124. Go big or go home. With 5,497 new workers, Landon divided them up like so: cleaners, 397 workers; textile industry, 300 workers; food industry, 300 workers. Alchemy industry, 300 workers. Construction industry: 1,200 workers. Construction workers, 3,000 workers. Previously, the workers, nurses, and everyone else would clean their work environments at the end of their shift. But since Landon didn't feel like it was their job to do so, he decided to get cleaners for the job. Hence he assigned 397 workers to clean around all buildings within Baymard. Since driving classes were still going on, Landon still needed all of them to start taking those classes as well. They would need to carry their cleaning equipment and supplies, as well as their garbage from their workplaces, using those trucks. Once all the new workers were settled in, Landon called Tim and Wiggins over to discuss about October's tasks. "Tim, these are 5 main products that your industry would have to focus on," Landon said as he handed Tim a notebook. Landon wanted them to make conveyor belts, binoculars, microscopes, telescopes and rifles for the army. For Landon, conveyor belts were a must. Now that he had to make medical drugs, there was no way that he complete this task without the use of conveyor belts. The reason why he didn't make them before was because the estate buildings didn't run on electricity. Hence powering them would be difficult, and the new industries that he had previously created didn't really need conveyor belts since their products weren't really items. Those new industries carried things like water and poop through pipes, so conveyor belts weren't used at all. Hence he had never required conveyor belts before. There were several 9 types of conveyor belts that Landon wanted Tim to focus on. These belts were PVC conveyor belts, rubber belting, flag wire, woven wire, hinged metal, food industry belts, plastic belt and chain, slat belts, and general purpose belts. Each type had its own types of chemicals, additives and raw materials that were needed for making the belts. Some used rubber as one of their raw materials, others used metals, fabrics and so on. But Baymard presently had all the raw materials needed, hence making every belt type wouldn't be an issue. Making these belts basically required a lot of industrial rollers that flattened and smoothed out the belts. For example, when making general-purpose rubber conveyor belts, liquid rubber, liquid plastics, chemicals, vulcanizing agents and carbon black would be mixed and immediately passed through 6 industrial rolling machines. And although the raw materials are liquids, the rubber and plastic make it feel like slime. Hence when the mixture gets sent to the rollers, it would get flattened out like pancakes. After that process, the thin flat belts are then sent to cutting machines, pressing machines, and wrapping machines. With all this in mind, Landon needed Tim and the workers to use the first 2 weeks of the month building several steam engine machines for the conveyor belts. Up next, Landon wanted to focus on rifles for the soldiers, binoculars, telescopes, and of course microscopes. With both plastic and glass lenses made, as well as prisms, the workers could finally start production. All these objects basically involved creating molds from different substances, like rubber, metal and so on. For example, with binoculars, several molds would be created for each part and ring of the binoculars, that would enclose the lenses and prisms. And of course once these molds were completed, the workers would mix heated liquid plastic with a black dye, and later place this mixture into the molds. Once the thick plastic molds got dried, the binoculars, lenses, prisms, and parts would be sealed and put together using a clear silicone sealant glue and tiny metal screws. Wiggins, this is where you come in. For this month, I only need your industry to make this silicone sealant, as well as other glue types, Landon said, while handing Wiggins a different notebook. "No problem, Your Majesty. It shall be done," Wiggins replied. This glue would simply be made by heating silicon from sand silica with methyl chloride, and other chemicals, to get silicone with an E at the end of its name. This silicone would then be reacted with several other chemicals to form silicone sealants glue. Back on Earth, this sealant was one of the most popular ones used within the industries. Unlike other sealants, Silicone kept its elasticity and had a lot of stability in high and low temperatures. It was used in sealing almost everything, from toys, to machines, glass, fabrics, wood and so on. Once Landon had explained all procedures to Tim, he began to look at the construction workers. Tim. For now, have those new 3,000 construction workers start working with the other workers. So that they could gain experience fast. At the same time, withdraw 3,000 workers from the old group and have them deal with the 3 projects on the next page of the notebook. Tim immediately flipped through the notebook in his hands, and took a look at the projects. Your Majesty, how would the men be assigned? Let's divide them up equally. Every project should have 1,000 construction workers, Landon said. The first project was obviously for the workers to build a waste and recycle management industry. Previously, people used to throw their rotten foods and waste in the streams. But since Landon revised the rules, all waste was being burnt at the lower region. Even burning was dangerous for the environment. Hence he wanted to build this industry. It would be in charge of recycling, as well as disposing residential, street, and workplace garbage. The next project Landon wanted construction workers to build was the pharmaceutical industry. He had 25 types of medical drugs to make. And without conveyor belts and electrically powered machines, drug production would be ridiculously slow and time-consuming. Hence he needed 1,000 construction workers to start construction ASAP. With October just starting, Landon had expected that these 2 industries would probably be done around the first week of December. As for the last project, Landon wanted to make a grand mall for Baymard. Building this mall would take at least 8 months, May next year, and at most 10 months. Hence Landon wanted to start construction now. And as each month went by, the number of workers would increase, causing this time frame to decrease. In fact, back on Earth, Landon had visited a lot of places due to school competitions and engineering seminars. He had also gone to Singapore and was amazed at its growth. Just the airport alone made him feel like he was in a different world. The Jewel Chaney Airport had a gigantic botanical world that made him feel like he was on the set of Jurassic Park. He also wanted the mall to have a train stop at the ground level, just like the mall in Montreal, Canada. This would definitely aid those who had shopped a lot, and didn't have their own cars and so on. But Your Majesty, why is this particular using scene massive? Is that really okay? Tim asked while scratching his head. In Tim's mind, he was wondering why His Majesty wanted such a massive building when they have only few products available. And even if they made more in future, could it really fill that kind of marketplace? Tim was a little skeptical on this one. In fact, Landon didn't blame him. Obviously Tim hadn't seen the products that existed back on Earth. And neither did he have the threat of having his soul destroyed. So how could he understand Landon's emotions? Landon's mall design had made space for everything within most malls back on Earth, and since it would take at least 8 months to complete it, he was sure that within that time frame, he would have made escalators, and other important indoor fixtures needed as well. Although he was building a large-scale mall now, he knew fully well that it would probably take several more years before he could add things like cinemas to it. His dream was to meet the mall standards back on Earth. Hence he built it large so as to accommodate for the future. His mentality right now was, go big or go home. He trust me Tim, you'll thank me in the future. Goblin Town. A young knight walks into the room hurriedly. My lord, you have a letter. Oh, said a young man who unhurriedly sat up from his bed. He opens the letter and after 2 minutes, his hands start trembling from anger. He immediately throws the letter into the fire and starts laughing like a lunatic. Ha 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 ha, my dear brother. I have to admit, I had really underestimated you. But not anymore. This time, I'll hit you with everything I've got. He he. Chapter 125, a letter from Brother Goblin Town, Arc 18. Eli and the men on his team were still journeying towards the border city called Jungo. His brothers and their teams had gone towards different routes, since they were heading towards different border cities as well. It had been a month and a half now, since they had all left the capital, and all through his team's journey, they had been sleeping in the woods and had never bothered to sleep in any of the cities, towns and villages that they had previously passed by. Of course they had only stopped just to fill up their water drums, as well as restock their food supplies. Because this was an important mission, it wasn't really good or safe for them to keep sleeping within those places. Every empire had their own spies residing in other empires. So it was only right for them to assume that their enemies also had spies within several cities, towns and villages. One could never be too sure, hence they had decided not to keep on sleeping in the woods. Of course, when they left the capital, they had only decided to have two main checkpoint cities within their journey: Goblin City and Ferndale City, were the checkpoints that they had agreed on. Both cities were extremely large and had secret passageways by the woods for nobles and their knights. In this way, no one would really know that they had even arrived at these cities. Eli laughed, while looking at the fireplace where he had just thrown a letter into. Actually, it was a letter within a letter. So there were basically two letters in total, that were rolled up together and tied using a thin, but sturdy rope. Eli continued to laugh as he recalled the words on the letters. He knew that letters were definitely sent from Slytherin's end. The first one read, "We underestimated him. He'll brief you when we meet at the borders." I think he wanted me to give you this letter. As for the second one, it was a letter from his supposedly elder brother, the ghostly prince. "My dear Eli, how have you been? Are you eating well? Are you sleeping well? Are you missing me? As usual, I'm fine on my end, and would like to thank you for the gift that you had sent through your friend." What was his name again? Slyvester? Slytona? Slytherin. Yes. It was definitely Slytherin. I have to say, I was expecting much more from you. I mean, as the Crown Prince, how could your forces be so weak? TSK. Truly disappointing. I hope that next time, you would step up your game and take this seriously. You're making it seem like I'm bullying you. I assume you don't want anyone calling you a weakling, right? If so, then don't disappoint me next time. Okay. I won't hold you up any longer. Have fun protecting the borders. With lots of love, your secret admirer, P.S. I had also sent a little surprise to one of your southern bases as well. I hope that you like it too. After all, it's only fair that I return the favor. Every sentence from the letter pricked Eli's ego and heart. No matter how he looked at it, this brother of his had just instigated that he was a weakling. How could he be considered as a wimp? He, the one whom his enemies called the bringer of death? He, a wimp? And what's up with the secret admirer stuff? Eli was really surprised that Slytherin had failed. This showed that this older brother of his had people in every place within the empire. Such a man would definitely be hard to kill, so they really shouldn't have underestimated him. The more Eli laughed, the angrier he became. To the onlookers, he looked like a psychopath when he laughed in that manner. The thing that pissed Eli off was that even till now, the bastard didn't disclose his name or whether he was truly Eli's older brother or not. Eli knew that the ghostly prince was probably his older brother, because he had heard that his father had killed all his family members when he was younger. Hence he was sure that the ghostly prince was his father's bastard son. But of course what Eli didn't know, was that he was completely off the mark with this one. The ghostly prince wasn't his elder brother. He was Eli's older cousin. What Eli feared the most was the surprise that this brother of his had sent him at his southern bases. Eli had 3 bases in total. The first one was the one that everyone in the Empire knew of. It was within Whitewood City. This was the territory that Alec Barn had given him when he turned 15. The other 2 bases were gotten with the help of Slytherin, and were located around the southern part of the Empire. Within these past 2 years, he had been secretly recruiting more men with the help of Slytherin. Since his father was always watching him, he couldn't afford to do things openly, hence he had been building his forces in the shadows. "My lord, are you alright?" said Eli's personal knight and guard, Zarius. Zarius was truly frightened by Eli's crazed laughter. His lord looked truly mad. His lord had thrown the wooden chairs into the fire, while laughing. Just what was written on those letters? Zarius was utterly confused. Ha ha ha. I'm alright. Everything is good. Don't I look fine? Eli said as he smiled at Zarius. Zarius almost stopped breathing when Eli smiled at him. My lord, how do you look? Okay? Can you not frighten me so much? And why are you looking at me like that? His lord's smile had truly terrified him. Zarius. Send Yenti and Zion to check on both bases at the south. A storm is about to begin. And I'm not the one who will die from it. Chapter 126. Troubling bugs. My lord, how do we handle the other princes? Eli looked at Zarius and thought for a while. Indeed. He knew that his impatient younger brothers would definitely send assassins after him again. Not only did he have to deal with that damn ghostly prince, but he also had to deal with these mosquitoes as well. How annoying. Sometimes, he wished that his younger brothers would at least try to grow some brains. I mean, if their first assassination attempt failed, why would they think that the next one would work? In Eli's mind, there were three possibilities. It was either he got attacked him on his way to the Jungo city, or attacked on the battlefield, or attacked on his way back to the capital. Either way, he had made enough preparations to deal with any sort of complications on this mission. The funny thing was that the assassins which they hired were actually his men. Sigh. His younger brothers were such a disappointment to him. How did his father produce trash like them? Zarius, is there any need to worry about little insects? If I died from their attacks, wouldn't that be a great insult to my name? Right now, the only thing that I want to know is if Titus and Brody have gotten to Baymard yet. Ever since Eli had been told to go to the capital and receive the border mission, he knew that his plans for Baymard would be delayed. But nevertheless, he had still sent his subordinates down there to find out about Landon's condition. To use assassins or even Slytherin and his men would be a great insult to their skills. Hence he had decided to send his subordinates over there. For someone like Landon, just a few subordinates would do. Worry not, my lord, no one can survive from that poison, Zarius said. I know. That's why I want Titus and Brody to recruit those useless soldiers that my dear brother had taken to Baymard. Although they are useless, they are still knights. After all, useless men still have their uses. They are the most suitable for shielding attacks at the front lines of every battle. And since I'm still building my forces, it would be wise for them to join me while they still could. Because after this mission is over, Baymard would definitely be mine. And if anyone stands in my way, Baymard. It was finally sunny in Baymard. For the past 3 days, rain had continuously fallen and only one person's mood was dampened. The citizens had this crazy theory that the ancestors were crying from joy, but Landon knew that it wasn't the case. No one hated the rain right now more than Landon did. When it rained continuously, farming and construction had to be delayed because of the weather. If the rain drizzles lightly like how it did on the first 2 days, then the workers who worked outside could still get some work done for a couple of hours. With that kind of weather, Landon wouldn't mind at all. But when it rained cats and dogs like yesterday's weather, the workers would have to sit in the cafeteria of their respective industries and wait for it to simmer down. For an entire day, no one could continue construction because of the heavy downpour. And if greatly slowed construction time. It was really annoying. Of course the other workers that worked within the buildings still worked, since they were indoors. Finally last night, the rain had decided to leave Baymard in peace. The city became boisterous again. Today Landon headed over to the Medical and Healthcare Academy, to give the teachers books on human anatomy, biology, immunology, pathology, pharmacology, childbirth, and clinical skills. He had spent these past few days within the system's time capsule, writing books on each subject. Of course he could buy the textbook from the system. But again, it would look suspicious to the citizens, especially those who made books. Hence he still had to write down these books and send them to the lower region, to be printed off immediately. Previously during August, 10 new nurses and 6 new doctors had arrived in Baymard. These new people were immediately made teachers within the academy. And although they taught the students alongside the other doctors and nurses that came in May, Landon still gave them private lessons every Saturdays and Tuesdays. Today, he wanted to give them these new textbooks for them to study. Landon expected that by January, they would start teaching the academy students these subjects. Unlike the public school that went on holidays around Christmas, the Health and Medical Academy had its break during December, and started its second semester in January. And by mid-April, they would have their own holidays where they could choose to work in the hospitals and clinics. Although each teacher would have to teach just one subject, Landon still expected them to be knowledgeable on the other subjects as well. Hence, at least once a week, he would test all the teachers to see if they had grasped the concepts of each subject, as well as give them assignments and pointers for them to focus on. There was no way that they could read all the pages of each book. Hence he decided to split each subject into different courses, like Biology 1, Biology 2 and so on. Within the next semester, Landon wanted to have them to teach 2 courses from each subject. So they would have to teach Biology 1 and 2, Pathology 1 and 2, and so on. Of course, in the future, they would continue teaching courses like Pathology 4 and Immunology 5. But for now, Landon needed them to fully prepare them for January. After distributing the books, Landon gave them detailed course outlines for each course, as well as their teaching schedules for next semester. Your Majesty, for this current semester, since all of us teach during the weekdays, can we take our tests on Saturdays? Asked Nurse Mabel. Sure, I don't see why not. It's fine with me, Landon replied while nodding. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone said. With all these new textbooks, I wanted to discuss the library system with you. Chapter 127, Troubling Bugs. To everyone listened attentively as Landon further explained his plan for the academy. For the library system, only students who had their academy school IDs could get into the library. For now, Landon had decided that the textbooks would never leave the academy library. In this way, even if foreigners come to Baymard in future, they still wouldn't be able to access these textbooks, since they weren't necessarily permitted on the academy's premises. If the books don't leave the library, then spies would definitely have a hard time getting their hands on them. After the system's reminder about not giving technology to those with evil intentions, Landon had decided to restrict access to these books. In fact, every new academy, be it police force, navy and so on, would be like that as well, and wouldn't allow visitors or spies within their premises, only if they had permission to tour the academies under the supervision of tour guides. For the public school, since Landon had planned to have international students study here in the future, he had decided to make 2 libraries within it. The first library would allow both Baymard-based students and the international students to look at textbooks on English and math only, as well as storybooks, history books, newspapers, and so on. This first library would only be accessed by using one's school ID. As for the second school library, this one would contain chemistry textbooks, physics, biology and so on, and could only be accessed by Baymard-based students, by using 2 I.D cards, the Baymard National I.D, as well as the school ID. Even though the international students would be taught these subjects in class, Landon would still not allow them to have a chance at accessing, stealing or taking these textbooks away to their own empires. Like he said, he would allow them to sit through the classes, but it was their job to take notes, and to experiment within their empires. Presently in this era, people sat in classrooms and learnt without textbooks, hence Landon didn't think that it would be a problem. And even if someone complained, so what? If they really had a problem with his arrangement, then they should quickly go back to Empire and sit there. Or better still, they should make their own empire and rule it the way they deemed fit. Please. He wasn't going to disobey the system and get his soul fried, just because of foreigners. He wasn't that kind. And by the way, shouldn't they be happy that he was willing to allow them to sit through the classes? Wasn't that what was actually going on right now in Baymard? In future, the textbooks would be available for all academies and schools. But right now, only the teachers had their textbooks. Hence, if the citizens could learn without seeing the textbooks and only relying on the teachers, then so could they. For the foreign students, they would be taught basic knowledge from elementary to high school knowledge. But university-level knowledge was off the table. The teachers would do their best to teach them about air, matter, reactions and so on. And although they would be allowed to participate in school-based lab experiments, that didn't bother Landon at all. High school lab experiments were meant to show basic things, like measuring pH levels for bases, and so on. Plus, if one thinks about it, in high school, all the chemicals were given to the students. But if you asked them how to extract, produce or refine chlorine, mercury, and all the other chemicals from ores, stones, and other raw materials, they definitely wouldn't know where to begin. Without the internet, not to talk of the fact that what they were studying didn't even cover university-level knowledge. Back on Earth, the only reason why inventions were made faster was because of books, the internet and other people's detailed scientific experiments. Without all of those, it would take more than 20 years to even see positive results. Back on Earth in ancient times, scientific discoveries took decades to do because they lacked all those. But in modern times, one could easily Google and see how to do stuff just like that. Hence Landon was sure that they wouldn't be of any threat to Baymard while they were studying. Riverdale City. The sun went down, and the stars began to glow amidst the darkness. People filled the busy streets as they walked towards different directions. Two sturdy men on horses rode through the streets and quickly checked into an inn. These two men were Brody and Titus. Their lord, Crown Prince Eli, had sent them on this mission since July. Today was October 3rd. And they had finally arrived Riverdale City, which was just 2.5 hours away from Baymard. Their mission was simple: find out if Prince Landon was still alive. If he was dead, recruit his men and have them kill the citizens. If the land was barren, then they didn't have the patience to feed peasants. And if Prince Landon was alive, threaten the bastard to give the land to Lord Eli, or he would face Lord Eli's wrath in the future. During these last few months that they had spent on the road, Brody and Titus became extremely unhappy. Why were they the ones tasked with doing this sort of job? Everyone went on cool missions, but no. They were tasked with doing the most annoying one. Who wanted to deal with a loser prince? Instead of placing all their anger at Eli, they immediately directed it to Landon. Wasn't it because of him that they had found themselves here? And how dare he command the attention of their heroic lord? An exiled prince was the same as a peasant, so they held no respect for Landon at all. After settling down in their room, they quickly began making preparations for their mission. Brody, I have a feeling that although Prince Landon is for sure dead, Commander Lucius would still give us a hard time. Titus said. Me too. Instead of worrying about that garbage prince, I think that the main issue would be Commander Lucius. What if he refuses to give up the land? After all, you and I know that he takes that bastard prince as his son. Brody said. He dares. He is just a dog without an owner. Now that that garbage prince is dead, what right does he have to deny our lord? TSK. Does he think that his puny army of 300 could ever defeat Lord Eli's army? Titus sneered. He. Just thinking about how we will stomp on that old dog makes me pleased. Aren't you just pleased because you would finally get your revenge on Commander Lucius? Titus asked playfully. Of course it's for revenge. During our first year in the academy, don't you remember when the old fool wanted to suspend me simply because I cut a peasant's head off? The old fool was always too strict, and never bent the rules for anyone. Now look at where he had landed himself. I can't wait to see his reaction when he sees how powerful I've become. Tomorrow is definitely going to be a great day. Chapter 128 Orders from the hilarious future King of Arcadina. Your Majesty, we have visitors. Actually, Landon had already known that visitors had come due to the system's warning. But since there were only 2 men, what was there for him to be worried about? He and the guard that passed on a message got into a loading truck and drove towards the city walls. Once the truck was parked a little distance from the city walls, Landon unhurriedly went into one of the city wall posts and changed his attire. How could he let people see him in these new clothes? It would be suspicious, and might even make people think that he had found some valuable treasure here. Everyone in the Empire knew that Landon was poor right now. So how could he afford such clothes? And where and who had he bought them from? Landon wanted to avoid catching people's attention, hence he had always made sure that those that worked at the gates would wear those old worn-out clothes when on duty. Likewise, Landon had kept spare worn-out clothes and several horses around the city gates just for situations like this. That way, even if visitors came, it would still look like Baymard was a poverty-stricken place. Pui, these people are too appalling. Presently, Titus and Brody were fuming outside Baymard's gates. Since they were denied access into Baymard. How dare these low-grade knights stop them from going into their lord's future land? Damn. As they looked at the knights in their tattered attires, they couldn't help but sneer. Once their lord returned from his mission, he would definitely straighten them out. That is it, they were smart enough to follow their lord. Brody, just look at how dirty their clothes are. I reckon they haven't had a good meal in a while. Titus said. True, they do look like barbarians in those rags. If we can promise them enough food, I'm sure that they would even team up and kill that bastard prince all by themselves. After all, they must surely hate him for putting them in such predicaments. Brody replied. I don't think so. Although they look hungry, they still seem to be faithful to that low-life prince and Commander Lucius. When we mentioned Lord Elis' name, there was no hint of desire or excitement on their faces. The knights that had stopped them were all dressed in worn-out clothes and shoes. Even after they had mentioned their lord's name, those stupid good-for-nothing knights didn't even try to curry favor with them. Although these knights weren't disrespectful to them, they were pissed off because they had expected these knights to beg and treat them like heroes who had come to save them in their times of need. Never would they have thought that these beggars would act like they were the ones who had chosen the wrong lord to serve. Truly a bunch of ignorant fools. Do you think that they treated us this way because of Commander Lucius? From the way I see it, these men would probably be willing to die with their leader than to join us. So recruiting them might be troubling. But the most puzzling thing was that when we requested to see Prince Landon, they immediately acted as if he were alive. They even said that we would have to wait for his arrival here. Is he really alive? If he's truly alive, then we would have to act friendly with the bastard, so as to find out how he survived, and report it back to our lord. He's probably dead. I think it was just a scare tactic to keep us away from Baymard. As if we would ever get scared of that wimp. As they discussed, 4 men on horseback rode towards them. As the men rode closer, Brody and Titus became shocked when they spotted Landon amongst the group. From their discussions, they had already concluded that Landon was dead and that this was just a scare tactic. So when they saw him, how could they not be shocked? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? What sort of sorcery was this? When Landon was leaving the capital, everyone knew that he was either sick or poisoned. But no one knew that Landon was poisoned with the Nalatwisp. Well, no one except Prince Elis' 12 main knight captains, his 2 commanders and Slither and Cord. Brody and Titus were really puzzled about his recovery. Just how did he do it? Although Landon's presence greatly surprised them, that didn't mean that they now valued him or respected him in any way. Granted, his presence would definitely make their mission harder. But so what? In their minds, their lord would definitely get this land whether or not the bastard died. And although they tried to act friendlier, they still couldn't completely suppress their anger or stop their sarcastic remarks. He exiled Prince Landon, or should we say Peasant Landon. It looks like all this time that you spent out of the royal palace has made you forgotten how to welcome your guests. Titus said. while trying to hold his anger in. He still wasn't over the fact that this trash had kept them waiting outside the gates for so long. The two other knights that came with Landon and Lysias were already so angry that their faces started turning red. What insolence! These visitors didn't even speak respectfully to their king at all. Did they really think that Prince Eli, or whatever his name was, could even compare to a single strand of hair on their king's head? Just one word from Landon, and those two knights would have probably fought Brode and Titus to the death. As for Landon and Lucius, they were relatively calm. How could they not recognize these visitors? When Landon was still 11 years old, Eli had just turned 15 and had been given his own personal army to groom. Landon had remembered how these knights would trip him whenever he passed by Eli in the palace. As for Lucius, how could he not remember these notorious students of his? It looked like they were still the same as they were back when they were younger. I do apologize for that. You see, my health isn't too good, so I couldn't make it on time. I'm terribly sorry for keeping you guys waiting, Landon said while smiling. Titus and Brody's eyes lit up. This was the perfect time to find out how this bastard had ridden himself from the deadly poison. Since you say that it was because of your sickly body, then we as magnanimous people would not bear a grudge with you over that. But if I remember correctly, your appearance when leaving the capital was ghastly. Was it still that illness from that time? Brody asked curiously. Landon looked at them, and could easily figure out what they wanted to know, just from the fact that they had come for this land. As well as the fact that they had asked this question, made Landon realize who was the culprit responsible for murdering this body's original owner. Eli, was it? So you're the reason why I woke up on the way to Baymard, in such unbearable pain? I can only pray that you are ready for the war that's coming your way, brother. Landon smiled. Well, I was poisoned when I left the capital, and once I arrived at Baymard, Queen Mother Kim used up all her coins to invite a healer from the continent of Morgany to cure me. Mother had heard that the healer was staying at the Empire of Yoden, so she readily invited him over to treat me, Landon replied. As they listened to Landon's explanation, Brody and Titus began nodding. It seemed possible, since there was no known cure for it within the Pino continent. Only someone from another continent could have the cure. And from what Landon had said, it seemed like the person had come to the Pino continent for a visit. It was likely that person wouldn't be around anymore. After all, a lot of time had passed since the bastard had been poisoned. It was unfortunate that they would be giving this news to their lord only now. Such godly healers were truly hard to come by. And if their lord had such a healer, he would become even more powerful in the future. Once both men had gotten their answer from Landon, their overall demeanor changed from friendly to fierce. Why should they continue being friendly with a loser? We won't waste time with trash like you. Our Lord Crown Prince Eli has demanded that you and the people leave this land immediately. Are you going to leave or not? Bear in mind that the consequences for disobeying Lord Eli's command is equivalent to disobeying the command of the future king of Arcadina. Chapter 129. If it's a war you want, then a war you shall get. Landon thought that this brother of his was a clown through and through. He should leave Baymard just because the future king of Arcadina had commanded it. If the dude was already king, then Landon would understand where such authority came from. But the last time he checked, this brother of his was still a prince and nothing more. The future was always going to be uncertain, so there was no way Landon would listen to anyone who claimed to be the future king. When they finally succeeded in taking the throne, then they would have the qualifications to talk to him. He was the current king of Baymard, so why should he listen to some orders from a wannabe future king? Bahahaha, this brother of his was definitely a jester. If it were the old Landon, then maybe this jester's plans would have succeeded. But since he was now in control, there was no way that he would bend to Eli's will. What? Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Brody yelled out angrily. Both Titus and Brody had expected Landon to get scared at the mention of Eli's name. Or even hurriedly accept their lord's kind intentions. But to their surprise, the bastard continued to look at them indifferently. Kid, I see that you've finally grown a backbone, all through your stay here. But so what? You of all people should know what our Lord is like, when he gets angry. Do you really want your mother's death on your hands? What other choice do you have? I suggest that you hurry up and leave this, please. Titus yelled angrily. He couldn't understand what gave this little punk the courage to look at him in that manner. Landon looked at them, as if they were monkeys jumping around in a zoo. My answer is no! No. I and my people will not leave this place. As the new king of Baymard, these people are my people. This land is our home and our new kingdom. This land isn't part of Arcadina, so you all have no right to ask me to follow the orders of the future king of Arcadina. Even if I and my 300 knights have to fight you all to the death, then so be it. Why should I and my people leave Baymard for my brother? Landon asked sarcastically. Both men had finally come to the conclusion that Landon was sick in the head. With just 300 men, he wished to fight their lord. Didn't you hear what we had just said? Our Lord will deal with your mother if you do not agree, Brody yelled. I know. At this point, Landon was really pissed off as well. Why was it that everyone who came to threaten or negotiate with him would use his mother as a bargaining chip? Did they really think that he himself wasn't aware that his mother was one of his main weaknesses? It was really annoying for everyone to use that negotiation line with him. Brody and Titus were taken aback. Could it be that this bastard had really steeled his heart so much that he no longer cared about his whore of a mother? Impossible. Titus looked at Commander Lucius, and his eyes lit up. Commander Lucius. Our Lord had said that if you follow him faithfully, he would spare this bastard's mother, as well as taken all of those poor soldiers who had to follow this bastard here. My Lord has also promised good riches and women to all those 300 knights in Baymard. To prove your loyalty, my Lord just asks one thing from you all. If any of you can kill or send this mother away, then all of you will become knights under our Lord, Crown Prince Eli, the future king of Arcadina. Titus said with a confident smile on his face. He knew that this mission was definitely going to be successful. Only a madman would turn down such an offer. Who would choose a loser prince with no power, over a heroic and powerful prince? As Commander Lucius and the two other knights went for their swords, Brody and Titus sneered at Landon. As they were sure that those swords would probably kill the son of a BCH now. Mission accomplished, they thought. But obviously, they were wrong. Sling. The swords were drawn. But to their surprise, all the swords pointed at them. Were these knights dumb enough that they still didn't get their message? Landon looked at the confused visitors, and smiled. I will say it again. I and my people will not leave Baymard. Not now. Not ever. I had thought that as knight captains, you both would be the smartest bunch that my brother had sent. But clearly, your brains have been mushed up by those big heads of yours. If both of you had any understanding of the Pyron language, then you would understand that my people also includes my knights. So you asking them to kill me is an impossible feat for them. And since I've given my answer as good dogs, shouldn't you all hurry back and wag your tails to your master? Brody and Titus immediately unsheathed their swords with anger. How dare this bastard insult them? Good. It has been so long since we last met, and I can see that you've also grown a sharp tongue as well. Since you refuse to know what is good for you, then we will leave for now. But when we return, I promise you that you will pay for those words of yours. Our Lord will surely not let you go, Titus said, while slowly putting back his sword back into his sheath. There was no point in them fighting in the enemy's territory, without backup. They were completely outnumbered, and would obviously die if they angered this bastard too much. Since their mission wasn't successful, it would be better for them to meet their lord at Jungo City and air out their complaints against the bastard. who dared to call himself the king of Baymard. We will go HMMP. But don't beg us for forgiveness when you realize that it's too late, Brody said while sneering. Wait, Landon yelled out. What? Regret it already? So you finally know what's good for you? Well, too late. When next we return, we will kill you, and that whore Piku. Before Brody could finish his sentence, Landon had already punched him hard on the jaw. Landon was really pissed. Even before Brody had finished his sentence, he knew that the whore that they were talking about was his beloved mother. The next time anyone dared to talk ill of his mother, he would definitely chop off the person's head into several pieces. Ah! Brody screamed, while wiping the blood that trailed off from the corners of his trembling lips. You dare hit my comrade because of a maid? Titus exclaimed in anger. He couldn't believe that Landon would hit Crown Prince Elis men, because of the Dessel-like mother of his. How preposterous. Brody spat out the blood in his mouth, and looked at Landon coldly. Who doesn't know that your mother had climbed up the ranks using her thighs? She's nothing but a common, dirty, lowly, WH. This time, although Brody was prepared, he was still shocked that he had lost. To a wimp, Landon had rushed up to him and began by punching his face again. Boom. Brody blocked the attack, with both hands crossed over his face. But before he could prepare himself for the bastard's next attack, Brody found himself lying on the floor in pain. What just happened? Landon had predicated Brody's counterattack. So immediately after punching Brody's face, Landon dropped to the floor and used his right leg to trip Brody down. Ah! How far the mighty have fallen. Bam! Brody's huge body had fallen hard on the ground. Landon immediately took out his dagger, and stabbed Brody's right leg. All this while, Lucius and the other two knights had surrounded Titus, so that he wouldn't hinder Landon's fight. Ah! Brody screamed while holding his right foot. If eyes could kill, Landon would probably be dead by now. How could Brody accept the fact that he had lost to this motherfucker? No, impossible. He must have cheated. That was the only explanation. How could such a tiny body make a giant like him fall down? Who would believe it? You little maggot. I'll get you for this. I swear by my ancestors, that you will die by my sword. Brody yelled out crazily. And I swear by my own ancestors. That if you ever talk ill about my mother again, I will gouge out your eyes and feed them to the birds. Let this be a lesson to both of you. And your owner, my brother. The next time you all come to threaten me, my mother or my people. Blood will be spilled. Now, get the hell out of my kingdom. Both men knew that more fighting would only get them killed, so they chose to retreat instead. Brody limped towards his horse, and Titus helped him settle down. They both wished for nothing more than to hurriedly meet their lord and plan this bastard's downfall. Just you wait. They thought. As Landon looked at their retreating figures, he couldn't help but smile. My dear sweet brother. I will make you pay for everything that you have done to me, and the original owner of this body. Since you want this land, then come and get it. I will patiently wait for your attack. If it's a war you want, then it's a war you shall get. Chapter 130 Retreat before advancing. Do you think that those two morons bought our performances? Landon asked. Lucius thought for a while before answering. Although we made some mistakes, I think that they believed our act. Indeed. It would be better if they assumed that we decided to go against Prince Eli because of rage. Although I wanted nothing more than to grind their bones, this was for the best. They would probably think that I turned them down because they had asked me rudely and also insulted my mother. Stabbing his foot was the most we could do now. After all, we aren't ready to face my brother's wrath yet. It would be best to show that we were indeed afraid of him. That's why I didn't bother killing them. We need more time. As Landon walked alongside Lucius, they began to review their performance when dealing with those scoundrels. When Landon had first heard that his brother's men had come, he immediately realized that he couldn't kill them like how he did with City Lord Shannon, who was his brother. He of all people knew how smart Eli was. When Eli turned 15, he was just 11 years old. But he had already heard of how Eli had dealt with several assassination attempts from the Empire of Tariq, as well as some nobles who had secretly opposed Alec Barn. Although this sort of information was private, the palace walls definitely had ears. Hence Landon had secretly heard about it during his stay at the palace. And as the years went by, more crazy stories about Elis' life surfaced within the palace. For his brother to survive till now meant that he had many capable and quick-thinking subordinates working for him. And although Eli had his own personal army, Landon could easily tell that all those who worked for him like Slither and Cord, also had their own armies as well. This would mean that if Eli became serious with him, then all his forces could attack Baymard at once. This also showed that Eli was well connected, and had several spies all around the Empire. Hence Landon was sure that if he had killed Brody and Titus, Eli would definitely be able to trace it back to him in no time. Firstly, it was safe to assume that those two idiots had probably spent the night at Riverdale City. So how was Landon sure that they hadn't met anyone or even sent a message back to Eli to talk about their arrival? Not to talk about the fact that they had probably slept in Sumion's home or an inn. If anyone could confirm that they had seen those two in Riverdale City, then Eli would instantly know that he was responsible for their deaths. In the entire Arcadina, no one messed with Elis people unless they had a death warrant to their names and families. Even if City Lord Shannon were still alive, he wouldn't dare to make a move on these two openly. Of course it was impossible for everyone to know all those under Eli. Hence Eli had given them 2 golden crests to use as verification of their identities, whenever they went out on missions. If they showed those crests and anyone still dared to cause trouble for them, then Eli would definitely destroy that person's entire generation. With all these reasons, how could Eli believe that his knight captains had gone missing just like that? Landon knew that his brother was smart and not easy to fool. For this reason, when handling Brody and Titus, he was very polite at the beginning, so as to make them feel like he was still afraid of his brother. If Landon had even killed or heavy injured any of them, Elis' attention would be piqued even more. His brother would begin to wonder if there was a master, or some important personnel present in Baymard, who had given him the guts to kill or touch one of Elis' men. And at that point, his brother would definitely take him serious and come to Baymardat with all his subordinates. This was exactly what Landon was trying to avoid. If his brother stopped underestimating him, then wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? What was the point in acting all tough when he was clearly not that powerful right now? Baymard wasn't ready for Elis' attack yet. Landon still needed more artilleries and militia before he could fight this battle. Hence it was better for everyone to think that he was still weak, hungry and helpless. In fact, if they even went as far as to think that he was dead, then that would be for the best as well. If every visitor could be killed, then why would he go out of his way to let the guards wear those rags as clothes? Why would he allow such an image to be continuously portrayed? If Alec Barn had also sent his people here, would he need to kill those ones as well? If everyone that was sent to Baymard ended up dying on the way, wouldn't that look too suspicious? Different enemies require different approaches, and not every strategy involved killing. Also, the soldiers had told Brody and Titus that they weren't allowed into Baymard because they were afraid that their food rations would be reduced. With this excuse, his brother would still assume that the land was completely barren, and in such places, it wasn't hard for one to become barbaric. Hence Eli would also think that Landon had been forced to learn how to fight, so as to eat and stay alive. So with all these reasons, Eli wouldn't find it strange that Landon had fought Brody like a barbarian ... and even used a dagger to stab his foot when Brody insulted his mother. The good thing was that from that point of view, Landon had still shown Eli that his nature was still a softer one, and his mother was still his weakness. Hence in his brother's mind, it could be seen that because Landon had only injured Brody's foot, it was either he was too weak to kill Brody, too scared of Elis' wrath, or too compassionate. All those traits would make Eli lower his guard towards Landon. And since Landon had said that he would fight to the death with 300 knights ... it was still safe to say that Eli would appoint either Titus or Brody to lead about 1,000 to 2,000 knights towards Baymard. For this first battle, Eli would probably be absent, since it would be a waste of his time. After all, him being the crown prince meant that he surely had other powerful enemies to deal with as well. In this situation, 300 against 2,000 was already overkill. So how could he use all his men just to deal with Landon? What Landon needed the most right now was to buy more time for Baymard's development, as well as continue his image as a sick, weak and helpless prince. Sometimes, the best military tactic was to retreat before advancing. Only in this way could he continue to protect everyone, as well as himself. Chapter 131. The issue with coins. A week and a few days had passed since those two morons had come to Baymard. Chief Tim, Chief Accountant Angelo and Chief Auditor Todd were heading over to the newly established bank called the Baymard Trust Bank (BT Bank), at the upper region. Chief Accountant Angelo was in charge of overseeing all other accountants within the construction industry, and Chief Auditor Todd was in charge of overseeing all other auditors within the construction industry. There were several accountants, auditors within the construction industry. Each department within the construction industry had 3 accountants and 4 auditors assigned to them. There were also 10 accountants and 4 auditors that were in charge of all matters relating to payroll within the industry. Once all the accountants within each department had made their financial statements, they would pass it on to the auditors within those departments, who were in charge of cross-checking them. From there, all the statements would be sent to Chief Accountant Angelo, who would go over them again and make adjustments if needed. And once he was done, Chief Auditor Todd would take it from there and cross-check all financial statements again. Once everything was checked, both Todd and Angelo, as well as the managers, supervisors and some company secretaries, would have meetings with Overseer Tim, so as to talk about the next steps for the industry. They decided on financial decisions, like whether they should buy this, buy that and so on. Last week, Landon had made sure that each workplace went over to the bank and opened an account there. They had paid for the account application fees, account fees and other minimal charges that included tax. For large businesses, there were given different option plans to choose from that showed different benefits altogether. Speaking of the bank, Landon had given an entire estate within the upper region to the Baymard Trust Bank. Today, Tim, Angelo and Todd were heading over to the bank to add money into the industry account. Once they arrived, they jumped out of the loading truck and carried several bags of coins towards the bank. Entering into the main building, Tim spotted several lines of wheeled carts at the side. And when he looked around the bank lobby, he saw several other people placing their bags of money into the carts and his eyes lit up. Once again, he was thoroughly pleased with how meticulous His Majesty's planning was. Truth be told, these bags of coins were extremely heavy as well. I think that we're supposed to use this thing to place our money inside, Tim said while using his elbow to nudge Angelo. Angelo looked around and nodded. Since everyone did it like that, then it must be so. Todd placed the bags on the ground and brought 3 carts back. Last night, they had spent several hours counting money and placing them in several bags. In total, they had brought 1.35 million copper, which was basically 135 gold coins. And after placing all their money onto the carts, they quickly wheeled the carts towards an available bank. Customer service representative. Good morning and welcome to Baymard Trust Bank. How may I help you all today? Said the representative with a friendly smile on his face. The representative stood behind a counter and wore black pants, black petite coat and a grey shirt. Hello. We just opened a business account last week, and we would like to add money into the account. The name of the business account is the construction industry, and the account number is 0000011. Tim answered as he looked at the account card in his hand. This card was similar to his I.D card, but it only showed the industry's name ... as well as the account number. Although Tim didn't know the importance of the account number yet, he knew that His Majesty would never do anything that was worthless. Hence he was sure that in the future, he would probably get to know the hidden meaning within those numbers. because no matter how hard Tim thought, he just couldn't see its use at all. Was the mind of a king really different from that of his subjects? How much more information does His Majesty have up there? Perfect. And did you bring in your business account book with you? Since there was no internet yet or computers, everything had to be done with books. That meant that each workplace had 2 bank account books. One stayed within the workplace, and the other one stayed within the bank. Yes. It's right here, Angelo replied, while giving it to the representative. The account book had a thick blue cover and had the account name and account number written on its cover. Perfect. Please hold on to your account book, while I go bring the account book that is currently stored with us. With that, the representative quickly left the lobby area and went towards another hallway. Do you think that this bank thing will be similar to that of Money Temples? Angelo asked Tim in a frightened manner. Yeah? Do you think that it will be the same? Todd asked shakingly as well. In this era, although they had banks, they weren't as organized and structured as they were in modern times. Banks here were called money temples, and were strictly used for money lending. To put it simply, people didn't have bank accounts. Hence they didn't go to these temples to add money into their accounts. They went there to borrow money from these temples. Poor people borrowed money to treat illnesses, pay bills and so on. Even some rich people borrowed, just to keep their businesses afloat. And as the days go by, the interest rates would stack up ridiculously high. At the end, some people end up paying the amount they owe plus another 40 to 70% of what they originally borrowed. And if they couldn't pay up, they or their family members would work as slaves within these temples for at least 15 years or more. These slaves did everything. Satisfied their bosses sexually, cooked, cleaned, and so on. To put it simply, these temples were underworld bosses that had the means to defend themselves and catch all those who owed them. Every time these temples did transactions, they would always go behind the scenes to ensure that the person who had taken their money fails to pay it back. Hence ending up as a slave. By then, they would just ask for ridiculous amounts for interest and make things difficult for the poor person. How could one ask for an interest rate of 40%? Or even 70% of the borrowed amount? These temples were just straight-up thugs. Angelo and Todd had just come to Baymard a week ago, and knew all about the slave life, so of course they were scared. Although they knew that Baymard didn't welcome slavery, wasn't this bank thing part of slavery? Tim looked at them and shook his head. I know why you guys might think like that. But trust me, that would never happen. From what I've been told, this banking thing is far from what those temples do. Here, everyone could have a personal account and these representatives are present just to cater to our needs. Plus when we keep money in the bank for a long period of time, we could actually make more money off the bank as well. Slavery is not and will never be allowed in Baymard. So don't worry about this too much. Baymard is different. Believe in our king. Chapter 132. The issue with coins 2. And after 8 minutes of waiting, the customer representative came back with another account book in his hands. The representative opened the book and read the first 2 pages, which gave a detailed description of those who could access the industry's account book. The book stated that only Overseer Tim, Chief Accountant Angelo or Chief Auditor Todd could withdraw funds from the industry's account. Actually, the representative had to make sure that at least 2 out of those 3 people were represent before any withdrawal could be made. So if Tim had come alone to withdraw money from the account, the representative would have refused to withdraw the funds for him without any of the other 2 parties present. And in the case for adding funds into the industry's account, only one person was needed for that transaction to be done. Since they were adding money today, just Tim alone would have sufficed for this transaction. But they had all decided to come so as to get used to this banking system. In the future, they knew that this bank, as His Majesty had called it, would also cater to their personal needs. Hence they all thought that it would be better to understand how this account thing worked now than later. May I see your identity cards please? The representative asked Tim, Angelo and Todd. brought out their IDs and gave it to the representative, who quickly cross-checked if their names, place of birth and date of birth that was written down on the bank book was the same as those on their IDs. Actually, this method greatly pleased Tim a lot. Over the past few months, Tim had been having trouble managing the industry's finances. If not of His Majesty's help, he probably wouldn't have known what to do. Coins were heavy and tiring to count. And with a large industry like the construction industry, several hundreds of coins were profited and used on a weekly basis. Coins were very hard to handle. Last night, Tim, Angelo, Todd and some industry supervisors had spent over 6 hours counting several bags of coins about 4 times. The first time they counted the money, when they were almost done, someone accidentally shook the table, and all the coins scattered all over the floor. That was the first time that Tim felt like crying. Do you know how much effort it took to gather all those coins back? They had lost some copper coins and silver coins somewhere within that room. And no matter how they checked, they couldn't find them. Do you know how long it would take to count every single coin over and over again? Sigh. It was too frustrating. They also had to separate the silver coins from copper coins, and so on. Tim had never felt helpless like he did last night. Plus for now, everything was fine. But Tim knew that in the long run, it wouldn't be safe for them to keep all their coins within the industry. Honestly, he sort of felt relieved that they could dump all this work with the bank. After confirming their identities, the representative gave back their IDs, and led them towards their vault. Here we are. Vault 004, the representative said while singling out the door key from the pile of keys in his hands. Each workplace had its own storage room where their money would be kept safe and locked at all times. Landon called these rooms vaults. The doors were made of iron ... and within each vault were several massive lockers that were placed around the walls, as well as a table with 6 chairs at the center of the vault. Once they got in, they pushed their carts of money in, and took several seats around the table. Of course, before the representative could write on the account books, Hesher needed to count the money in the presence of Tim, Angelo and Todd. And since it was too much for one person to do, the representative called for backup and began counting the money meticulously. If Landon had seen this scene, he would have definitely felt that it was too similar to that of Disney's Scrooge Duck, where he was counting his coins within his vault. Once all the coins were counted, the representative took both account books and wrote, date, October 12th, 1024. Amount added, 1,350,000 copper coins, 135 gold coins. Transaction done by Tim Mayers, Angelo Wombley and Todd Graham. Customer service representative, Jacob Burns. Everyone's signatures, and a bank ink stamp. After everyone had signed on both account books, the representative took one account book, while Tim and the other 2 left with the other one. 5 p.m. Time for the bank to close up for the day. While everyone left the bank, Landon stepped in to have his meeting with the new bank managers, chief accountant and chief auditor of the bank. Your Majesty, our only main issue is counting those coins. Most industries and even the hospital bring over millions of copper coins for us to count at once. This could take several hours, which would greatly waste the customer's time. So I think that we need to hire more people to count the money, said bank manager Dion. Over this past week, Dion had been learning and practicing accounting daily. Due to his job at the bank, he was able to understand more concepts about accounting and banking, even though he just started taking lessons with His Majesty. Yes. He made a ton of mistakes at work. But luckily, His Majesty was always the daily to sort out any issues that they had. But their greatest issue was the matter with counting the coins. He was really hoping that His Majesty would think of another way for them. That's true, Your Majesty. But I'm also afraid of bank space. If we don't expand the building, I'm afraid that by the end of next year, all the lockers in the vaults would be overflowing with money. And by that time we would have to place the money on the floors and make hills and mountains of coins in all rooms. Chief Accountant Fiddler said. Instantly, The image of Disney's Scrooge Duck came into Landon's mind. Was it really not possible to swim in money? Well, he might just have to find out. I will hire more people next month, as well as make new money which would be lighter to carry, and easy to count and store. As for space in the future, we would make a bigger and better building. Landon replied while stroking his chin. Everyone was shocked. New money? Baymard was going to make its own money? What kind of money would it be? In all their years as slaves, they had never seen any form of money other than copper, gold and silver coins. All empires within the Pino continent used the same coins, so they really couldn't picture how Baymard's money would be. Landon decided that in this matter, rather than explaining it to them, it was better to show them. He knew of the matter with the coins. That was why he had made the bank workers only cater to the industries and other workplaces. Firstly, the workers were still at their learning phase, and needed to take in fewer clients so as not to overload themselves. Secondly, it wasn't easy counting all those coins daily. Hence they wouldn't have the time to focus on the citizens. So for now, the bank could only work for the military, industries, hospital, school and other workplaces. But come February, they would begin catering for the citizens as well. And by that time, the workers would have gotten enough experience. The bank's new building would have been constructed, and paper money would have already been used throughout Baymard. For now, what he needed them to do was to focus on learning all about the banking system. Within this time frame, they were allowed to make as many mistakes as they could, since they had few clients, and their work would always be checked by Landon at the end of each day. But come February, mistakes couldn't be afforded when dealing with a large group of clients. As for the future bank's building, Landon wanted it to be massive. In fact, Landon would prefer the lobby to be extremely large, like a 5-star hotel lobby. In this way, several customers could be attended to at once. Of course, the building would be at least 4 stories high, and have several vaults, offices and chambers within it. Your Majesty, all the account books for today had been brought over. All right. Let's begin. Chapter 133. Who will be the chosen one? The Royal Palace, Yoden Empire. Today was the day that everyone had been waiting for. Tonight, King Maclean would announce the heir to his throne at the royal banquet, before announcing it to the public a few days later. Of course, all the nobles were invited for the feasts, as well as some important knights and merchants within the capital. It was believed that sometime within the banquet, King Maclean would make the announcement. All around the palace, everyone began dressing their best for the banquet. Quickly, make sure that I look better than that tramp Ivy, Queen Sidora yelled. The maids hurriedly brought out all her jewelry, and the selected dress for the occasion. Just mentioning Ivy's name, made Sidora want to smash everything within her room. It was all that BCH's fault. Ever since Sidora had slept with Maclean, she had been getting all these ugly rashes, pimples and boils all over her face and some parts of her body. The apothecaries had said that she had probably gotten an allergic reaction from eating something, but she couldn't identify what she was allergic to. Because of this, she always had to wear a light veil when going out, and also a ton of makeup on her forehead region, so as to make the pimples look less visible. In her mind, it was definitely Ivy's doing, although she doesn't know when or how Ivy had sneaked such foods into her meals. That didn't mean that she would accept the fact that Ivy was innocent. In her mind, since nice it was an allergy, then it had to be something edible. Mother, please quell your anger, Prince Benedict said, as he didn't want others to hear his mother screaming at the top of her lungs. Little Benny, how can I be calm? This was all that whore's doing. Mother, why are you so worried about that mad woman? After today's matter, will she continue to be a threat to us when I become the crown prince? Benedict said. Mom, don't worry. When brother becomes king, then all of us will teach her a lesson, said Princess Diaz while trying to suppress her anger. Just be patient for tonight, Mom, added Prince Lupinia. In fact, the two princesses weren't angry at Ivy at all. They were more angry at the fact that their mother couldn't convince their father to make them rulers of the empire. Fine. They didn't excel in anything other than needlework, literature and poetry. But couldn't they learn how to wield a sword and fight on the job? If their father would just give them the opportunity, then they would be able to prove that they were as good in ruling the empire as any of their brothers. Granted, they didn't know much about the geography, trades and the people within the empire. But so what? Wasn't the capital the only important place within the empire? Since they knew the capital well enough, didn't that mean that they were competent enough to be king? In their eyes, their father was just stubborn and selfish, while their mother was just a traitor who had turned her back on her daughters for her son. Why was it Benedict that had to compete for the crown and not them? With all these thoughts racing through their heads, how could they not be angry? Sidora's eyes lit up as she looked at her outstanding son and her two gorgeous daughters. Little Benny, how did it go? Was your dad pleased with your work? Ever since they had known that Maclean was going to choose a successor, all the princes had been doing their best in their studies. Just last week, Benedict was praised undoubtedly by the royal teacher on his swordsmanship skills in the presence of King Maclean. Maclean laughed and looked at second Prince Benedict proudly, as if he had already decided to make him the crown prince. After that day, Maclean would come over to practice with Benedict every single night. It was already speculated all around the empire that Benedict was the chosen one for today's show. The more Sidora thought about it, the happier she became. So what if her face was covered in pimples? She still had a banging body and her son would definitely be king. Since she was going to wear a veil today, no one would find out about her condition. Hence she felt a little better. She sneered when she thought of Ivy and her son Malfoy. Over at Device Place, the atmosphere was tense as well. Ivy was fuming mad at the thought of Sidora's son. All the princes were good at particular subjects within their studies. For example, although Prince Benedict was undoubtedly the best at swordsmanship, he was also one of the weakest when it came to battle tactics. The same concept could be said for most of the princes. And Prince Malfoy was no exception. In Malfoy's case, he excelled in war tactics and was average when it came to swordsmanship. Weren't war tactics important as well? Why did Maclean only get overly excited when it concerned Benedict? A while ago, she would have been overly confident. But the more she and Sidora were at each other's throats, the more she felt like her goals wouldn't be so simple to accomplish. That damn villain would probably use some underhanded method so as to make her son king. Who knows if she would have visited the matron to have her vote. In fact, Ivy was also very skeptical towards the matron as well. Although the woman acted as if it was only right for the first prince to be the crown prince, one could never be too sure when dealing with a grand harlot like her. Like her late mother had always said, one needed to be extra careful when dealing with BCHS and SLS, especially those who slept around her. Mom, don't worry too much. I'm confident that he'll still become the crown prince. Although father praises brother openly, he also praises me a lot within his study room. Without strategy, how could anyone hope to keep this empire safe? Don't worry Mom, I'm sure that father knows this fact as well. Malfoy said. He better. Or else I will wring his neck myself. Chapter 134. Who will be the chosen one? The banquet had begun. Within the enormous palace hall, several nobles were making their way towards the tables, while others stood around conversing amongst themselves. There were many young noble ladies and gentlemen that came out for tonight's occasion. Once the princes and the princesses made their way in, the murmuring within the hall grew louder. Oh my heavens! How can first Prince Malfoy look so damn handsome? I would give anything just to be his bride. Me too. His cold and aloof appearance makes him look like a god amongst men. Just looking at him can get me pregnant. You're talking about pregnancy? I'm already about to give birth to our son just by looking at him. What are you talking about? It's clearly fourth Prince Ryan that is the most handsome amongst them. Just look at those red plump lips, and those cute eyes. What I would give, just to field them. I've made up my mind. I want to marry Prince Ryan. Although the fourth prince is handsome, one cannot help but keep their eyes glued at second Prince Benedict. His gentle smile and cool manner of speech, just makes me think about proposing to him all on my own. I even heard that he might be chosen as crown prince for today's banquet. As the young daughters of the nobles discussed about the princes, the sons also discussed about the princesses. From their fresh smooth skin, to their lips and even their cheekbones, these young men had their fill of the princesses, as they looked at them from afar. As everyone discussed, a few guards stepped out of a large golden door that was placed close to the stage. Rather than calling that section a stage, it was more like a raised floor section of the room. There were 3 wide stair steps that led to the golden-colored stage. On the stage, there were different thrones and seats, as well as several gold tables around the seats. The guards that had just come out stationed themselves around the stage, followed by the royal announcer. All rise in the presence of His Majesty King Maclean. Maclean, his mother, his wives, concubines, and 2 more guards, all marched into the room in an orderly fashion, and climbed onto the stage. The princes and the princesses who were already seated on the stage, instantly stood up, alongside everyone in the room. As they waited for the king and his entourage to take their seats, Maclean raised his left hand, and everyone sat back down. Today is a merry day. The crown prince shall be chosen for the people, so I invite you all to eat and drink your fill to your heart's content. Let the celebrations begin, Maclean said. As the banquet continued, several performances took place at the center of the room. Musicians sang, dancers danced, and some people came out to read poetry to the masses. As for the royal family members, how could they not be tense? A lot of time had passed since the banquet had begun, and King Maclean had made no signs on announcing his successor yet. Instead, he had been smiling, laughing, eating and drinking wine as if the matter didn't concern him at all. Honestly speaking, they all thought that they would die from anxiety if Maclean kept this up. Ivy, the other wives and concubines, had thoroughly lost their appetites. All except one person. Looking at her husband's nonchalant attitude, Ivy felt like strangling him to death. Why couldn't he just spit it out? What was he waiting for? The nobles, especially the ministers, were in a state of turmoil as well. Do you think that we have made the right choice by siding with the second prince? What if it's the first prince that gets chosen today? Damn. Why do I feel like I'm out of luck for siding with the 5th prince? I've already requested for my daughter to be the first wife of the 4th prince. Is it too late to take back my request from His Majesty? Why doesn't His Majesty make his announcement yet? My old heart can't wait any longer. Suddenly, a guard came up to Maclean and whispered into his ears. Maclean smiled and raised his left hand again. Everyone instantly quieted down and looked nervously towards Maclean. The only thing they wanted to know right now was if they had made the right choice. The hall was so quiet that if a pin dropped, everyone would be able to hear it. Over my years as king, Yoden has experienced growth and peace within the Pino continent. I wish nothing more than to pass my people and this empire to someone whom I have absolute confidence in their skills and abilities. As Maclean spoke, everyone could hear footsteps coming towards the hall, but they dismissed it, since they thought that it was someone of no importance. To make this short, I have gathered you all here today, to join me in celebrating the new crown prince of Yoden, the 3rd prince, Sirius Maclean. Instantly, those footsteps stopped. Am I late, father? Sirius asked with a smile. You had to rush all the way from your territory, so how can you be considered to have come late? Maclean said with a warm smile on his face. Thank you for your benevolence, father, Sirius said while bowing. As I was saying, this is your new crown prince, Sirius Maclean. Everyone was shocked. Silly. What? Wasn't this the prince that was said to be the weakest amongst his brothers? Didn't they say that he was cowardly, weak and always had average performances when being taught by the royal tutors? Just what was His Majesty thinking? Sirius smiled as he looked at everyone's surprised faces. Truth be told, Sirius actually excelled in every aspect of leadership and war. The reason why he had average scores was because he did it intentionally. For him to do his things in secret, he needed to keep a low profile at all times. Over the years, Sirius had been helping his father to deal with politics, trade and other leadership aspects on the low. A lot of changes in Yoden were actually made possible because of him. But the people had no idea, as they thought that their king was the one who had come up with those ideas and solutions. Only his father and mother knew of his actual intellect and abilities. His mother Emma had been grilling him since childhood. He had always known that he would be king, so this announcement didn't come as a shock to him. After all, he had worked extremely hard for the position as well. At the age of 7, his mother had paid private tutors who disguised themselves as guards, servants and maids, to train him diligently. He had never had a moment's rest and had always been working towards the goal of being king. No one, not even his brothers, had put in a lot of energy as he did, towards this fight for the throne. So if they had any complaints, they could just shut up and kill themselves. Of course, his father had no idea of his abilities. That was until 4 years ago, when he came to his father's study and suggested a way that they could deal with some problems that Yoden was facing. From then on, he and his father grew close, and the rest was history. As King Maclean explained all of Sirius' skills and achievements over the years, the people were left stunned once again. So it was because of him that they had finally established a trade agreement with the Empire Deiferous. For more than 200 years now Yoden and Deiferous had been on each other's throats over some old beef that had nothing to do with the people now. But either way, no side wanted to back down first. Hence trade or products from Deiferous were never allowed in Yoden. But 3 years ago, all that changed. And now, Deiferous and Yoden were on friendly terms. So it was because of Sirius. Ivy, Sidora and the other wives all glared at Emma with hatred. What a good Emma. Your son is truly great. Emma looked at them and smiled back gracefully, as if saying, "Thank you for your compliments." The other wives were furious to think that they had been fighting amongst themselves, while their real enemy was just watching them like buffoons. Sidora gripped the arms of her seat, as she thought of the love-making scene with Maclean. All that for nothing? Ivy wanted to scream with rage at the thought of all the money she had spent to deal with Sidora, and all the other wives who wanted to seduce Maclean for the position of Crown Prince. Malfoy, Benedict, and the other princes were having a hard time too. So this bastard was just pretending all along? As they heard of his numerous feats from their father's mouth, their rage intensified. In conclusion, Sirius Maclean will be crowned king in 8 months' time. As soon as the princes and the other wives heard this, they all had the same thought. Within these 8 months, Sirius had to die. 135 Error Chapter. Notice: Author here. Please don't read this particular chapter now. It was an error when updating. This chapter is actually chapter 197. Thank you for understanding. Don't read. Move on. Dot. 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 Momo. Hurry up. We're going to be late, yelled Linda, as she rushed towards the newly constructed building within the school premises. Little Momo and her were on their way towards the chemistry laboratory. Today, they were taking Chemistry 3. Ever since the beginning of April, they had been taking 6 main courses. Biology 1 classes of living organisms. Math 4 simple variable math, like find x. Chemistry 2. Chemistry 3 Introduction to Lab Science. Physics 1. Fun of 4. Apart from these ones, they also had other fun and creative courses that occurred once a week. Like Arts and Craft 1, Ethics and Morality 1, Health and Hygiene 1, Literature 1, Music 1, and Physical Education. Another surprising thing for the students was that this year, the school had created a student council body based on the votes from the students. Also, each class had a class monitor and deputy class monitor that's entrusted in assisting the teachers in class, aiding the weak students, roll call, and so on. No matter what amongst the two leaders, one had to be female and the other male. Generally, once the winners for both the male group and female group emerged, The students would then vote between the two, and choose who should be the class monitor or deputy class monitor. For the biology class, the students were taught the basics like cells, microbes, plant systems, animal systems, invertebrates and vertebrates. In short, they were taught about all the classes of living organisms. Of course, for Math 4, they focused on simple variable math, like 5x equals 10, find x. In that class, they focused on understanding 1 to 2 variable equations, which were usually linear equations. For Chemistry 2, the students would still focus on reactions, atoms and so on. But now with the use of calculators, they had begun learning about calculating molecular weight and so on. Of course, just so that the students could breathe a little. Music, literature, physical education and arts and craft were essentially a must. In short, this semester was a busy one. Today, Linda and little Momo were heading towards the chemistry lab in the new school building. Once they got in, they immediately climbed the stairs until they arrived at the 3rd floor, where they were greeted with a large group of students outside the lab. The area was bustling with busy students. Friends greeted each other with hugs or playful punches, while others had their eyes glued on their books as they continued doing assignments that were due in the next class. Some already had their lab coats and safety wears on, while others were busy wearing theirs on now. In fact, everyone was doing their own thing as they waited for the class to begin. Instantly, the duo opened their bags and quickly pulled out their neatly folded lab coats and safety items. For this class, everyone was required to wear their lab coats, gloves, rubber boots, and goggles. Linda looked at her watch and knew that it would soon be time for them to go in. And right on cue, Mother Kim and Teacher Gofen opened the lab doors from instead and ushered the students in. Morning Teacher Kim. Morning Teacher Gofen. Morning Teacher _ Everyone greeted their teachers, as they walked in and immediately found their usual spot. The laboratory was massive, with several working slabs, cupboards with equipment stored in them, and a small storage room at its front. Linda and Momo immediately spotted their other group members, and rushed over to join them. Ever since the beginning of the semester, they had been put in groups of 5. Apparently, these people would be their lab partners throughout the entire semester. Alright. Before we begin, you all know the drill. In front of each group are 5 question sheets. You all have 7 minutes to answer them. Remember, no cheating and no copying. These small tests make up 20% of your final grade. Now, begin. Linda immediately flipped her question sheet and got to work. For this Chemistry 3 course, they had 1 theory class on Tuesdays, and 1 lab session on Thursdays. And at the beginning of each lab session, they would have mini quizzes that would test them on what they had learnt in their Tuesday classes. Chemistry 3 was a course based on laboratory work, so they had to know about the equipments in front of them, safety lab hazards and so on. In fact, ever since the students knew that these questions were 20%, they had taken them seriously. Linda filled her name and school number on the question sheet, before proceeding to answer the questions. The questions were straight to the point, and easy to answer if one was paying attention during lectures. And just like that, time flew by quickly. 7 minutes later, the quizzes collected back by Teacher Gofen and the papers were collected. Mother Kim began distributing the lab manual sheets for today's experiment. Alright. Before we begin our laboratory experiment, let's recap on what Teacher Winnie has been you all in Chemistry 2. Mother Kim said. The students immediately took out their books and writing materials, while others flipped the pages of their books to the last pen-filled page. It was important for the students to know about what reactions they were going to perform today, hence it was good for them to recap on what they were previously taught. So as usual, let's look back on what you all have been learning so far. I need a few examples of chemistry around us. Anyone? Mother Kim asked, as she waited for the students to raise their hands. Yes, Philippa, she said, while pointing at a little girl at the front of the room. Air is essentially chemistry, because it's constantly undergoing a chemical change. For example, we breathe out carbon dioxide and take in oxygen. So air is always changing. Also, Air undergoes changes whenever smoke is released into the atmosphere by burning, hence it's part of chemistry. Correct. Any other examples of chemistry around us? Kim asked. Our bodies. The ocean. When we make bread. Chapter 136 Fortified City Walls. Your Majesty, we have finally completed construction of the new plant site for the textile industry. Tim said. It had been a month and 2 weeks since construction for the new textile plant began. Landon nodded and smiled at both Tim and Sophia. How was it? Do you like what you see? Landon asked the already excited Sophia. Haha, Your Majesty, it's perfect. Although I only saw it yesterday, I was already blown away by the sight. Haha, thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Sophia said while fidgeting around like a little girl. The new textile plant had its own gate, as well 8 massive 4-story buildings within it. Each building was made extremely wide like a campus residence building, so as to make room for the future. But Your Majesty, now that we have these electrically powered machines, what do we do with all those steam-operated ones? Just place them in the plant warehouse for now. Also, I will send your industry new cooks and soldiers to protect you all when you work. Sigh. For now, Landon had been using the soldiers as guards. But he knew that it wasn't right. That's why he decided that next month, he would start training people for the police academy, as well as the Baymard Guard Training Academy. He hoped that by February at most, they would be ready to start guarding the citizens, as well as the different work establishments like the bank and so on. How are your driving classes going by? Your Majesty, I've been taking these classes for 2 months now, and can currently drive the trucks around Baymard safely. Also, my industry needs more trucks, so we are going to buy them from Overseer Tim's industry tomorrow. That's good then. After all, you guys also need to transport your goods as well. But just to remind you, everyone can drive those trucks. Except you, at least not until you take the test in another 4 months' time. Your Majesty, isn't that too far? Why not make it a month's time? Sophia asked while pouting. Tim, who was standing a little behind Sophia, looked at Landon, opened his eyes wide and started blinking multiple times, as if saying, please don't accept, Your Majesty. Who in the lower regions didn't know how Sophia drove? Even her husband had advised her multiple times, but the woman was really a stubborn fellow. No can do. When you take your driving test and get your certification license for driving the loading trucks, then we can talk. Don't forget, this certification only allows you to drive the loading trucks. If you want to drive the other heavy machines, then you would need to take classes on driving them as well. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will heed to your advice when driving, Sophia said with awkwardly. Landon looked at her and smiled. Something told him that this woman would definitely look for a shortcut in this matter. Landon would describe her driving as reckless. And it wasn't that she didn't know how to drive. No. That's not it. She was just one of those people who gets adrenaline rush when speeding on the roads. It was all fun and games, until someone dies. Hence Landon had to stop her from driving. That is until she completed all her tests and got his personal approval. Funny enough, she had total control over the truck, which surprised Landon greatly. But no matter what, reckless driving was not allowed in Baymard. The other women and men in her industry drove with care and moderation. But Chief Sophia was different. It was almost like she was the reincarnation of famous race car drivers back on Earth. Okay, I believe in you. Also, you all have 4 days max to move everything into the new plant. And once you're all settled in, I'll come over daily to show you guys how to use the new machines. Thank you, Your Majesty, Sophia replied. Your Majesty, what do we do about those 1,000 construction workers who had just built the plant? Tim asked. It looked like it was finally time to build a fortified city wall. Right now, the empty space between the city wall and the outer forest was just 1 mile wide, 1,600 meters. What Landon wanted to do was to build another city wall, at the start of the forest region, as well as clear 1 mile of trees within the forest. So basically, Landon waited to make Baymard similar to the city in Attack on Titan. In this case, Baymard would have 2 city walls in total. The first wall would be the current stone wall, while the second wall would be the new wall that was going to be built with steel frames and concrete. Landon wanted this wall to be at least 6 meters thick, so that even if someone uses snow powder on the walls, it wouldn't necessarily break or cause any damage to them. Although the snow powder in the Empire couldn't do anything to the current castle walls, Landon still liked to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Hence he wanted to build new walls that were ridiculously thick, in preparation for any surprise attacks. Plus, in Landon's opinion, steel-framed reinforced walls would also ensure that the structure stands longer and stronger compared to the current stone wall. And although the current stone wall is 4 meters thick in width, Landon still thought that it wasn't thick enough. So he decided to make the new walls to be 6 meters thick. Of course, before building the walls, he had to ensure that there was enough space in front of the new walls for launching cannon and missile attacks on their enemies. Hence he needed the workers to first clear up 1 mile of trees within the forest. That cleared space would be the new battlefield for future battles. For naming purposes, Landon had decided to call the space between the first stone wall and the new wall, King's Landing. Yes. He took the name from the famous T.V series Game of Thrones. He just couldn't resist the temptation. Just thinking about his favorite TV series made him cry with regret. If he had known that he was going to die so soon, he would have binge-watched everything all over again. Were there any new seasons or episodes out? Did Jon Snow finally died for good? That guy was really ticking Landon off. What an annoying character. If you want to die, just die already. Why keep us waiting for several seasons and episodes? Who did he think he was? TSK. Actually, Landon would have previously named the upper region as King's Landing. But he felt like it wasn't right to do so, since the people had been calling it the upper region for hundreds of years now. But now that he was adding new land to the territory, there was no way in hell that he would miss the chance to name this area. Anyway, Landon had planned that King's Landing would only be used for military purposes, as well as for visas. Focusing on the city's defense, Landon had decided to build several military buildings that were interconnected and next to each other within King's Landing. These buildings will also have several inclined bridges at their top floors that connected the buildings to the top of the new city walls. Only by entering these buildings could one access and shoot cannons or missiles from the top of the city walls. Since these buildings would be interconnected and close to each other, an electric fence and gate would be placed around their perimeters for security reasons. As for building access, only authorized military personnel would be able to have access to these buildings. Each floor within these buildings would also have tight security and emergency lockdown procedures for when intruders infiltrated the buildings. Of course, there would also be a clinic within the site that would focus on treating war injuries and so on. Long story short, this military site would be one of the most heavily guarded sites in Baymard. Chapter 137 Fortified City Walls 2 within King's Landing. In addition to this military site, visas would also be granted here. In future, once Baymard welcomed visitors, they would need places to keep their carriages and horses. Hence this new space solved that problem. The city itself would definitely use only cars, bicycles, trains, buses and so on. So Landon thought it wise to build something like an airport within King's Landing. Well, he decided to call it a landport, since the visitors wouldn't be traveling into Baymard by air. They would be traveling by bus, so a landport was technically correct term. If there were seaports and airports, why couldn't he call it a landport? Anyway, the Baymard landport would be able to provide visas to visitors, as well as house thousands of visitor carriages and horses. The landport having carriages within the city would cause disturbances and traffic on the roads, so it was best to keep them away. Hence they needed to be safely stored and well taken care of. Of course, keeping them there wouldn't be free as well. Depending on how many horses and carriages one brings, visitors would definitely have to pay for cargo storage, as well as cargo care. Like feeding the horses, cleaning the carriages and so on. If someone wanted to stay for a month, then of course they needed to pay for their horses to be fed, washed and taken care of for the entire month. And if a visitor requested for their carriage to be fixed, then they would also need to pay for those services as well. Without these fees, how else were the workers who took care of the horses and carriages supposed to be paid? Once payment was completed, they would be given different number tags for their cargo. These number tags represented the stable numbers, carriage storage numbers, and so on. So when they were leaving Baymard, they would use these tags to get their carriages and horses back from the land port. And even if they lost their tags, they just had to show their payment receipts, or tell the workers at the help desks their names, and when they had arrived at Baymard. Since everything would be recorded down, the workers would easily be able to find their horses and carriages for them. Also, Landon had planned to get more carriages as well, so that if they needed more carriages, they would be able to buy them at the land port would have in stock. For example, if someone bought a lot of goods within Baymard, then they could get a carriage from the land port and be on their way. As for more horses, Baymard already had over 4,000 horses thanks to that war with City Lord Shannon. So the visitors could also purchase them if they wanted to. After storing their carriages and horses, they would have to head on towards security, where they would be checked for carrying poisons or anything that would possibly hurt the citizens. The only thing that Landon would allow were swords. No poisons, no daggers or any other hidden weapons. In fact, swords were allowed because everyone had a sword in this era. Plus swords were huge and could be easily seen, hence Landon allowed them. But for daggers or other hidden weapons, no way. He didn't want anyone to go around giving surprise attacks here and there. It was either a sword, or no weapon at all. And if they didn't like it, then they could just turn around and get the hell out of Baymard. After security check, the visitors would be given luggage carts of different sizes depending on their cargo load, and asked to head on towards the visa terminal within the building. Of course they had to pay for their visas. Even in this era, going into different well-established cities required one to pay an entry fee. And Landon didn't see any reason why Baymard shouldn't have their own entry fees as well. After getting their visas, they had to head towards the holding terminal. This terminal charged fees keeping their carriages and horses here for the amount of time they would stay in Baymard. What they had paid for at the cargo terminal was the amount for storage space. But now, they were paying for the holding time as well. This amount wasn't charged previously, because their visas hadn't been issued out yet. Plus it was more convenient to have the carriages and horses settled first before paying everything. I mean, wouldn't it be disorganized to have them drive their carriages and horses into the landport check-in areas? If horses were to ride into airports back on Earth, wouldn't it would be weird as hell? Since it was totally unfair for someone who had stayed for just 2 weeks to pay the same cargo fees as someone who stayed for over 2 months, Landon felt like these fees should be implemented. Of course the amount would be ridiculously cheap, so as to accommodate those who were poor and not well off. And finally once they left that terminal, they were to head towards the last terminal within the land port, which basically booked their bus tickets for them. 7 Tice-Eater buses would come once every hour and drive the visitors into Baymard. So once the visitors showed their visas to the booking agents, their tickets would be booked and give their seat numbers reserved. The agents would also give them several schedules and time options for boarding the buses. While waiting for their buses, they were free to check out the stores within the Baymard landport. There would be stores that sold good traveling bags, clothing items, and most of all food. He wanted them to feel comfortable while they waited for their buses. The landport would also have areas for arrivals and departures, just like a regular airport. For those departing from Baymard, their cargo would still need to be checked. lest they try take important or stolen items from Baymard. In this era, most city gates close their doors at 1 a.m. But Landon wanted to do it at 11 p.m., so that those that worked at the land ports and the bus drivers would close up before 12:30 midnight. Anyway, those were his plans for King's Landing. For now, it was important for the workers to start building those fortified walls. So your majesty, you want the workers to use all the timber-heavy machines to clear 1 mile of trees? Tim asked, while writing down what Landon had said. Just like that. And remember to tell them to send every tree to the woodcutting department. I will also send soldiers to protect them daily as well, lest any wild animals try to attack them during working hours, since this region was as cold as Canada back on Earth. The animals found in the rainforests and other warm climates didn't exist in Baymard. Instead, animals like the bisons, moose, beavers, hares, black bears, grizzly bears, polar bears, foxes, wolves, bobcats, lynx and mountain lions, cougars, existed within the mountain forests. This world also had strange animals that never existed on Earth as well, like the wild snowy boar, which looked like a mixture between a regard boar and a fox. Its fur was as white as snow, and it had a horn at the center of its head. Don't let its cute appearance deceive you. This animal was as huge and ferocious as a lion. Hence the inner forest region was extremely dangerous for normal people. Although the workers had to sit on those heavy machines and work, one could never be too sure when it came to safety. So with the soldiers protecting the workers all day, Landon would feel relieved knowing that they were safe. Speaking of protection, while construction was going on, he would also assign several other soldiers to scout the area ahead, just in case any other visitors were thinking of coming to Baymard. The new binoculars could see things from miles away. So if they really saw anyone, they could quickly alert the workers to stop working and drive the machines back into the city. And although the system would always notify him of any visitors, it would be strange if Landon knew of any visits before the soldiers on the gates. Hence he needed a scouting team, so as not to look suspicious in front of the people, lest they think that he was a god something. After all, Landon was still acting weak, so he didn't want anyone to find out about Baymard's achievements. For now, it was time to focus on the city wall. Your Majesty, what do we do with the space between both city walls? And what do we call it? Tim asked curiously. It always seemed like His Majesty was 1,000 steps ahead of them all when it came to using his brain. Landon looked at Tim and smiled. Let's call it King's Landing. As for how well use the land space ... It's a surprise. Chapter 138 New Books and New Holidays. Today, Landon had gone to meet Chef Benito and Chef Blake to talk about his upcoming birthday party. Yes. His birthday party. Landon was born on the 3rd of November. Last year, he had his birthday in the capital. And on the 20th of November, he was off to Baymard. The journey took 4 months and 2 weeks before he arrived. And ever since March, he has been working non-stop in developing Baymard. Time sure does fly by when one was busy. Your Majesty, my children love those storybooks that you wrote, especially the Christmas stories, Chef Benito said excitedly. My son loved the Father's Day one. He said that on that day, he would get me a gift. Chef Blake said cheekily. Landon smiled as he listened to them. Over the past few days, people had been talking about the new storybooks that were being sold in the stores. Landon had made 2 story categories: holiday stories and fantasy stories like Disney stories. There were 5 Disney stories that he had selected: Cinderella, Mulan, Tarzan, The Sword in the Stone, and The Three Musketeers. And finally, for the holiday stories, Landon had made stories on Valentine's Day, Christmas, Mother's Day and Father's Day. Each category within the holiday section had at least 10 storybooks on them. For example, there were 15 Christmas stories that were being sold in Baymard. Of course, Landon had changed some major concepts about Christmas, so as to fit this era's beliefs. Back on Earth, Christmas was a time for celebrating the birth of Jesus Christ, as well as the time when children gave their wish list to their parents, in hope that Santa Claus would fulfill their wishes. But over here, they didn't know about Jesus, and neither would they believe in Santa Claus. So Landon had to come up with new holiday stories for the people. In respects to religion, the empires within the Pino continent all had different beliefs and non-beliefs. The empire of Deiferus believed in the goddess, Serena. They believed that she was responsible for creating the stars, the moon and the land. She blessed the land and people, as well as cursed them. So all marriages were blessed by her ministers, who were called Sermo ministers. As for the empire of Terik, they believed in the sea god, Memphis. It was said that only by offering sacrifices to this sea god, would one stay blessed in this life. The people would drain the blood of either a lamb, white wolf, or any white-furred animal, and dump it into the ocean, streams, lakes or wells, for the sea god to bless them with whatever they desired. The empire of Corona believed in the god of fertility, light and happiness, Cleponia. It was believed that kneeling in her temple for 4 hours twice a month, would also give the people blessings as well. While the empire of Jodin believed in absolutely nothing. To them, gods didn't exist since they couldn't see them. And finally, Arkadina believed that the souls of their forefathers were now being transformed into gods. They believed that praying on their land would allow their dead fathers, mothers and ancestors to continue to bless the people and the land. So since these people believed in their ancestors and not Jesus, Landon had to modify the Christmas story, as well as other modern-day holiday stories to fit their beliefs. And although Landon didn't believe in their religion, he had no right to change them. Everyone was entitled to believe in whatever they wanted to, as well as pray or worship whatever god or person they desired. No one could or should demand that these people stop praying to their ancestors. As for the name of the holidays, Landon still didn't want to change them, as he felt like anything else would be a downgrade. Holiday names like Christmas and Valentine's Day were already amazing names. What else could one call Christmas? Anything else would just sound whack in his ears. Maybe it was because he was already used to those names, as he felt that changing them would really make these holidays seem strange. With these stories, Landon was sure that the citizens would understand why we celebrate them, as well as appreciate them more. And instead of having Christmas on the 25th of December, Landon had decided to have it on the 7th of December. Firstly, snow usually started falling around December 18th, so he didn't want others to walk around in the snow just for the celebration. Secondly, the public school would have finished this semester's work on November 15th, and their exams would be held from November 20th till Tuesday, December 2nd. So everyone would be available for the celebrations. Speaking of the children, they started this semester in August, so November would make it 4 months. Of course, after their exams, they would also start their 4-month-long holiday as well. As for those at the academies, since they literally lived and had classes within the academies, they only had a month-long break December, before they resumed school by January 7th. So in general, everyone's exam period ended by December 2nd, leaving them enough time to prepare for Christmas on December 7th. In future, more stories would be printed and more holidays would be added. But for now, these holidays would have to do. The reason Landon put them off for now was because most of those holidays would fall in summer. Holidays like Independence Day and Labor Day would definitely have to take place in summer. Heck, even his coronation would definitely be in summer, since there was no way that he would make a parade during winter. Hence he decided that he would add more holidays during spring. All around Baymard, both children and adults were completely fascinated with these books. Sniff sniff. Mummy. Daddy. I love you, said a cute little girl with pigtails. She held on to the books and cried her eyes out, as she looked at her wonderful parents. She had just read the Mother's Day story, as well as the Father's story. She really felt like she was blessed to have both in her life. This story made her have a deeper understanding of what her parents had gone through daily for her. They fed her, clothed her, as well as roofed her. Although their living conditions had improved immensely, that didn't mean that she should feel ungrateful towards them. Only by working hard in school and in life would she be able to take care of them later on in life. The stories from these books were really touching. For Mother's Day, the story looked at a young boy who was ungrateful to his mother. The boy had lost his father, and only had his mother by his side. This boy didn't appreciate all that his wonderful mother did for him. He didn't want to study hard in school. He joined bad gangs, did bad things, and even stole money from his hard-working mother just to give his girlfriend. But to his surprise, the woman took all his money and ran away. And when he finally realized that he was wrong, his mother, who had been sick for several years, suddenly passed away. But the thing that made the little girl cry was that even till the end, the boy's mother kept smiling at him and telling him that he was her greatest treasure of all time. The story had several moral lessons within it, and also showed the children what might happen if they kept being ungrateful to their loved ones. The little girl also secretly vowed to never be that kind of woman who married or got together with someone because of money. The more the little girl read the stories, the more pain she felt. Before Baymard had changed, her parents always suffered to get food for the family. Her dad would go out hunting, and would even return with heavy injuries on his body. Her mom would clean the house and sew clothes for her and her dad. And even when there wasn't enough to eat, they would give her all their food and stay hungry. And finally, during winter, they would wrap themselves around her when they slept. Just remembering the past made her cry even more. Why did her parents always say that they were fine when they weren't? Why didn't she notice that they were also suffering more than she did? And even though she was just a child, shouldn't they tell her, so that she would be able to assist them in whatever they were doing? Although she had noticed it, she didn't think that it was that bad, since they always assured her time and time again that they were fine. Truthfully, she was really thankful to His Majesty. Ever since he came, everyone had excess food, good clothes, more money and better homes. Although she knew that things were better now, she still felt hurt that she didn't realize how much her parents had given up for her. Father, mother, sniff sniff. Thank you for taking care of me. Her parents looked at her and smiled. Silly girl. We do this because we love you too, her father said while rubbing her hair. My little baby, don't cry. You are very precious to us. So cheer up, okay? Said her mother as she wiped the little girl's tears away. Sniff. No, I love you both, sniff sniff, and I'm not little anymore. I'm 10 years old. Ha ha ha, her parents laughed. While everyone was getting emotional from reading these stories, Landon continued his birthday plans with the Chef Benito and Chef Blake. Although he had never cared about his birthday before, he still wanted it to be perfect since all the citizens would attend the celebration. Your Majesty, I think we can make this happen, Chef Benito said. Your Majesty, we will try to create these new dishes for the celebration, Chef Blake said. Good. I'm counting on you both. Chapter 139. Do we have a deal? Outskirts of Crunkit City, Arcadina. In the dead of night, the frosted rain trickled down on 5 hooded men who were currently making their way deep into the forest. They quickly rode their horses and hurriedly arrived at their destination. When they were certain that they weren't being followed, all 5 of them jumped off their horses and quickly tied them to several trees, a little further away from their destination. Walking forward, they moved towards a secret cave that was well disguised within a massive gathering of trees and shrubs. The entrance of the cave was dark, cold and awfully quiet. But unknown to these men, several hidden guards keenly watched their every move. After walking into the cave for 7 minutes, they finally saw 3 floating lights coming their way. Of course, even though it looked like it was floating, they immediately knew that people were definitely headed towards them. So they stopped and waited for the carriers of the fire torches to approach. Young lord, my master has been expecting you, said the leader of the 3 men who carried those torches. They nodded and followed these strangers deeper into the cave. They walked in complete silence for another 10 minutes. and finally arrived at a stairway made from mud and sticks. Looking down, the men thought that this was the longest stairway that they had ever seen in their lives. They had been walking on these never-ending stairs for 45 minutes now, and had been moving upwards, downwards and even sideways during their journey. The men felt like they had been climbing and descending several hills. And it almost seemed like there was no end to these stairs at all. What a long a stairway, they thought. After their 45-minute journey, the men arrived at an extremely wide platform at the top of the stairs. The other end of the platform had two massive boulders that sandwiched another stairway in between them. The men began climbing the stairway, and after 5 minutes, they had finally reached the end of their underground journey. Standing on another platform were 8 guards that surrounded a massive iron door. Knock, knock, knock. One of the guards at the door knocked it 3 times, indicating for it to be opened. They immediately stepped through the door, and to their surprise, they found themselves within a room in the city which they had just sneaked out of. How did they know that they were back in the city? Looking outside the windows, they could see the famous Kilburn building within Grunkit City. So they had just been walking underground the forest towards the city this whole time? Anyway, the small room that they were in was very dusty, and the walls gave off the feeling that they would break down at any moment. The 3 men continued to lead them past different rooms within the building, and finally, they once again went through another secret passage which led them to a massive room that was fit for a king. Was this all within the broken building that they had just walked through? Why did this hidden room look like this, when the others looked deserted? Looking at the golden floors and walls, as well as the beautifully crafted furniture, the men felt like this room showcased how rich the owner was. The room was also filled with several beautiful women, who were all naked. Some played around in a little pond at the center of the room, while others laid down at the sides of the ponds, eating and drinking wine. Some were even making out with each other, while looking at the men seductively. There were also those who played instruments, while others danced completely naked, shaking their firm bosoms and buttocks in front of the men. These beauties could definitely tempt even the most holiest of men, if they didn't have enough willpower within them. Their faces were pure, clean, and innocent looking, while their bodies were literally temples of sin. But even though these women looked innocent and inviting, they always had several tasks to complete every time visitors came along. For example, if an enemy or several unexpected and uninvited guests arrived, then these women had to successfully seduce them, as well as give them poisonous wine and food to eat. And when these men successfully fall into their hands, it was also their job to kill them and dispose of their bodies. Although these women weren't trained fighters, they were given several hidden daggers for the completion of their mission. They usually hide their daggers under the rugs, within the pond, and all other hidden areas within the room. Of course, if their seduction game failed, then they needed to wait for the right opportunity to attack their enemies with these weapons. And when the visitors were welcomed guests, they had to successfully seduce them, so as to make most business transactions favorable their boss. The men swallowed hard and forced themselves to look away from these beautiful women. In fact, some of them were starting to have boners just from looking at these women kissing, rubbing each other and shaking their endowments in front of them. It was truly a nightmare. "Please wait here, while we inform Master of your arrival," said one of the 3 men who led them here. Once those 3 left them, the women slowly walked toward them like nymphs, and started talking to them and caressing their bodies. In fact, one of the women playfully traced her fingers around one of the men's junk and chest, instantly making him hard. "While you wait, would you like to have a good time?" she asked in a low but playful voice. The man had a hard time rejecting such a beautiful and innocent girl, so he looked at his leader in hopes that his leader would reject her for him. They were here for business, and although everyone would love to have a piece of these girls, it was too risky at the moment. Firstly, they hadn't taken permission yet. So what if after touching these women, the owner of the place threatens to kill them? Would they really take such a huge risk over their wild desires and fantasies? And to make matters worse, this wasn't even their turf. For all they knew, this could be a well-designed trap for them. although they highly doubted that such innocent women would ever have the intentions to hurt them. "I'm sorry, ladies. We are here for business, so we can't really do that for now, okay?" said their leader in a soft and coaxing way. Just then, one of the hidden guards who had been watching the men, sneakily left and hurried to inform his master. "So you're saying that they didn't fall for their bait?" "Yes, master. They didn't fall for it," replied the guard. "You may leave now." The guard, who was kneeling on one leg, got up, bowed at his master and quickly left the room. It seems like they aren't the type to do pleasure before business. "Since you three led them here, complete the job and bring them to me." "Yes, master." Chapter 140. Do we have a deal? To young lord, "Our master will see you now. Please follow us." As they walked, James Barn couldn't help but think about his situation. The person he was meeting today was one of the chief advisors to the king of Tariq. Yes, the empire of Tariq was their enemy, and they were headed over to Pandla city at the border, to fight with the Tariq soldiers. But James didn't care at all. So what if they were enemies with Arkadina? Enemies could also become friends with each other, given that the right benefits, terms and conditions were applied. Amongst his brothers, he was still the weakest one in the group. Aside from his bastard brother, who was probably dead by now in Baymard. To take the throne, he needed more power and men working under him. And most importantly, he needed his brother Eli dead. Hence he was willing to strike a deal with Arkadina's greatest foe. His plan was simple. He wanted the Tariqs to help him kill Eli and sit on the throne. In exchange, he would gladly give them at 30% of Arkadina's land. James was a very greedy, semi-cowardly and sly fellow. Sometimes he was a coward, and other times he was not. Well, one could say that he liked sucking up to people a lot, especially when he was at a disadvantageous position. He would swear and even promise to never do whatever he did again. But once those who threatened him let him off, he would definitely plan their downfall. What he liked were immediate benefits, so he was willing to trade everything provided his brothers got defeated. And he became king at the end. In his mind, once the Tariqs finally put him on the throne, he would break his agreement and refuse to give them any part of the land. At that point, what could they do to him? Absolutely nothing. This border war was the perfect place to take Eli down. Hence he had made a deal with the Tariqs 3 months ago, without the knowledge of his brother Connor. But now what really ticked him off was the fact that these Tariqs had suddenly sent someone to schedule this meeting with him. Apparently, they wanted to amend the deal that he had made with them previously. Bloody bastards. Just thinking about it made his blood boil, but what could he do? He was weak, hence he needed their help and their power. For now, he could only compromise and pretend to go along with their plans. He had decided that he would suck his way up to kingship. The men finally reached a massive golden door, that had 2 torches at the sides of the door. "Young lord, my master wants to talk to you alone. Nobody else can follow you in, so your men will stay here with us," said one of the 3 men who led them here. James turned around and gestured for his men to stay alert in case of any lurking dangers. He sucked in a lot of air, and tried to calm himself before finally stepping into the room. A 40-something-year-old gruesome and horrendous-looking man sat quietly at the front of the room. The man's appearance was so frightening that James' legs instantly turned weak from constantly looking at the man. This huge man with no hair and no eyebrows had 4 long ugly scars slashed across his face. And when the repugnant man smiled at him, chills immediately ran through his body. What a hideous smile, he thought. If he wasn't so desperate for their help, he would have definitely turned back, in fear of being in the same room with this man. This wasn't the person that he had made the deal with last time. Hence he was somewhat taken aback by the man's ugly appearance. Since he did the deal around the capital, the Tariqs had only sent 2 spies to speak to him. But now that they were closer to the borders between Arkadina and Tariq, it was easier for spies and other important personnel to move around without getting caught. The person he was who had almost made James wet his pants, was the famous Aristo-Don. This guy was practically a legend in the Empire of Terik. He had fought a great number of battles alongside the king of Terik, and now worked as a very trustworthy advisor for the king. "Welcome, young lord. Please, have a seat," said Aristo as he gestured his hands towards the chair at the other side of his table. Although James was nervous, he still tried to act tough as he unhurriedly sat down close to Aristo. "To save our time, I'll get straight to the point. My king has requested that, instead of 3/10 30% of the land, we want 6/10 60% of Arcadina. Do you accept?" said Aristo in a low, but spine-chilling tone. Isn't that too much?" James asked, as he tried his best to hide the fact that he was indeed intimidated by Aristo. "Whether it's too much or not, do you really have a choice? If you don't agree to the terms, then we will spread the fact that you came to ask for our help all through Arcadina." What do you think will happen when your father and people know that you wanted to kill your own brother just for his throne? Remember, we have proof of our contract through your pendant, your letters, and your signature, so everyone will immediately believe whatever we tell them to. So since you don't particularly have a choice, I suggest you shut up and agree. Although James was truly sacred, he was still fuming mad. How dare they talk to him like this? Although he wasn't a prince of Terik, wasn't he still a prince? Why couldn't they just show him an ounce of respect? Damn hooligans. This daddy will deal with you when I become king. HMMPP. He thought. He was also pissed off with the amount of land that they wanted to acquire. 60% of Arcadina's land was a lot to give out. But when he thought of the fact that they could easily spread the knowledge of this deal throughout Arcadina, cold sweat began to form on his back. He finally decided that it was better to give the land out than to lose his life. Because even if the whole continent found out about this deal, the Teriks would be fine. While he, on the other hand, would probably be executed publicly. At this point, since he had already thought of double-crossing the Teriks, the only thing that mattered right now was growing stronger. With enough strength, he could easily keep the land away from these motherfuckers once he became king. But first, it was important for him to remove the biggest obstacle in his path. Eli Barn. The Teriks had agreed to send assassins to kill Eli during his stay at Jungo City, at the border. He, on the other hand, was heading towards Pandla border city. So he truly hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him, since he wouldn't be there to witness the results. Since the Teriks could stay in large numbers around the border regions without getting caught, this was their only chance to kill Eli. If they had tried to kill him in his own territory, or even around the capital, James was 100% sure that they would fail woefully. But over here, their chances greatly increased by at least 50%. For now, he only wanted one of his brothers dead. If both Connor and Eli died, his father would definitely suspect him when he headed back to the capital. So he decided to only deal with Eli, and kill Connor alive. For now, Aristo looked at the foolish young lord and smirked. "Young lord, I suggest you hurry up with your decision. Looking at you, I'm guessing that you sneaked away from the soldiers and city lords that were traveling with you to Pandla border city. So isn't it better to hurry this up before they find out that you're missing? And what's there to even think about? This deal is completely fair and favorable towards you. We will kill your brother, put you on the throne and give you more power than you could imagine. Only a fool would miss this opportunity. So, young lord, do we have a deal?" Chapter 141. Demented Women. The Royal Palace, the Empire of Arcadina. No, what the hell is this supposed to be? Jeanette looked at the high-polished silver mirror and frowned at her own reflection. How could the tailor still mess her wedding gown up at a time like this? This was the 6th time that she had tried on the same dress. And every time, she would notice 1 or 2 mistakes with it. Her wedding was going to take place on November 5th, which was 2 weeks from now, and this was what she was going to wear. In this continent, wedding gowns were typically honey-colored, to represent the bright shining sun that would light up and bless the groom with every good thing in life. The golden dress had thin strips of white fabric placed around the neck, waist, sleeves and the bottom region of the gown, to represent purity of the bride. Although every wedding dress had the same color, it was still up to the bride to come up with her own unique design. Provided the gown didn't go above her ankles. The bride also had to make sure that her back and breasts weren't exposed as well. In the Pino continent, the brides usually wore hair veils on their heads, so that only their faces could be seen. But Jeanette really wanted to stand out more. So she wanted her hair to be let free on that day. She wanted her man to be mesmerized when he saw her. As for her wedding dress, she wanted several flower patterns to be placed on different areas on the dress. And although her dress was long and form-fitting, she had chosen to go for an Othzelda gown that had large arm sleeves and a slit in the right side of the gown which stopped at knee level. Yes, she wanted a slit. When she tried on her wedding gown for the first time, she had accidentally ripped the bottom part, making a slit. When she looked at the silver mirror, she was shocked at how sexy it looked. Hence she decided to keep and modify this beautiful mistake for her wedding. Jeanette knew that because of her reputation, people wouldn't really bother about the slit. But if it was someone else wearing such a look, people would immediately call the person OSL. You tell me, how the hell am I supposed to mesmerize my fiancé in this hideous dress? Exclamation mark. Jeanette screamed. But my princess, you are definitely gorgeous in this dress. I'm sure that he would love you no matter how you looked, said the shivering royal tailor as he looked at Jeanette. Although everyone often said that this princess was the most purest and kindest of all, how could he not know her true self? He had been the royal tailor for 20 years now, and because of this, he was well versed with this so-called pure maiden. Every time the royal family had events coming up, he and his subordinates would personally take their measurements and make several clothing items for them. Actually, from a bystander's point of view, Jeanette looked absolutely stunning. But in Jeanette's eyes, she looked nothing more than her usual self. And that's not what she wanted for her wedding day at all. She wanted to be the most beautiful maiden in all the land. She wanted to outshine everyone, so that no one would stand a chance in trying to seduce her husband later on. Right now, she looked like her regular gorgeous self. So where was the magic? Didn't they all say that wearing a wedding gown would make one look like a goddess? Right now, she looked like a stunning mortal maiden. But who the heck wanted to look like that? She wanted to rival even her ancestors who were now gods, so how could she be pleased with this kind of crappy work? To be fair, it was the mirror's fault and not the tailor's. Since these people didn't have glass mirrors, they polished flat silver or even copper and gold surfaces to make mirrors. These sort of mirrors could only reflect light by 20 to 30%, so the image on the mirror wasn't exactly clear, and didn't really show the real beauty of the person. Shut up. Excuses, excuses. That's all you know how to do. Are you saying that I, the first princess of Arcadina, is blind? Exclamation mark. Are you saying that my eyes are deceiving me? I've told you that I don't like it, so stop making excuses for your work. Jeanette yelled. Didn't you just hear what she said? My friend here said that you should fix it up. So just do your job. Why are you even a royal tailor if you can't even sew properly? Standing beside Jeanette was her longtime friend, Barbara Salazar. Barbara came from one of the high-class noble families, and had been friends with Jeanette ever since she was 10 years old. Barbara was more like a lackey that followed Jeanette everywhere she went. If someone bullied Jeanette, Barbara would be the first one to attack or plan the person's demise. Listen carefully. I want the waist a little tighter, the breast line a little lower, and the slit a little wider, Jeanette commanded. But, my princess, wouldn't that be too shameful? People who wear those clothes are typically seen as ... Are you trying to say that I'm a harlot? No, my princess. All I'm trying to say is that, shut up and do what I say. Jeanette yelled back at the tailor. Why ... Yes, my princess. I will personally adjust it once I leave. This time, it will be perfect. The tailor reassured while bowing several times. A princess threatening a poor defenseless worker? How fascinating. Jeanette and everyone in the room turned towards the door, and saw the devil herself walking towards them. Angelina White. Chapter 142 Demented Women to Angelina White. Jeanette had never forgotten the insults that this BCH had given her within the auction house. "What are you doing here?" Exclamation mark. Jeanette yelled out, in anger. Since this was her private chambers, she could drop the White Lotus Act and show her true self at will. Easy there, princess. Looking at you, one would think that you were some sort of wild animal in the forest. Look. You're even scaring this poor worker over here. Angela replied with a charming smile on her face. Messing around with Jeanette always made her day. BCH, get straight to the point. Barbara yelled out in anger. Sigh. I only came here because my uncle the king had important issues to discuss with my father. So he immediately requested that I join you here at once. Also, I missed you so much. So didn't you miss me too? Who the hell would ever miss you? Get the hell out of here right now, Jeanette yelled back. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Now get out, Jeanette yelled again. Jeanette was so angry that she felt like smashing Angela's head with a rock. If not for this heavy wedding dress that she was wearing, she would have pounced on Angela right now. Just because Angela's aunt is the first queen of Arcadina, didn't mean that she should think of herself as a princess as well. She always likes to say things like, my uncle the king, my cousin the crown prince, my aunt the first queen, and so on. Since when did relating to royalty make one a princess? Like Jeanette had said, when she successfully killed her father, this BCH here would be the first to go. Didn't you hear what the princess had just said? Leave now, Barbara yelled. Angela smirked as she looked at Dummy 1 and Dummy 2. You guys are no fun. Fine, I'll go. Jeanette and Barbara sneered at her and began smiling. This is my house, BCH. What else can you do but listen to my orders? Let me see how long you can keep that haughty attitude of yours in front of me. Jeanette thought. I'll go and tell Uncle that you and your friend here defied his orders and drove me out. Bye-bye, Angela said, as she playfully turned around to leave the room. Instantly, both Jeanette and Barbara turned pale. Jeanette knew that what her father hated the most was to have his orders defied. So her father would definitely not take it lightly with her. And given Angela's personality, she was the sort of person to use her White Lotus Act to even barge into her father's meeting room. If she barged in crying, Jeanette's father, as well as Angela's father, would definitely think that her and Barbara ganged up on poor Angela. Plus what Alec Barn hated the most was to be disgraced in front of several guests. For a man with a big ego complex, everything order he gave out had to be followed to the letter. Barbara also knew this as well. For her, Jeanette's father would probably say that it was under her influence that his daughter drove Angela away. She would definitely be used as the scapegoat in this matter. Although they didn't like Angela, it seemed like driving her away would only get them into more trouble. Wait. They both shouted out at once. Angela smiled and turned around to face them. You can't you even take a joke? We were just joking with you. So stay a little longer, Barbara said, while choking on her own words. Begging this BCH to stay was one of the hardest things that she had ever done in her life. Just stay. We were only joking with you, Barbara said. Really? Angela asked playfully, while looking at Jeanette. Why? Yes, Jeanette said while struggling to rein in her anger. Angela looked at the expressions of Barbara and Jeanette, and couldn't help laughing. They really looked like they had just eaten dog sh. Ha 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 ha. This is really hysterical. I suppose I should tell you both the truth as well. He. What I said before was only a joke, so don't take it seriously, alright? What? Did you really think that I would bother my father's meeting, just so that I could complain about some insignificant ants? Jeanette, do I look that petty to you? It was really only a joke. But who knew that you both would beg me to stay? I feel really touched. so I will forgive you all for the troubles that you both have caused me throughout the years. After all, Jeanette, just like your friend here, you are truly a demented woman. So there's no point with me getting angry at mad people. Well, let me not keep you from trying out your dress. Ah, by the way, the issue isn't the dress or the tailor. The issue here is you. Like I've said, once you're ugly, you'll always remain ugly, Angela said, leaving the fuming ladies behind. Only a joke. Insignificant ants. Demented women. Who the F did she think she was? If all this was only a joke, then why did she have to make them beg her to stay? Mother. Jeanette decided to calm herself down. Soon her plans would be in motion. Just 2 more weeks, and all goals would be realized. On her wedding day, she would be made ruler of Arcadina. On that day, Alec Barn would die. Just thinking about it made her laugh hysterically. Ha 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 ha. Barbara was stunned, and instantly became a little fearful towards Jeanette. Who the hell laughs when being insulted? Only a fool, that's who. Had Angela finally succeeded in making her friend mental? Jenny? Jenny. Speak to me, Barbara said as she shook Jeanette vigorously on her shoulders. Jeanette didn't even respond to her, and kept laughing like a crazed person. What the hell was happening to her friend? Could it be? Was she truly a demented woman? Jeanette was laughing out loud, while hitting the table and opening her eyes as wide as she could. Even the tailor was somewhat shaken by her laughter. Looking at Jeanette, the poor tailor had concluded that what Miss Angela said was right. Yup. She was definitely insane. Unknown to everyone in the room, a mysterious hooded man smiled to himself as he watched the entire drama unfold. Interesting. Chapter 143. Gary's everything back on Baymard. The military class named Obstacle Course was currently going on, and Gary was the teacher for today's class. Come on, keep up, he commanded, as he tried to keep the military privates motivated. But even though he made sure to focus on everyone, he still found himself constantly looking at a certain little lamb the most. Ruby was her name, and she was currently 17 years old. This little lamb that came to Baymard in May had made the 23-year-old Gary feel his heart beat loudly whenever she was around him. At first, he didn't understand why he felt that way towards her. Well, Gary was a typical blockhead when it came to romance. He thought that a lot of women were beautiful, but he had never felt like he should engage romantically with anyone. That is until a month ago, when he finally realized that he wanted her as his woman. It took him 5 months to realize this fact. When his little lamb came to Baymard, she was quiet and weaker than her current self. But as time went on, her military skills had vastly improved. And now, she could be seen as one of the top fighters in her batch. Although he called her little lamb, she didn't possess the gentleness that a lamb usually portrayed. She was stubborn, hard-headed, free-spirited and very competitive. And for some reason, she seemed to hate him with passion. Before, Gary used to think that only girls who were damsels in distress and weak were what women should be like. But ever since he had come to Baymard with Landon, he had quickly realized that he personally didn't approve of women who waited for things to be handed over to them. Women now had jobs, and could also fight better than a lot of soldiers within the army. This showed that with proper training, women too could do what men did. Hence his mindset had changed, and now he liked girls like his little lamb. If his little lamb was ever in danger, kidnapped or even abused, he was sure that she would fight her attackers with all her strength, than wait around for someone to save her. He was very sure that in situations like these, his little lamb would probably be able to escape on her own, way before he showed up to save her. It wasn't just him. Most men now liked girls who worked and brought in a certain amount of pay to aid in the running of their homes. One could never be too certain of the future, so it was better for their wives to work, in case something happened to them. In that way, they would be sure that even if they died, their wives would still be able to move on with their lives and work steadily to take care of their children. And of course, there were still others that liked girls who stayed at home and waited on them. For every type of woman, there would always be a man for them. Private Ruby. ... Keep up. Why the hell are you so slow today? Exclamation mark. Gary yelled out. He had found out that he loved teasing his little lamb daily. ... If he found the time that is ... He. Ruby looked at Gary and gritted her teeth in anger. If he wasn't her superior, she would have brawled with him right at this moment. Everyone who had heard Gary immediately giggled. It seemed like Major General Gary loved to tease his future wife, who didn't know of their love. Everyone within the camp always saw their interactions like flirting, while both parties involved thought that the other side hated them. Gary looked at Ruby, who looked like she could eat him raw, and smiled. Truly a wild thing, Private Ruby. If you have time to look at me like that, then you have time to run 3 extra laps around the obstacle course at the end of class. Pay attention. Yes, sir, Ruby answered while blushing. Everyone immediately misunderstood and thought that she had been looked at Gary romantically. Bastard, she thought. Why did this idiot seem to hate her so much? And how the hell had she actually fallen in love with him? He always gave her a hard time around the barracks and during class. Actually, the real teacher of the class was actually another Warren officer. But because of her, Gary had decided to teach 3 classes every month, just so that he could see her. But of course, she didn't know any of that. All Ruby knew was that the man that she loved hated her and picked on her whenever he could. Girl. He. Must you flirt with your boyfriend in front of us all? Her friend Ava playfully complained. Right. At least flirt after class. He teased. Ruby looked at her friends and instantly became speechless. How was this considered flirting? Were they truly blind? Couldn't they see that this villain had been bullying her all day long? And since when was Major General Gary her boyfriend? Although she would love that very much, the general seemed to hate her guts. So how was she supposed to become his official girlfriend? Ruby felt a little envious of her friends for finally getting the men that they wanted, while she on the other hand, was clearly a man repellent. Every month, there would be a ranking list for all subjects. And every month, she would be ranked around the 5th position within her batch, which were those that came during May. This proved that her combat skills were current stronger than several hundreds of people in her batch. And when people looked at her thin but fit body frame, they usually found it hard to believe that this was the same girl who had pinned several guys down, and gave them K.Os. Her friend Ava was ranked 2nd for military tactics, while her friend Yara was ranked 7th for gun handling and shootings. It was very rare that she would miss her target. In addition, because all 3 girls were beauties with skills, the soldiers within the barracks had a lot of respect for them. Hence, these girls were now called the Heavenly Trio. And within this group, everyone else had finally gotten their dream man. Except for her. Her friend Ava was currently dating Major General Mark. Major General Mark was the shy type, while Ava was the bold type. Mark would blush so hard whenever he was close to her, and Ava would flirt and torment the poor guy whenever she saw him. But when Ava and she would go to their dormitories to sleep, Ava would tell her about how cute and handsome Mark was, and how much she loved him. Ruby was always surprised at how much Ava would switch personalities when it concerned Mark. That guy was probably the only one who could make her friend feel like a love-struck 5-year-old kid. During August, Ava became annoyed at how long it took for Mark to ask her out. So she marched up to him, grabbed his shirt collar, and told him that, from now on, we were dating. You are mine, and I am yours! Is that clear, General? The poor Major General instantly smiled and nodded sheepishly. From his face, one could see that his wish had finally come true as well. As for her friend Yara, Captain Threy was already dating her. Yara was like her, very shy and ridiculously awkward when it came to love. Captain Threy wooed her constantly, and finally made her fall for him. But in her case, the man she loved seemed to hate her completely. The class ended and everyone got ready to leave. Private Ruby, are you going somewhere? You haven't forgotten about your punishment, have you? Gary asked with a charming smile on his face. No sir, she replied in anger. while her friends were giggling at the back. "Well, I'll leave you to it. Lest I ruin your date. Hee Ava said while leaving. Hi 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 hi. Have fun, Roo, Yara said while following behind Ava. How was this considered a date? Private Ruby. You know the drill. Start running, Gary said. If eyes could kill, Gary would have been dead by now. She grumbled while running, and Gary followed behind her silently. Gary had always known that this little lamb of his was strong. So he knew that in no time, she would be joining them for battle, which he didn't want to happen. In his mind, he had already made plans for her to stay within Baymard forever. She could handle the cannons and other weapons during battles within Baymard. But if there were battles out of Baymard, he wasn't so sure that he would ever agree to such a thing. Not only him, even his friends Mark and Threy, had also said that they would never allow it as well. He knew that she would greatly oppose his decision. But so what? He was doing it for her own good. She didn't know it yet, but she was his everything. And he would rather she hated him, than for her to lose her life outside on a mission. All right, Private, you've successfully completed your punishment. As Gary spoke, he moved closer to Ruby very slowly. Her heart was pounding and her face was flushed red. Gary stepped closer and lifted her chin gently. Private Ruby, what do I do now? It seems that I'm madly in love with you. Chapter 144. Ready for the worst. While Gary was busy tormenting his little future wife, Landon was currently in the food industry. Do we have enough animal feed for the winter? Landon asked. Yes, Your Majesty. We have enough food for twice the amount of animals at hand right now. Lior answered. That's good. Although there's enough animal feed, continue storing more for now. Don't forget that at the start of each month, more and more animals will be added to what we already have. Hence we will have more animal mouths to feed. That reminds me. Are the new animal shelter buildings ready yet? No, Your Majesty, not yet. Lior answered. For winter, the first thing one had to do was to ensure that all the animals were kept warm and safe during that period. Hence, these animals would have to be removed from those horse sheds at the back of the food industry, and placed within warm stone buildings. So since the textile industry had just moved out of those 4 buildings, Landon had requested for the chickens, goats and so on to move into them. For now, the workers were still making sheds by putting dividers within all rooms within those buildings, so as to accommodate all the animals. And once everything was completed, all the animals would move in for the winter. As for the horses gotten from the war with Shannon, ever since August, they had already been placed within an estate in the upper region. So Landon didn't really have to worry about them at all. Speaking of horses, these animals could actually do fine living outside during winter. As long as they were metabolically healthy, receive enough calories, have enough water and good warm horse blankets around them. Yes. Horses used a lot of calories during winter to keep themselves warm. So it was important for them to constantly take in these calories daily. That's why during winter, they needed high-quality hay diets at all times. Hence ever since August, Landon had been storing hundreds of dry hay bundles within the warehouse at the horse estate. And although horses could survive outdoors during winter, Landon had still made different stables within the horse estate for them. What the horses hated the most wasn't the snow falling on them, but the harsh winds blowing on their bodies, which made it hard for them to tolerate the winter. Hence when winter hurricanes or harsh conditions come about, Landon would have them stay within the estates. But on a sunny day, Landon would let them play with the snow around the estate all day long. Horses were free-spirited animals, so keeping them locked up throughout the winter was definitely a no-number. As for the animals in the lower estate, all of them would be kept indoors throughout the winter. There was no way that Landon would let those baby chicks and other animals stay within those broken-down wooden sheds during the winter. Hence he had decided to move them into those stone buildings within the food industry, lest the winter winds destroy those sheds and blow away some of the smaller animals. The second thing that Landon wanted to look at were the crops. Ever since September, they had been focusing on planting foods that would grow well during the winter. For example, corn, beans, cucumbers and eggplants could only grow well during hot climates. So if they were to continue growing them, even if a few managed to grow, more than 90% planted would die from the harsh weather conditions. Hence it was beneficial for them to stop planting foods that do well in heat, and start focusing on those that grew well during the winter. Crops like lettuce, spinach, leeks, cabbage, carrots, winter rye, winter barley and winter wheats were the perfect example of winter crops. Your Majesty. Since some food types are going to be scarce during the winter, what do we do if we need them? Lior asked. In fact, Landon had already thought of a solution for this. Back on Earth, the reason why one would see warm season foods being sold during the winter was because of exportation and importation. People bought and shipped foods from Africa, the Caribbeans and other hot climate regions, to their countries during the winter. But right now, Landon only had Santa as his official merchant. So if any particular food type was about to run out, Baymard would just have to buy them from Santa. Don't worry about that too much. We will buy them from young Master Hamilton Santa if we need anything. So what I need you, your accountants, auditors and secretaries to do is to look over all the record books for each food type, and verify the amount that is generally sold and bought by the people during each month. For example, I want to know how many bags of beans are usually bought and sold in the stores every month. The same goes for all food items, irrespective of whether they are winter or summer crops. Make sure your estimates also include all the new people that would arrive Baymard at the start of every month. And once you do that, give it to Chief Gregory within the Baymard Council of Agriculture, in the upper region. He will know what to do. Chief Gregory was the main head of the Agricultural Council, hence, he also had the duty of making sure that the people never lacked food within Baymard. Landon had given him a number of secretaries, accountants and a lot of money as his capital. During times like this, he was supposed to budget what foodstuffs Baymard needed, and buy it from Santa. From there, he would sell it to the food industry and all other commercial stores and so on. He was also in charge of exportation of food. So in the future, if the food industry had goods like chocolate bars, they would sell them to him. And he would sell them to Santa and other merchants. For now, these responsibilities were part of Gregory's job, since there weren't a lot of workers right now. But in the future, it would be given to the merchants of Baymard, and Gregory would only have to collect the import and export taxes from them. In terms of food and agriculture, Baymard was definitely ready for the worst-case scenario. Even if Landon hadn't opted to buy these summer-grown foods from Santa, Baymard would still have its winter-grown foodstuffs. So starvation would definitely not happen. Well, for now, they were pretty much prepared for the winter. Secret base, somewhere in Arcadina. Welcome back, young master. The Lord and Madam have been waiting for your return impatiently. The young man unhurriedly walked into the base, and immediately found his parents and uncles. Willie. Back, Mona Ferris yelled out excitedly. Welcome back, son, Eden Barnes said. Little Willie is finally back. His uncle Nurul Ferris said. Aye. My nephew is now called the Ghostly Prince, so how can you still call him Little Willie? Said his other uncle Pow N. Ferris. Alright, knock it off you two. So Little Willie, how did it go? Chapter 145 New Discoveries. So how did it go, Little Willie? Were there any problems? Is that why you were delayed? William looked at his family helplessly. Mom, Dad. Uncles. Everything went according to plan. The only reason I'm arriving now is because I had to receive something from the capital. Everyone frowned as they instantly thought that something unexpected had happened. It's not what you guys think. It's just that while I was resting in Zambra City, I got a letter from our spies in the capital. They had successfully bought several bags of snow powder for us. So I had to wait there a little more. Snow powder? Eden asked. After an hour of explaining what snow powder was, its numerous effects on war. As well as demonstrating its full capabilities in front of them, Everyone in the room was shocked. How could this tiny powder do this? This weapon was definitely a double-edged sword that could definitely ruin their plans, if they weren't careful. If you managed to get your hands on this product, then I'm sure that my brother has also gotten his hands on it as well. Adan said, "That's true, father. My spies said that his alchemists have already started mass-producing it, as we speak." Instantly, the atmosphere in the room became heavy. Get Fanji and Kwambi to start mass-producing them as well. No matter what, we need to always be one step ahead of the beast if we plan on succeeding, Mona said. Although mass production is important, it's also important to understand how to guard against such attacks. Muriel said. Uncle is right, William said while nodding. They carried everything outside, and headed towards a deserted broken-down stone building, a little further away from their base. The powder was placed into several tubes the size of dynamite, and mounted on arrows, crossbows, and even sticks. Just like how arrows would work, the tubes would be lit and launched at a trajectory angle, making its way towards their enemies. Boom! They began firing at the stone walls continuously, but nothing happened. The walls didn't break down at all. The only thing that could be seen was a thick layer of black soot on the walls. William wiped off the soot and observed the walls carefully. No cracks yet, William said. Damn. How many times do we have to blast it before the wall takes a hit? Pine grumbled as he noted down what was said with a feather pen and parchment paper. Their ink was made from burnt bones, charcoal and sap of trees which glued everything together. Alright, I think we're done with this stone building. Let's target the wooden horse sheds next. Boom. Instantly, 14 of the front door scattered into several pieces. Success! Muriel exclaimed. Later on, they experimented on rabbits and other animals of different sizes. For smaller animals, they noticed that the blast would shatter them completely. But for larger animals like horses, they noticed that only targeted areas would be affected. For example, their first shot shattered part of the horse's front left leg. It shattered the region between the horse's knee and fetlock ankle. And so far, there were no side effects from standing close to the attack. They were all safe and fine. Okay, I think we're done here. Little Willie, carry this wooden barrel of snow powder, and let's get out of here. When William traveled with the snow powder, he had chosen to put them in barrels, so as to avoid suspicion. These wooden barrels were what was usually used to store wine. So anyone who saw it would most likely think that he and his group were just traveling merchants. As William carried the barrel forward, a trail of snow powder continuously flowed out through some cracks on the barrel, which was completely unnoticed by William. Dad, let's go. Put out the flame torch. Adan dropped the torch on the floor and was about to step on it. But then, he saw a spark of fire moving towards William. Willie, quickly drop the barrel. Adan yelled out. Drop it now. Uncle Pine and Muriel yelled. William turned around, saw the sparks. He immediately dropped the barrel by one of the building's stone walls, and quickly dived towards his father's direction. If anyone back on Earth had ever seen old Western movies, then they would easily know this scene. It was the famous scene where cowboys would light up a trail of gunpowder and hide away, while watching the trail of fire move towards a large and obviously explosive barrel. And once the fire gets to the barrel, a large boom occurs. Boom! Smoke had completely filled the air, as well as the distinct smell of the powder. Is everyone okay? Adan asked. Good. All good. Brother-in-law, okay as well. They all answered. Once the smoke had cleared out, everyone looked up and was immediately stunned. The ground had been uprooted 20 centimeters deep, and the building's stone wall had several cracks on it around a particular spot. Look, there are many cracks on this area of the wall. I reckon that if we continue blasting this same spot with the same amount of snow powder for at least 7 more times, then a hole would definitely be formed on the wall. And who knows? Maybe the wall might even break down because of the hole. Powen said excitedly. Although that's true, Building walls are not the same as castle walls, Adon said. Although Adon didn't know the exact thickness for several walls, he still knew that there were different wall sizes for different purposes. In this era, stone walls for buildings were just half a meter thick, while castle walls were generally 2 meters thick. And of course city walls were usually 4 to 5 meters thick as well. Right now, they had only been able to form cracks on a particular spot of the building's 12-meter thick wall. So they still had a long way to go. If they wanted to attack their enemies using this barrel method, they would need to sneak in several men with barrels into the cities ... and place these barrels all around their enemy's territory. This would definitely be a hassle. Anyone who has ever watched Western movies back on Earth would instantly know the effects of one barrel of gunpowder. If the building was made of wood, then part of it would definitely be destroyed. But with medieval stone walls, it wasn't that easy to destroy. That's why back on Earth, a lot of old castles in the UK still stood tall till this day. Those walls had even been hit with several cannons throughout history, and their thick walls had prevented their enemies from winning. So how could this barrel take down city walls that were at least 4 meters thick, when they couldn't even destroy 12-meter thick building walls? And to make matters worse, this snow powder wasn't even as powerful as regular gunpowder. So its effects were really weak. But of course, it was a different matter when human lives were involved. If they could successfully place and light up several barrels within several rooms of these stone buildings, then the people inside these buildings would definitely die or have serious injuries when the explosion occurs. And if the structures they were targeting were wooden, then the entire building itself would fall down with just 4 or 5 barrels within it. But I'm curious though, why didn't the trail of snow powder explode? Why was it only the barrel that exploded? William asked. I think it might have something to do with the wood that the barrel was made of, Muriel said. That's right. It's probably the wood. Plus, did you all notice that it's only with wood that this powder seems to react with? Adon said. Previously when we shot it at the wooden door, 14 of the door immediately scattered into several pieces. But with stone, it didn't. So I think you're right, William added. In fact, all of them were completely wrong. Wood was less dense and less heavier than stone. So obviously, wood would break more easily than stone. And the reason why the trail of snow powder didn't explode was because burning the powder released energy and gases. While the trail was burning, these were easily released to the atmosphere. But when the powder is contained within the barrel, the energy and gases cannot easily escape. So they continue to build up, until boom. The fire reaches them. But what would Adon, William and his uncles know about science? They actually thought that it was the wood that had caused such an explosion to occur. Okay, we only have 6 barrels of snow powder left. So we can experiment with 2 more, and the rest would be sent to our alchemists for mass production, Adon said. Chapter 146, Deciding One's Future Path. Back in Baymard, all 14-year-old students within the public school got ready to have their weekly field trip. In this world, 15-year-old teenagers were already considered adults. So when this semester ends, these students would graduate and begin their lives as adults, which also included job hunting. And despite the fact that their current knowledge wasn't up to standard, as compared to those who graduated back on Earth, Landon still felt like it was okay for them to begin work, since they would learn on the job, just like all the other workers within Baymard. And to better familiarize the children with all workplace areas, Landon had arranged multiple field trips for them ever since the start of the month. Their exams started in November, so this month was definitely the time to start these field trips. Every Saturday, the students would jump onto the back of several loading trucks and head over to different workplaces within Baymard. Last week, they had visited the food industry, textile industry and alchemy industry. And the week before that, they had visited the hospital, medical and healthcare academy, as well as the current mall estate within the upper region. And today, they were heading over to the power plant, central heating plant, and the water and sewage plant. All these trips gave the students who were about to graduate some perspective about what they wanted to do in the future. Within the school premises, Henry, Mildred and their friends were currently waiting for the trucks to arrive. Hey! What do you want to be when you graduate? Since I love horses and animals, I want to work as a stable woman at the horse ranch, Mildred said cheerfully. I honestly hate moving up and down a lot, so I want to sit in the offices and work as an accountant. Me too. I have no idea why you guys like moving around and being in the outdoors so much. For me, I want to be a secretary within any of the workplaces. I want to be a doctor. That's why I'll go to the medical and healthcare academy after I graduate. I want to be a soldier, textile industry worker, cleaner, teacher, caretaker, government worker, miner, store clerk, chef, construction worker, customer service representative, _. As Henry listened to his friends and classmates, he couldn't help but wonder about his own situation. Although he was thoroughly impressed by all the places he had visited, he still didn't feel any real calling, as his friends would put it, towards any profession. He felt that if he chose a job just for the sake of getting money and passing by, he would indeed live a sad and miserable life. Hence he wanted a job that he truly appreciated and felt proud of. He was hoping that today, he would get his own calling. From many of the jobs on tour list. As they were talking, their teacher, Mr. Vincent, began doing roll call, while waiting for the trucks to arrive. 9:45 a.m. The loading trucks arrived, the students hopped in and were now on their way to the water and sewage treatment plant. Once they arrived, the soldiers on guard duty checked the tour slips for all truck drivers, and allowed them to drive in towards the bus and car park region within Sector 1. The students got out of the trucks and were immediately marveled at the sight before them. Wow! So beautiful. There were several fully cemented 5-story buildings, that were wide, rectangular in shape and had a lot of large glass windows on them, as well as several massive glass buildings, that were all trapezoid-shaped. Even teacher Vincent was blown away by the sight before him. Everything looked neat and extremely beautiful. Henry didn't even have the time to fully take in everything, when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. 2 men and a lady were heading towards their direction. "Hello there," said the 24-year-old lady, as she shook teacher Vincent's hand. "Hello, teacher Vincent replied, as he shook the lady's hand, as well as the other men who came along with her. The lady turned to look at the children and smiled. "Hello, Baymard's proud graduating students." When they heard the lady, they suddenly felt proud and glad to be addressed like this. Oh my heavens! They were going to be the first batch to graduate from the public school. Wasn't this also part of Baymard's history? "Welcome to the water and sewage treatment plant. I'm Mrs. Rena, and I'm one of the many plant operators here." To my left is one of my colleagues, Mr. Cristiano, who happens to be an electrical engineer in training. And to my right is Mr. Benjamin, who happens to be a chemical engineer in training. Today, we have a lot of exciting things for you all to see, like how we turn ocean water into clean drinkable water, as well as how we supply that same water to everyone within Baymard. And you guys are in for a real treat. We will show you all what happens to waste when it flows through the sinks, or is flushed down the toilets. Now, do any of you have any questions? Rena asked. Henry immediately raised his hand. Mrs. Rena, what exactly does a plant operator do? Chapter 147, Deciding One's Future Path. 2. When Henry had gone to the construction and alchemy industries last week, he had seen electrical engineers, as we as chemical engineers. But this was his first time seeing a plant operator. It wasn't only Henry who was curious. Everyone there wanted to know about the job as well. After all, the main reason for these trips was to find out what they would like to do when they graduate. What exactly was a plant operator? Well, there are so many tasks that I perform, like monitoring all system procedures, doing routine checks, and many more. To make it easier for you all to understand, I will fully explain my duties to you as the tour progresses. Oh, and I will also explain the duties of all the other jobs within this plant as well. Now, are you all excited for today's tour? Rena asked excitedly. We are. Yes, yes. Underscore. Okay. Calm down everyone. Before we begin our tour, we'll have to get you all briefed and suited up. As His Majesty would say. Everyone giggled as they followed behind Rena and her team. Their king always said the funniest slangs and sentences ever. Just like this "let's get suited up" phrase. In their opinion, although their king was serious when he needed to be, he was also extremely funny and a good source of comedic relief to them, especially when he narrated stories about princesses and warriors. And because of their king, they had begun picking up these funny sentences and slangs as well. They would chat with their friends and say things like, "Hasta la vista" and "say hello to my little friend." They really hoped that someone would compile and publish all these iconic phrases, so that they could read up on them when they wanted to laugh with their friends. Rena and her team lead them into a large auditorium within one of the buildings, and began briefing them on safety. They were told what they should do if they were in trouble, as well as what they should do if they noticed any issues, leaks and problems within the plant. And at the end of their safety briefing, they were given face masks, protective boots, and protective glasses to wear. Once everyone was suited up, the tour finally began. They followed Rena towards another large gate, which apparently led to Sector 2. Although this region didn't have any of those beautiful glass buildings, it was still breathtaking all the same. Their tour guides immediately led them towards the facilities that treated water from the ocean. Of course, Rena stayed ahead of them, while Cristiano and Benjamin walked behind them, ensuring that no one was lost or left behind. The tour had progressed steadily, with Rena explaining the treatment process, as well as everyone's job and responsibilities. And now, it was time to move on to sewage treatment. Can anyone give me an example of waste that's found in sewage water? Rena asked. Almost immediately, several hands were raised up in the air. Yes. You. And before answering, please tell us your name, please. My name is Matthias. And I think soapy water is waste, the boy shyly answered. Correct. It's indeed waste. Thank you, Matthias. Anyone else? My name is Julia. Food that falls into the sinks, poop, chemicals, tissue paper, underscore. All of you are correct. All of them are found within the sewage water that's treated here. Okay. Let's look at the processes that change sewage water into clean drinkable water. Rena said. Yuck. How is that even possible? How can we get clean water from all that? Gross. Rena giggled, as she listened to the childish comments of Baymard's future graduates. The children's faces were scrunched up, and they couldn't help but wonder how they were going to make poop-filled water clean. Just thinking about it made them want to throw up. But as the tour progressed, they became surprised at the end results. The gross greenish-brown water had turned clear and clean. Wasn't this magic? Science was truly awesome. With the tour at its end, the children ate their lunch within the industry, and headed over to the power plant and finally towards the central heating plant. And by the end of the day, the students were sent back to the school's premises. So Henry, have you finally decided what you'd like to be when you graduate? Mildred asked curiously. Today, although the power and central heating plants were fascinating, none of them truly piqued Henry's interest like the water and sewage treatment plant. He had asked a lot of questions, as well as answered several others from Mrs. Rena. The most important thing was that he had felt that even if he worked there for 20 years, he would still love doing his job daily. And if he ever grew tired of being a plant operator, he could just switch job titles within the industry. There were chemists, alchemists within the plant that focused on chemistry and engaged in chemical research and experiments. There were electrical engineers, chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, managers, plant specialists, technicians and so on. In fact, All he knew was that he wanted to work in this particular industry for a long time. It seemed like he had finally found his calling. I want to work in the water and sewage treatment plant. I want to become like Mrs. Rena. I want to be plant operator. Chapter 148. New month, new academies. Time passed by quickly. And finally, November was here and Santa's subordinates had once again arrived on the shores of Baymard. Gregory from the Council of Agriculture, and Rowan from the Council of Mineral Resources, came along with Landon to learn and see how trade was usually done. After all, they too would have to take over this job of exportation and importation sooner or later. Landon sold several mineral ores, as well as received animals, bags of seeds, and of course slaves and refugees from Santa's subordinates. Just like before, the learned slaves were sent to the secretaries, auditors and accountants, while the children were sent over to the resident estate within the upper region. There were also people who volunteered to be soldiers, stable caretakers, chefs, and nurse doctors. Your Majesty, are we still going to open those new academies now? Lucius asked. He was so used to calling Landon Little Landon, that he would slip up here and there when talking to Landon publicly. Sigh. You know that I already take you as my father, so can you just drop it? Landon replied. Nope. I need to maintain a certain level of respect so that everyone else will respect you too. Plus I will only require you to call me that when I marry your mother. So, Your Majesty, what about the new academies? Lucius said as he smiled warmly at Landon. What a stubborn man, Landon thought. Right now, he wanted to create two new academies, the Baymard Police Academy and the Baymard Academy for Guard Training. For the Police Academy, Landon had decided that for now, he would just let them focus on public safety. Typically, a regular police academy produces officers that deal with public community safety, crime scenes, cybercriminals, national security and many more. Crimes that affect national security, like terrorists, would typically be handed over to the national security officers like the FBI, and any crimes that involved murder, kidnapping, homicide, bombs, aid the police, and so on, would be handled by crime scene investigators CSI, and sometimes the national security officers. But that was all for the future. Right now, Baymard just needed public safety officers. These officers were in charge of patrolling the area on foot or with police cars, responding to crimes in progress, preventing crime, arresting violators, rescuing civilians, investigating ordinary crimes like car accidents, bank robbery, theft. And so on, as well as aiding the victims and interrogating criminals. They also regulate traffic, control crowds, administer first aid, and respond to fire alarms or emergency calls 911. And the list goes on. Anyway, the 375 new recruits that had volunteered to join the police academy would study and work at the same time. Landon had planned to make a working schedule that didn't affect their studies at all. Back on Earth, almost all students had part-time jobs when studying. So Landon didn't think it would be completely stressful to them. He would make sure that everyone got to be on duty at least twice or thrice a week, depending on their class schedules. But no matter how many work shifts they had, all the work posts would always be filled with officers on duty, no matter what time of day it was. Even at night, he expected the police officers to stay alert and vigilant. Speaking of class schedules, the students would still need to attend basic classes like math and Pyrrhon. But in addition to those, they had to take ethics classes, laws and justice classes, close combat classes and obstacle course classes, as well as first aid classes, weapon theory and handling classes, which involved shooting. For this, Landon had decided to appoint a few warrant officers from the army as their teachers within the academy, since these courses were already taught in the army anyway. Your Majesty, I don't think that any of the soldiers would like to leave the army for this police academy. Leaving the army means that they wouldn't fight wars, go for missions and so on. I know that if I was asked to leave the army, I too wouldn't agree, Lucius stated. Landon thought for a while and his eyes lit up. Then let's not remove them from the army. Let's have them become officials for both the army and the police academy. And to encourage them, the time that they spend teaching would count towards their increase in rank within the army itself. Also, don't forget that they aren't teaching all year round. They just have 2 major semesters to focus on. That's it. And when any sort of war approached Baymard, they could still choose to join the battle, if they wanted to. So for now, well, let them keep their rooms in the army, as well as give them new rooms within the police academy. But when they were teaching, they had to stay within the police academy. Your Majesty, this might just work. No one wants to hide up their ranks within the army. Letting them keep it is definitely a must. Also, the other suggestions are good as well, Lucius replied while nodding. Landon had also decided that, while the soldiers were teaching the new recruits, he would in turn teach them several new courses. Courses like criminology, psychology, victimology, warrants and community safety were some of the courses that these police officers had to know by heart. As for the police station, Landon had decided to use another small estate close to the public school. This station was where the recruits would handle all public matters involving safety and crime. And while the recruits were on duty, their warrant soldiers would also supervise them as well. Like any other military profession, this police academy would also have its own ranking system too. For public safety officers, the ranks from lowest to highest were: officer deputy recruits spend 1 year within this rank before advancing, detective inspector 1.5 years within rank, sergeant 2 years, lieutenant 2 years, captain 2.5 years, major deputy inspector 2.5 years, colonel 3 years, commander 3.5 years, deputy chief of police deputy commissioner 4 years, assistant chief of police assistant commissioner 5 years, chief of police commissioner sheriff. Of course, when looking at the time required to advance to the next rank, Landon had altered it a bit to fit Baymard's needs. Your Majesty, so you're saying that I would also be the chief of police, as you call it, of this police station? Well, yes. You're the only one that could head the city's police force. So for now, I want you to hold on to the position, until someone suitable comes along. You are currently the face of justice within the city, so it's really hard to find a replacement as good as you. You little brat. Who's the face of justice? Lucius said, as he pretended to be angry. What happens to calling me your Majesty? Boy. You really know how to make this man here speechless. The next academy that Landon decided to make was the Baymard Academy for Guard Training. Just like the police academy students, these 298 new recruits would also work part-time as security guards within Baymard, while studying. Well, for them, there wasn't really much to do, except for making sure that they knew math, English, weapon handling, ethics and close combat. Again, the warrant officers would teach these recruits as well. And their services would be counted towards the increase of their army ranks. But unlike the other academies that required the students to take several years studying, this academy only needed its students to spend 2 years within it. And after graduation, the students would have to move out, get their own apartment or homes, and apply for full-time positions within Baymard. Of course, some of them could also apply to teach the future recruits within the academy as well. Since that's all, I'll help you settle down these new recruits within the academies, as well as assign several warrant officers to teach them. Once Lucius and some soldiers escorted the group of recruits away, Landon was finally left with 5,410 workers. Now, he could finally focus on November's tasks. Chapter 149 Typewriters and toothpaste. With 5,410 workers, Landon decided to send 510 workers to the alchemy industry, 500 workers to the food industry, 200 workers to the textile industry, 200 workers to the cleaning service facility, 1,000 workers to the construction industry, and 3,000 workers to some construction sites around Baymard. And right now of these 3,000 construction workers, he decided to send 1,000 new workers to aid those building the new city wall. Since those at the city wall had cleared a substantial amount of trees, Landon had decided that half of the men should start building the new city wall, while the other half should continue clearing these trees. This way, work would definitely go by faster. Again, he wanted to send another 1,000 men to aid those building the new mall. And finally the remaining 1,000 would aid those constructing the roads. Your Majesty, how many men do you want to start construction on the new printing industry? Tim asked. Get 500 construction workers from all the construction sites, and have them start construction immediately. The reason why Landon wanted to build a printing industry was so that he could start printing out money ASAP. It was better and more efficient to have large electrically controlled machines do the job than have the workers waste their time doing several batches on multiple steam engines. Apart from printing money, this new printing industry would continue printing books and other documents needed within Baymard. And in the future, they would print newspapers as well. Previously, Landon didn't want them to bother with newspapers because, with all honesty, the workers were few and the amount of things that they needed to print off were plenty. These people were basically printers. When several copies of official documents needed to be made, they would handle it. When books were needed, it was their jobs. Let's not even talk about license cards, I.D. cards and so on. They were busy as well. So why would he overwork them just for that? But with the aid of electrically powered machines, the workers' burdens would greatly lessen. Hence it was time to start constructing their own industry. Plus them moving out of the construction industry will create a lot of vacant space within the industry for future development. Anyway, since this industry would focus on printing, Landon didn't think it needed to be large. The industry needed its own fence, guard posts and car park within it, as well as 5 other wide buildings for work. One building would be used for meetings, offices, clinic and cafeteria area, while the other 4 would be used for printing. Landon had already decided that all buildings should be very wide, and should be at least 3 stories high. With 500 construction workers, he was sure that the work would be done around the first week of December. Okay, Your Majesty. I'll assign them to start construction right away. And Your Majesty, what exactly are typewriters? Tim asked, while flipping the notes in his hand. This was the first time that he had ever heard of it. Well, do you remember how you guys complained about not being able to read each other's handwriting on official documents? Tim, Wiggins, Sophia and Lyon nodded back. Honestly, it was a hassle for them. Here were over 100 official documents that they couldn't read, because some of their subordinates had bad handwriting. Back on Earth, one would say that their handwriting resembled that of a doctor's own. For official documents, this was definitely a no-no. Hence, for the sake of proper record keeping, it was definitely time for the workers to use typewriters. Besides, it would also be useful for those who work in the banks as customer service representatives, or even front desk workers. Typewriters worked mechanically, and almost have the same key array mechanism as pianos did. When one tapped a letter on the typewriter, a thin metal stick-like wand stroked the paper, producing the same letter that was touched earlier on. Each part of the typewriter would typically be made from either metal or plastic. So all the parts would be molded out and joined together by tiny nails and screws. For manufacturing of these typewriters, he had decided to give the job to Department 6 of the construction industry. As for the keyboard format, Landon preferred the normal format used back on Earth. Of course, every typewriter would come with an instruction manual, so as to aid their users. Hopefully in the future, several writers would be born because of this invention. Children could also write manuscripts of their own stories if they liked. and maybe earn a living from doing it. The future was limitless. Up next, Landon wanted to focus on toothpaste. In this era, people brushed their teeth using a rough cloth, water and salt. They also used crushed eggshells as toothpaste, as well as ground from the earth and scales from fish. And sometimes, they would split the ends of twigs, and use this as their toothbrush. Obviously, these methods left them with several wounded gums and unclean teeth. Hence the best solution was definitely toothpaste and toothbrushes. So what goes into a tube of toothpaste? Chemicals, that's what. Lots and lots of chemicals. Like calcium carbonate, aluminium hydroxide, fluorine ... and so on. Basically, there are several raw materials and additives that work towards one simple aim, to stop tooth decay and aid in gum protection. So to start off, the ingredients would be fully combined, and later heated up in large aluminium tanks, so as to prevent any other chemical reactions from occurring inside the toothpaste mix. Yes, aluminium already existed in Baymard. It was a metal that was extracted and refined from the reddish clay rock, called bauxite, that was found within the caves. Generally, this ore made about 10% of this world's outer crust. So it wasn't that hard to find. Back on Earth, this ore made 8% of the Earth's crust, and was one of the most abundant ores found and used by almost all industries. Anyway, after heating ... the mixture would have a dough-like appearance. From there, Landon had planned to use peppermint and other plants as flavor, and once everything is done, the toothpaste would be put in plastic tubes ... and sold out to the citizens. For toothbrushes, they usually have three main components: the bristles, the grip part and the handle. The grip and the handle will be molded from rubber. For the bristles, nylon or soft rubber were generally used. So Landon had decided to make toothbrushes that had both bristle types. The citizens would but the ones that they deemed fit. Wiggins, since the plastic making department is within your industry, then let your alchemy industry handle the creation and packaging of the toothpaste. And Tim, since the rubber making department is within your industry, then let you take care of creating the toothbrushes as well. Yes, your majesty. Chapter 150 Cardboard boxes, spaghetti and modified cleaning tools. Moving on. I've thought about a suitable solution for carrying heavy items, Landon said. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had been waiting for this solution for several months now. The main issue complaint that they had gotten from the delivery workers was the fact that both plastic and metal were not suitable to have as delivery boxes. The men had to offload several deliveries a day, be it from food, clothes and so on. And even though plastic was lighter than metal, it still had some definite weight when they carried it over their shoulders or across their waists. Sometimes, they would deliver several produce items like apples, using a metal boxes, which were very heavy. And other times, they could use these same metal or plastic boxes just to carry several piles of clothes. It always seemed like they were carrying the whole world on their shoulders. So what they needed right now were cardboard boxes. Even though these boxes would have a wide variety of sizes, shapes and colors, all of them would still share three basic structural components. They would consist of one wavy sheet of paper, called the flute, that was being sandwiched between two flat sheets called liners, and together, they make a corrugated board. Generally, production would start with a thick massive roll of paper, that would be sent to a wavy crumpled, or ridged steamroller. This machine would press the paper between two ridged rollers, and blasts it with hot steam. At this point, the paper that leaves the roller will be wavy and will also be known as the flute wavy paper. To better understand its shape, it would be better to imagine a wavy zinc roof that has dips and bumps on it. Once the wavy sheet is formed, glue would be placed on both sides of it, and two other straight sheets of paper would sandwich it. The glue used here is generally made from water and starch. Since this sort of glue wouldn't contaminate fresh produce, that the boxes may later contain in future. After the gluing process, several rectangular and square pieces would be cut out from the large cardboard sheet, depending on the box sizes needed. And once that's done, cold glue made from polyvinyl acetate would be used to join the sections that would form the box. Of course, any tiny pieces left from cutting would be sent back to the paper making department for recycling. Also, if the boxes needed to be printed on, then they would be later sent to the printing department as well. Tim, your department will handle manufacturing of these boxes. As for the textile industry, I need new clothing, Landon said while giving a notebook to Sophia. He needed police uniforms, warm nightwear for men, women and children, sweatshirts, and leggings that can be worn within other pants during winter. Your Majesty, don't worry. It shall be done, Sophia said. Good. Lyle, for your industry, I need you guys to start making something I call instant noodles. Well, I need you to make instant noodles, spaghetti, and macaroni. Truthfully, Landon missed ramen the most. Just thinking about the beef-flavored one made his mouth watery. Sigh. A modern society was try the best when it came to food. Making all these foods were actually quite easy. Take for example, spaghetti. The flour is first mixed with water, so as to make the dough. And for this, Landon needed several vacuum steam-powered industrial mixers, as well as ordinary mixers, to get the job done. The dough would first pass through the ordinary steam mixer, and then it would finally pass through a vacuum mixer. Vacuum machines usually gave better and much richer dough. It was a must for production. After mixing, the dough will pass through another cylindrical steam-powered machine, that has several rotating screws and blades within it. That compresses and cuts the dough into hundreds of long tiny strips at once. Of course, after this process, the strips of dough leave the cylinder through the many holes on the cylinder's mouth, and immediately hung on several aluminium sticks. From there, they are dried using fire, and later sent to another cutting machine. This cutting machine would cut them into shorter lengths, so that they could be easily packaged. And after cutting, they get packaged, marketed and sold out to the citizens. Tim, I need your department to also make several steam-powered machines for them, as well as the machines needed for making cardboard boxes. Not a problem, Your Majesty. And what about the cleaning tools? Will we still change them? Tim asked. Sigh. It looks like your industry is really in for it this time, Tim. Yes. We're going to modify and create new versions of the ones we have right now. During the weekly meetings, Landon had noticed that the cleaners had been having a hard time getting their jobs done. Due to the inefficiency of the tools that they had at hand. Of course, they didn't notice the problem, because to them, the new sponges, cleaning rags, floor and window cleaning detergents, brooms, mops, and dustpans were already godly in their eyes. But Landon immediately saw the main issue at hand. For things like the industries and other large enterprises, it was ideal for them to use industrial-sized tools so that they could get the job done using less time and less people. Hence what he planned to do right now was to create new versions of the tools that already existed presently. He would make new modified tools like brooms and mops that could handle wider cleaning surfaces, as well as wider window wipers. Everything that they had right now was good for residential cleaning, but not industrial. Although he was making new tools, he knew that it wasn't the right time to make electrically powered ones, like vacuum cleaners and floor scrubbers. Right now, the workers were extremely busy, and not all the industries and workplaces were electrically wired up, so electrically powered tools were definitely a no-no. Chapter 151. Need more sevens. While everyone was busy preparing for Landon's birthday, which was on November 3rd, he on the other hand, went over to the city wall to aid the construction workers in clearing the trees and building the walls. Early in the morning, he and the men took several heavy machines and towards the outer forest. Half of the men were to focus on building the walls, while the other half would focus on uprooting the trees. Landon was in the mood for driving, so he chose to uproot the trees for today. Vroom. The machines moved towards the city gate in an orderly fashion. Some of the workers drove machines that would clear the trees, while others drove machines that would transport these trees back to the wood-cutting department, where they would be cut down into several planks. Some also stood around the cleared fields, and measured the field dimensions. According to His Majesty's request, they had to cut 1 mile worth of trees. So ever since they started, they had been marking and measuring the already cut fields, so that they would be able to estimate how much more deeper they needed to clear into the forest region. As the men worked, the soldiers who were supposed to guard them stayed close by, watching them and their surroundings attentively. After all, the men had already begun clearing regions that were considered to be the deep zones of the forest. As they worked, 2 pairs of golden-colored eyes peered out from the forest, and looked at 3 of the men close by. One of them was a worker, who was busy marking and measuring up the land, while the other 2 were soldiers who stood by, guarding him at all times. Of course those within the machines didn't have any guards around them, since they were already protected by the thick glass walls and doors of the machines. Very slowly and quietly, the animals unhurriedly approached the men, who were currently standing 15 meters away from the forest region. Of course the men couldn't go any closer, because their king had forbidden them to do so. His Majesty had said that they should always work a certain distance away from the forest. He had told them to picture 8 Lucius lying down on the ground simultaneously ... and take that as the minimum distance that they were to keep away from the forest. Once the animals were at the edge of the forest, they reversed a little, lowered their backs even more, and leaned back, so as to build up momentum for their run. In a flash, they immediately ran out towards the 2 soldiers, who were presently standing in front of the worker. One of the soldiers spotted them, and instantly reached for his weapon. "Get your gun!" The first soldier yelled. "Thpu, thpu, thpu." The first soldier had shot the animal 6 times. The first 2 shots were on its head, another 2 around its shoulders, and the last 2 on its front left leg. The animal immediately dropped to the ground, and panting heavily. It was dying slowly. The soldier was stunned. This was definitely a hangul. Hanguls looked like a crossbreed between cougars and lions. Their fur was purplish in color, and they were about twice the size of an average full-grown lion back on Earth. As for the other soldier, he was a little late to react, so he had only fired 1 bullet before the hangul violently pounced on him. "Ah!" he yelled, while holding the hangul's mouth wide with his bare hands. He looked as heroic as Dwayne Johnson The Rock, holding open a lion's mouth in the movie Hercules. As the hangul was about to hit him with its claws, the soldier, Moby, immediately used his right leg to hit the hangul's belly. "Grow!" The animal whimpered in pain. "Rico. Shoot its back!" Moby yelled out, as he continued to wrestle the ferocious hangul, who was spitting on him like crazy. At this point, he had already received several claw strikes from the hangul, and Rika, who had just killed the other hangul, was conflicted on what he should do. The hangul and his friend were wrestling so hard, that he was afraid that while shooting the bullet, the animal might turn around, making the bullet accidentally injure his friend. Everyone had already noticed the commotion, and had immediately stopped working, so as to help their fellow Baymardian. Although the sounds of the machines had drowned out the sounds of their battle, the other guards around the work site had immediately noticed the battle. From there, they signaled everyone else who was working within the machines. Truth be told, they had been wrestling for more than 5 minutes now. Men versus beast. Everyone was completely shocked at how Moby could hold off for so long under such a gigantic beast. The soldiers knew that this was because of all the close combat classes that they had undergone. Amazing. Rika had been holding the gun for a while now, and was still conflicted on what he should do. His hands trembled slightly, as he was afraid that he might accidentally kill his friend. What if the bullet passed through the animal and killed instantly his friend? He had no problem shooting at all. but for some reason, when he pointed the gun towards his comrade, he felt like a newbie soldier. "Rico, you can do it, Rico. Remember what His Highness had said. Believe in yourself." Everyone else encouraged him. Finally, Moby yelled out, "Rico, I have no more strength to continue on. Shoot this mother-effer now." The bullet had hit the Hangul's head. Grow. The men at the side took advantage of this, and yanked Moby away from the Hangul. Once Moby was out of the picture, every other guard took out their gun and shot the animal several times. How dare this beast touch their comrade? Die, mother-earth! Landon looked at the Hangul, that had probably received over 50 bullets by now, and couldn't help but say a short prayer for it. "R.I.P. Mr. Hangul, bruh." This was definitely overkill. Not that he was complaining. Instantly, several men who were holding a first aid kit ran over from the gate. They had seen the whole incident through their binoculars, as well as the many large telescopes that were mounted on the city wall. Once they saw the battle, they immediately knew that their comrade was injured. So they prepared the first aid kit for him. Quickly. Give room. They rushed over to Moby, and tore open his military shirt. The medic team quickly soaked a clean cloth with hydrogen peroxide, and gently cleaned his wounds. Everyone stood by watching, as the hydrogen peroxide immediately turned white when it came in contact with Moby's skin. And while they were busy cleaning his injuries, someone went to get a truck ASAP. There were always 3 loading trucks, stationed around the city gate posts, just in case information about visitors needed to travel fast to their king or any important military personnels. Information about needing backup or help would also be delivered fast in this way. After cleaning the blood, dirt and debris off his wounds, they bandaged him up neatly. Since there were no real bandages available, they used ordinary fabric as their bandages. Bandages were made from cotton, and presently, it was too cold for cotton to survive. Moreover, cotton takes 5 to 7 months to fully grow. Hence, although they presently had enough cotton seeds, Landon knew that he could only plant them by springtime. Anyway, by the time Moby's wounds were completely dressed, the truck had finally arrived. The patient was gently carried in, and immediately sent over to the hospital for further treatment. Of course, they also took the dead Hanguls as well. Landon had ordered that it should be given to the cooks within the barracks. Those who were on duty today would have a share of the meat once they went back to the barracks. Landon accessed everything that had happened today, and decided to head on over to Lucius' office. Rico's hesitation had showed him that his men could shoot confidently only when their comrades weren't within their shooting range. But what happens when they had to decisively shoot someone who was holding their comrades hostage? No joke, he wanted his men to be as smooth and sharp as 007. In fact, if even the women could be as efficient as Black Widow from the Avengers, then he would gladly promote all of them ASAP. He wanted everyone to be as sharp as any other secret agent or spy back on Earth. Judging from the fact that Rico killed the first Hangul so swiftly, Landon knew that if it were only their enemies standing in front of them then for sure, they would act as secret agents. But when their enemy gets entangled with their comrades, they seem to revert into 5-year-old children. The way they are now, sending them on missions would be completely useless. This was definitely a problem. Chapter 152 New Objectives. What? This really happened? Lucius asked. Yeah? It really did. Warrant Officer Moby was really exceptional when he fought that Hangul. It seems that his training has aided him a lot. This is the first time that I've heard that someone could wrestle a Hangul and survive, Lucius said. True. Without efficient combat skills, one would get his neck or shoulders bitten off just from the Hangul's first attack. So what are we going to do about this? How can we make the men confidence in handling such situations? Lucius asked. We need to reorganize and establish new training goals and objectives. We need more scenario situations. I was thinking of making military simunition guns just for this. Lucius was confused. What kind of guns were those? Well, Simunition guns looked exactly like real guns, but their bullets were different. Landon would describe these bullets to be a crossover between paint and metal. So generally, the bullets consisted of paintball that was loaded into a metal casing. And when shot, it behaved like real bullets, which is more advantageous than normal paintball guns. Most military and police training academies on Earth would allow their new recruits to use simunition guns during training. Only a small number of facilities would actually use ordinary paintball guns over simunition guns. Those facilities were usually cheapskates. Compared to these guns, paintball guns were completely unrealistic. Firstly, the projectile speed of the paint that's being shot out was nowhere near that of real bullets. So this was not accurate and useful for improving one's aiming skills. Secondly, the weight and feel of the bullets and guns greatly differed between paintball guns and real guns. And lastly, it was almost impossible to dodge paintball shots, as well as to making accurate shots from paintball guns. With a regular gun, one could shoot someone's left eye cleanly. But with paintball guns, half of the target's face would be covered in paint, making it hard for the soldiers to know if they had made the right shot or not. It was so unrealistic. Typically when paint leaves the gun, it covers more surface area as it travels through the air, making a big splatter around the targeted region. But when regular bullets leave a gun, their shots were clean and precise, making it easier for the men to practice their firing skills. Most military personnel who had been able to dodge bullet shots during their missions found that they couldn't particularly dodge paintball shots that were close by. For example, spies could dodge several raining bullets, but if it were raining paintballs, it would be too hard and unrealistic to do. Because technically, the rule of paintball was that when the paint touches the target, he or she would be considered dead, even if it was just little traces that spluttered on them. So paintball guns were good for athleticism and boosting morale, but not for military simulations. Back on Earth, it was quickly noticed that soldiers who used paintball guns during training developed a lot of bad habits, like misunderstanding the nature of their missions, thinking that practice was a game, and not taking gunshot training seriously. With paintball guns, there were no injuries or pain, so the men tended to lose focus and have fun during training instead, which was definitely a no-no. If he allowed regular paintball guns for training, their shooting skills would deteriorate with time, as they would think that this was all a game. Like he had said, they were not here to play, they were here to learn how to defend themselves, their comrades and the people. So with all these reasons, simunition guns were definitely the better option. It was better to imagine the bullets from these guns as lipstick the size of regular bullets. The lipstick itself was the paint, enclosed within a clear wax frame, while the outer shell of the lipstick was the metal casing of the lower half of the bullet. Anyway, when these shots were fired, the mechanism within the gun and the metal casing would propel the paint at high speeds towards the target. With these simunition guns, the paint wouldn't splatter around the whole area. It would act like a real bullet and only hit the targeted region, hence making it easier for target practice. And the best part of it all was that these bullet shots would hurt like hell. Of course, no one would die from these shots, but in some cases, the shots would leave purplish or greenish bruise marks if they hit bare skin. With ordinary paintball, since the force is being spread across the air, the target doesn't feel pain at all. But with these ones, the force of the paint was contained within the bullets, and when these bullets reach their target at such high speeds, they would wish that they had properly dodged it. Think of them as paintballs on steroids. It would swell, sting and hurt like crazy. Of course, depending on the size of the bullet, the pain could increase even more. For now, Baymard had no real protective gear against real bullets, or even this sort of bullets. The only thing that was available as protective gear were helmets. which would naturally protect their eyes and face. Landon had decided that by January, he would start making bulletproof vests and other protective gear. Right now, Baymard was super busy. So until January, the soldiers would just have to take all the pain from these bullets if they got shot. With protective gear on, the pain from these simunition bullets would go down by 70%. That is if the bullets were aimed at their chests or other exposed regions. But if someone still targeted areas like their arms, then for sure, they would feel all the pain from being hit. But on the bright side, this would make them take training seriously. Since no one would like to receive shots from these weapons. No pain, no gain. Being hit by these bullets would actually make the pain resonate within the men. Soon, they would say things like, "Okay. I'm not going to dodge this shot at this angle again, or I'm not going to hide around this corner in this manner." Being shot will make these men get self-awareness, be it from the way they hide during missions, or even the way they shoot their moving targets. These sort of guns would give the men that element of realism that they couldn't get with shooting live rounds. Since they technically couldn't shoot another person with real bullets, plus the bruises gotten from being shot could even leave lasting marks and pain for several weeks and months. So Landon was sure that with all these factors, the men would quickly adapt, learn, and develop their own shooting techniques while training. This will prepare them for missions and real-life combat. Chapter 153. More trouble on the way. Once these weapons were made, Landon would create several practice scenarios for the soldiers, so that they could train more efficiently. Right now, the men just shot stationary targets, as well as moving targets that were being controlled by a lever. Imagine those shooting games within amusement parks, where if one shot the moving target, they would get a teddy bear as a prize. Well, that was how the moving targets were done here. They only moved from left to right at a controlled pace. But what Landon wanted the soldiers to learn was how to shoot moving targets that knew how to think for themselves. Like terrorists that knew how to think, take hostages, and shoot back at them. Also, these weapons would also be good for the police officers and security guards as well. He would create bank heist scenarios and other potential hostage scenarios that could take place within the city. That's why when these weapons will be created, he'll divide them into two groups and give them their missions. Obviously one group would be the good guys, while the other group would be the bad guys. He also wanted them to know what to do when their mission was compromised. That's good. I too would like to try these new weapons, Lucius said while nodding his head. Although Lucius knew that real bullets would definitely kill him, there was always a part of him that wanted to know if it was actually as painful as what Landon had said. He had shot animals with these bullets, and had seen them die instantly. So he knew that they wouldn't definitely kill or injure him. But how painful was it though? As a former knight, he had received more than 30 sword stabs throughout his entire career. So he wanted to know the so-called impact pain from these bullets. Landon looked at him and smiled. I have to tell you though, what you would feel from these bullets would only be about 10% of what you would feel from being shot with real bullets. But even the pain factor from these ones are extremely great. This was just basic physics. If something was coming towards anyone at that speed, then the force of impact would be ridiculously great. Of course the weight of the bullet also plays an important part to the pain factor as well. The targeted region would feel like it was about to shatter. That's why even when people still wear bulletproof vests, the bullet force would still cause them to feel immense pain. All the momentum and energy that had been building up from the gun and through the air would now be fully focused on that targeted region. The pain is truly gruesome. Don't worry, I'll get the weapon making department to get on it ASAP. Although it's not as painful as regular gunshots, when you try it, you'll know. For some reason when Lucius looked at Landon's smile, he felt like he had just dug a grave for himself. Well, enough about that. Let's talk about your birthday. Are you prepared for tomorrow's celebration? Riverdale City, Arcadina. Finally, "We've made it!" yelled a tall burly man. The man's name was Obadiah, and he was one of the very many subordinates to Master Nopline. His master was a well-known slave trader around Arcadina. He had come to Riverdale with 20 of his henchmen, in hopes of lodging here for the next few days. Their master had sent them down here to get as many slaves as they could from Baymard. Although they knew that 300 knights were currently stationed there, they still felt like those knights wouldn't necessarily care for the people. After all, this wasn't their first time going into a city filled with knights. Typically, they would go into several cities and promise the poor lots of riches and a new life. So they basically sold dreams to these hopeless fools. Peasants were always the easiest to trick. They were usually hopeful, somewhat honest and incredibly stupid. They believed anything anyone said, provided the person looked kind and righteous. Bahaha. Why would they go out of their way to give riches to people that they didn't know? TSK. They were just hopeful dimwits, with no sense of purpose or direction. Generally, once the people were convinced, they would usually send their sons and daughters to go with them to this new promised land. Hee. It was always funny, watching these people bid farewell to their loved ones. Some parents would even caution their children to always be obedient and work hard, while others would wail and cry out loud. The children who had decided to leave with them would often promise that they would come back home with riches and take care of their loved ones. Morons. Anyway, their master needed more slaves, so that they could be sold to wealthy people within Arcadina, as well as some money temples. Some of these slaves would also be shipped across the waters, to other continents and empires, if need be. And right now, Baymard was looking like a big fat piece of juicy meat to them. It was said that the place was so poor that the people didn't even have enough food to eat. So if they promised the people food and a better life, then wouldn't they willingly follow? This was a big jackpot to them. Just thinking about all the useless and weak peasants around, made them feel like this particular job would be too easy to accomplish. Who knows? Maybe some of the knights would have been driven to madness by hunger, and would also willingly follow them back as well. His master had promised him a fat reward if he could also convince the soldiers to follow them towards the promised land. Obadiah and his henchmen quickly paid for their lodgings and settled down. Since it was just midday, some of the men went around the city to find out if any interesting thing had happened within Baymard. After all, although they had heard the news about the city, they knew better than to always believe news that heard here and there. Situations could always change. So in this line of business, it was important to get one's facts straight. Javis, is the news different from what we already know? Obadiah asked. Boss. It's exactly the same. I even asked if anyone had done trading with the city, and I was told that for more than 6 months now, no merchant or caravan has gone towards Baymard. Actually, it makes sense since no one would be willing to incur the wrath of King Barn. The place is treated like a city for the dead. With all this happening, it's clear that those people either hunted for their food or fished food from the waters. Either way, their land is still barren, and they're in dire need of money and riches. Ha. That's great, Obadiah said excitedly. But boss, what about the soldiers and that bastard king? HMP. What can they truly do to stop us? Firstly, I don't think that they would be a problem. It's believed that bastard is seriously ill, and doesn't have long to live. So it's clear that his men would be more worried about guarding his life, than worrying and guarding those peasants. Besides, haven't we already taken hundreds of children in this manner? The soldiers usually don't care. And even if they tried to stop us, we could just do what we usually do. Boss, you mean bribe them? Javis asked. Yup. That's exactly what we'll do. All these men with authority and power are just the same. So there's nothing for us to worry about. Boss, when we succeed in getting these children, are we allowed to have a taste of some of them? Asked another man, who was smiling wickedly. This time, you all are allowed to touch them, since our clients don't care if they are virgins or not. But you guys can only do it after we arrive at our base at Killua City. When we get there, you guys have to give the girls those potions from the apothecaries, before pleasuring yourselves. We wouldn't want any of them to be pregnant, now would we? So I suggest you destroy their wombs completely, before doing it. Also, since some of you prefer little boys, then you guys can go on right ahead with them, just make sure that you don't bruise them up too much. Hee ha hee. Everyone licked their lips in anticipation. Virgins were always the best. Be it boys or girls, it was always fun for them to watch their prey struggle against them. Alright. Today, everyone is allowed to have fun at the pubs and brothels. But by midnight, I need you all back and sound asleep. Tomorrow, we'll start our mission. Chapter 154. More trouble on the way to November 3rd, the year 1024. The early morning sun shone, filling the sky with light shades of orange and pink. Its golden rays of sunshine gave the dewy grass a gentle glow. The birds chirped loudly, and the air felt slightly refrigerated. It was the start of a brand new day. People could be heard talking and walking all around Baymard. Everyone was up and busy, in preparation for today's celebration. Some people were doing their hair, while others were busy going through their closets, in hope of finding the perfect outfit for today. There were also some who were currently decorating the castle, as well as others who were busy preparing several dishes for the event. And since today was a day for celebration, the children were exempted from school, as well as the workers. The only ones that had to work were those that guarded the gates, as well as those within the hospital. And although they would work during the event, Landon had made sure that part of the celebratory food would be sent to them while at work. For his birthday celebration, Landon had gone all out. He had been planning this party ever since the start of last month. Be it food, decorations, and entertainment, he had thought of it all. The main thing that he wanted to focus on were light shows. Since his castle didn't have electricity yet, he had gotten the electrical engineers to make rechargeable lights for the show. Back on Earth, he had bought several different colored rechargeable outdoor lights from Amazon. It made his backyard look like a fairy tale world. And since it was current too cold for the people to stay outside for long periods of time, the party would definitely have to be held indoors. Right now, all those lights have been fully charged, and were currently being decorated around the castle, as per Landon's request. Places usually got dark at 5 p.m., and everyone was expected to arrive at the party by 6 p.m. So by the time they had arrived, the lights would be fully turned on for all the guests to see. For this event, he had also prepared dancers and musicians as well. In this era, some slaves were taught how to play music and dance. So as to ease their masters, they would play musical instruments like bladder pipes, lyres, frame drums which were made from wood, and so on. And because of all these, Landon was able to get several volunteered musicians for the event. He just needed them to play an uplifting beat, so that everyone could dance during the celebration. Everyone within the castle was busy like crazy. Mother Kim and Mother Winnie were currently decorating the main hall, when suddenly a little maid ran over to them. Matriarch, we can't find His Majesty anywhere. Some distance away from the gates of Baymard, 6 soldiers were sitting on top of 2 tree houses well hidden around the main road. Since the inner forest was dangerous, Landon had arranged for these tree houses to be placed on the trees around the road leading to Baymard. The outer walls of the tree houses were made of glass, but the interior was made of wood. For this idea, Landon had used the invisible treehouse method that was used back on Earth in Sweden. The glass reflected its surroundings perfectly, hence instantly camouflaging these tree posts. Initially, he wanted to paint them green, but when winter came, wouldn't the leaves all fall to the ground leaving white snow around the trees? Mirror imaging was the best course of action in these cases. Nature was constantly changing, so it was best to make something that would adapt seamlessly. Also the trees chosen were tall, thick, a little massive, and weren't all that close to the roadside at all. They were at least 20 meters away, and were surrounded by at least 10 other trees in all directions. There were 2 outer posts in total, one stationed on the left side of the road, and the other one on the right side. For every working shift, each post would have 3 men on duty. Ethan Thomas. I think I see people from afar, Axel yelled. Both men got up from the floor, and quickly looked out the window. They immediately took out their binoculars, and pushed aside all the camouflage leaves and branches in front of the window. If one were just looking out the window with their eyes alone, they wouldn't even see anything at all. Just some black blurry dots. But with these binoculars, they could see the men's faces, horses, and even their swords and clothing items. 11 men, Ethan yelled out. We need to inform His Majesty at once, Thomas said, as he put down his binoculars. I'll quickly go deliver the message, while you two stay here and deliver another message to the other post, Axel said. Ethan nodded and promptly wrote a short note on paper. Once he was done, he quickly put the note in a mirror-like purse, attached the purse onto a pulley system, and wheeled it towards the other post. Since the trees chosen were gigantic and tall, the posts were all way high up in the sky. And between each tree post, was a pulley rope system. From ground level, it was hard for anyone to detect anything that was being passed on across the roads from one post to another. When one looked up towards the sky from ground level, they wouldn't be able to see anything. This was because of the white rope and the mirror-like purse, that aided in camouflaging secret messages between each post. Back at the city gate several minutes later, Lucius and Landon had just arrived. Why are we here at the gates when you should be getting ready for your party? Lucius asked helplessly. Mother Kim had told him not let Landon wander off today, since they needed his opinion when organizing the event. But under this brat's persuasion, they had secretly sneaked out of the castle several hours ago. After all, he himself was slightly bored, and wanted to do real work as well. So when Landon said that they could come to the city gates to check things out, Lucius immediately agreed. After 7 rounds of begging from Landon, once they arrived, they saw 2 outpost soldiers running towards them. Landon looked at them and his eyes lit up. Showtime. Chapter 155. More trouble on the way. 3. Over at the city gates, Obadiah and his men had just arrived. Boss, it looks like their condition is more serious than we thought, Javis said, as he looked with disdain at the ragged men walking towards them. Were these even clothes? All 12 men wore dirty thin airy clothes that had several holes and patches on them. And their shoes, their fiber-wrapped shoes had visible holes on them as well. In fact, Obadiah and the men could even see some of their toes sticking out when they came closer to them. Their whole demeanor spelled out poverty. The dust and dirt on their faces made them look like they had been sleeping in the wilderness for years. Obadiah and his men smiled as they looked at these wild unkempt savages. This mission would definitely be successful. They immediately got off their horses and walked towards the barbarians. Gentlemen, we are here to change your lives for the better, Obadiah said. Landon, Lucius and the soldiers were slightly taken aback, but they decided to play along. Landon chewed on a piece of hay in his mouth, and spat on the ground like a farm boy. How? He asked. You must be the leader of this group, right? Obadiah asked with a charming smile on his face. More or less, Landon replied with no hint of emotions within his voice. Obadiah and his men frowned slightly. What's wrong with this kid? Most people would have already jumped in happiness by now. But this kid? Just where does his arrogance come from? They thought. You haven't answered my question though. How are you supposed to change our lives? Ha 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 ha. Kid. Do you know how lucky you are to meet us today? We came from a promised land that's filled with milk and honey. It has enough food, wine, beautiful women, clothes, jewelry and riches than you can ever dream of. We know that you all are starving and hungry, so we came here to give you all an opportunity to change your lives. Anything you want, we will provide for you. We can take you around the continent, and even around this world. In fact, whatever you desire, You will find it in our land. He, follow us back to our land, and we'll take good care of you all. Honestly, the more Landon heard, the more he became unconvinced about this so-called promised land of theirs. Landon and his men didn't buy their bullshit at all. If these men had promised them safety, work and food alone, then they would be willing to at least entertain them a little more. After all, it wasn't good to judge a book by its cover. But to brag about riches, money, women, and even traveling around the world sounded so sketchy to them. To Landon, it sounded like the devil's temptation. The only thing that was missing was for them to tell him to sign his soul over. Who would give out their money just like that? These men were definitely up to no good. Can I ask you some questions? Landon asked. Sure, go ahead, kid. Landon places another strand of hay in his mouth and carefully sized up Obadiah and his men. Are you yourself rich? Obadiah's smile turned stiff and his face became slightly red from anger. His financial situation was his sore point. Everyone who was close to him knew this. Even his own henchmen. He had been working under his master for 15 years now. Yet, his salary was only slightly higher than his men. His henchmen were furious and immediately unsheathed their swords angrily. How dare you, a small brat like you, question our boss? Look here. We're trying to elevate your lowly lives, not the other way around, boss. Although they are 12 in number, while we are only 11, I still feel like we can take them on. I'll kill the kid in one move, and then we could focus on the other men. Landon signaled for his men to not draw their swords, and smiled towards Obadiah. TSK, 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 TSK. It seems that you're not rich after all. So if that's true, why should we believe that following you will give us riches? Let me make something clear to you. We are not interested in your so-called promised land, Landon said. Obadiah looked at him and immediately burst out in rage. Who the hell was this arrogant lad? He had tried his best to be polite, but these savages were hell-bent on effing things up for him. Fine. Since you're not interested, then move out of the way, so that we can take those who are. Obadiah yelled angrily, as he and his men attempted to walk past the savages. Sling. Lucius and the men immediately unsheathed their own swords. And just where do you think you're going? Landon asked emotionlessly. Obadiah squinted his eyes and clenched his fists. Who the hell are you to stop us from going into the city? Are you even someone of any importance? Exclamation mark. Who am I? Well, I'm the king, of course, and what I say is the law. Obadiah backed up a little, and looked at Landon intensively. Obadiah and his men didn't believe it for 1 second. Judging from the kid's looks, he was probably just a gang leader of a small thievery band. Bahaha. Okay, I'll play along with you. Even if you're the king, have you forgotten that you have no real power here? Do you know who my master is? Not even Alec Barn would dare go against him. But you. A punny and like you dares to stand in his way? That's it. I'm done being nice. You either join us, or face our master's fury. Obadiah said arrogantly. His master's name was always his last trump card. In very rare occasions, some peasants would refuse to go with him. But when he used his master's name, fear would overcome them, and they would willingly accept and give their lives to fate. Surprisingly, these savages had made him use this card. And now, he would like to see how long their arrogance could last. And just who is your master? Master Nopline, Obadiah said proudly. The entire place became silent. His henchmen looked at Landon and sneered. Now you're scared. He. Where did all your former arrogance go to? Our master's name is indeed great. They thought. You said his name was Nopline? Yes. Obadiah said arrogantly. Never heard of him. Everyone almost fell over from shock. Even Landon's men, who didn't know Nopline. He was effing rich, and was one of the richest men within the entire continent. His forces could even rival those of kings. This was the first time in their lives that they had met someone who claimed to not know who Nopline was. Everyone looked at Landon as if he had been living under a rock his entire life. Truth be told, the former Landon had never really ventured anywhere apart from the palace, since he was seen as a disgrace. So after combing through all his memories, he still didn't know who this Snowpline fellow was. A hint of surprise spread over Lucius' eyes just for a brief moment, before fading away. Lucius turned and whispered into Landon's ears. And once Landon got the gist, his eyes immediately turned cold. So you're a slave trader's right? So what if we are? Isn't being a slave better than staying here, and dying from poverty? What? Do you really think that you have a choice here? Since you're the king, then that's even better. If you convince your people to leave with us, then we'll spare your lives and let you live your miserable lives in peace. But if you don't, then my master will flatten all your people, and yourself to the ground. So, what's it going to be? Obadiah said while arrogantly smiling at Landon. In his mind, this case was closed. Men, drop your swords, Landon yelled out. Pang! Lang! Lang! The swords were on the ground. Obadiah and his men smiled smugly. He. This is how it should be. Take out your guns. Now Obadiah and his men were confused. Guns? What's that? Chapter 156. Blame it on Penkan. What was this situation? Obadiah and his men were thoroughly confused. Currently, the barbarians had all formed a single horizontal line, standing side by side with their leader. Of course their leader, that arrogant kid, wasn't pointing anything at them. But the other 11 barbarians all pointed black metal sticks at each of them. Apparently, these tiny metal sticks were called guns. And they were way smaller than swords. Honestly, comparing both weapons made Obadiah and his men laugh. Bahahaha. What are those supposed to be? Are we supposed to be scared of these tiny sticks? Ha 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 ha. My sword could reach your necks way faster than that black stick you're holding. He. Boss, I think these savages have lost their minds. Obadiah looked at the barbarians, and sneered. Little boy, let me give you some advice. In this life, try not to annoy important people in future. I'll say this one last time. Move out of the way, or face our master's wrath. Landon unhurriedly took out the strand of hay from his mouth, and gently raised his eyes to meet Obadiah's stare. Feet. Landon said, in a calm tone. Jayo, ah, bastards, I'm going to kill you all. Obadiah and his men had been shot on feet only. For some people, it was their left foot, while for others, it was their right one. It was painful as hell. When the bullet first hit them, they didn't feel any pain at all. But after 2 seconds, the wound felt like it was constantly burning in fire. There was a tiny hole, the size of a coin on their feet. The bullets had even fractured some people's bones and ankles. They all fell to the floor, and struggled to cope with the pain. Normal wounds were spread over large surface areas, and could easily distribute the pain factor. But no, these ones were small and precise. The wounds were so deep and painful, that they thought they would die from the pain alone. The heart-wrenching pain had even caused some of them to gasp for air. They truly found it hard to breathe. This was the first time that they had ever felt this type of pain before. When they remembered how they had laughed at these weapons previously, they couldn't help but want to punch their former selves in the face. Just what sort of weapons were these? Damn. Obadiah immediately became attracted by the weapon. If he could get just one of them, then wouldn't his master reward him even more? It looked like Baymar wasn't as simple as they thought it to be. What other treasures were they hiding? Humans. They were always a greedy bunch. Brat. I change my mind. Give me and my master some face, and I promise to overlook this matter altogether. If you gift me with one of these weapons, I won't report this matter to my master. But if you don't, you wouldn't want to piss my master off, right? Obadiah said, while struggling through his pain. Honestly, it wasn't easy talking through this kind of pain. Landon looked at him and smirked. You know, I thought you were somewhat intelligent. But right now, I'm thoroughly disappointed in you. Take a good look at me. Do I look like I care about that master of yours? Even if he came here in the future, it'd still do the same thing to him. So why should I give your master face? In your current situation, do you truly believe that you have any right to demand anything from me or my people? Damn brat. Just you wait. Obadiah yelled out in anger. When he got back, he would round up all the guys and quickly head back here. No matter what, he had to get these weapons. Doing this was his only shot at getting a decent promotion. Men. Let's go back, Obadiah said, as he struggled to get up from the ground. And where do you think you and your men are going? Landon said. Obadiah and his men couldn't believe what they were hearing. Did this puny brat plan on taking them as hostages? Well, if it were a hostage situation, then they wouldn't really worry at all. Even if Alec Barn himself caught them, they were sure that they would be later freed. Due to their master's influence, they knew that even if they were taken as hostages, sooner or later, their master would come to free them. So how could they be worried? This wasn't their first hostage situation at all. When their master came, they would definitely tell him everything that had happened today. In their minds, this brat was really digging up a grave for himself. He. Just you wait, punk. They thought. But of course, the reality was far more different from what they were imagining. So you plan on taking us as hostages? Obadiah asked arrogantly. Oh. No. How would I dare take you all as hostages? Wouldn't your master flatten me if he found out? Landon said sarcastically. Unfortunately, they thought that Landon was truly sacred now. HMP. Too late. When we get back, we'll definitely tell our master. They thought. Sigh. It seems like you all have misunderstood me. I wasn't planning on taking you in as hostages. That would be a big slap on your master's face. Instead, I was planning on sending you all to the promised land personally. Landon dropped his sarcastic tone, and became serious. Now, listen up, you pieces of shit. Let this be a lesson to you all. You have no right to rape, murder or force anyone into anything that they aren't willing to do. In your next lives, I hope that you all will be smart enough to take my words seriously. Men. Go all out, Landon commanded. Instantly, a rain of bullets fell onto Obadiah and his men. Gio. Obadiah and his men shook vigorously, as they took several shots on different parts of their body. Ah, scumbag, scoundrel, asshole. If I survive this, I'll definitely kill you for sure. I'll get you, boy. As they died, they kept training several curses at him. They truly wished that these savages would have taken them as hostages instead. The pain that they felt was truly indescribable. The soldiers had first started by shooting their legs, followed by their knees, bellies, chests, arms, and finally, their heads. As the men slowly lost consciousness, the bullets continued to rain on them. And they seemed to hear Landon's final words to them. May you all rest in pieces. It's like that sentence alone had almost revived them from the dead. Mother. They thought as they grumbled inwardly and slowly lost consciousness. Dead. All of them had died with angry expressions on their faces. The soldiers had concluded that for them to die with such squished up expressions meant that the pain must have been very excruciating. Yup. That must be it. But unbeknownst to them, it wasn't Penkan that had caused these expressions. In fact, the real culprit didn't even know that he was the cause of it all. So everything had decided to put the blame on poor Penkan. Chapter 157. What a sick world. Your Majesty, Army General Lucius. We found several coins and apples on the bodies of all the men. In addition, the leader was carrying 3 letters and a map on him, said one of the soldiers, as he reported back to Lucius and Landon. Lucius was in charge of the entire army, so the men called him Army General, since he held the highest title as General of the Army. The soldier handed the letters and map to Landon, and stepped to the side, waiting for further instructions. In essence, the first letter spoke about the mission and reason why these slave traders came to Baymard. It even went as far as to specify if they were allowed to sleep with the young boys and girls. Of course, the letter also warned the traders on pregnancy, as it gave a variety of solutions. Like making the women barren and so on. Bruh. It was really too detailed. It was definitely a rated 19 scene. It also spoke about the rewards that they would get for acquiring knights as slaves and so on. The knights were to be taken into Noplin's army, and trained for the rest of their lives. The second letter spoke about the various demands of several money churches, as well as the needs for some noblemen across the Pino continent. Landon gave the first two letters to Lucius, and looked at the map. It said Corona, on its top left-hand corner. Apparently, this map had the detailed ins and out of all underground tunnels within Corona. Corona was presently the only empire that forbade sex slaves from working in the empire. They allowed normal slaves that would work in the fields, in their masters' shops, and so on. But if a slave was subjected to rape or sex, then they would essentially freed by the law. It looked like these people had still been going past the noses of the royal family, and sneaking sex slaves into several areas within Corona. Plus it seemed like they kept the slaves hidden underground forever. So when rich clients wanted to please themselves, they would sneak underground and do those deeds. Truly disgusting. It seemed like these tunnels were made without the knowledge of the royal family. They were probably done within thick forests and bushes. Landon had already made up his mind that when Santa came again, he would present the map to him immediately. These sort of businesses had to stop. He was sure that there were probably some girls and boys there, who had stayed underground for 7 to 8 years now. Heck. Maybe they even died after 3 years underground. Without sunlight, the body would grow weak on its own. And for sure, those people wouldn't live for long. The sun gives vitamin D, which helps the body absorb calcium, which essentially strengthens one's health and bones. And let's not even talk about air circulation underground, coupled with the fact that they were having sexual activities daily like machines. There was no way these people would live for long. Plus if they weren't treated well or eating well, then 1 year would be their limit. Maybe the reason why slaves were constantly needed there was because the slaves had very short lifespans underground. It seemed like these men planned on taking the people of Baymard to Corona over his dead body. Obviously, they would first stop at their hideout, then put them in prison like wagon cages, and ship them off to Corona. Landon put the map away, and looked at the last letter which was attached to the map. This letter spoke about how the slaves going to Corona would be distributed. Apparently, they had several underground entertainment centers that only involved women. They would put the women in large cages underground, and give them daggers. Not swords. Daggers. Then they would release 1 or 2 animals into these cages, and ask the women to fight to the death. The worst part of it all was that they would spread mud all over the cage, so that the animal and the woman would constantly fall down when they were fighting to them. This was entertaining, funny and sexy. Of course this was all done underground, so that the royal family of Corona wouldn't know. If a woman won more than 300 times, then she would have her slave status revoked. Slaves who were men weren't allowed to fight these sorts of battles, because they felt like it was a waste of resources. In this world, men were more valuable than women, since they were the ones who would go out and fought several wars. Our men were usually needed to strengthen their armies. So how could they let their powerful resources to waste just because of entertainment? Women were seen as baby-making machines, cooks, sex relievers and so on. So if 1 or 2 women died, why should they feel sad about it? In these underground tunnels, there were also games like shackles, where naked slave women would be tied to several poles. The goal of the game was to see how long these would stay alive if they were torn into several pieces by animals. The audience would place their bets, and those who bet on of the last woman to die would obviously win. If the person one chose dies first or second, then they'd lose big time. Of course at the end, all the women would die. But what they were looking for was the last woman who died. The animals would come in and bite off the woman's legs, heads and other body parts. This was the game. Other times, The game involved sexual activities. They would see how long it took for the naked women to faint when being raped by multiple men in front of everyone. Some women died after 4 men, other after 20. The audience would all place their bets and watch everything unfold in front of them. They truly were sick. Landon could almost imagine what would happen if these mental people ever got their hands on his technology. He was sure that this world would destroy itself on its own. Just reading the letter made him almost give up on this world. What a trashy place. Well, Landon knew that he couldn't condemn everyone. Technically, there were also a lot of good people in this world as well. But the issue was that the good ones weren't the ones in power. They were usually poor, hopeful, simple, and in dire need of help. Only a small amount of good people had powerful positions. And even at that, those ones were usually killed here and there by other bad people. In this whole continent, the royal family of Corona were the only ones that Landon knew of that him feel like rulers of this world have hope after all. Either way, after reading everything, he had a deep gut feeling that Baymard had once again made another powerful enemy. Your Majesty, what should we do about the bodies? About that, you guys should load them carefully at the back of the trucks and send them over to the medical academy. I'll drive my own truck right behind you guys. Also, some of you should take their horses and quickly send to the stables. All this time, he had been teaching the lectures about the human body and biology. So it would be good for them to dissect these men tomorrow. Sometimes, seeing was believing. To preserve their bodies, there were several chemicals that he needed now. But since the industry was closed for today, he decided that he would buy them from the system. These sort of men don't deserve a proper burial. They should be dissected for medical research instead. Lucius looked his shadow and deduced the time. Damn. It was already 1 p.m. Your Majesty, I hope that you don't take too long there. You need to start heading back to the castle immediately. It's your birthday after all, and your help and expertise is currently needed at the castle. The celebration will start at 6 p.m. And I'm sure that your mother has already been looking for you ever since we came here, Lucius reminded. They had already used up an entire hour and a half discussing these letters, and Lucius was currently helpless at the moment. Just remembering Mother Kim's pouting angry face made him feel like he should personally drag this brat back to the castle. I know, thanks for the reminder. Please stall Mom for a little while. I promise he'll be back before 3 p.m. Chapter 158. Party time. Scott and his family were finally ready for His Majesty's party. Scott stood outside his house and rushed his family out. Scott wore black pants, a black blazer, and of course a white shirt and cream-colored petite coat underneath the blazer. To finish his look off, he wore a black bow tie, black socks, and black rubber shoes. Actually, the rubber shoes were designed to look like classic formal shoes back on Earth. The only difference was that they were made from rubber, and not leather and so on. In future, of course other materials would be used for making shoes. But not right now. Sid and his son wore the same attire, while his wife wore a blue party gown, and his 2 daughters wore pink princess-style gowns. Hurry, hurry. Let's go. Let's go. Well, miss the scheduled truck. His family took their thick coats at the coat rack by the door, and quickly rushed out of the house. For today's celebration, His Majesty had arranged for several trucks to drive the people to the castle. One had to know that the distance was quite far. On a traffic-filled day, if one were to drive a car between each region at a normal speed limit of 60 miles per hour, then they would take at least 35 minutes between each region. So for example, if everyone had cars and the roads had traffic, then someone leaving the castle towards the first district in the central region would take at least 35 minutes to arrive at their destination. But since there was no traffic yet within Baymard, it usually took 16 minutes to drive within each region. So if they had to walk to the castle from their houses, wouldn't that take a lot of time? And wouldn't they end up just sweating over their formal? No one would like to go to a party all covered up in sweat, Hence Landon had arranged different pickup times for all the citizens. The trucks would pick people up between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. So that would mean that by 6:30 p.m. maximum, everyone would have already arrived at the party. Scott and his family had chosen the 5:16 truck schedule within their street area. The sky had just started to get dark, and the truck stop was just a 5-minute walk from their home. They hopped into the truck, along with several other families, and headed over to the castle. "Whoa, Dad, look," his daughter said, as they stepped off the truck. "Mummy, it's so beautiful," said his other daughter. As for himself, his wife and his son, they were so mesmerized that they didn't even hear the comments from the little girls. Breathtaking, he thought. In fact, all the other families who had jumped out of the other trucks just now were also astonished as well. The entire place looked like a mythical land. "Is this what heaven looks like?" Scott questioned inwardly. The massive carriage road in front of him had several glowing balls that were placed at both sides of the road. These glowy balls were spherical in shape and had the size of large truck tires. They produced different colored lights, and made Scott feel like he was walking within a fairy tale world. A part of the carriage path, several of these glowy balls had also been placed across the lawns, and on some large rocks as well. Everyone was filled with amazement as they looked at the scene before them. Welcome esteemed guests. In front of them were two butlers, who were in charge of leading their group in. They walked in awe around the castle, and finally arrived at the main hall. Scott's mouth quivered as he looked at the scene in front of him. How could such a place exist in this world? It was almost like His Majesty had brought a whole mythical forest into his palace. At this point, Scott wouldn't be too surprised if he saw birds and butterflies flying around the hall. "Oh my heavens, are these trees?" "Mummy, Daddy, it's so pretty." "Are we still in Baymard?" "Amazing." Scott had never seen anything like this in his entire life. There were several glowing trees and flowers alongside the corners of the massive hall. The trees had several lights and objects on them that made the scene look magical. A little distance ahead of the trees were hundreds of rectangular tables, arranged in a manner that left the center hall open for dancing and so on. The chairs had red boughs tied behind them, and every table had cutlery, plates, cups, and several lights in a jar after 3 seats. The hall itself was enormous as hell, hence could accommodate everyone in Baymard. One could imagine this hall to be similar to that in the last scene of Beauty and the Beast, where Beauty dances with the Beast who had already turned back into his human form. It was really massive. Once Scott and his family arrived at the hall, another butler found seats for them, and after settling down, they began discussing with other people on their table. Time passed by, and it was finally 6:30 p.m. Party time. The drums thumped loudly, and a group of excited dancers came towards the center of the hall. They danced majestically, mingled amongst the crowd, and finally went towards the stage. As they danced, they pounded their chests proudly and yelled Baymard, at several intervals. Their dance told the story of the people's suffering and pain within the empire. The dancers bent their backs and acted like farmers in the farms. Some also shivered and fell on the ground from cold and so on. And after some story narrations about their suffering, the good part began. The dancers demonstrated all their blessings and riches that they had gotten ever since Landon had come to Baymard. They showed Baymard's story through their dance, and at this point, even the audience themselves wanted to join the dance as well. Scott felt very emotional as he remembered how he almost lost his wife from starvation and malnutrition. But His Majesty made the lands bear fruit again. He looked at his wife and his eyes turned moist again. His wife looked back at him and leaned on his shoulders. They didn't say anything, but somehow, they understood each other's heart. Their children, on the other hand, who were previously crying, were now beating their chests proudly and also chanting, Baymard, Baymard, Baymard. The audience was so immersed in the story that they too began beating their chests as well. Suddenly, the rhythm of the drums changed. Chapter 159. Party time 2. The rhythm of the drums changed and the dancers immediately ran towards the stage. The audience was excited. What would happen now? Even those from the military couldn't help but lose their usual calm expression. The new slaves who had just come this month were also excited as well. Tim, Wiggins, Lyle and their families all looked at the stage expectantly. The dancers literally climbed the steps of the stage, like how ninjas in Naruto usually ran, and began running around the outer corners of the stage. Boom 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 boom. The rhythm of the drums had changed again. Immediately, they on the stage sat on the outer corners of the stage, and pointed at a massive door, at the top left corner of the hall. As they pointed, they began to do several hand gestures that all pointed towards the door. After a minute and a half, the dancers on the stage finally got up and danced their way out of the hall through another door at the back. As they danced out, they kept pointing towards that first door at the front. And the audience couldn't help but keep their eyes fixed on that massive door, lest they missed anything. Once the dancers left, the drums stopped altogether, and the soft enchanting tune of the lyre harp began to play. The massive door slowly opened, and several other dancers came out from behind the door. These dancers wore butterfly capes that glowed due to the small lights placed within their capes. They truly acted like butterflies, as they flapped their wings in hopes of flying. They flapped their wings and ran across the hall. And after another minute, they sat on the ground and flapped their wings towards the door again. This time, all those who would sit at the tables on the stage walked out of the door and headed towards the stage. Of course, those at this high table were all the little Momo, little Linda, Grace, Bari, Mother Winnie, Gary, Josh, Mark and Threy. Landon considered these people to be his immediate family, so of course they would sit and eat with him during his birthday party. Plus most of them lived in the castle with him, so it was only right. Once the group was seated, the butterfly dancers left the hall and the music changed back to drums again. Boom 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 boom. The drums beating loudly, and everyone was waiting in anticipation for their king. The door opened again, and several volunteered army men and women did cartwheels and cool gymnastic moves for the audience. This part of the story showed the fighting spirit of the people, as well as the army. Those within the military were excited to see some of their friends amongst the dancers. Hey, Gillen just did the snake hand move. Haha, look at Cynthia. Wow. She did a triple jump and finally ended it off with a split. Once again, the rhythm of the drums changed and the army dancers got down on one knee and faced the massive door. Two couples came out. The matriarch, Mother Kim, walked out with Army General Lucius, followed by King Landon and his fiancée, Princess Lucy. They looked like royalty. Previously, they had always been dressing down. So now, they looked like fairy tale royalty. Landon had dressed up exactly like how Prince Eric had dressed for his wedding, in Disney's The Little Mermaid. As for Army General Lucius, he had just worn a blue-colored version of the Landon's attire. As for Mother Kim, she wore a gown similar to Elsa's iconic blue gown in Frozen. Except this one had no slit and was covered up around the chest area. And finally, Lucy wore a gown similar to Belle's yellow ball gown in Beauty and the Beast. And to make it more magical, her dress glowed as she walked towards the stage. She truly looked like a true princess. Once both couples were finally seated on the stage, those on the stage rose up, and the audience immediately followed their lead. Everyone bowed and yelled out, "Hail King Landon!" Landon smiles and indicated for them to sit down. Please be seated everyone. I first want to start off by thanking everyone for coming here today. It truly means a lot to me, because you all are my family and my world. I also wish to thank the cooks, maids, butlers, dancers, drivers, and everyone else who had personally helped me in putting this birthday party together. Tonight, we shall eat, drink, dance and be merry. Since there is no work tomorrow as well, you all can enjoy yourselves till midnight. Tonight is our night. I can't believe I'm 16 this year. Immediately, everyone chuckled and yelled happy birthday your majesty. Alright. We're going to cut the cake now, his majesty said. A massive cake about 18 stories high. was pushed into the center of the hall. His Majesty came down with those on the table, and the head butler instructed the audience on what to do. Apparently, they were supposed to count to 3 and then His Majesty would cut the cake. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Clap! 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 Everyone clapped excitedly as His Majesty cut the cake. They began to wonder if these was how birthday celebrations were supposed to be. "Thank you all. Now let's have the time of our lives," His Majesty said. Food was immediately brought out and placed on multiple serving tables at the sides. There was also water, freshly crushed apples juice, as well as rum that was bought from Santa's ship. Granted, the apple juice didn't taste like those on Earth, but still, to these children, it was sweet and tasty enough. The party went on and Scott and his family partied hard all through the night. He and his wife met some of their friends, ate and danced all through the night. As for their children, they were all sent to a playroom after eating and resting. Since it wasn't good for children to be around alcohol or drunk people, His Majesty had made a massive playroom for them. There were several indoor adventure castles and tree houses with nets, slides, and ladders within the room, as well as several safety mats around the floors, should in case any of the children fall down from climbing the nets or ladders. There were also several caretakers within the room that supervised and arranged other games for the children. They played games like Pin the Tail on the Donkey, musical chairs with clapping as music, carrying eggs on spoons with their mouths, Simon Says, and of course scavenger hunts. In the minds of the citizens, His Majesty's party was a complete success. Everyone had been fully entertained. Coincidentally, several other people around Arcadina were in celebratory spirits as well. The capital, Arcadina. The streets were bustling and the people were rejoicing. The eldest princess, who was seen as one of the purest and most kindest maidens, would be getting married the day after tomorrow. Just one more day. Jeanette thought. It was finally time for her to kill her father. She would take the throne from that old fool, and rule this empire as the second female king within the Pino continent. Ha 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 ha. Victory was finally within her grasp. With her brothers out of her way, who could truly stop her? No one, that's who. Absolutely no one. Ha 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 ha. Victory. Chapter 160. Jeanette's Oath. The capital, Arcadina. November 5th, the year 1024. The streets were bustling, and people had stood at the edge of the road to look at the bridal parade that was moving towards the palace. The parade consisted of 7 carriages, 20 drummers, 12 dancers, 12 flower girls and 30 guards. As the drummers drummed away, the dancers danced energetically, followed by the flower girls, who threw several petals on the ground and at the people. The bridal parade had left Jeanette's personal estate, and was heading over to the palace. Since she was a royal, and already above 15 years old, having a parade from her private estate was a must. The carriages followed after the flower girls and the guards were stationed at the end of the parade. Of course some of the guards also surrounded the carriages, particularly the middle carriage, that had the princess in it. My goddess is finally getting married. Only a man like Captain Anthony Martinez can deserve her. That's true. He had won the annual nightly competition 3 times in a row now, and is presently seen as one of the strongest knight captains within the empire. Forget about him. If he wasn't a noble, do you think that he would have a chance to deserve my goddess? He. You're just jealous because someone else is marrying your goddess. The people continued to discuss excitedly, as the bridal parade passed by. Jeanette was sitting calmly in her carriage, when suddenly, there was a knock on the carriage door. Knock, knock, knock. Princess, our letter has arrived for you, said one of the guards who was guarding her carriage. Tenny. Take it. Yes, princess, said a young maid, who was seated opposite the Jeanette. The young maid lifted the carriage curtain, took the letter and swiftly handed it over to her master. Reading the letter, Jeanette couldn't help but smile. Everything was in place. The bridal parade had finally reached the palace gates. From there, Only the princess carriage continued in, with the guards, dancers, drummers, and flower girls. The palace was indeed huge. They had passed more than 17 massive buildings, before reaching their final destination. They were heading towards the grandest building, that was used to host events such as these. It was also the same building that contained the throne room and so on. Alec Barn, his wives, Carrie Barn, the groom Anthony, Angelina, Barbara, the ministers, the invited nobles and several other guards, were currently standing outside the building. They were here to welcome her in. When she was about to step out of the carriage, a group of maids rushed over holding several pieces of fabric. In this continent, the bride was only allowed to reveal her dress and face during the actual wedding, which wasn't anytime soon. So right now, no one could see anything. They only saw Jeanette's shoes. As she walked towards them, Alec Barn loomed at all the nobles and called for silence. Today is a great day. Jeanette and our young Anthony here will become husband and wife. I invite everyone to get seated within the hall. Soon we will start the wedding. Alec said. Jeanette knew that she had 1.5 hours to prepare herself, so she decided to go to her private courtyard and reapply her makeup again. Within this time, those nobles who haven't arrived yet would be making their way in, and everyone would be leaving their gifts to her father. Once in her courtyard, she had her knights guard around the place, as she went into her private chambers with 2 of her personal maids, Tenny and Gaul. "Whoa, princess, you look so beautiful," Tenny said. The design for Jeanette's yellow wedding gown, as indeed breathtaking. But every time Tenny and Gaul looked at the slit on her dress, they would blush intensively. Their master sure was daring. They began to wonder what everyone's reaction would be, when her dress was finally revealed in the hall. "Master, let me help you tidy your hair," said Gaul. Jeanette's hair wasn't tied in a bun, as she wanted to look like a seductress. Her hair was brushed out, and left straight down. Of course she had braided some strands of hair here and there, so as to make it look more unique. Gaul quickly removed her master's copper-colored crown, and began combing the bottom of her hair first. A copper crown was used for direct royal members like princes and princesses. The king's wives used silver crowns, but the king himself had a massive golden crown. For the wives, the crown sizes differ, depending on it. The women were concubines, the first wife, second wife and so on. Right now, Jeanette was a little anxious, as it was almost time for her plan to take full force. "And how is my little bride doing?" Jeanette and her maids turned around to see Anthony at the door. "What are you doing here?" "I wanted to surprise you with my looks. Now you've ruined it," Jeanette said while pouting angrily. But when she looked at him again, her heart immediately softened. It was extremely hard for her to get angry with this man. Indeed, he was truly eye candy. Every time she looked at his face, her heart would skip a beat, and she would get lost in her own fantasy world. This man was truly her one and only weakness. She didn't even love or care for her own mother, the way that she did for him. Finally, he would become hers. And not that slut Angelina. "I just missed you so much, so I decided to come over and see you," Anthony said, while pinching her cheeks. Tenny and Gaul, who were currently looking at their feet, giggled as they heard what Anthony had just said. They couldn't raise their heads yet, until their master commanded it. "Here, little seductress, I brought you wine to drink. I'll pour a cup for you and me." "But wouldn't that get us drunk?" "What about the wedding?" Sigh. "Little girl, are you 3 years old? How could 1 cup make us drunk?" "I was hoping that we could make an oath of love towards each other, a promise that we would be together forever. And of course, drinking a cup of wine would seal the deal." Sigh. "It seems that you don't love me all that much." Jeanette was shocked. "An oath of love? To be together forever?" She looked at him, and warmth instantly spread throughout her heart. No, I love you too. Let's drink now," Jeanette said excitedly. "All right, you drink first and tell me your oath. Remember, don't lie to me, all right?" Anthony said, as he cupped her face in his palms. "I swear, I'll be truthful. I love you that much." Anthony smiled and poured a cup of wine for her, and for him as well. Janet drank her drink down, and began giving her own oath. The more she spoke, the more dizzy she felt. It was more like she was seeing everything double. And the world was constantly spinning around her. Instantly, she knew what was going on. It was just that it was somewhat hard to believe. You